Ying Yu unified the six kingdoms, bringing peace to the realm. However, remnants of the six kingdoms stirred restlessly beyond the borders, and within the empire the newly unified state was unstable. The mansion of the third prince of Great Qin. In a quiet courtyard, a young boy slowly appears, lying on a chair and falling into deep sleep. Suddenly a voice sounded in his ear. Ding dong, system binding. Ding dong, congratulations, host successfully bound to the check-in system. When the sound suddenly came, Ying Yu stood up. Indeed, this young man was named Ying Yu, the third son of Qin Shi Huang. 3 days ago he had transmigrated to Great Qin, originally thinking he was just an ordinary and neglected prince. He also understood that Ying Yu had just unified the world, and what happened later was still far off. He had originally planned to keep a low profile, but just at that moment he awakened, and the voice of the check-in system came to his ears. Ying Yu smiled slightly, his eyes lighting up. It's actually the check-in system. His face showed some excitement, and his heart was full of anticipation. Ding dong, congratulations, host, you have received a newbie gift pack. Does the host wish to open the newbie gift pack? Ying Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't wait to say open. Ding dong, congratulations, host, you have received a King's Legion gift pack. Ding dong. King's Legion heroes are now in place. Archer hero Hou Yi, warrior hero Gai, mage hero Milady. The King's Legion, could it be the heroes from Honor of Kings? Ying Yu asked. Check-in system. To answer the host can check in every day and receive different rewards. Ying Yu, wow, this golden finger, is it that overpowered? Check-in system. Since I have the King's Legion, let me see what the heroes are like. Ying Yu smiled slightly, thinking of one hero in particular, Hou Yi. This Hou Yi, the archer hero, had the greatest skill of killing enemies among thousands. Such a hero, such a person made Ying Yu even more expectant. He gently snapped his fingers. Suddenly before him a change occurred, and then a figure slowly appeared, a golden shimmering figure. When he appeared, he held a giant bow in his hand, and his eyes held an indelible sharpness. The arrow that pierces falsehood, heading toward the light. This was the best description of him, and also his catchphrase. Ying Yu looked carefully, studying the man before him. 183 meters tall, clad in golden armor, holding a giant bow. Ying Yu thought to himself with a slight smirk, if the first hero is already this powerful, then if I get a few more, won't I be invincible? Ying Yu's heart grew, even more expectant of the daily check-in heroes. Then Hou Yi suddenly knelt on one knee and said, greetings, Lord Leader. Ying Yu nodded and smiled. All right, you may rise first. Yes, Lord Leader. Hou Yi nodded. Then his eyes flickered, and he looked outside the mansion. Lord Leader, it seems someone is coming. Ying Yu's expression remained unchanged, and he said softly, withdraw for now. Hou Yi nodded and vanished in an instant. Then a servant from outside walked respectfully to Ying Yu and said, Your Highness, His Majesty summons you. Ying Yu frowned slightly and said, Father summons me at this hour. Could there be something important? The servant said, I am not entirely sure, but it seems urgent. All the civil and military officials have been summoned. Ying Yu waved his hand. Understood, you may withdraw. Outside the majestic Xianying Palace, black-armored Iron Eagle elite soldiers stood in formation on both sides of the road, exuding a murderous aura. At this time outside the Great Hall, the civil and military officials were discussing animatedly. His Majesty summoned us, so urgently something big must have happened. I heard from my nephew who serves in the Imperial Guard that last night a middle-aged man took a child and escaped from the palace under cover of darkness. Oh, is that so? The civil and military officials were still discussing. Then the chief eunuch Zhao Gao said, Please all lords proceed into the Great Hall. Then the civil and military officials divided into 2 columns and slowly entered. Inside the Great Hall on the throne sat a tall, imposing man dressed in black dragon robe, wearing a 12-bead crown, exuding an aura of kingship. This was the founding emperor of the Great Qin Empire, the first emperor of the ages, Qin Shi Huang. Inside the hall, Qin Shi Huang said angrily, Have the night intruders in the palace been found? Zhao Gao was the first to speak. Your Majesty, the intruders from last night have been identified. There are 2 persons, Gai Nie, the #1 swordsman of Qin, and a child named Tianming. Zhao Gao frowned and added, Gai Nie and Tianming may be carrying a major secret that threatens the entire empire. Ying Yu smiled contemptuously and thought to himself, what #1 swordsman of Qin? Today I just checked in a very powerful hero. Why not use this so-called #1 swordsman to test the strength of my hero? Qin Shi Huang, what? It is actually Gai Nie. At this moment Qin Shi Huang's face showed obvious anger, as if a single glance could kill. A single glance could kill. For a moment, all the civil and military officials knelt on the ground, trembling and afraid to speak. Then Zhao Gao, the chief eunuch standing beside Ying Yu, said, Your Majesty, calm your anger. 2 mere thieves are not worth disturbing the dragon's health. The anger of the ancestral dragon could cause rivers of blood. Qin Shi Huang said, All beloved ministers rise. Ying Yu continued, My beloved ministers who can solve my worries. Meng Tian, with a serious expression, slowly stepped out from the ranks of civil and military officials, bowed respectfully, and said, Your servant is willing to go, and will surely capture the traitors. Qin Shi Huang, good. With General Meng Tian here, I have no worries. I order you to personally lead 800 elite cavalry and capture the traitors within 3 days. Meng Tian, your servant accepts the order. Qin Shi Huang looked at the assembly and said, You may withdraw. I am weary. Then Ying Yu returned to his own courtyard, snapped his fingers, and suddenly a golden light flashed before his eyes. Then Hou Yi appeared before Ying Yu, hands clasped in a salute, kneeling on one knee. With a serious expression he said, Lord Leader, Ying Yu, I order you to immediately go and capture the traitors Gai Nie and Tianming. They must be taken alive and then handed over directly to General Meng Tian. Remember, do not reveal your identity. Hou Yi, yes, Lord Leader. Meng Tian was a famous young general of the generation, a military strategist, brave and resourceful. He had fought many battles, his name resounding throughout the Central Plains, deeply trusted by the Emperor Yingzheng. In Xianyang City, General Meng Tian is mustering the Golden Fire Cavalry. The Golden Fire Cavalry is the most formidable cavalry of the Great Qin Empire, the elite among the imperial forces. They wear uniform red armor, and their eyes reveal fierce, killing intent. Meng Tian received a report that Gai Nie and Tianming were spotted at the Remnant Moon Valley. Without hesitation, he immediately led 800 Golden Fire Cavalry to the valley. The sun is setting and the vast Remnant Moon Valley is shrouded in darkness. Inside the valley, a middle-aged man and a child are running desperately. These two are indeed Gai Nie and Tianming. They have been fleeing from the palace without stopping. Tianming runs and then stops. Tianming clutches his hungry stomach, looking at Gai Nie with a pleading expression. Uncle, we've been running for so long. There should be no pursuers behind us. Let's stop and eat something. Gai Nie looks at Tianming with a serious expression, thinking to himself, the night is dark and the wind is strong. Traveling at night is unsafe. Better find an open space ahead to rest. Gai Nie's stomach also growls. He frowns and says, Tianming, hold on a little longer. We'll rest at the open space ahead and eat something. Gai Nie suddenly notices movement not far ahead. He immediately becomes alert. His ears twitch as he hears the sound of hoofbeats less than 100 li away. Tianming looks at Gai Nie with confusion. Uncle, what's wrong? Why did you stop? Gai Nie frowns slightly and speaks calmly, his demeanor composed. Gai Nie calmly says, hide behind me. There are enemies. At this moment, Meng Tian leads 800 Golden Fire Cavalry slowly out of the darkness, seeing Gai Nie and Tianming standing ahead. The number 1 swordsman of Qin versus the number 1 Iron Cavalry. Both sides are at daggers drawn, their eyes filled with terrifying, killing intent. Neither dares to make a move, they are deadlocked. Meng Tian speaks first. Gai Nie, do you know you are now the most wanted criminal in Qin? Gai Nie replies flatly, I know. Meng Tian says angrily, as the number 1 swordsman of the Great Qin Empire favored by His Majesty, the Emperor, you betray your trust and flee the country, even killing your fellow imperial subjects. Gai Nie says calmly, I do not enjoy killing, but they blocked my path. Then he says angrily, so General Meng Tian, will you make way or not? Please reconsider, General. Meng Tian replies domineeringly, once the army is mobilized, there is no return without success. Both sides are at daggers drawn, ready to fight at any moment. Meng Tian says with a serious face, since you refuse to surrender, don't blame me for being ruthless. At that moment he draws his sword from his waist, looking at Gai Nie as if ready to fight. Both sides charge at each other simultaneously, as if they could tear each other apart upon contact. Suddenly a huge arrow descends from the sky like a meteor, unstoppable. The giant arrow strikes the ground between Gai Nie and Meng Tian, blasting them back dozens of meters. Both their faces turn ugly, filled with shock and astonishment. One is one of the top generals of the Great Qin Empire, the other is the Empire's number 1 swordsman. Meng Tian asks first, that brave man, why not show yourself? Gai Nie asks in shock, who is playing tricks? At this moment, not far away, a black-clad masked figure holding a giant bow stands on a hillock. This man is none other than Hou Yi, who was ordered by Ying Yu to capture Gai Nie, but unexpectedly encountered Meng Tian on the way. Hou Yi slowly descends from the hill, walks between them, casts a cold glance at Gai Nie, then looks at Meng Tian and says to Meng Tian, this is my prey, General. Do not interfere. Meng Tian asks in shock, may I ask which faction you belong to? Meng Tian on this expedition was not fully confident in capturing Gai Nie. After all, he is the number 1 swordsman of Qin. He thinks to himself, if this person is an ally, then there is one more chance of victory and one less enemy. Hou Yi responds coldly, General, there is no need to ask more. Just know that he is my prey. Meng Tian is about to speak, but is intimidated by a sharp glance from Hou Yi. He dares not say anything more, and just watches quietly from the side. Hou Yi looks at Gai Nie calmly and says, Gai Nie, I know you. You usually don't like killing, and you value loyalty and friendship. Hou Yi says, how about we make a bet? Gai Nie frowns, bet on what? Hou Yi smirks slightly, looking at Gai Nie, just 4 moves. If I win within 4 moves, you surrender obediently. If I lose, you leave freely, no one will stop you. Gai Nie agrees readily. Good, I hope you keep your word. At this moment, Gai Nie slowly draws his long sword from his waist, a fierce, killing intent flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the area is filled with swirling sand. Both sides move freely in the darkness as if it is their home ground. Ferocious roars echo continuously. Gai Nie attacks first, raising his sword to strike at the black-clad figure. Hou Yi easily blocks the attack, then retreats dozens of meters back, assuming a bow-drawing stance. In an instant, he holds the bow in his left hand, draws an extremely sharp arrow from his back with his right hand, and shoots it at Gai Nie. Gai Nie sees the arrow like a giant dragon speeding toward him like lightning, and his heart trembles. Without time to think, he uses Yuan to deflect the dragon-like arrow with a clever twist. Hou Yi sneers, "I only used 40% of my power for that move, and you're already struggling." Then Hou Yi unleashes the second and third moves. After 3 moves, Hou Yi says calmly, "Enough playing. Let's end this farce." Hou Yi is confident. Don't forget, in mythology, he shot down 9 suns. The arrow of Hou Yi in his hand is a divine weapon. Within 4 moves, using this Hou Yi arrow to challenge the Sword Saint is naturally no problem. Then Hou Yi draws 3 arrows from his back, shoots them into the sky, and the 3 arrows transform into tens of thousands of arrows raining down on Gai Nie. Gai Nie is greatly alarmed, his face filled with terror as he looks at the dense rain of arrows. He then desperately blocks with his sword. Clang, clang, clang. Gai Nie swings Yuan directly blocking the countless arrow streaks. The crisp sound echoes throughout the entire Remnant Moon Valley. Gai Nie feels his hands go numb, and he staggers back several steps. His heart cannot calm down for a long time. It is even churning with tumultuous waves. Hou Yi watches. The great sword saint of Qin, nothing more than this. Gai Nie, you have lost. Gai Nie murmurs to himself, I lost. Meng Tian and the Golden Fire Cavalry stood in stunned silence watching. Meng Tian exclaimed in Aston, how is this possible? He actually defeated State Saint in 5 moves. Other cavalry nodded in agreement, as well began to murmur among themselves. Who is this man? Defeating the Sword Saint in 5 moves. How extraordinary. The Qin Empire indeed harbors such a master. Who is this person anyway? Tian Ming exclaimed, flopping to the ground in astonishment. How could this be? Uncle could not have been defeated. He sat on the ground, glancing between Uncle and the man in black, unable to accept it, unable to believe that Uncle had actually been defeated. Hou Yi repeated his earlier words, you have failed. Gai Nie sighed, a defeat is a defeat. I leave my life to your disposal. This child is innocent, oh please do not trouble him. Gai Nie slammed Yuan onto the ground with a thud, still unconvinced, thinking to himself, I, the Qin Empire's sword saint, how could I be defeated by this man in black? The Qin Empire is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Gai Nie sighed. Then Hou Yi looked at Gai Nie and Meng Tian, speaking with calm detachment. General Meng, those 2 traitors are now in your hands. Meng Tian was stunned, disbelief written across his face. In his mind he thought, what? This man in black defeated the sword saint, and now wants to hand him over to me for disposition. Meng Tian stared at the man in black with incredulity. He asked, may I ask your name, sir? I am Hou Yi, he replied calmly. As for my origins, General Meng, you need not ask. I am simply carrying out orders. Meng Tian smiled faintly and said nothing more. Finally, Hou Yi glanced at Gai Nie, then turned and walked away. Meng Tian, seeing him depart, muttered to himself, who in the world is this man? I don't know either, Meng Tian said, looking at Gai Nie. Gai Nie shook his head. Outside Xianying Palace, a middle-aged man wearing a dark black dragon robe stood outside, holding the emperor's sword. The middle-aged man exuded a constant aura of sovereignty. Yes, this was Ying Yu, the Qin king. Suddenly a soldier hurried to the foot of the stairs, reporting, message, your majesty, General Meng Tian has captured Gai Nie and teaming outside Xianying city. The Qin emperor Ying Yu was overjoyed. Quick, send people to meet Meng Tian. Yes, your majesty. Outside Xianying city at this moment. Meng Tian commanded, take them to Tianlao. Oh, I will go to the palace to present myself. Yes, general. Meng Tian walked toward the palace, frowning as he thought of the man from Crescent Moon Valley, Hou Yi. His heart grew heavier. He wondered whether Hou Yi was foe or ally, and whether he might threaten the Qin Empire. If there is no threat, fine. If there is, could he be defeated by me? At that moment, Meng Tian grew increasingly uneasy. While pondering, he found himself outside Xianying Palace, and he quickened his pace to enter the Grand Hall. Inside the Great Hall, he found Ying Yu waiting. Ying Yu spoke first. I hear you have captured Gai Nie and Tian Ming. Yes, your majesty. Although I captured them, someone else subdued them with force. Oh, who is this person more formidable than my iron cavalry? Ying Yu asked in disbelief. And who is this person? All I know is that he goes by Hou Yi, the rest I do not know. This man defeated Gai Nie with just 5 moves. Who is this? He used only 5 moves to defeat the Qin Empire's premier sword saint. Gai Nie is the Qin Empire's #1 sword saint. Those who can beat him are few. Are you sure you truly don't know? Meng Tian said. I truly do not know, for I have not faced him. Perhaps Gai Nie knows. Where's Gai Nie now? Ying Yu asked. Meng Tian replied, he is currently in Tianlao. Let us proceed to Tianlao. Your majesty, absolutely not. You are the sovereign, you cannot go to Tianlao. Please, your majesty, think twice. I have made up my mind. General Meng, accompany me. Ying Yu had resolved to go and uncover Hou Yi's identity. This person who could defeat the sword saint must know this man's background. Meng Tian relented and followed Ying Yu toward Tianlao, the Tianlao prison. Deep within the dungeon, Gai Nie sat on a straw mat, closing his eyes to rest. Yuan lay beside him, though the blade had not yet drawn. It gave a chilling, unnerving feeling. The quiet dungeon seemed unnervingly silent, suffocatingly quiet. For the sword saint, such a place was nothing unusual. He had killed many, his hands stained with blood. To him, this place was normal. Though Gai Nie was not afraid, that did not mean Tianming on the other side was not afraid. Tianming was still just a child, barely 6 or 7 years old, never having seen such scenes. Of fear had already consumed him. He spoke fearfully. Uncle, are you there? I am here. Uncle, I am scared. Gai Nie replied calmly. Tianming, do you remember what I told you? No matter where you are, stay calm. Only then can you become strong. Weren't you always wanting to be strong? His words indeed worked, and Tianming gradually grew calm. Tianming's hands clenched tightly. The boy's voice carried determination. Uncle, you're right. I will become strong. I will not be weak. I will not be afraid. Gai Nie smiled with relief and said nothing. Just then footsteps sounded from outside, making the quiet dungeon feel especially eerie. Tianming's previously calm heart suddenly sped up, growing tense and afraid. Gai Nie opened his eyes slightly, becoming alert. Could someone be here to harm them? Gai Nie wondered inwardly. He looked at Tianming huddled by the wall. He said gravely, Be strong, Tianming. Do not let yourself become weak. But uncle, I am really scared. It is so dark here, and there are people coming. Tianming, do not fear. I am here with you. Didn't you tell me you wanted to become strong? With Gai Nie's encouragement, Tianming found his resolve no longer fearful. Gai Nie looked at Tianming and smiled softly, sensing Tianming's growth. At that moment, Meng Tian led Ying Zheng through the icy dungeon. The cold, dank prison sent chills down one's spine. Guided by Meng Tian, the first emperor of Qin, Ying Zheng arrived at the place where Gai Nie was imprisoned. Soon after, they beheld Gai Nie within the dungeon. Ying Zheng cast a cold glance at Gai Nie, then at the boy Tianming, who was also incarcerated nearby. A slight stir arose in his heart. If his conjecture was correct, the Sword Saint had betrayed the great Qin Empire because of this child, hadn't he? How could a mere child cause the greatest swordsman under heaven to betray Qin? What was the origin of this boy? What was his background? Ying Zheng furrowed his brows slightly, then turned his gaze back to Gai Nie. He spoke angrily. Aren't you going to give me an explanation? The first Sword Saint of Great Qin. Gai Nie remained impassive, sitting on the straw mat in silence, uttering not a word. It seemed as if all these matters had nothing to do with him. I am questioning you. Speak at once. Gai Nie asked, Your Majesty, what would you like to hear? Ying Zheng's face quivered with rage. Even at this moment, the man was still feigning ignorance. Why did you betray Great Qin? Was it because of this child? What is the background of this child? What is his identity? Your Majesty, if I reveal his true identity, could you guarantee his safety? Gai Nie inquired. Ying Zheng fell silent, standing there without a word. He did not answer Gai Nie's question immediately. In his youth, Ying Zheng had been close friends with Gai Nie. One could imagine how deep their bond was, far beyond what ordinary people could compare. After about half a minute, Ying Zheng waved his hand at Gai Nie and said, Speak then. Gai Nie calmly stated, Jing Ke's son. For so many years, Gai Nie had been burdened by guilt. Whenever he saw Tianming, he would recall the time he and Jing Ke had sparred with swords. This child was Jing Ke's son. He wished to atone for the deceased Jing Ke in this way. That was why he was so determined to protect the child, even at the cost of opposing the great Qin Empire. Ying Zheng was momentarily stunned. So this child was connected to Jing Ke in such a way. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. Ying Zheng said to Gai Nie, No wonder you guarded this child with your life. He is Jing Ke's son. So that's how it is. Back then, when Jing Ke attempted to assassinate Ying Zheng, Gai Nie had appeared in time to protect him. To defend Ying Zheng, Gai Nie had slain Jing Ke. After all these years, Ying Zheng had never imagined that Jing Ke had a son. Ying Zheng remained silent for a while, then waved his hand and said, Enough, enough. I will grant you a chance to redeem yourself. In the Battle of Canua Valley, do you know who that black-clad figure was? Ying Zheng asked. Gai Nie replied, I only know the man's name is Hou Yi. I know nothing else. He is extremely formidable. I was defeated by him within 5 moves. Ying Zheng looked at Gai Nie and saw that he too was ignorant, so he did not press further. Even the first Sword Saint of the Great Qin Empire spoke so highly of this man. Curiosity grew in Ying Zheng's heart. Who could this man be? Could he be from the Ma's school? Or a remnant of the 6 kingdoms? Or some other sect? Ying Zheng pondered inwardly. Then with solemnity he declared, I will grant you a chance to make amends. Investigate this. Suddenly emerged Hou Yi. If you succeed, I will let bygones be bygones. Gai Nie nodded and said agreed. He knew that only by doing so could he ensure the child's safety. If he did not submit to Qin, the child would likely be killed. Ying Zheng and Meng Tian exited the prison. As they stepped out, Ying Zheng remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Do you still not trust Gai Nie? Meng Tian asked. It is not that. I am thinking of another matter. I am pondering the man called Hou Yi. Do you not find his identity suspicious? Or perhaps his name sounds familiar? Hou Yi. Meng Tian fell into thought. Soon his heart jolted as he recalled a figure from mythology, the legendary Hou Yi, the mythical Hou Yi who shot down 9 suns with a single arrow. The two involuntarily exchanged glances. Ying Zheng drew a deep breath, gradually coming to a realization. I hope I am overthinking this. Inside the palace. By then Gai Nie had just settled Tianming. Walking along the tranquil palace paths, he eventually found himself near the residence of the third Prince Ying Yu. As he walked, he continued to ponder the Battle of Canua Valley. Gai Nie could not fathom who that person was, or which school or sect he belonged to. If such a master was within the Great Qin Empire, then the empire was indeed a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. He now bore a heavy responsibility. Ying Yu had tasked him with investigating this man, but he had no clues whatsoever. He only knew the man's name was Hou Yi, nothing else. Suddenly he looked up and frowned slightly. He saw a flash of golden light within the third prince's residence. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Gai Nie exclaimed in shock. Isn't that the same golden light emitted by the arrow of the black-clad man at Gai Nie Valley? Could the third prince Ying Yu be connected to that black-clad figure? Third Prince Ying Yu. The black-clad man. Gai Nie could hardly believe it, nor did he dare to speculate. Among the multitude of princes in the vast palace, Ying Yu was one of the most inconspicuous. Gai Nie thought incredulously. If it truly is that black-clad man, his martial arts are supreme. He would have detected me as soon as I approached. I should not alert him prematurely. I will visit this third prince another day. Gai Nie was extremely cautious and composed. After the Battle of Gai Nie Valley, he had concluded that this man was not to be underestimated. Thus he did not act rashly. Meanwhile, third prince Ying Yu was welcoming the triumphant Hou Yi. Ying Yu was unremarkable among the many princes. Even Ying Yu seldom cast a glance at him. He had accepted his situation and continued to lie low. But now everything was different. He had obtained the king's legion, whose heroes each possessed extraordinary powers. Ying Yu's heart surged with joy. So the man I summoned is this formidable. Hou Yi spoke first. Chieftain, the mission is complete. Ying Yu had not expected the mission to be accomplished so smoothly, nor had he anticipated that this man would defeat the first sword saint of Great Qin within 5 moves. He was also deeply shaken. He knew well that the sudden emergence of such a master within the Qin territory would not go unnoticed by Ying Yu. For Ying Yu, any person or force that threatened the Great Qin Empire had to be eliminated. This was both a test and a trial for Ying Yu. Ying Yu frowned slightly and said to Hou Yi, "Do not emerge during this period unless I summon you." Hou Yi replied, "Yes, chieftain." If Ying Yu were to learn that Hou Yi was Ying Yu's subordinate, the peaceful life he had maintained would cease to exist. Ying Yu would become even more wary of Ying Yu. Hou Yi continued, "Chieftain, I sensed a presence near the residence just now. But when it came this way, it stopped halfway and turned back." Ying Yu muttered to himself, "So soon? Has it been discovered?" A sense of unease washed over him. He furrowed his brow and said, "All right, I understand. You may withdraw for now." "Yes, chieftain." Suddenly a flash of golden light, and Hou Yi vanished from the courtyard. Third Prince Ying Yu reclined on a chair in the yard and thought, "Never mind, I won't dwell on it. I'll adapt as the situation unfolds." At this moment, Gai Nie was on his way to find Tianming. Throughout the journey, he couldn't shake the question, could that hooded figure Hou Yi truly be connected to the third Prince Ying Yu? Gai Nie furrowed his brows slightly and muttered to himself, "Should I inform Emperor Qin Shi Huang first?" He paused, then sighed. "Never mind. I'll hold off until I've gathered more information." Gai Nie lacked solid evidence and dared not act rashly. After Ying Yu agreed to spare Tianming, the boy had been settled in a manner within the capital. Tianming had yet to recover from his terror. Too much had happened, and his young mind struggled to process it all. What haunted him most was the scene in the dungeon, the towering, imposing figure of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and those fierce, piercing eyes. Even seasoned warriors felt dread in his presence. How could a mere child not tremble? Every time Tianming recalled that scene, his heart would race with fear and trepidation. Just then a chorus of footsteps echoed from outside, sending fresh panic through Tianming. Tiptoeing cautiously, he crept to the window and peeked out with his small head. A familiar face came into view, and he erupted joyfully into a loud shout. "Uncle! It's Uncle!" Tianming had always harbored a deep affection for Gai Nie. To the outside world, Gai Nie, the first sword saint of the Great Qin Empire, was a ruthless, cold figure whose eyes radiated murderous intent. But to Tianming, Gai Nie was kind, loyal, and righteous. The very reason the boy affectionately called him Uncle. When Tianming had been most helpless, it was Gai Nie who had rescued him. To the boy, Gai Nie was his entire world. Upon seeing Gai Nie, Tianming ran forward with exuberant strides and threw himself into the man's arms. Feeling Tianming nestled in his embrace, a faint smile graced Gai Nie's lips. In that moment, his fondness for the child deepened even further. Gai Nie spoke first. "What's wrong, Tianming? Has something happened?" Tianming's face broke into a gentle smile. "No, uncle. I just missed you." Gai Nie chuckled. "Smooth talker. You'd waste less breath practicing your swordsmanship instead." Such was precisely why Tianming so endearing to Gai Nie. Gai Nie looked down at him and said, "Too much has transpired recently, and there are many matters I must attend to. You stay here in the manor and practice your sword alone. When I've settled these affairs, I'll take you out." Tianming nodded earnestly. "I will, uncle. I'll be good. I won't cause you any trouble." Gai Nie gazed at the boy and smiled warmly. Seeing Tianming reminded him of his own youthful days. Then with a grievous expression, Tianming said, "Uncle, if I hadn't been a burden these past few days, you wouldn't have been captured by them. Did they torment you?" Guilt weighed heavily on Tianming's heart. He was too weak, of no help to Gai Nie at all. Without him, Gai Nie could have escaped effortlessly. After all, the title of first sword saint of the Great Qin Empire was no empty boast. Gai Nie patted Tianming's head and smiled gently. "No, you were no burden." Gai Nie himself had been caught off guard by that unexpectedly powerful opponent. Few in the entire Great Qin Empire could best him in combat, and that hooded figure, that so-called Hou Yi, had defeated him in merely 5 moves. Tianming looked up with a sorrowful face. But by your side I was utterly useless. Gai Nie ruffled the boy's hair, and said with a smile, that is precisely why you must grow stronger and practice your sword without delay. Yes, uncle. When I grow up, I'll become the strongest person and help you defeat all those villains. After seeing Tianming settled, Gai Nie made his way straight toward the outer gates of the imperial palace. His thoughts drifted inward as he muttered, I must pay a visit to this third prince and probe his true nature. The timing was far too coincidental. Right upon arriving outside the third prince's residence, a flash of golden light had appeared. It was impossible not to suspect a connection between Prince Ying Yu and that Hou Yi figure. Gai Nie murmured, best go pay my respects then. At the entrance of the third prince Ying Yu's mansion, he approached the guards with calm composure. Please inform your master that Gai Nie requests an audience. The guard responded, Sir, please wait outside. I shall report immediately. Meanwhile, the news reached the third prince Ying Yu. Ying Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Gai Nie, what could he want? A thought crossed his mind. Could it be about that Hou Yi incident? His suspicion deepened. Hou Yi had returned only recently, and had originally claimed to sense a certain presence outside the mansion. Now Gai Nie's sudden visit only reinforced Ying Yu's suspicions. Hurriedly, Ying Yu instructed his attendants, quickly invite him in. Gai Nie, after all, served under Emperor Qin Shi Huang. He could not be slighted. The guard turned to Gai Nie and said, Sir, please enter. Our lord bids you welcome. Gai Nie approached Ying Yu with measured steps and bowed. Greetings, your highness. Ying Yu replied, I wonder what brings Mr. Gu to my residence. I have a matter I wish to inquire about, Gai Nie said. Go ahead, sir. Do you know the hooded figure from Gai Nie Valley? The question was deliberately probing. As soon as the name left his lips, Gai Nie's brow tightened, and his gaze fixed intently on Ying Yu, sparing no detail. He watched for the slightest hint of reaction. Ying Yu understood the stakes. One wrong word could arouse Gai Nie's suspicion. Equally, he knew the time was not yet right to expose Hou Yi. Maintaining composure, Ying Yu replied calmly, I am unfamiliar with the person you describe. Beneath the surface of their seemingly tranquil exchange lay a subtle battle of wits. Each watched the other's expressions and glances carefully. Are you certain you do not know him? Gai Nie pressed. Ying Yu's expression remained unfazed. Do you doubt my word? Gai Nie studied the young prince, whose demeanor was as tranquil as still water. Without concrete evidence, only suspicion, Gai Nie chose not to press further. Could the third prince truly have no connection to that hooded figure? Gai Nie fell into deep thought. Yet he had clearly witnessed the golden light erupt within the prince's estate. His conviction remained unshaken. Noticing that Ying Yu would offer nothing more, Gai Nie dropped the subject. But the seed of doubt had already taken root within him. He would continue his investigation until the truth was uncovered. Only by uncovering the facts could he ensure both his and Tianming's survival and secure a foothold within this imperial city. Ying Yu observed that Gai Nie had fallen silent. He raised a hand gracefully. Mr. Gu, I fear I am rather fatigued today. Perhaps another occasion would be more suitable. Then I shall take my leave, your highness, Gai Nie replied. Ying Yu offered no further response. Gai Nie understood that the prince was deliberately withholding information. His visit had served its purpose as a probe. Guided by his attendants, Gai Nie slowly made his way out of the mansion. Gai Nie stepped the mansion where Tianming resided. He headed for the library pavilion, hoping to find any clues there. Gai Nie arrived at the library pavilion, rummaging through ancient scrolls. The writings on those ancient tomes suddenly brought something to his mind. Hou Yi shoots the sun. Gai Nie murmured to himself. He shook his head again. How could this be possible? How could such a coincidence exist in the world? And the legendary Hou Yi is a mythical figure after all. This third prince, how could he possibly possess a mythic figure? Gai Nie was clearly unconvinced. Meanwhile, inside the Xianying palace, Qin Shi Huang Yingzheng glanced at Zhao Gao beside him and asked, Tell me, how is the investigation into Gai Nie going? Zhao Gao smiled slightly and replied, I suppose Gai Nie might have found a few clues. Shall we summon Gai Nie to ask him? Yingzheng remained silent, seated on the dragon throne with his eyes closed in contemplation. Zhao Gao looked at Yingzheng and immediately understood. In the entire Great Qin Empire, no one understood Yingzheng better than Zhao Gao. Among more than a dozen princes, none understood Yingzheng's thoughts as well as Zhao Gao. This was also why Yingzheng favored Zhao Gao. Walking the emperor's path, he had seen too many entanglements and was long used to them. Many people could not understand Yingzheng. For example, the burning of books and burying of scholars, the unification of scripts, and the standardization of weights and measures. They could not understand why he did these things. The outsiders failing to understand was no surprise. Many princes also could not understand, which saddened Yingzheng. These princes would contend openly and covertly in the days to come, each scheming to harm the other. At this moment, only Zhao Gao understood the loneliness in the heart of this emperor who stood above all ages. He longed to find someone to talk to vent his solitude. But after searching, there was no one suitable. Perhaps from the very beginning, Yingzheng knew that once one treads the path of an emperor, one is destined to walk it alone. Gai Nie walked along a quiet path. Ahead, a man approached, glanced at Gai Nie, then spoke, Sir, His Majesty requests your presence. Gai Nie frowned, thinking to himself, What does the emperor want with me at this moment? Is it about Hou Yi? Then please lead the way. The grand eunuch led Gai Nie along the long corridors of the palace. Gai Nie could not fathom why the emperor would call him at this moment. Yet he vaguely guessed two possibilities. The first was Tianming's matter, the second Hou Yi's matter. Gai Nie murmured, could Ying Yu have changed his mind? Or is there a clue about Hou Yi from the man in black? Gai Nie frowned. They soon arrived outside the Xianying palace. Gai Nie slowly walked into the palace. Inside, he first glanced at Zhao Gao, the chief of the Central Chariot Bureau, then looked at Ying Yu, who sat on the dragon throne with his eyes closed, as if asleep. Since Ying Yu unified the 6 states, his daily routine had only a few hours of rest. Because he had to manage countless affairs every day, he grew perpetually tired. Zhao Gao looked up as Gai Nie arrived, then whispered to Ying Yu, Your Majesty, Gai Nie has arrived. Ying Yu slowly opened his eyes. Then Gai Nie spoke first. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Ying Yu replied, Gai Iching, please rise. Ying Yu asked, how did the Hou Yi matter turn out? Gai Nie let out a long sigh, so Ying Yu had summoned him to inquire about Hou Yi, not Tianming. This finally let the thorn in his heart be eased. Gai Nie had overthought it as well. Ying Yu had spoken with gilded words promising to release Tianming. How could he deceive Gai Nie? Gai Nie responded calmly, there is a lead. Now I suspect that one person connected to Hou Yi is involved. Oh, who is it? Ying Yu asked in astonishment, for he could hardly imagine that so little time had passed, and Gai Nie had already found a thread. Gai Nie replied calmly, in Remnant Moon Valley Hou Yi shot that golden light. I saw the same golden light in the residence of the third Prince Ying Yu as well. Therefore I suspect that the third Prince Ying Yu is involved with this man in black. Gai Nie, whose career in battle was storied, knows there are only a few who could have bested him. Ever since Remnant Moon Valley, Gai Nie had kept that golden light in memory. To be defeated by that light, within 5 moves, he would never forget. And the opponent had defeated him so easily, which filled Gai Nie with a sense of shame. Ying Yu exclaimed in astonishment, what? Ying Yu? Gai Nie exclaimed. Ying Yu was astonished, for in his impression the third Prince Ying Yu had always been honest and diligent. Ying Yu wore a look of disbelief, and Gai Nie saw the shock on his face. He hurried to explain, I was merely suspicious, there is no solid evidence. Because I do not know whether Ying Yu and Hou Yi are connected, I cannot be certain, only suspicious. But when Gai Nie recalled his visit to the third Prince Ying Yu after much thought, he found no clue. He had carefully observed the third prince's expression and found nothing. He did not dare conclude whether the man in black or Hou Yi were connected to Ying Yu. After hearing Gai Nie's words, Ying Zheng's own suspicions began to grow. He still could not fully believe it, for in his view his third son had always been quiet like air. Normally he avoided contention, but hearing such words from Gai Nie unsettled him. Although Gai Nie only suspected and had no solid evidence the matter touched on the third Prince Ying Yu. This issue gave Ying Yu a tremendous headache. At that moment Zhao Gao, the chief of the Central Chariot Bureau, looked from Ying Yu to Gai Nie, and seeing neither speak, remained silent. Then Zhao Gao spoke first, Your Majesty, Mr. Gai Nie is merely suspicious. Why not let him continue the investigation? Ying Yu listened, and found it reasonable. He told Gai Nie, then continue the inquiry until the truth comes to light. I hope, Your Majesty, I, your humble servant, will not disappoint your expectations. Gai Nie replied gravely, Indeed, I shall not fail, Your Majesty. Then you may go down for now, I am somewhat weary. Ying Yu said to Gai Nie. He then slowly closed his eyes again, and lay back on the dragon throne. In Ying Zheng's mind the seed of doubting Ying Yu had slowly taken root. Ying Yu was inherently distrustful, and Gai Nie's words only deepened it. He now grew even more curious about what surprises his third son might bring. Then Zhao Gao led Gai Nie out of the great hall. Outside the hall, Gai Nie looked at Zhao Gao and asked with concern, How is His Majesty's health lately? Zhao Gao smiled softly and replied, Your Majesty's health is sound, there is no need for you to worry, Gai Nie. Then Gai Nie had nothing more to say and walked out of Xianying Palace. Upon learning that Ying Yu might be connected to Hou Yi, Zhao Gao felt an immediate sense of unease. After all, he was Hou Hi's teacher. Zhao Gao had long assisted Hou Hi, hoping to see him named Crown Prince. At this time Ying Yu had not yet appointed a Crown Prince, a position all the princes vied for. Before Ying Yu entered the political arena, Fu Su had been Hou Hi's chief rival. Fu Su was already a formidable opponent, and now Ying Yu had emerged as another threat. This meant another contender had appeared in the race for the Crown Prince position. It made Zhao Gao immediately alert. At this moment, he wanted to investigate more than anyone else whether Ying Yu truly had any connection with Hou Yi. If there were no connection, it would be fine. But if there was, then the path to the throne would have another powerful rival. Zhao Gao felt a subtle unease within him. At that moment Zhao Gao arrived at Hou Hi's residence. He saw Hou Hi studying in the courtyard. By imperial decree of Qin Shi Huang, Hou Hi had been assigned to study the works of ancient sages and legal codes under Zhao Gao's tutelage. Since beginning his studies under Zhao Gao, Hou Hi had always held him in deep respect. Whatever Zhao Gao said, Hou Hi believed without hesitation. The moment Hou Hi looked up, he saw his teacher Zhao Gao. Hou Hi hastily paid his respects and asked, Teacher, what brings you here today? Zhao Gao replied, I came to check on you. Have you heard about the sensation that has rocked all of Xianying? Hou Yi. Hou Hi nodded slightly and replied, Yes, teacher. I have also heard that Hou Yi is incredibly powerful, having defeated the sword Saint Gai Nie in fewer than 5 moves. Teacher, do you wish to recruit him? Hou Yi asked. I would like to, but that Hou Yi seems to already have a master. Hou Yi exclaimed in surprise. Oh, whose service does such a formidable figure render? Zhao Gao said, the third Prince Ying Yu. What? Ying Yu? Zhao Gao spoke calmly. We only suspect a connection between Ying Yu and Hou Yi at this point. Hou Yi was utterly shocked. Though it was merely suspicion, Hou Yi was deeply alarmed upon hearing it. Now all factions were investigating Ying Yu and Hou Yi. For a suddenly emerged expert to be connected to a previously unknown and inconspicuous prince like Ying Yu sent ripples through the once peaceful imperial palace. Rumors were swirling everywhere. Some said the third prince Ying Yu commands a powerful faction. Others claimed the third prince Ying Yu is actually Hou Yi himself. Even more audacious rumors suggested the third prince Ying Yu is also vying for the crown prince position. The palace was abuzz with all manner of speculation. This unsettled Zhao Gao deeply, and he immediately thought of deploying the Luo Wang, an elite assassination organization directly under his command. It was one of the mysterious organizations of the Qin state. Zhao Gao wanted Hou Yi to become crown prince and eventually the emperor of the Great Qin Empire. Therefore Zhao Gao would eliminate anyone who posed a threat to Hou Yi. Zhao Gao was ruthless and always cautious in his actions. He spoke calmly, do not fear. Your teacher is here. Hou Yi did not say much more, knowing his teacher was profoundly capable. He could help him eliminate all those who posed a threat. Soon after, Zhao Gao activated his most prized organization, the Luo Wang. He carefully selected several top assassins from within. Zhao Gao spoke to them calmly. Your mission is to surveil the third prince Ying Yu and investigate his connection with Hou Yi. Under no circumstances are you to expose your identities. We obey. Zhao Gao understood that this was only suspicion, not yet confirmed. The primary target at present remained the eldest prince Fu Su. Right now only Fu Su posed the greatest threat to Hou Yi. Weighing priorities, he needed to focus his energies on Fu Su. Of course, the third prince, Ying Yu, would still require attention. Soon the Luo Wang assassins carried out their orders and infiltrated the third prince's residence. Inside the estate, Ying Yu was leisurely taking a stroll. Suddenly a slight smile curled at the corner of Ying Yu's lips. So we have guests. Meanwhile, Hou Yi, who was stationed around the estate, also sensed their presence. Hou Yi transmitted his thoughts. My lord, I have detected several presences within your estate. Ying Yu replied calmly, I am aware. Hou Yi asked, shall I deal with them? Ying Yu said, not yet. Let us not raise suspicion. Yes, my lord. Hou Yi had remained around Ying Yu's estate partly to protect Ying Yu's safety and partly to be ready whenever summoned. Ying Yu muttered to himself, since our guests have come, it would be rude not to receive them properly. Ying Yu transmitted his thoughts, go and investigate which faction they belong to. At this moment, Ying Yu also wanted to know which power he had stirred up. Yes, my lord. I shall investigate immediately. After that, Ying Yu said nothing more. He simply lay quietly on a chair in the courtyard and asked his servant to brew him some tea. He reclined there savoring his tea with eyes closed. This left the Luo Wang assassins dumbfounded, each at a loss for words. Their mission had been to secretly infiltrate the third prince, Ying Yu's residence, to investigate his connection with Hou Yi. They dared not rashly act, for if Ying Yu became aware they were surveilling him, he would only grow more vigilant. However, they had underestimated Ying Yu. From the very beginning, Ying Yu had detected them. Since Gai Nie's visit, Ying Yu had known this matter was far from simple. He knew the peaceful life he had once enjoyed was over. From this moment on, he was drawn into a war without smoke and fire. At this time, Ying Yu may not yet have known that the imperial palace was in an uproar, all discussing Hou Yi and his connection to him. Rumors were everywhere. Meanwhile, he reclined leisurely within his estate savoring tea. Ying Yu understood that as long as he did not reveal himself and kept Hou Yi hidden, no faction could pierce through his defenses. Meanwhile, within the alchemy tower, Su Fu was diligently refining pills. Su Fu was an alchemist and one of the 5 elders of the Yin-Yang division. He specialized in refining the elixir of immortality for Qin Shi, Huang, Yingzheng, enjoying the emperor's deep trust. Before the unification of the 6 states, Qin Shi, Huang, Yingzheng had suffered from a severe headache. The imperial physicians within the palace were unable to cure him. They were at a loss. Yingzheng had merely suffered a headache, yet not even the palace doctors could heal him. This filled Yingzheng with great anger. Just at that moment, a man named Su Fu appeared. He presented the pills he had refined to Yingzheng. At first, Yingzheng did not believe him, for the palace physicians had been unable to cure him. How could a mere alchemist succeed where they had failed? With no other option, Yingzheng reluctantly gave it a try. The headache had plagued him continuously, keeping him awake through sleepless nights. After taking the pill, Yingzheng's headache gradually disappeared. This delighted Yingzheng greatly. He immediately ordered the construction of the alchemy tower and then commanded Su Fu to refine the elixir of immortality for him. Su Fu's status rose dramatically, becoming the person most trusted by Yingzheng. In the alchemy tower, Su Fu sits in a quiet chamber, studying the manual as he governs the flame and refines his elixirs. Within the alchemical, the flames burn. Su Fu reads while adding herbs. He is utterly focused, muttering to himself, I must succeed. I cannot fail this time. Su Fu, beads of sweat on his brow, keeps his gaze fixed on the furnace. Outside, the disciples are all chattering. Look, Master is refining elixirs inside again. Master is truly formidable. When will I be as mighty as Master? Oh, please, you'll have to wait until the next life. To the disciples, their master is formidable. They recall the time when Qin Shi Huang Ying fell ill, and all were at a loss. Even the palace's imperial physicians could not cure Ying. With a single elixir, their master cured him. They all revere this master. They all wish to become alchemists like Su Fu. It shows how greatly the disciples worship Su Fu. Su Fu's senior disciple says, "Everyone quiet down. Can't you see Master is refining alchemy inside? If something goes wrong, can you bear the blame?" Inside the sealed chamber, Su Fu is wholly absorbed in refining the medicine. Hearing the clamor outside, Su Fu almost spits out a mouthful of old blood. Su Fu roars loudly, "Could you stop the noise? Can't you see, I am refining medicine?" The disciples outside fall silent upon hearing the fury from the chamber. Su Fu, hearing no more sounds from outside, lets out a long breath, then resumes his single-minded watch over the furnace. With a bang, it happens. The alchemy furnace explodes. Su Fu's face drains of color. He is blown back several meters, struggling to rise, rummaging about, as if searching for something. The disciples outside frown at the disturbance and begin to murmur again. "Did you hear that? What movement is inside? Did you hear that? Could the furnace have exploded? Could Master have failed at alchemy?" Finally, from a corner, Su Fu's eyes light up as he spots something. So it was the elixir. Su Fu roars with joy, it's done, I have finally succeeded." He glances at the pill in his hand, and tears spill unconsciously. After so many failures, Su Fu finally succeeds. He no longer cares about appearances, laughing to the heavens. The disciples outside think Su Fu has gone mad from alchemy. Whispers rise, "Master is truly formidable." Yes, indeed. Though the cauldron exploded, he still forged an elixir. Truly unprecedented. Su Fu strides out of the chamber with a grim face, cradling the freshly forged elixir, his hair slightly disheveled. He roars, "Hurry up, I must see His Majesty, I must see His Majesty." Ignoring his image, he follows the palace guards through the corridors. On the way to the palace, he smiles as he walks, as if the whole world has gone mad. Xianying Palace. Ying sits and pores over documents. Zhao Gao approaches and says, "Your Majesty, Yun Zhongjun seeks an audience." Yun Zhongjun is Su Fu, a title used by the Yingyang masters. Ying replies calmly, "Oh, what does he want? Please have him admitted at once." Su Fu slowly steps into the great hall. He speaks, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Su Aiching rise quickly. Ying glances at Su Fu. Su Fu now looks like a beggar on the roadside, his clothes torn and his face darkened. "Su Aiching, what happened to you? How did you come to this?" Su Fu smiles wryly and says, "Your Majesty, set aside all this. I have joyous news to tell you." "Oh, what joyous news?" Ying frowns slightly. "I have refined the elixir." Ying exclaims, "Bring it here for me to see at once." Next, Zhao Gao takes the elixir from Su Fu and hands it to Ying. Ying inspects it from left to right, clearly pleased. For years he has been taking elixirs refined by Su Fu. Each time Su Fu succeeds in refining an elixir, Ying feels himself one step closer to immortality. Ying exclaims with joy, "There shall be rewards, there shall be rewards. Let Su Aiching be rewarded with 1,000 pieces of gold." Su Fu smiles, "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall not disappoint Your Majesty's expectations." After Ying swallows the elixir, he suddenly thinks of Ying Yu. He has not seen Ying Yu for a long time, and he feels a pang of longing. Just then he tells Zhao Gao, "Prepare the carriage, go to the third prince's residence." Meanwhile, the third prince, Ying Yu's residence, awaits. Ying Yu suddenly hears a voice, the emperor has arrived. He is startled, he had not expected his father to come. Normally, Ying Yu rarely meets Ying alone. The emperor's arrival startles him a little. Then Ying Yu says, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Ying Yu looks up at Ying and notices something amiss. He studies him closely. His face is dark and his breath is weak. This could be the result of long-term poisoning. Ying Yu sighs. The one person who could have made Ying endure such elixirs is Su Fu Yun Zhongjun, one of the 5 elders of the Yingyang masters, Yun Zhongjun Su Fu. As the emperor of the Qin Empire, his favorite thing is elixirs, and his most stubborn pursuit is the immortality pill. Ying detects Ying Yu's gaze. There is a momentary startle. He frowns and asks, "What is it? Why do you look at me like that?" "Nothing, father. Nothing at all." Ying asks cautiously, "Have you heard anything recently?" "The Battle of Remnant Moon Valley." Ying Yu replies calmly, "I have heard of it, Your Majesty." "What do you think of Hou Yi?" Ying probes cautiously to see how Ying Yu will respond. Ying Yu answers calmly, "Hou Yi is indeed formidable." Ying is surprised, "Oh really? Even your evaluation is that high?" Ying Yu replies coolly, "To defeat the sword saint Gai Nie within 5 moves is rare, even in the Qin Empire." Now the entire city of Xianying holds Hou Yi in high regard. Ying says nothing more. Ying Yu meanwhile wishes to bide his time, perhaps wait for Ying to die, so he can rise again and become emperor. But still he is his father. He cannot concern himself with that now. He asks casually, "Father, your complexion looks terrible. Have you been taking something for a long time?" Ying answers calmly, "You rascal, what is this about?" At that moment Ying Yu recalls Su Fu's elixirs. Ying Yu suspects the pills are at work. He frowns and says, "Father, your complexion is poor. If I'm not mistaken, you have been taking the elixir offered by Yun Zhongjun, right?" "So what, eh? Father, do you know these elixirs are filled with toxins, and taking them day by day will cost you your life?" Ying Zheng erupts in fury. He refuses to believe Su Fu could harm him. He has no such courage. Ying Zheng asked angrily, "What evidence do? Can a single remark prove that the pill is defective?" Ying Yu understood at that moment he did not show something would not believe him. His plan was simple: to bide his time until his father died, then revolt. By that time, even if his younger brother Hou Yi attacked him, he would have the means to resist. He grew even more certain that as long as Ying Zheng did not die, the realm would not fall into chaos. After weighing it all, he felt that his father should not die too soon. Ying Yu frowned and said, "Father, next time Su Fu provides you the elixir, do not rush to swallow it. You can have some rats and cats tested first." Ying Zheng roared, "Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. How could Su Fu harm me?" Su Fu was Ying Zheng's personal alchemist, and Ying Zheng believed Su Fu could not harm himself. It was even less likely that he would take a poisoned elixir. After hearing these words, Ying Zheng stormed out of the third prince's residence. Ying Yu looked at his father with distrust, shook his head, and said nothing more. Inside the Xianying palace, Ying Zheng sat on the dragon throne, still pondering what Ying Yu had just said. He also felt his body growing weaker by the day. At first, Ying Zheng thought it was due to overwork. After hearing Ying Yu say that, a sense of unease rose in his heart. Ying Zheng muttered to himself, "Could this elixir really have a problem? Impossible. The Su Fu I know would never harm me, would he?" Hou Yi transmitted telepathically, "Leader, we have identified the identities of those in black." Ying Yu asked. Hou Yi calmly replied, "They belong to Luo Wang." Hou Yi transmitted telepathically, "Leader, we have identified the identities of those in black." Ying Yu asked. Hou Yi calmly replied, "They belong to Luo Wang." Luo Wang. A vast net all-encompassing, no place is safe. Luo Wang is the largest and most formidable secret organization. A large number of fugitive criminals and roaming swordsmen were absorbed, subjected to brutal, bloody training, and turned into deadly spears. Like spiders lurking in the Empire's shadows, they await prey that falls into the net. Ying Yu knew the head of Luo Wang was Zhao Gao. Luo Wang was the Qin Empire's strongest killer organization, and its members were skilled in assassination and covert killing. Highly troublesome. At this moment, Ying Yu felt a vague unease. He could not understand why Zhao Gao would be drawn in. Could it be fear that Ying Yu would seize the throne? Ying Yu wore a fearless expression, for there was a very capable master by his side, Hou Yi. Hou Yi's displayed strength at the Battle of Remnant Moon Valley was widely acknowledged. There was such a master by Ying Yu's side. Ying Yu was not afraid at all. He did not fear even Gai Nie, let alone these minor killers. Ying Yu calmly transmitted, "All right, I understand. Keep an eye on the mansion's movements. If anything happens, tell me immediately." "Yes, my lord." Ying Yu did not say more. He continued strolling leisurely, sipping tea, as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. Inside the alchemy tower, Su Fu, having recently received the emperor's favor, was in a very happy mood. He wanted to refine a few more pills to exchange for Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng's rewards. He imitated the scene from the last refining, and wished to refine a few more pills to obtain a large reward. He repeated the same methods and ingredients as before. He inwardly rejoiced. "Last time refining one pill earned me 1,000 taels of gold. If I refine a few more, would I not be as rich as a nation?" He repeated the previous method again and again, then watched as the manual guided him to add ingredients to the furnace. Soon he successfully refined another pill identical to the last. Then he hurried toward the palace, intending to present this pill to Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng and exchange it for a reward. He walked with a smile, marveling at how easy money was to earn. Not long after, he arrived before Ying Zheng holding the pill and smiling slightly. "Your Majesty, I have once more refined a pill." Zhao Gao took the pill, handed it to Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng held the pill, furrowed his brow a little as he looked at Su Fu, and he immediately recalled Ying Yu's words. Although he did not fully trust Ying Yu's words did remind Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng by nature was suspicious, and with Ying Yu's reminder his doubt deepened. Ying Zheng grew even more suspicious. He calmly asked, "Su Aiqing, has someone told me that your pills have a problem?" Su Fu's face changed at once. After Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng took that pill, his headache was cured. Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng then ordered Su Fu to refine an elixir of longevity for him. Su Fu knew that as a wandering sorcerer there was no real longevity pill in the world, and that he could not refine one. As a rogue alchemist after years of practice, Su Fu understood better than anyone. The so-called longevity was a joke. No one in this world could truly live forever. When the emperor commanded him to refine pills, he did not dare disobey. So over the years he followed the manual's methods to refine pills. Su Fu believed these pills would not cause major problems when taken. So he continued to refine for Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng, and over the years he had gained many advantages. Thus he pressed on with risk, continuing to refine for Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng. Today, upon hearing these words from Ying Zheng, Su Fu broke into a cold sweat. Su Fu wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "Your Majesty, rumors are just rumors. How could I, a mere official, craft poison for the emperor?" Su Fu cried out in fear, "Your Majesty, please do not heed that person's rumors. I am utterly loyal to the emperor." At this moment, Su Fu continued to argue, fear gnawing at him. Who could it be? Ying Zheng remained half believing and half doubting. He remembered Ying Yu's earlier words about bringing in cats and dogs to test. Ying Zheng ordered someone to fetch a cat. Ying Zheng took the pill from Zhao Gao, looked at it, and calmly said, "Since Su Aiqing says this is rumors spread by others, I will help you dispel them." Then he fed the pill to a cat. Su Fu trembled in the great hall, sweating profusely, his head bowed, not daring to lift his gaze to look at Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng saw Su Fu so panicked and unable to look up, and asked Su Aiqing, "Why are you so agitated? Could it be that the elixir really has a problem?" Aye. Su Fu stammered, panic overtaking him. Su Fu panicked. Inside the tranquil Yang Palace, it felt as if the Grim Reaper had descended. Great Hall, the most unsettled figure was Su Fu. In the hall, that cat seemed intent on devouring the elixir. Su Fu tried to intervene, but he dared not. Ying Zheng noticed Su Fu's unease, and a note of disappointment crossed his face. It used words were right. This Su Fu truly seemed suspicious. Ying Zheng sighed. The cat had eaten the elixir, and after about half a minute the cat showed no sign of harm. Su Fu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I told you the elixir was harmless." Before Su Fu could finish, the cat meowed twice. A hush fell over the great hall. Ying Zheng and Su Fu fixed their eyes on the cat. Then the cat foamed at the mouth and lay there motionless. Ying Zheng spoke first, calm. "Su Aiqing, will you not give me an explanation?" Su Fu kept his gaze on the cat, sweat pouring down his face. Startled by the scene, he stood there kneeling, utterly still. Then Su Fu said, "Your Majesty, hear my explanation." Ying Zheng's anger rose. "What explanation is needed? Take Su Fu away and behead him." Su Fu cried out, "Spare me, Your Majesty, spare me." Ying Zheng then gave Su Fu a cold look. At the palace doorway, the guards heard the order and prepared to take Su Fu away. Su Fu, meeting Ying Zheng's icy gaze, said no more. He knew the truth was laid bare, and any further words would be useless. Su Fu's family was drawn into it as well, and they too could not escape the fate of death. Su Fu, still lamenting, pleaded with Ying Zheng to spare his kin. At that moment, Ying Zheng remained in a rage, not heeding Su Fu's pleas. Then Su Fu was carried away by the imperial guards. After Su Fu was taken away, Ying Zheng kept his gaze on the cat. He could hardly believe that for so many years he had been swallowing pills tainted with poison. Had it not been for his son's words, he would still be in the dark. Earlier, Ying Yu had told him of this, and Ying Zheng had been furious with Ying Yu. Thinking it over, Ying Zheng felt a twinge of guilt. Zhao Gao witnessed it all. He grew more curious about Ying Yu's true identity. Indeed, he could discern that Ying Zheng had long been consuming pills tainted with poison. This astonished Zhao Gao. Then Ying Zheng ordered Zhao Gao to take the Imperial Guard and raise the refining pill tower. Zhao Gao with the Imperial Guard arrived outside the refining pill tower. Inside, the disciples waited, wondering why their master had not yet returned. They argued among themselves, guessing. Where could master be? Why hasn't he come back yet? Did master present the elixir to the emperor, and the emperor kept him waiting? Impossible, another voice retorted. When he went into the palace to offer the elixir, he did not come back this late. Master, has something happened? Inside the tower's disciples debated among themselves. Outside, the other disciples saw Zhao Gao leading the Imperial Guard to surround the refining pill tower. The outsiders were horrified by the sight. They rushed into the refining pill tower and told their fellow disciples inside, "Zhao Gao has surrounded our refining pill tower with the Imperial Guard." Inside the tower, the disciples were a mass of confusion, not understanding why the guard had come. Then Su Fu's eldest disciple stepped forward and spoke calmly, "Dear fellow disciples, do not panic. I shall go outside to see what is happening." Having said that, Su Fu's senior disciple went to the door, looked at Zhao Gao outside, and said to Zhao Gao, "May I ask what brings you here, Lord Zhao?" Zhao Gao cast a cold look and said, "Do you know that Su Fu supplied toxin-tainted elixirs to the emperor?" Hearing this, Su Fu's senior disciple stood frozen, muttering to himself, "Nonsense. It can't be true. You must be mistaken. Master, how could he harm the emperor?" Zhao Gao, not wanting to listen to his talk, ordered the Imperial Guard to rush into the refining pill tower and seize Su Fu's disciples. Inside the refining pill tower, the disciples were still bewildered. Suddenly, they saw the Imperial Guard rush in, and fear seized them, leaving them speechless. The quiet was now terrifying. They did not dare resist, for they faced the Empire's most elite Imperial Guard. Under the might of the Guard, one by one, they were dragged out of the refining pill tower. Su Fu's eldest disciple had not yet recovered from the shock. He understood that Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng would not spare them. Zhao Gao looked at the still shaken disciple and ordered the nearby Imperial Guard to take him away. Yin Yang Masters. Taiji Xian Yi, the two energies of Yin and Yang. Long ago, the Yin Yang Masters parted from Taoism, forging their own path with a sword's edge. They followed Ying Zheng, protecting the Qin. Many among them were titled Guardian Masters. The events within the palace soon reached the ears of the Yin Yang Masters. Zhu Long was enraged. Yun Zhongjun was slain, and the refining pill tower was raided. Yun Zhongjun's disciples were not spared either. They were all astonished. They did not expect Su Fu to have crafted toxin-tainted elixirs for Ying Zheng. The Yin Yang Masters discussed together. Su Fu, that fool, had warned him to tread carefully. He simply wouldn't listen. Now look at the mess. Lives and fortunes ruined. If he dies serves him right. Ying Zheng dared touch him. He's gone mad. They understood that Ying would be furious. This matter would not end easily. They also learned that before Su Fu presented the elixir, Ying had met someone. After meeting that person, Ying had Su Fu beheaded. This man had once caused a sensation across Xianyang City, drawing attention from various powers. And there was a link to Hou Yi, who defeated Sword Saint Gai Nie. Yes, the man was the third Prince Ying Yu. He was the one who warned Ying that Su Fu's elixir was flawed. Su Fu's death and the raid on the refining pill tower were the result. If not for Ying might never have discovered the elixir's flaw. Su Fu would still be alive. The Ying masters gathered to decide how to quell Ying's fury. This affair began with Ying Yu, so perhaps we should strike at Ying Yu first. Dong Wangtai shook his head. Let us not trouble ourselves with that for now. The urgent task is to quell Ying's anger. That Su Fu is dead, and his death may bring catastrophe to the Ying masters, so we should first go and appease the current emperor. Dong Wangtai cut them off. All nodded. For now, set aside Ying Yu and think of how to calm Ying's anger. Perhaps send one of the 5 great elders, the Deci Ming. Go to Ying to beg for forgiveness. In this way they hoped to appease the first emperor's anger. Then send Deci Ming to Xianyang Palace. At this moment, inside the residence of the third prince, Ying Yu had caught wind of the occurrences within the imperial palace. He learned that regarding the elixir Su Fu had presented to Ying had found a cat and fed it to the animal. Subsequently, the cat foamed at the mouth and perished. Flying into a towering rage, Ying executed Su Fu along with all his disciples. Ying Yu nodded in quiet admiration. Ying Yu was well aware that if Ying lacked such ruthlessness, he would never be able to secure his throne in the Great Qin Empire. Ying Yu sighed with emotion. Fortunately, father possesses the resolve to act decisively. Otherwise, continuously consuming such toxic elixirs would inevitably bring him to the brink of death one day. Ying Yu muttered to himself. Father has consumed Su Fu's elixirs for so many years, I fear the toxins have already seeped deep into his bones. With a snap of his fingers, Ying Yu summoned another hero. BNK, one of the 4 legendary physicians of antiquity. To live or to die, that is the question. This was his catchphrase. BNK excelled most in moxibustion, and his medical expertise was peerless. A divine physician whose name echoed through the ages, he was revered as the progenitor of traditional medicine. BNK declared, when the world is gravely ill, how can lives be saved without moxibustion? Ying Yu looked at BNK, highly satisfied. With this, the toxins within his father's body could finally be purged. BNK said calmly, greetings, Lord Leader. Ying Yu replied with a faint smile, no need for such formalities. Ying Yu then commanded BNK to proceed to the Xianyang Palace to treat Ying. Inside the Xianyang Palace, Ying stood in the grand hall staring intently at the lifeless cat. He glanced at Zhao Gao and commanded, summon. Summon the imperial physicians to the hall. Zhao Gao replied, understood, your majesty. Still consumed by fury, Ying roared. Who gave Su Fu the audacity to plot against my life? After a moment, Ying's emotions gradually subsided. Suddenly, Ying Yu crossed his mind. Had it not been for Ying Yu's warning, he would still be placing his trust in Su Fu and consuming those toxic elixirs. Ying Yu had deduced that the elixirs were poisoned with just a single glance, which filled Ying with growing curiosity about his son. Shortly after, Zhao Gao led 3 imperial physicians into the Xianyang Palace. Before entering the hall, Zhao Gao briefed the 3 physicians on the situation. He then said solemnly, His Majesty has been deeply poisoned. I trust you gentlemen will spare no effort. Should you cure him, His Majesty will surely bestow handsome rewards. We shall do our utmost to heal His Majesty, they replied. Zhao Gao then ushered the imperial physicians into the grand hall. Inside the hall, Ying looked at Zhao Gao and the physicians. Without uttering a word, he simply waved his hand. Zhao Gao understood the gesture instantly. Zhao Gao whispered to the physicians, Gentlemen, please begin. The first physician to step forward was a man of profound knowledge and extensive experience. He first took Ying's pulse, but soon his brow furrowed deeply, and he shook his head at Zhao Gao. Without a word, Zhao Gao gestured for the next physician to step up. The second imperial physician, highly seasoned in clinical practice, stepped forward. He first observed Ying's complexion before taking his pulse. After a brief moment, his brow knitted slightly, and he retreated of his own accord. Powerless against the poison ravaging Ying's body, he could only pin his hopes on his master, the third imperial physician. The elder physician stepped forward, glancing first at Zhao Gao and then at Ying. He took Ying's pulse and asked him a few diagnostic questions. Afterward, the physician also retreated to the center of the hall. Deeply perplexed, Ying inquired calmly, My ministers, what is the diagnosis? Your Majesty, the poison has penetrated too deeply. It cannot be cured completely, but we can only alleviate the symptoms gradually. Ying looked at the 3 of them, said nothing more, and simply dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Zhao Gao then escorted the 3 physicians out of the grand hall. Once outside, the third physician was the first to speak. It is not that we are incompetent, but His Majesty is too deeply poisoned. There is no cure, only temporary relief. I shall write a prescription and have the medicine delivered shortly. Zhao Gao replied calmly. Thank you for your trouble, gentlemen. Helpless, the physicians could only prescribe a few remedies to temporarily suppress the toxins. Well aware of the severity of Ying Zhang's poisoning, they shook their heads in helpless resignation. As they walked along the imperial pathways after leaving the Xianyang palace, they noticed a figure rushing in the direction of the palace. As they brushed past the stranger, the third physician remarked, "Did you feel that this man looks somewhat familiar? He resembles someone." "Resembles whom?" "I cannot recall clearly, but he looks incredibly familiar." They continued their quiet discussion as they walked away. Back in the grand hall, Zhao Gao looked at Ying Zheng and said softly, "Your Majesty, someone outside requests an audience." Ying Zheng asked, "Oh, who is it?" Zhao Gao replied calmly, "The man outside is named BNK, who claims to be a divine physician. He says the third prince Ying Yu sent him." Hearing Zhao Gao's words, Ying Zheng was slightly startled. "You are." He then commanded, "Let him enter." Soon BNK stepped into the grand hall. Glancing first at Zhao Gao and then at Ying Zheng, BNK bowed and said calmly, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Ying Zheng inquired, "May I ask, Master, did you or indeed send you?" BNK replied, "Indeed, I have been dispatched by the third Prince Ying Yu to treat Your Majesty's ailment." Ying Zheng smiled faintly. Ying Yu had warned him about the toxic elixirs, and now he had even sent a divine physician to treat him. Recalling how he had previously unleashed his anger upon Ying Yu, Ying Zheng felt a pang of guilt. That Ying Yu could harbor no resentment and show such deep filial concern brought a wave of warmth to Ying Zheng's heart. With the emperor's consent, BNK strode forward toward Ying Zheng. He placed his fingers upon Ying Zheng's wrist to take his pulse. Suddenly a faint smile played on BNK's lips. To a divine physician of his caliber, such minor toxicity was utterly trivial. BNK did not pay it the slightest mind. Ying Zheng looked at him and asked, "Master, is there a cure for this?" BNK replied, "Your Majesty need not worry. There is merely a trace of residual toxins in your body. I shall treat Your Majesty with moxibustion." With that, BNK retrieved the moxa cones from his bag, ignited them, and approached Ying Zheng. Holding the burning moxa about 3 to 5 centimeters from Ying Zheng's skin, he began the moxibustion therapy. After about a quarter of an hour, the moxa in BNK's hand burned down completely. "Does Your Majesty feel any relief?" Indeed, as the warmth of the moxibustion settled in, Ying Zheng felt entirely refreshed and invigorated. BNK remarked calmly, "Your Majesty need not fret over the toxins. With a few more days of moxibustion treatment, the toxins in your body will be entirely dissipated." Overjoyed, Ying Zheng declared, "Excellent. You shall be handsomely rewarded." At that moment, Ying Zheng's thoughts turned to Ying Yu. Were it not for his son, the toxins in his body would never have been purged. He recalled how he had dismissed Ying Yu's warnings before with utter disbelief. Reflecting on his past actions, a deep sense of guilt weighed upon his heart. At this moment, Zhao Gao learned that BNK had been recommended by Ying Yu. Furthermore, this physician possessed extraordinary medical skills. The previous appearance of Hou Yi had already been astonishing, and now a divine healer like BNK had also arrived. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether Hou Yi had any connection to the third Prince Ying Yu. Zhao Gao's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he continued watching BNK treat Ying Zheng. He dared not ask nor speak, for beside him sat Qin Shi Huang, Ying Zheng himself. Should he inquire, Ying Zheng would certainly grow suspicious. At that point, he would find himself in a disadvantaged position. Zhao Gao observed BNK's treatment methods for Ying Zheng and could not help but praise his medical expertise. To see that the one recommended was a rival of his own disciple left Zhao Gao torn between pleasure and sorrow. He watched Ying Zheng beside him, who kept praising both Ying Yu and BNK's medical prowess. He now understood if he did not act now, once the third Prince Ying Yu gained more favor, he would never have another chance. Within Zhao Gao's residence, he summoned those assassins who had been monitoring the third Prince Ying Yu. Zhao Gao examined the group of assassins and spoke calmly. "Have you observed any movements from the third Prince Ying Yu recently?" "Report, Master, nothing unusual. That young master has remained very calm." Zhao Gao's brows furrowed slightly. "Calm? After tonight, I do not wish to see him anymore." The assassins immediately understood. They knew Ying Yu could no longer remain alive. They had long been resentful of that Ying Yu. While they endured wind and sun, Ying Yu strolled leisurely and drank tea. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. "Please rest assured, Master. That young Master Ying Yu will not survive until tonight." Zhao Gao nodded. Then he stated coldly, "Ensure it is done cleanly without leaving any traces that others could investigate." "Rest assured, Master. We will leave not a single clue behind." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Gao's mouth. He murmured to himself, "And you do not blame me. Blame yourself for shining too brightly." Within the third prince's residence, at this moment, Hou Yi sensed something amiss. He immediately transmitted his voice to Ying Yu. "Leader, those assassins from the network have returned. This time I faintly sense an intense killing intent." Ying Yu spoke calmly. "Very well, I understand. Leave them to me and stay outside the residence to observe their movements." Zhao Gao held Ying Yu in little esteem. He had merely selected a few capable assassins from the network. He had not dispatched any of the network's elite killers. He only suspected Ying Yu's connection to Hou Yi, lacking any concrete evidence. Suspicion remained mere suspicion, and he did not take it seriously. He believed that dealing with someone like Ying Yu, these assassins were more than sufficient. He knew Ying Yu possessed no martial arts skills and had no faction to back him. Thus the assassination was not meticulously planned. Meanwhile, the assassins lurking on the courtyard wall were chatting. It's this young master we've been ordered to watch. We've monitored him for several days and found nothing unusual. This kid is particularly arrogant. Exactly. We've never taken a liking to him from the start. When the time comes, we'll give it our all. After we finish, we'll go celebrate. At this moment around the residence, Hou Yi sensed a trace of killing intent. He immediately transmitted to Ying Yu, leader. Those network assassins seem ready to strike. Ying Yu's brows furrowed slightly as he muttered to himself, already losing patience so quickly. Or perhaps it is Zhao Gao behind the scenes who cannot wait any longer. Ying Yu was speculating. He believed it must be because he had recommended BNK to treat his father and Zhao Gao had learned of it. Zhao Gao likely feared Ying Yu would overshadow Hou Yi. Then he calmly transmitted his voice to Hou Yi. Enough, I understand. Since they are preparing to make their move, there is no need to spare them. Kill them all. Yes, leader. Hou Yi immediately appeared before the group of assassins. They looked at Hou Yi and suddenly froze. The assassins exclaimed in shock, clad in golden armor wielding a giant bow. This must be Hou Yi. Is this the legendary Hou Yi? The one who defeated Gai Nie in 5 moves, eh? They were terrified, fear spreading across their faces. Having surveilled the third Prince Ying Yu's residence for days, without finding anything, they had assumed Hou Yi had no connection to Ying Yu. They believed this assassination would be simple and quick. They had not overthought it. Who knew Hou Yi would suddenly appear before their eyes at this moment? They now confirmed that Ying Yu and Hou Yi were indeed connected. Hou Yi had appeared just as they were about to assassinate Ying Yu. It was hard not to suspect. They wanted to convey this news to Zhao Gao. Given the situation, it was likely too late. Hou Yi then drew several long arrows from behind his back and assumed a drawing posture. With a sharp whistle, the assassins fell to the ground one after another. Hou Yi glanced at the fallen assassins, still unsatisfied, and checked them once more. Only after confirming they were all dead did he transmit to Ying Yu, leader, it is done. Then Ying Yu emerged from the house. He first looked at Hou Yi, then at the network assassins lying in pools of blood. He nodded with satisfaction and said, excellent work. Ying Yu looked at the assassins and muttered to himself, if this had happened before, I would surely not have survived your assassination. But trying to kill me now is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Ying Yu understood that with Hou Yi by his side, he could now boldly compete against those in the court. In the past, he lacked strength, so he had neither fought nor struggled. But now things were different. With Hou Yi, he could openly confront those in the court. He no longer feared their retaliation. He was deeply favored by Ying Zheng. He wanted to press his advantage and fight for what rightfully belonged to him. With these heroes at his side, Ying Yu's strength was now formidable. He was no longer afraid of the network or the Yin school. At this moment within Zhao Gao's residence, he sat quietly waiting for his assassins to return in triumph. He waited for a long time, yet they never came back. Zhao Gao was clearly growing anxious. He immediately dispatched Duan Shui, one of his 6 sword servants, to the third Prince Ying Yu's residence to investigate. After approximately half an hour, Duan Shui returned. He reported calmly to Zhao Gao, Master, I went to the third prince's residence, but found no sign of the assassins you sent. However, within the residence, I saw bloodstains that had not been properly cleaned. Duan Shui, one of Zhao Gao's 6 sword slaves, was not his true name, but the name of the sword bestowed upon him by Zhao Gao. From the moment he accepted that blade, he had become Zhao Gao's servant, devoid of independent thought, capable only of taking lives for his master. They obeyed Zhao Gao without question. Upon hearing Duan Shui's words, Zhao Gao had already drawn his conclusions. Zhao Gao murmured to himself, Ying Yu knows neither martial arts nor commands any faction. Then why have all the assassins I dispatched simply vanished? Could they have disappeared into thin air? Zhao Gao immediately thought of Hou Yi. Frowning, he said, could it be that he truly has some connection to Hou Yi? Duan Shui asked, My lord, should we continue with the assassination? At that moment, a trace of unease flickered across Zhao Gao's mind. If Ying Yu was truly connected to Hou Yi, dealing with him would prove far more difficult. Zhao Gao composed himself and said, hold back for now. Duan Shui asked in confusion, My lord, why? Why not simply send me to kill that Ying Yu? Zhao Gao exploded in anger. Are you foolish? If that Ying Yu truly is connected to Hou, do you think you could possibly stand against Hou Yi? Duan Shui glanced at Zhao Gao and noticed the clear anger on his face. He said no more. Zhao Gao waved his hand and said, enough. You may go. Yes, my lord. Zhao Gao understood that dealing with Ying Yu required careful deliberation, not rash action. Meanwhile, the entire imperial palace was in an uproar. Everyone was buzzing about the assassination attempt on third Prince Ying Yu the previous night, whispering among themselves, have you heard? Last night there were assassins at third Prince Ying Yu's residence. I haven't. How is the third prince? Did the assassins succeed? Various factions were eager to gather information. What concerned them most was whether Ying Yu had survived and who had sent those assassins. The informants planted by various factions in Xianying also caught wind of the commotion. In particular, the Mo family's operatives stationed in the city heard rumors and immediately sent a carrier pigeon back to Mo family headquarters. The Mo family. They were masters of mechanism arts. Their headquarters lay within the Mo family city of mechanisms, a fortress painstakingly crafted over generations by successive masters. Traps and mechanisms were everywhere, and one careless step could mean death. After Ying Yu unified the 6 states, he ordered his men to hunt down the remnants of the 6 states and any forces opposing the Qin dynasty. Since then, no one knew the location of the Mo family city of mechanisms. It had vanished without a trace. After Qin Shi Huang, Ying Yu unified the 6 states, the Mo family, the various philosophical schools, and the remnants of the 6 states united to form a resistance movement against Qin. In their struggle against Qin, they took in heroes from all walks of life, warriors from the 6 states and scholars from the myriad schools. Those who had been abandoned by Ying Yu or hunted by him, all were given refuge by the Mo family. They gathered within the Mo family city of mechanisms, discussing strategies to resist Qin and oppose Ying Zhang's tyrannical rule. The Mo family deeply understood that relying solely on their own faction's strength was insufficient to challenge the king of Qin. But if all these distinguished figures were brought together, their chances of success would increase considerably. At that moment, the highest leaders of the Mo family received intelligence from their spies in Xianyang. After reading the report, they were thoroughly astonished. The message read, Luo Wang attempted to assassinate Third Prince Ying Yu last night. The Luo Wang assassination failed. This deeply shocked them. While the Mo family would have welcomed infighting and mutual destruction within Xianyang, they could not comprehend why Luo Wang would turn against its own people. What secret did Ying Yu possess? This left them thoroughly bewildered. They then sent a reply to their spies in Xianyang, instructing them to keep close watch on Third Prince Ying Yu and report immediately via carrier pigeon should anything arise. Outside the Xianyang palace gates, the Grand Master of the Yingyang school had arrived at the imperial palace to bear thorns and seek forgiveness. She stood at the entrance to Xianyang, gazing inward, lost in thought. She let out a sigh, then strode decisively toward the throne hall. It seemed as though her own fate was no longer in her hands, but controlled by others. At that moment, she entered the great hall and bowed before Ying Yu, saying, I pay my respects, Your Majesty. Ying Yu replied calmly, Rise, Grand Master. Pray tell what brings you here. The Grand Master looked at Ying Yu and said, Your Majesty, I have come regarding Su Fu. I represent the Yingyang school to offer our apologies. Ying Yu spoke with anger. Offer apologies? With what means do you intend to make amends? At that moment, Ying Yu glanced at the Grand Master, who dared not raise her head. He said no more. After a while, Ying Zhang's fury subsided. He turned to the Grand Master and said, This matter is not your fault. Blame only that daring Su Fu. Upon hearing this, a clear look of panic crossed the Grand Master's face. She pleaded, Your Majesty, restrain your wrath. I am willing to atone on Su Fu's behalf. Ying Yu did not heavily blame the Yingyang school, nor did he rebuke the Grand Master severely. Composing himself, he said, Then I shall impose a penalty upon you. Go and serve Third Prince Ying Yu. Ying Yu felt that he had been neglecting Ying Yu of late, so he decided to assign the Grand Master to attend to him directly. On one hand, the Yingyang school's sending of the Grand Master to offer apologies was certainly not without ulterior motives. He understood this well. The Yingyang school could be used, but never trusted near his person. On the other hand, assigning such a captivating woman as the Grand Master to serving you could also be seen as a form of reward. The Grand Master responded calmly, I shall surely attend to Third Prince Ying Yu with utmost devotion. The Grand Master had never expected to be sent by the Yingyang school to serving Zhang. Now instead she was to serving you. Very well, she thought to herself, this will quell His Majesty's anger and satisfy the requirement. Ying Yu glanced at the Grand Master and said no more. Just then a figure entered the great hall announcing, Your Majesty, the time has come for your treatment. Ying Yu looked at the Grand Master and said, You may withdraw. I am somewhat weary. The Grand Master replied, Then I take my leave, Your Majesty, and exited the hall. Outside the great hall, the Grand Master grew increasingly uneasy. Why had Ying Yu ordered her to serve Third Prince Ying Yu? If this were merely favoritism, Fu Su and Hou Yi would have been far more suitable choices. She murmured to herself, Is there something mysterious about Ying Yu? Her heart began to race with anxiety. It was impossible not to suspect what power might be behind Ying Yu now. How had he risen overnight from an obscure prince to the most favored of them all? This only deepened her suspicions. She then sent a mental message to the leader of the Yingyang school, Dongwang Tai. The Grand Master dismissed further thoughts and headed straight for the residence of Third Prince Ying Yu. Inside the grand hall of the Dongwang Palace, Dongwang Tai perused the letter sent back by Desiming. An initial wave of shock rippled through him. The letter read, Desiming went to offer her apologies to Ying Yu. Her original intention was to serve Ying Yu himself, yet to her surprise Ying Yu directly commanded her to serve the Third Prince Ying Yu. Dongwang Tai furrowed his brows, murmuring to himself, Ying Yu. He was utterly perplexed as to why Ying Yu would order Desiming to attend to Ying Yu. He penned a reply, Since Ying Yu has commanded you to serve Ying Yu, then obey the Emperor's decree and attend to him. Use this opportunity to investigate him. Report back immediately should you uncover any information. Subsequently, he dispatched a messenger to deliver the letter to Desiming. Meanwhile, Desiming received the reply. She was deeply bewildered. It was one thing for Ying Yu to show concern for the Third Prince Ying Yu, but now even Lord Dongwang was taking an interest in him. Desiming murmured to herself, Could the Third Prince Ying Yu truly be harboring some secret? Then I shall obey Lord Dongwang's command. Lurk by Ying Yu's side and investigate him. Desiming dwelt on it no further. Since both Ying Yu and Lord Dongwang had spoken, she dared not disobey. Thereupon Meng made her way directly toward the residence of the third Prince Ying Yu. Soon she arrived outside the gates of the estate. Glancing at the guard at the entrance, Meng said, "Go report to your master immediately that Meng of the Yingyang school requests an audience." Upon hearing that she was from the Yingyang school, the guards at the gate could not help but wonder, what business would someone from the Yingyang school have with our young master? The guard then replied calmly, "I shall inform my master at once." Meanwhile, Ying Yu was still talking to himself, singing praises of BNK. Truly worthy of the title of divine physician to be able to purge the toxins from Imperial Father's body. Exquisite, simply marvelous. Just then the guard approached him and reported, "Young Master Meng of the Yingyang school requests an audience." Ying Yu furrowed his brows and muttered, "Oh, what brings the Yingyang school here? Quick, invite her in." Ying Yu was utterly baffled. Why would Meng of the Yingyang school suddenly pay a visit at this hour? Could something have occurred? The guard returned to the entrance and said, "My master requests your presence." Meng followed the guard through the winding corridors until they arrived outside the study. The guard said respectfully, "Young master, the guest has arrived." A voice drifted from within the study saying, "Enter." Meng stepped inside. Upon entering the room, she first swept her gaze over Ying Yu, then bowed, saying, "Greetings, third prince." Ying Yu replied calmly, "Please rise. May I ask what brings you here today, Meng?" Even as he spoke, doubt lingered in his mind. Meng replied indifferently, "I have come by His Majesty's decree to serve you, young master." "Oh, Imperial Father. Why would Imperial Father send someone to serve me? And to send such a renowned beauty of the Yingyang school, no less," Ying Yu thought to himself. He was thoroughly perplexed, unable to fathom why his father would suddenly dispatch someone to attend to him, without rhyme or reason. Knitting his brows, Ying Yu asked, "Do you know why Imperial Father has sent you here?" Meng then recounted everything that had transpired detail by detail. At this, a sudden realization dawned upon Ying Yu. He now harbored two theories. The first was that the Yingyang school had sent Meng to spy on Ying Yu. Ying Yu, having sensed this, redirected Meng to serving you instead. The second theory was that Ying Yu wished to reward Ying Yu. Since he had warned his father about the toxic elixirs and dispatched a divine physician to treat him, Ying Yu had sent Meng as a gesture of reward. Ying Yu looked at Meng and said, "Very well, I understand. For now you may reside in the estate." He then waved his hand, gesturing for her to dismiss herself. Understanding his intent, Meng tactfully withdrew from the study. Meanwhile, back at the Dongwang Palace, Dongwang Tai still could not put his mind at ease regarding Meng. It was not a lack of trust, but rather a fear that she might fail in her task, yielding no results while inadvertently alerting their quarry. Dongwang Tai was also immensely curious despite the major occurrences within the Imperial Palace. Ying Yu had surprisingly not laid any blame. Who could have appeased the Emperor's wrath? And who was the one who neutralized the toxins within Ying Yu's body? These questions remained shrouded in mystery. No matter how much Dongwang Tai pondered, he could not think of any faction capable of pulling off such feats. At this moment his mind drifted back to the Battle of Gai Nie Valley and the remarkably powerful Hou Yi. Dongwang Tai thought to himself, "This Hou Yi must belong to some faction. If we can uncover Hou Yi's background, we will surely unearth the force backing him." He first dispatched several low-level lackeys to gather intelligence on Hou Yi, intending to begin his investigation from this lead. He was eager to see who was pulling the strings behind this faction that had appeared out of thin air. Before long, a lackey returned to report, "We have uncovered some information regarding Hou Yi." Dongwang Tai said calmly, "Oh, speak quickly." "Regarding Hou Yi, who fought Gai Nie in Gai Nie Valley, it is rumored that someone spotted him inside the residence of the third Prince Ying Yu." Dongwang Tai was taken aback. The third Prince Ying Yu? Things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Hearing his subordinates report, Dongwang Tai immediately deduced that Hou Yi must share some connection with the third Prince Ying Yu. His thoughts then raced back to the message Meng had sent earlier. He had dispatched Meng to serve Ying Yu, yet Ying Yu had redirected her to serve Ying Yu. At that moment, a sudden realization struck Dongwang Tai. He murmured to himself, "So that is how it is. No wonder Ying Yu ordered Meng to serve Ying Yu. This Ying Yu is truly becoming more and more fascinating." Ying Yu's identity was growing increasingly shrouded in mystery. Dongwang Tai immediately sent a message to Meng writing, "You may temporarily set aside the matter of Hou Yi. Focus your efforts on investigating Ying Yu first." Initially, Dongwang Tai had intended to seize the opportunity to have Meng investigate both Hou Yi and Ying Yu. But now it seemed Hou Yi was of secondary importance. They should investigate Ying Yu directly. A faint smirk played at the corner of Dongwang Tai's lips. He murmured to himself, "Is this truly the same third prince I once knew?" Before these events unfolded, Ying Yu had been nothing but an inconspicuous prince in Dongwang Tai's eyes. Someone he could have easily crushed and left without a grave at any moment. Meanwhile, inside Xianyang Palace, Ying Yu was leafing through ancient scrolls in his study. The room was profoundly quiet, so silent that even the fall of a single droplet of water would sound like a clap of thunder. Ever since he left the dungeon with Meng Tian, Ying Yu had been thinking of the mythical figure Hou Yi. Uncertain whether such a figure would even be recorded in the scrolls, he could only search with a glimmer of hope. Ying Yu felt that such a coincidence was simply too improbable. Ying Yu was in the library flipping through scrolls as memories of his conversation with Meng Tian that day surfaced. He rummaged through them, and suddenly, in an unremarkable corner, he spotted a tattered scroll. Ying Yu examined the surface of the scroll, gently touching it, and to his surprise the scroll automatically unfurled. It must have been stored for far too long, causing the binding string to grow loose. Ying Yu was greatly astonished upon reading the contents within the scroll. It roughly stated, regarding the ancient Hou Yi. Once upon a time 10 suns existed in the heavens, and Hou Yi single-handedly shot down 9 of them. A look of shock appeared on Ying Yu's face. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? He muttered to himself. Frowning, he whispered, if it truly is the same person, this is rather dangerous. Ying Yu was now filled with suspicion, for he believed it was impossible for them to be the same person. If they were indeed the same individual, wouldn't that be far too coincidental? Subsequently, Ying Yu let the matter rest. Having grasped the general content of the scroll, he decided not to read further. He then departed from the library and headed towards Xianying Palace. Along the way, anxiety weighed heavily on his heart. The more he thought about it, the more unsettling it became. He glanced at Zhao Gao and said, "Go ask Gai Nie about the progress of his investigation into Hou Yi." Zhao Gao smiled and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Inside the third prince's mansion, Ying Yu had summoned Hou Yi to the mansion for an important discussion. Upon receiving the notice, Hou Yi arrived at the mansion immediately. Dressed in black and carrying a massive bow, he walked along the pathways of Ying Yu's residence. Hou Yi had made a simple disguise, as Ying Yu had instructed him not to reveal his identity just yet. Thus Hou Yi was keeping a low profile. This scene happened to be witnessed by Grandmaster Deci Ming, who was taking a stroll. Feeling that this cloaked figure was somewhat suspicious, she immediately set out to follow him. Deci Ming stealthily trailed Hou Yi all the way to the outside of Ying Yu's bedroom. "Why is this black-clad man entering Ying Yu's bedroom?" she murmured to herself. What secret could this hold? Previously, Dong Huang Tai had instructed Deci Ming to keep an eye on Ying Yu. From the moment she entered the mansion, Deci Ming had been observing Ying Yu closely. It wasn't until today that she noticed this cloaked figure seemed suspicious. Rather than leaving immediately, she stayed and continued eavesdropping. Ying Yu lay quietly in his bedroom. Then Hou Yi pushed open the door and entered. Hou Yi glanced at Ying Yu and said calmly, "I pay my respects, leader." Ying Yu had summoned Hou Yi to instruct him to notify BNK that if Ying Yu no longer had toxins in his body, he could be recalled. Ying Yu said coolly, "You should make a trip to the palace later." Hou Yi asked with a puzzled expression, "Leader, why do I need to go to the palace?" "Go to the palace and find BNK. Notify him that he can return." Actually, Ying Yu had summoned Hou Yi to instruct him to tell BNK that if Ying Yu's body no longer harbored toxins, he could be recalled. This was because BNK had previously written to Ying Yu explaining that the toxins in Ying Yu's body were not serious and would only require a few days of treatment. Ying Yu had the timeline, and today was exactly when BNK could return. Hou Yi respectfully replied, "Yes, leader." Suddenly a sound came from outside, and both Ying Yu and Hou Yi immediately became alert. At that moment, a conversation could be heard from outside. A maid in Ying Yu's mansion noticed Deci Ming standing at the door of Ying Yu's bedroom. She smiled and asked, "Grandmaster Deci Ming, what are you doing here?" Deci Ming's face showed embarrassment as she quickly explained, "It's mealtime, and I wanted to ask the young master what he would like to eat today." The maid then asked, "Grandmaster Deci Ming, why don't you go inside?" Deci Ming gave a slight smile and awkwardly replied, "I was just about to go in." She was extremely flustered, her mind racing as she tried to figure out how to explain herself. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Ying Yu immediately instructed Hou Yi to conceal himself. He then walked to the door and opened it. In that instant, he saw the maid and Deci Ming. After glancing at the maid and then at Deci Ming, he asked, "What are you two doing here?" Deci Ming then repeated her earlier conversation with the maid to Ying Yu. Although Ying Yu immediately sensed something was amiss, he concealed his reaction. He wished to maintain his cover. However, he was unaware that Deci Ming had overheard his entire conversation with Hou Yi. After looking at both of them, Ying Yu decided not to press the matter further. Ying Yu stated coldly, "Just prepare something simple." Meanwhile, Deci Ming continued to cast furtive glances into the room with her peripheral vision. She wanted to get a clearer look at the person inside. But whenever she tried to peek, the figure had already vanished. Deci Ming responded, "Young master, I'll go prepare your meal right away." Ying Yu glanced at her, said nothing more, turned around, and entered the room, closing the door behind him. At this moment, Deci Ming's heart was filled with panic, and she had no time to overthink. She knew that if Ying Yu discovered her intentions, it would be far more difficult for her to gather information next time. By then, Ying Yu would certainly be wary of her. She didn't have the luxury of worrying about other things, as she needed to report this matter to Lord Dong Huang as soon as possible. Since this is so important, I should go there myself, Deci Ming thought to herself. She used the pretext of going out to purchase supplies, and made her way to the Dong Huang Palace to seek out Dong Huang Tai. Dong Huang Palace. Dong Huang Tai, clad in a black robe and wearing a mask, sat upon his throne. At this moment, Deci Ming also arrived inside the Dong Huang Palace. Deci Ming first recounted the eavesdropping incident to Dong Huang Tai. Then in a calm voice, she said, "The person I saw at the mansion, clad in black from head to toe and carrying a massive bow, resembled Hou Yi, who had caused quite a stir in Xianying City recently." Dong Huang Tai, he said in astonishment. Oh, Hou Yi. Could it be that Ying Yu truly has connections with Hou Yi? It all suddenly fell into place. Dong Huang Tai, he had an epiphany. Deci Ming furrowed her brows slightly, and asked, Lord Dong Huang, does Ying Yu really have ties with Hou Yi? Dong Huang Tai replied yes. Dong Huang Tai's heart remained unsettled for a long time. He was deeply shocked. This seemingly unremarkable prince actually had connections with such a formidable expert. A slight smile curled the corners of Dong Huang Tai's mouth as he said, the imperial palace is about to become quite entertaining. Deci Ming casually added, Lord Dong Huang, this third Prince Ying Yu seems to suspect me. Dong Huang Tai looked at Deci Ming and said, then stay quietly by his side for now to dispel his suspicions. You can conduct your investigation when I give the order. Deci Ming respectfully replied, yes, Lord Dong Huang. Then Dong Huang Tai glanced at her and said calmly, very well, you may return now. At this moment within the Xianyang Palace, Hou Yi located Bien Ke and conveyed Ying Yu's command to him. Bien Ke also understood that since he had successfully cured Ying Zheng, his continued presence here served no further purpose. Subsequently, Bien Ke calmly replied to Hou Yi, understood. Once I complete this final course of treatment, I shall return immediately to report. Hou Yi glanced at Bien Ke, said nothing more, and turned to depart from the Xianyang Palace. Upon seeing Hou Yi depart, Bien Ke immediately set out to find Ying Zheng to administer his treatment. Shortly after he located Ying Zheng, Bien Ke looked at Ying Zheng and said respectfully, Your Majesty, let us begin. Seeing Bien Ke's arrival, Ying Zheng waved his hand, gesturing for him to proceed. Thereupon Bien Ke retrieved moxibustion tools from his medicine bag. As he administered the treatment, he spoke calmly, Your Majesty, this is the final course of treatment. Once this session is complete, I shall prescribe a formula for you. You need only take the medicine regularly each day. I am confident that before long the toxins within your body will be entirely purged. Ying Zheng replied indifferently, very well, I understand. He could feel his body growing stronger by the day. Currently, Ying Zheng held great appreciation for Ying Yu, marveling at where his son had managed to find such a miraculous physician. Even the imperial physicians in the palace could not compare to a mere fraction of this divine doctor's skill. This left Ying Zheng increasingly unable to fathom Ying Yu's depths. A moment later, Bien Ke spoke calmly. Your Majesty, the toxins in your body have been nearly entirely purged. I shall write a prescription for you now, and you may obtain the herbs accordingly. Consume the medicine as prescribed, and simply nurse your health during this period. Sitting upon his throne, a faint smile graced Ying Zheng's face. Overjoyed, Ying Zheng declared, You shall be rewarded. Guards bestow upon Bien Ke 1,000 taels of gold and 2,000 taels of silver. Seeing the rewards granted by Ying Zheng, Bien Ke found it difficult to decline, and thus accepted them. Subsequently, Bien Ke said, Indeed, Your Majesty, the toxins within your body have been completely purged. I must now depart to report back to the third Prince Ying Yu. Hearing Bien Ke's words, Ying Zheng knew he could no longer detain him. He replied joyfully, Since you must depart, sir, I shall not insist on keeping you. Upon your return, tell Yuer that when I find some leisure, I shall pay a visit to his estate. Bien Ke replied respectfully, Understood, Your Majesty. I will surely deliver your words. Thereupon, led by Zhao Gao, Bien Ke departed from the Xianyang Palace. Meanwhile, Ying Yu reclined upon a chair within his estate. He was resting there in quiet tranquility. Suddenly, he recalled his conversation with Hou Yi in the study earlier today, and how they had happened to run into Deci Ming just outside the door. Could it really be such a coincidence? Ying Yu thought to himself, a trace of unease rising in his heart. Sitting on his stool, he pondered while sipping his tea. Suddenly, seeing Ying Yu sitting there, the maidservant quickly approached. She bowed first, and then spoke respectfully, Young master. Ying Yu recognized her as the maidservant from the entrance. He casually inquired, Where has Deci Ming gone? Why have I not seen her in the estate? In response to the young master, Deci Ming said she was going out to buy groceries. Ying Yu frowned slightly and said, Oh, did we not just finish our meal? What groceries is she buying? Could it be? Suddenly, a series of very light footsteps echoed nearby. Shortly after, Deci Ming appeared before Ying Yu. Ying Yu glanced at Deci Ming, then waved his hand to dismiss the maidservant. He asked calmly, Deci Ming, where have you been? Deci Ming replied indifferently, Young master, I went to buy groceries. Ying Yu looked at her, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Ying Yu said calmly, You have worked hard, Deci Ming. In the future, you may leave such trivial matters to the servants. It is no trouble at all, no trouble at all, she replied. With a faint smirk, Ying Yu remarked, Since Imperial Father sent you to serve as a maid in my estate, you should remain here dutifully. Do not keep thinking of running here and there. Ying Yu's words were a warning to Deci Ming not to act rashly, considering she was currently in his estate. After all, she was still a maidservant in his estate. At this moment, Deci Ming also caught the underlying implication of Ying Yu's words. A wave of panic surged in her heart, and she froze in place. Could Ying Yu have discovered something? Deci Ming thought anxiously. She replied respectfully, Understood, young master. I shall remain dutifully in the estate from now on. Ying Yu glanced at Deci Ming and said no more. Waving his hand to dismiss her, he returned to reclining quietly on his chair. Cold sweat broke out on Deci Ming's brow. Within Ying Yu's estate, her life and death remained entirely in his hands. Moreover, there was currently another formidable expert residing in the estate. Ying Yu's underlying message was clear: Siming must behave herself and remain obediently within the estate. She was not to harbor thoughts of stealing secrets, let alone lurking by his side to spy on him. Siming had no choice but to remain quiet and obedient. Now that Ying Yu had grown wary of her, any future investigations would be fraught with difficulty. Walking along the path, Siming muttered to herself, "Fortunately, Ying Yu did not press charges. Had he chosen to punish me, my life would likely be forfeit by now." She was still feeling relieved that Ying Yu had not lost his temper. Meanwhile, Bien Ke had just emerged from the imperial palace. Arriving outside the estate of the third prince, Ying Yu, Bien Ke confirmed the location with a glance and walked straight inside. He had come to report back to Ying Yu. He entered the estate and walked along the path until he spotted the third prince, Ying Yu. Noting Bien Ke's approach, Ying Yu cast a glance toward him. Approaching the third prince, Bien Ke spoke calmly, "Leader, the mission is complete." Ying Yu looked at him and asked, "Has the poison in Imperial Father's body been completely purged?" Reporting to the leader, "It has been entirely cleared. I have prescribed a few doses of medicine for His Majesty, but once he consumes them his health will be fully restored." At this, the weight on Ying Yu's heart finally lifted, for only with Ying Zheng's presence could the state of Qin remain at peace. Ying Yu smiled faintly and said, "You have worked hard." Bien Ke replied, "It is my duty." Ying Yu said casually, "Very well, you may dismiss yourself to rest. I shall summon you if anything arises." "Yes, leader." Thereupon Ying Yu ordered Bien Ke to go and rest. This time, instead of lodging Bien Ke outside, Ying Yu arranged for him to stay directly within the estate. He felt there was nothing Bien Ke needed to hide. Having a divine physician by his side was perfectly natural. Ying Yu then reclined in his chair, once more closing his eyes to rest his mind. Within the Eastern Emperor's hall, Dong Wang Tai sensed an air of mystery surrounding Ying Yu. If Ying Yu truly bore some connection to the formidable yet enigmatic Hou Yi, the very heavens of the imperial palace might be destined to shift. This notion filled Dong Wang Tai with deep unease. He was convinced that Ying Yu harbored some crucial secret. He drew forth his compass and stood in the center of the grand hall. Gazing upward at the sky, he began his divination, murmuring incantations as the compass spun. The ritual commenced in earnest. Dong Wang Tai held the compass in hand, his gaze fixed upon the hall's ceiling, which was adorned with countless densely clustered stars. Each star seemed to represent an individual's fate. Dong Wang Tai chanted his spells as the compass spun into motion. After a brief moment, he could not help but murmur, "Ying Yu's identity is truly complex." He watched the constellations above him shift and rotate ceaselessly. Suddenly, the compass in his hand spun at blinding speed, and the starry expanse overhead surged forward in a dazzling display. At that very moment, within the third prince's residence, Ying Yu sensed someone spying upon him. His eyes instinctively turned toward the distance. "Who dares," he bellowed, "to watch me? Begone at once." Dong Wang Tai suddenly felt a devastating soul-striking force assault him. Crash! The compass shattered in his hand, and the celestial map above him vanished. Dong Wang Tai was utterly astonished. Drenched in sweat, he collapsed within the grand hall, unable to believe what had just transpired before his eyes. For the first time, Dong Wang Tai began to question his own abilities and harbor doubts about Ying Yu's true identity. As moments stretched on, he sat dazed and dizzy within the hall. Dong Wang Tai strained to recall the events that had just unfolded, but no matter how hard he tried, the memories eluded him, as though someone had manipulated everything that had occurred. He muttered to himself, What on earth happened? What just transpired?" His voice rose in repeated frantic exclamations. Dong Wang Tai rose to his feet and paced incessantly within the hall as if driven mad. After a long while, his frenzied demeanor gradually subsided into composure. "Ying Yu is simply too terrifying," Dong Wang Tai whispered. Even now, his spirit remained somewhat clouded and unsteady. Feeling a dread unlike anything he had ever known, he immediately sent word to the Grand Preceptor, "Suspend all operations. Do not continue investigating Ying Yu. Remain by his side and serve him diligently." These words appeared ordinary on the surface, yet they were born of Dong Wang Tai's profound fear of Ying Yu. Within the Mahist Mechanism City, the Mahist Master had received news that the Luo Wang assassination attempt on the third prince, Ying Yu, had failed. Two perplexing questions weighed upon his mind. First, the Luo Wang was the premier assassination network of the Great Qin Empire. How could they possibly fail? Second, why would the Luo Wang target the third prince and strike against their own? These matters filled him with deep confusion. The Mahist Master pondered, "I must dispatch someone to investigate before I can find answers. But who would be suitable? For this mission to Xianyang Palace, he needed someone with an unfamiliar face, quick-witted and possessed of extraordinary agility. Yet the Mahist Master could not immediately think of a suitable candidate. He decided to take a stroll through the Mechanism City, inspecting whether all the various mechanisms and traps were functioning properly. As the Mahist Master walked leisurely through the Mahist Mechanism City, he spotted someone sprinting, their movements lightning fast, darting through the city with remarkable speed. The person moved effortlessly through the Mechanism City's defenses. The Mahist Master's eyes lit up at the sight. Is this not exactly the person I have been seeking? This is the one. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the individual as Dao Ji, the legendary thief. The Mahist master promptly instructed the nearby guards to notify Dao Ji and summon him to the Grand Hall. A faint smile touched the Mahist master's lips as he returned to the hall. Meanwhile, the guards spotted Dao Ji and conveyed the master's message to him. Hearing the guard's words, Dao Ji asked curiously, "What does the master want? Is there a mission?" Without overthinking, he swiftly made his way toward the Mahist Grand Hall. Moments later, Dao Ji arrived at the Mahist Grand Hall. As he entered, he found the Mahist master seated with his legs crossed and eyes closed, meditating peacefully. The Mahist master sensed his arrival and slowly opened his eyes, glancing at the man before him. Dao Ji spoke calmly, "Master, did you call me for something?" Dao Ji was deeply puzzled. The Mahist master slowly replied, "Have you heard of the Third Prince Ying Yu? His recent exploits have caused quite a stir throughout Xianyang City." "I have. The Third Prince Ying Yu currently enjoys great favor with King Zheng. That is precisely why I have summoned you." Dao Ji ventured, "You mean?" "Indeed," the Mahist master said evenly. "I want you to go to Xianyang City and investigate him. Remember, Xianyang City is the stronghold of King Zheng. You must exercise utmost caution on this mission." Dao Ji's lips curved into a slight smile. "Don't you trust me? I shall uncover every detail and bring you the complete truth." The Mahist master added, "There is one more thing." "What is it?" "Upon your arrival, also investigate the Luo Wang assassination attempt on the Third Prince Ying Yu. See to it as well." Dao Ji replied calmly, "Rest assured, I will uncover everything." The Mahist master sighed and shook his head. "Stay safe on this journey. When you reach Xianyang City, seek out Manager Feng. He will make the necessary arrangements for you." The Mahists had planted many covert agents and established numerous secret safe houses throughout Xianyang City. Dao Ji merely smiled, faintly bowed, and departed from the Mahist Grand Hall. The Luo Wang assassination attempt on Ying Yu had deeply puzzled the Mahist master, who was eager to understand the true motives behind it. What intricate web of connections lay behind this incident? The Mahist master frowned slightly, fully aware of the dangers ahead. Dao Ji returned to his quarters and began packing his belongings. He knew he had to prepare thoroughly. This mission differed from all previous ones, a single misstep could prove fatal. The road ahead was fraught with peril, and he prepared meticulously before embarking on this dangerous journey. After bidding farewell to his good friend, he set out for Xianyang City. Inside Xianyang City. At this time, Xianyang was bustling with extraordinary activity, the marketplace teeming with a dazzling array of goods. Many children of noble and influential families strolled along the streets or sat in carriages admiring the roadside scenery. At this moment, Dao Ji also arrived outside Xianyang City. Looking up at the majestic towering walls, he could not help but let out a soft sigh. Gazing upon the vast expanse of Xianyang, he marveled that even the outskirts of the city were so lively. Subsequently, Dao Ji arrived at a tavern. Stepping inside, he first glanced at the waiter and said to him, "Waiter, I am looking for your shopkeeper Feng here." This tavern was a secret stronghold established in Xianyang City by the Juzi. The Juzi had instructed Dao Ji to locate this tavern and tell the waiter inside, "I am looking for your shopkeeper Feng," after which someone would naturally lead him inside. Dao Ji proceeded precisely according to the Juzi's instructions. Entering the tavern, he scanned his surroundings before finding an empty seat and sitting down. Seeing a customer enter, the waiter immediately stepped forward to inquire, "Would you like something to eat or drink, sir?" Dao Ji replied calmly, "I am looking for your shopkeeper Feng." The waiter's expression instantly shifted from a warm smile to cold indifference, his gaze locking onto Dao Ji. He knew that this was their secret signal. At that moment, the waiter sensed that the man before him was far from ordinary. Frowning slightly, the waiter asked, "May I ask what business you have with shopkeeper Feng, sir?" Dao Ji replied placidly, "I have some business I would like to discuss with him." Without another word, the waiter led Dao Ji straight to the backyard. Following him, Dao Ji first surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that the courtyard was filled with wine jars, and in the center stood a small cabin. The waiter then guided him into the cabin, where a middle-aged man was seated. The middle-aged man in the room scrutinized Dao Ji carefully. Dao Ji asked calmly, "May I ask how I should address you?" The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "You may simply call me shopkeeper Feng." He then inquired, "Are you the one sent by the Mahist sect?" "Indeed I am." Shopkeeper Feng said softly, "You must be exhausted from traveling for so many days. You should go and rest first. Rest for the night, and we shall discuss our matters tomorrow." Dao Ji replied calmly, "Thank you for your trouble, Shopkeeper Feng." Shopkeeper Feng then instructed the nearby waiter to find a clean room for Dao Ji to settle down in. Dao Ji had not gone very far when Shopkeeper Feng pinned a letter to the Mahist Mechanical City, writing, "Our friend has arrived, all is safe, do not worry." This was also their secret code, meaning that the messenger they sent had arrived safely, and there was no need for concern. Subsequently, Shopkeeper Feng dispatched the message using a carrier pigeon in the courtyard. Inside Xianyang Palace, the ministers in the Grand Hall were engaged in a spirited discussion. All the officials were debating the upcoming sacrificial rites and where the ceremony should be held. Ying Zheng watched from his throne as the ministers chattered incessantly. Ying Zheng waved his hand, gesturing for Zhao Gao to silence them. Zhao Gao bellowed, "Silence! Silence!" Ying Zheng then spoke, "My beloved ministers, what is the consensus of your discussion?" "Your Majesty, your humble servant believes that the location chosen for this sacrifice should be close to Xianyang City." Immediately after, the ministers began to argue once more. Some advocated for holding the sacrifice within the imperial palace, while others suggested the outskirts of Xianying City. At this moment, Li Si, the prime minister of the Great Qin, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, your humble servant believes that the grand sacrificial ceremony should be held at the Fengshan of Mount Tai." Ying Yu asked in curiosity, "Oh, explain to me, Minister Li, why must it be at Fengshan?" Li Si explained calmly, "Your Majesty, Mount Tai, where the Fengshan is held, stands as the tallest mountain in the east. Offering sacrifices there will allow the heavens to perceive the sincerity of our Great Qin Empire, thereby blessing the Great Qin Empire to endure for thousands of generations. Your humble servant believes that conducting the sacrifice at the Fengshan of Mount Tai is most fitting." Meanwhile, the ministers below continued to dispute, urging Ying Yu to hold the rites elsewhere. Ying Yu said with delight, "Excellent. We shall proceed as Minister Li suggests and hold the sacrifice at the Fengshan of Mount Tai. Your Majesty, the sacrificial rites are of paramount importance and must not be decided so hastily. Traveling to such a distant place poses great danger." The ministers continued to murmur. Ying Yu declared, "I have unified the entire world. What danger could there possibly be?" The ministers beneath the throne lowered their heads in silence, offering no further objection. Ying Yu then said calmly, "Enough. My mind is resolved. There is no need for further debate." Inside the tavern, Daoji, still unsure where to begin his investigation, left the tavern to wander the streets. After all, Daoji sensed that this investigation would not be resolved overnight. As he strolled along the street, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered ahead. His curiosity piqued. Daoji immediately hurried over to see what was happening. Squeezing through the crowd, he discovered an old storyteller narrating a tale. Instantly losing interest, he turned to leave. Suddenly the old man spoke a few words that captured Daoji's attention. The storyteller proclaimed, "Next I shall speak of Hou Yi, the mysterious figure who has sent shockwaves through all of Xianying City." Daoji halted his steps immediately and spun back to listen. "Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well hear what this old man has to say," Daoji thought to himself. The old man sat upon a stool with a table before him, gesturing expressively with his hands as he wove his tale. He proclaimed, "This Hou Yi defeated the sword Saint Gai Nie within a mere 5 moves and subsequently slaughtered the assassins of Luoyang." The storytelling lasted for about half an hour. Daoji muttered to himself, "Gai Nie, Hou Yi, Ying Yu, Luoyang. What could possibly be the connection among them?" Filled with questions, Daoji returned to the tavern and sought out shopkeeper Feng. He then addressed shopkeeper Feng. "Shopkeeper Feng, how much do you know of the Battle of Gai Nie Valley? And how much do you know of the Third Prince Ying Yu?" Shopkeeper Feng then retrieved a thick scroll from his room and handed it to Daoji. Within it lay recorded all the information regarding the Battle of Gai Nie Valley, Ying Yu, and Hou Yi. Upon reading the scroll, Daoji was utterly astounded, taking a long moment to recover his composure. He then said calmly, "Thank you, Shopkeeper Feng. This scroll you provided is of utmost importance." Shopkeeper Feng smiled faintly and replied, "We are brothers of the same cause. There is no need for such politeness." Daoji laughed along. He then proposed, "Shopkeeper Feng, since it is so late and there is nothing else to attend to, why don't we share a drink?" Shopkeeper Feng looked at Daoji and replied, "Very well. Tonight we shall drink until we are thoroughly drunk." Within the Xianying Palace, Ying Yu had summoned Meng Tian, Zhao Gao, and Li Si for a council. His primary concern was to plan the upcoming sacrifice ceremony. Since they were traveling to a distant land, Ying Yu wished to make thorough arrangements. At this moment, Chancellor Li Si spoke first, saying, "Your Majesty, this journey to Mount Tai must be approached with the utmost caution." Meng Tian stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to serve as your protector on this journey." Ying Yu responded calmly, "Enough, Minister Li. With General Meng present, how could anything go wrong?" Li Si furrowed his brow and said, "With General Meng accompanying us, this journey will undoubtedly be safe. However, I am unaware which prince your Majesty plans to take along this time." This matter had drawn much attention from many people. After all, the prince chosen to accompany Ying Yu would naturally earn his favor. At this moment, Zhao Gao's expression grew tense, and so did Meng Tian's. Only Ying Yu, seated upon the throne, remained completely composed. Ying Yu spoke in a calm tone, "For this sacrifice ceremony, bring along the third Prince Ying Yu." When Ying Yu finished speaking these words, Chancellor Li Si was extremely surprised. In the past, he had always taken either Fusu or Hou Yi along. Among all the princes, those two had always been the most favored by Ying Yu. Yet now he was actually saying he would take the third Prince Ying Yu. Just as Meng Tian and Zhao Gao were about to speak up to object, Ying Yu interrupted them. Ying Yu said calmly, "My distinguished ministers, the third prince will accompany me to this sacrifice. That concludes our deliberations. You may now retire and make your preparations." Soon after, Meng Tian and Li Si slowly withdrew from the grand hall. Outside, they continued their discussion. Meng Tian frowned and asked, "How could His Majesty choose the third Prince Ying Yu? Hasn't he always taken Fusu or Hou Yi before? Why such an unusual choice this year?" Li Si replied calmly, "Enough, General Meng. Let us not speculate on His Majesty's intentions. We should return and make our preparations." Inside the grand hall, Ying Yu glanced at Zhao Gao and said calmly, "Go and send word for Ying Yu to come here. I have matters to discuss with him." Zhao Gao bowed respectfully and replied, "Very well, Your Majesty. I shall arrange it immediately. He promptly dispatched someone to the third prince's residence to notify Ying Yu. Dao Ji lay on the bed, just recovering from the effects of alcohol, struggling to recall the moments when he and shopkeeper Feng were drinking together. They had both been thoroughly intoxicated that day and had collapsed onto the table. Somehow, without realizing it, he had ended up lying in bed instead. Soon after, Dao Ji slowly opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He sought out shopkeeper Feng and asked, "Shopkeeper Feng, how did I end up in bed when I was drunk at the table yesterday?" Shopkeeper Feng replied with a slight smile, "I saw you were heavily intoxicated, so I had someone help you to bed." Then Dao Ji playfully patted down his entire body. Shopkeeper Feng burst into hearty laughter upon seeing this. He then added, "Rest assured, brother, no one touched you." Dao Ji scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. Suddenly Dao Ji remembered the task assigned to him by the Juzi. He quickly bid farewell to shopkeeper Feng and left the tavern. He walked along the bustling street muttering to himself, "Then I'll investigate this Ying Yu first." Having received word that the third prince Ying Yu might be involved in something suspicious, Dao Ji decided to head directly to the third prince's residence for investigation today. After exiting the tavern, he was seen swiftly running across the rooftops of various households throughout Xianyang City. He then arrived outside the third prince's mansion and took up a watchful position there. After a brief moment, the envoy sent by Ying Zheng arrived at Ying Yu's residence. A eunuch appeared before Ying Yu. The eunuch spoke, "My lord, His Majesty requests your presence at the imperial palace to discuss matters of great importance." Ying Yu asked in confusion, "Oh, might I ask what the matter is, honored eunuch?" The eunuch smiled and replied, "Your lordship will know once you arrive." Ying Yu then smiled as well. Having delivered Ying Zheng's message, the eunuch turned and departed from Ying Yu's residence. At this time, Ying Yu was still puzzled, wondering why his father would summon him to the palace at this moment, and what matter could be so urgent. Soon Ying Yu put aside his thoughts. He went inside to change into different clothes and prepared to leave. After about a while, Ying Yu emerged from the mansion and made his way towards Xianyang Palace. Meanwhile, Dao Ji, lying on the rooftop, had overheard their conversation and muttered in confusion, "Oh, Ying Yu is going to enter the palace." He watched Ying Yu depart and followed behind him, keeping a discreet distance. Although the imperial palace was heavily guarded, Dao Ji's skills were exceptional, particularly his mastery of lightness qigong. His lightness qigong enabled him to evade the palace guards with ease. After a short while, Ying Yu arrived at the grand hall of Xianyang Palace. Ying Yu looked at Ying Zheng and said, "I pay my respects, father." Ying Zheng responded calmly, "Rise." Ying Yu asked, "I wonder what my father wishes to discuss with me." Dao Ji, lying prostrate in the great hall, overheard their conversation. Ji in shock. "Priest, such crucial intelligence. I must report back." Dao Ji privately mused. Moment he saw Ying Yu stepping out. He couldn't help but smile inwardly, for he knew such crucial information, once he returned to Mo family's headquarters, his report would surely be richly rewarded. Soon after, he left the palace swiftly. Exiting the palace, Dao Ji sped toward his secret outpost, the tavern. He ran with a smile on his lips, for this was a tremendous opportunity for the Mo family. Ying Zheng rarely went out, and the Mo family would surely lay out a careful plan. By then it would not be only the Mo family, remnants of the 6 states and the 100 schools of thought might also stir. Yet he had learned the news in advance and planned to carry this information back to Mo family's headquarters to prepare. Moments later, shopkeeper Feng brought Dao Ji to the tavern and said, "Arrange for me to leave the city at once. I have important matters to tell the magnate." Shopkeeper Feng calmly replied, "A pigeon message would do, wouldn't it?" Dao Ji urgently replied, "No, this matter is very important. It must be spoken to the magnate in person." Shopkeeper Feng also saw Dao Ji's urgency. He dared not delay further, for he sensed the matter was of great importance. Shopkeeper Feng frowned and said, "Brother, don't rush. Go back and pack your things. I will arrange your departure at once." Dao Ji replied, "Much obliged, shopkeeper Feng." Then Feng, without words, hurriedly arranged men to escort Dao Ji out of the city. A moment later, shopkeeper Feng and Dao Ji, disguised as a caravan, prepared to exit the city more easily. They left the tavern and walked straight toward the city gate. With sacrifice rites approaching, the city had tightened its guard. Idle people were not allowed to enter or leave Xianyang City. Shopkeeper Feng knew only that the city was under strict guard, and it would be hard to depart. So he devised the disguise of a caravan to leave Xianyang City. Shopkeeper Feng led Dao Ji along the streets of Xianyang City, where rows of soldiers patrolled. Feng and Dao Ji saw the scene, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. They feared the patrols would halt and search them. Thus they moved on with utmost caution, arriving at the city gate, where the soldiers blocked their way. The gate soldiers asked, "What are you leaving the city for? Don't you know the city is under martial law these days?" Feng bowed and smiled. "Sir, our tavern is in urgent need of a batch of fine wine. We are leaving the city to fetch wine," Feng said, approaching the soldier and discreetly slipping silver into the soldier's belt. Then Feng smiled and said, "Esteemed officer, please do us a small favor." The gate soldier touched the silver at his waist, his face stern. "Hurry back and forth. This will not be allowed again." Then Feng nodded and bowed, signaling the caravan to hurry out of the city. Dao Ji watched in astonishment, muttering to himself, "This is possible." Dao Ji was utterly shocked. He had thought leaving the city would be difficult, but it turned out to be just a matter of a few pieces of silver. This left him speechless. They quickly reached the outskirts and first found a secluded place. Then Feng said, "Brother, I can only take you this far, the rest of the road depends on you." Dao Ji replied solemnly, "Thank you for everything, shopkeeper Feng. If it were not for you, getting out of the city would have been difficult." Feng smiled gently. "We are family, no need for thanks." Dao Ji spoke, "This trip to Xianying City has been well cared for by shopkeeper Feng. I will not linger here, I must hasten back to report." Shopkeeper Feng responded coolly, "Very well, brother. When you come again, we shall drink heartily once more." Dao Ji did not say more, only glanced at Feng and turned to leave. In the third prince's residence, Ying Yu felt this ritual might not be so simple. Ying Yu muttered to himself, "This time father is going out, remnants of the 6 states, and the 100 schools will surely be stirring." This time going out, Ying Yu felt he should also make arrangements. Then he quickly sent a telepathic message for Hou Yi to come and discuss this matter with him. He wanted Hou Yi to accompany him chiefly to protect his father. When the time comes, whichever faction or side would certainly send assassins to strike. Ying Yu sensed the matter demanded vigilance. Then Hou Yi arrived in the study. Ying Yu sat calmly in the chair before the desk. He saw Hou Yi arrive, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. "You came, eh?" Ying Yu asked. Hou Yi did not speak, he simply nodded. He merely nodded. Ying Yu spoke softly, "In a few days we may need to go out for a trip." "Leader, where shall we go?" Hou Yi asked. Ying Yu replied calmly, "In a few days father has an important memorial ceremony, and then he will send me there. Then you will accompany me there as well." "Yes, leader." Hou Yi nodded. "But the destination is far, it may be dangerous for me to travel alone." Moreover, at this rite, all factions and the 6 states' remnants would be watching closely. This time Ying Yu would bring Hou Yi not only for his own protection, but also to safeguard his father. Ying Yu felt that the ritual would certainly trigger some action by the 6 states' remnants and the 100 schools. Hou Yi suddenly spoke. "Leader, before you prepare to depart the residence for Xianying Palace, I sense someone following you." Ying Yu frowned. "Do you know who it is?" "I don't know, but this person is very fast, even I can't lock onto him. Moreover, the aura is subtle. If you don't observe carefully, you can't sense it at all." Hou Yi was not unable to lock on a Dao Ji. It was that Dao Ji's speed was extraordinary, making space appear to conjure phantoms and causing his breath to linger only briefly within the space. By now Ying Yu had no time to pursue the identity of this follower. The rites were imminent, leaving little time to investigate. At this moment Ying Yu spoke softly, "Very well, I understand. In a few days you will accompany me." "Yes, leader." Hou Yi nodded. "You may go down first. When there's something I'll call you." Finally Ying Yu said nothing more, merely waving his hand to signal Hou Yi to step down. Hou Yi glanced at Ying Yu, then slowly exited the study, vanishing without a trace. Inside the imperial palace, Ying Zheng sat upon the throne in the grand hall. He turned to Zhao Gao beside him and said, "Summon the moon god for me. I wish for him to perform a divination." The moon god. A guardian of the Yinyang school, his strength ranked only below Dong Huang Tai. He was also the state priest of the Great Qin Empire, an expert in divination, who frequently cast horoscopes for the empire's fortune. Zhao Gao responded with respect, "Your Majesty, I shall go immediately." Meanwhile, Ying Zheng harbored concerns about this journey, for the sacred site lay far from the capital. Though Ying Zheng had unified the 6 states and claimed dominion over the realm, remnants of the former kingdoms and various philosophical factions still eyed him with hostility. They dreamed of toppling the Great Qin Empire and bringing about the death of Qin Shi Huang. This time, Ying Zheng summoned the moon god to calculate the route of departure and the timing of the ritual. This ritual was unlike any other, and Ying Zheng knew the remnants of the 6 states and the various schools of thought would likely seize the opportunity to make their move. Normally, Ying Zheng resided within Xianying, where the city was guarded by heavy military forces. Within Xianying itself, the Imperial Guard and several top generals maintained his security. It was extremely difficult for the remnants of the 6 states and rival factions to approach. If word spread that Ying Zheng was leaving for the ritual, his enemies would see it as an opportunity to strike. Therefore, Ying Zheng needed to exercise utmost caution. Ying Zheng also considered bringing the Yinyang school along, for their strength was beyond question. Soon the moon god hastened into the grand hall. Ying Zheng glanced at him and spoke directly, "You may begin." The moon god did not respond. Instead, he began casting his spell, and suddenly the lamps throughout the hall dimmed. As the moon god continued his incantation, the flat ground before him transformed into a mass of quicksand, shifting and reshaping into various forms. The ceiling above the hall illuminated, revealing stars of varying sizes. The stars upon the roof began rotating ceaselessly as though following an ancient rhythm. The moon god chanted incantations, and the quicksand on the floor took on the appearance of a sand table. It began to whirl violently, while the starry firmament overhead also commenced its turning. As the moon god traced gestures with his hands and recited his spells, the sand table suddenly stilled, and the celestial rotation overhead gradually came to a halt. Special symbols emerged across the sand table. The moon god paused, studying them intently. Ying Zheng could hardly contain his impatience. "Moon god, have you received your answer?" The moon god replied calmly, "Your Majesty, I have." "This matter is difficult to convey, Your Majesty." "Speak freely," Ying Zheng urged. The moon god furrowed his brow. "Your Majesty, the timing has been calculated. Departure may be made in 6 days. However, go on, Ying Yu said. You are pardoned for whatever you must say. The moon god spoke slowly. Your Majesty, this journey carries grave peril. He gazed upon the destiny he had discerned, and could not help but shake his head. Ying Yu raised an eyebrow. I understand. Though the journey was fraught with danger, Ying Yu had no choice but to proceed, for this ritual concerned the very lifeline of the great Qin Empire. Even if ambush lay in wait, Ying Yu would go. The moon god observed him, sensing no fear, and resignedly shook his head. It seems this journey is unavoidable. I fear even I cannot deter you, the moon god thought to himself. Meanwhile, within the Eastern Emperor Palace, Dong Huangtai learned of the moon god's divination. He shook his head in resignation. Must this emperor persist in his course despite the peril? This journey will undoubtedly be fraught with danger. Dong Huangtai understood well that Ying Yu's decisions were final and could not be swayed. Unable to dissuade the emperor, he could only silently pray that this journey would not encounter serious trouble. If anything were to befall Ying Yu, the Yinyang school would suffer greatly as well. If the emperor is determined to go, perhaps we should send some of our own to protect Ying Yu. Dong Huangtai pondered to himself. Suddenly he recalled that Ying Yu might also be going, and behind him that figure, Hou Yi, would likely accompany him. At this, Dong Huangtai hesitated. He debated within himself, should the Yinyang school go or not. After a moment of hesitation, Dong Huangtai ultimately decided they would go, for he could not be certain whether Hou Yi would accompany Ying Yu. If Hou Yi did not follow Ying Yu, then the emperor would be deprived of another protector. It would be better if they went. Dong Huangtai dared not gamble on whether Hou Yi would accompany them. He decided that the Yinyang school would go as well to safeguard Ying Yu's safety. Only then could he rest assured. Within the Mahist mechanical city, the chief received a message from a secret cell in Xianyang. The chief furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, what crucial information has Hou Yi uncovered that compelled him to abandon the messenger pigeon and ride post-haste? Normally matters were communicated by pigeon, yet now the messenger himself had returned. The matter must be of extraordinary importance. This only deepened the chief's curiosity about the matter's significance and content. Fearing the worst, he sought out Gai Nie. He ordered Gai Nie to intercept and protect Hou Yi along his return path. Although Hou Yi's lightness skill was already formidable, at such a critical time, no relaxation was possible. With Gai Nie, the foremost master of the Mahists and wielder of a legendary sword tasked with the mission, the chief felt reassured. Gai Nie's blade ranked among the most renowned in the sword annals. Given Gai Nie's involvement, the chief's concerns eased. Upon receiving the order, Gai Nie departed without delay. Meanwhile, the chief did not remain idle. He immediately summoned all Mahist leaders to the main hall. The leaders arrived at the Mahist Grand Hall upon receiving the summons. They were abuzz with speculation. What urgent matter has summoned us so hastily? I cannot say, but it must be significant. We shall know when the chief arrives. What could possibly be so important? As their murmurs grew, the chief entered the hall. He cast a glance at the leaders and cleared his throat twice to silence them. He then seated himself cross-legged at the center of the hall. Speaking calmly, there is pressing business to discuss. What is it? The leaders asked. Wait, the chief responded. Gai Nie brings Hou Yi. All will be revealed soon. At this moment, Gai Nie had come to rendezvous with Hou Yi, dispatched on the master's orders. Suddenly, not far from the Mahist Jiguan city, he came to a halt on an open stretch of road. He scrutinized the distance before him and spotted something sprinting at tremendous speed. He stood frozen in place for what felt like an eternity, gaze locked forward, until after several seconds Gai Nie finally made out the figure. Gai Nie muttered to himself, oh, it's just little Ji. He's been traveling so urgently. Gai Nie had assumed he would need to venture far from the Mahist headquarters before intercepting Hou Yi. Never did he expect the man to be moving with such haste. He had scarcely exited the Mahist Jiguan city when he spotted little Ji. Meanwhile, Hou Yi was racing toward the Jiguan city at full tilt. Spotting a figure ahead, he bellowed, brother, make way quickly. Hou Yi failed to clearly identify the person in front of him and whooshed right past Gai Nie. Stunned, Gai Nie could only watch as the figure blurred past him. Recovering from his shock, Gai Nie gave chase with all his might, shouting, little Ji, it's me. I'm Gai Nie. Hou Yi was still sprinting furiously when he vaguely caught someone calling from behind. He brought himself to a sudden stop. As his vision sharpened, he exclaimed in astonishment, is that not Xiao Gao? What are you doing here? Gai Nie soon caught up with him. Surveying little Ji before him, he clapped a hand on his shoulder and asked, why were you running so recklessly? Hou Yi replied urgently, I have no time to explain. I carry vital intelligence that must reach the master. Gai Nie replied coolly, very well. Gai Nie glanced at Xiao Gao and said nothing further. Soon after, he led Hou Yi back toward the Mahist Jiguan city. Within the Mahist Jiguan city, the master sat cross-legged at the center of the great hall, accompanied by several of the top chiefs. His eyes were closed and he remained utterly silent. Below him, the chiefs whispered among themselves. Why has the master summoned us? He won't say a word. Indeed, what could this possibly be about? Suddenly, the great hall doors swung open and two figures entered. They were none other than Gai Nie and Hou Yi. The master, who had been seated in serene composure, abruptly opened his eyes. He regarded Gai Nie first, then Dao Ji, and said, "Come sit. You've both had a difficult journey." The two took their seats quietly at the center of the hall. The master glanced toward little Ji, who had just settled, and spoke in a measured tone. "Tell us the important news you brought back from Xianyang City." Only then did everyone understand. The master had kept them waiting in the hall specifically to receive little Ji's intelligence. They had mistakenly assumed he wished them to meditate and cultivate themselves. Dao Ji then began. "Originally, the master sent me to Xianyang City to investigate matters concerning Hou Yi and Ying Yu. However, I happened upon information that Ying Zheng intends to perform the Fengshan sacrifices at Mount Tai." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions shifted dramatically, surprise washing over their faces. They were overcome with sudden elation. The master then spoke, "Little Ji, this cannot be a jest. Is the information reliable?" Dao Ji responded solemnly, "Every word is true." The master was deeply shaken by what he heard. Gai Nie spoke slowly, "This is an opportunity for our Mahis school, but also a test of our resolve." The master asked in surprise, "Xiao Gao, what are you implying?" Gazing at the master, Gai Nie said with grave seriousness, "Assassinate Ying Zheng." All eyes turned toward him at once. The idea was audacious beyond measure. Setting aside the elite guards surrounding Ying Zheng, the outer defenses alone were impenetrable. Only a lone infiltrator might succeed, but such a mission would surely prove fatal. There would be no living return. Silence fell over the hall. The master broke it first, saying, "We must deliberate carefully. Haste would be reckless." He understood that while this was an unprecedented opportunity, it also portended impending disaster. Should the assassination fail, Ying Zheng would rage, dispatching overwhelming forces to crush them. Everyone nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we must not act rashly," they echoed. The master spoke calmly, "This intelligence was risked at the cost of little Ji's life, smuggled out of Xianyang City. His efforts shall not go unacknowledged. You have done well, little Ji." Dao Ji scratched his head with a faint smile. It was nothing truly. The Mahis chiefs then gathered at the center of the hall to discuss the matter. The stakes were far too immense for anything but the most cautious deliberation. Moreover, their window of opportunity was narrowing. They believed such chances presented themselves only once. If the first attempt failed, Ying Zheng would grow infinitely more vigilant. The master knew full well the weight of this decision. The survival of the entire Mahis school hung in the balance. After roughly half an hour of discussion, the chiefs all requested permission from the master to carry out the assassination of Ying Zheng. The master replied evenly, "We have yet to receive definitive intelligence on when Ying Zheng will depart. Therefore remain patient and prepare accordingly. I shall inform you once we have more concrete information." The chiefs offered no further objection. Though eager, they knew they must obey the master's command. Though each had volunteered, the master already had someone in mind. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to weigh the matter carefully. This mission differed from all others. It could very well prove a one-way journey. He shook his head with resignation, troubled by the difficulty of his choice. Eventually, everyone dispersed to their respective posts. Within Xianyang City, at a secret Mahis safe house, tavern manager Feng detected unusual stirrings outside. He stepped onto the street and observed rows upon rows of soldiers marching toward the imperial palace. Scratching his head in bewilderment, he could not fathom the cause. Then he noticed troops stationed outside the city walls also beginning to mass and move as though some major operation was underway. Could they be preparing to besiege the Mahis Jiguan city? Manager Feng muttered to himself. That seems unlikely. If they intended a siege, there would be no need for such grand mobilization. Something significant must be occurring. Manager Feng grew increasingly tense. If the Mahis Jiguan city truly faced annihilation, he needed to spread the word immediately. At present, however, he could only suspect a dangerous uncertainty. After shopkeeper Feng Zhonggui inquired around, he learned that the Qin state army was on the move on a large scale, not to besiege the Mo family headquarters, nor to attack any particular location. It turned out that in a few days Ying Zheng would go out to perform a sacrifice, and Meng Tian and Wang Bin would begin their guard duties. Thus martial law was imposed in Xianyang, and the army began moving to designated locations. But this news was also quite shocking to shopkeeper Feng. Feng Zhonggui muttered to himself, "Quickly spread this news so Zhu Zi can learn of it." However, what troubled shopkeeper Feng most was that he did not know the exact time. He muttered, "If only I could ascertain the precise time, that would be even better, so they could prepare in advance." To glean the exact time is so difficult, so hard indeed, he thought. Feng Zhonggui knew now was not the time for thoughts, but for sending the message. Yet Feng Zhonggui did not know that even before him Dao Ji had already carried this very news and spread it. Feng Zhonggui had no idea of this. He still wanted to hurry the message out. He did not linger outside and returned directly to the tavern's backyard. First he went back inside to write a few letters, then went to the courtyard behind, found a carrier pigeon, and tied it to its leg. Then he released the pigeon. Yet Feng Zhonggui remained uneasy, fearing the pigeon might be intercepted or fail to reach the Mo family headquarters. So he released several more just in case. After all the pigeons had been sent aloft, his held fear finally eased. Inside Mo family headquarters, Zhu Zi saw a letter tied to the leg of a carrier pigeon. He could not help but be curious and inspect it. When he opened the letter, a smile curved at his lips. Zhu muttered to himself. The secret stronghold in Xianying also says Ying Yu will go to the sacrifice. It seems the news Dao Ji brought back this time is very accurate. That made Zhu nod slightly. He looked further down and suddenly paused. He muttered, why isn't this written on it? When will the sacrifice take place? Dao Ji did not know when Ying Yu would go either. Evidently Ying Yu keeps a tight rein on this information. This left Zhu in a dilemma. Not knowing when Ying Yu would depart meant they did not know when to prepare. Zhu must stay vigilant at all times for fear that Ying Yu might set out one day, and he must be ready. The letter also stated Ying Yu has mobilized a large force this time. Zhu frowned slightly. Zhu could not help but think that only one person should be sent to assassinate him. Sending more would risk exposure, and none would return. Then Zhu released a carrier pigeon as well. The message on the letter said, if anything happens, transmit by pigeon at once. Zhu watched the pigeon fly away and shook his head. He could not tell whether this was most chance or a disaster. In Xianying Palace, Ying Yu walked in the garden of the rear palace. Suddenly he asked Zhao Gao beside him, Minister Zhao, do you think we should announce the sacrifice to the public? Zhao Gao calmly replied, Your Majesty, if we announce it to the public it may invite unnecessary trouble. Ying Yu pondered for a moment. If announced it might invite assassinations by rebellious elements. Yet he thought this sacrifice was meant for the world to witness. Then Ying Yu solemnly declared, If we only keep silent will we not be laughed at by the world? Zhao Gao immediately knelt and said, Your Majesty, calm down, calm down. Ying Yu looked at Zhao Gao kneeling on the ground and could not help but laugh. He smiled slightly and asked, Minister Zhao, what fault do you have? Return, Your Majesty. Oh, I should not have offered opinions. Ying Yu laughed again. Rise, I permit you to speak. Ying Yu's affection for Zhao Gao was evident, elevating Zhao Gao's standing within the palace. Because he was adored by the emperor, Zhao Gao dearly wanted to advise him not to go so high profile at the sacrifice, for such ostentation would surely invite assassins from the remnants of the 6 states. Zhao Gao did not wish for Ying Yu's death. Moreover, Ying Yu's favor gave Zhao Gao immense power, and he reveled in the current authority. Secondly, Ying Yu had not yet named a crown prince. Thus Zhao Gao planned to dispatch the finest assassins from the Luo network to protect the emperor so that he could safely endure the grand ceremony. Ying Yu spoke softly, then declare it to the world. The sacrificial ceremony will take place 3 days hence. Zhao Gao then ordered his subordinates to spread the news, for he dared not defy the imperial command. Zhao Gao, hearing this, did not dare argue, further fearing another flare of the emperor's wrath. He smiled and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Thereafter Ying Yu continued his leisurely stroll in the garden. Zhao Gao could only take things one step at a time, for the emperor was not easy to persuade. The soldiers had received their orders and soon posted notices on the public boards across Xianying. The notice roughly stated that 3 days hence Ying Yu would go to Taishan to perform the Fengshan sacrifice to bless the great Qin. The moment it appeared, it sparked a flurry of speculation. Amid the crowd appeared a familiar silhouette, shopkeeper Feng from the tavern. Feng Zhongguei looked at the notice with a mix of surprise and joy. He muttered to himself, Is Ying Yu really so bold as to reveal the time and date of his departure? Then he hurried back to the tavern into his room, took out paper and pen, and began writing a letter. The letter read, Ying Yu will go to Taishan in 3 days to perform the Fengshan sacrifice. Prepare for the grand ceremony. He added the word urgent at the end. This time he drew from the pigeon loft a strong, sturdy pigeon, one of his emergency messenger birds. Then he found a string and slowly tied the letter to the pigeon's leg. Feng Zhongguei muttered, Is this a trap? He hesitated for a moment. Feng Zhongguei was only wary, he did not dare draw conclusions. He muttered, For something so important I hesitated. Fine, I will send the letter now. Then Feng Zhongguei watched the pigeon fly away and let out a long sigh, his mood instantly clear. There was nothing he could do now but relay the situation to the Mo family headquarters. Leave it to Zhu to make the decisions and arrangements. Within the Mahist mechanical fortress, the Zhu was meditating quietly inside the grand hall. Suddenly he heard a voice shouting from outside, Zhu. The voice drew nearer, and a figure suddenly burst through the entrance of the grand hall. The Zhu calmly inquired, Why such panic? The sky has not fallen yet. The newcomer was a Mahist disciple who said, Zhu, please look at the messenger pigeon in my hand. The Zhu slowly opened his eyes. His pupils dilated instantly, and his brow furrowed slightly as he stared intently at the messenger pigeon in the disciple's hand. The Zhu said urgently, Bring it here, quickly, let me see. This type of messenger pigeon was only used for matters of extreme urgency or vital intelligence. Under normal circumstances, the secret stronghold in Xianying City would never use this kind of messenger pigeon. Its sudden appearance today filled the Zhu with astonishment. The disciple stepped forward and handed the pigeon to the Zhu. The Zhu received it, gently, slowly untied the string around its leg, and retrieved the message. The Zhu opened and read the letter. Within seconds, panic washed over his face. He quickly looked at the disciple and said, Go quickly notify the leaders to assemble in the grand hall. We have an urgent matter to discuss. Seeing the panic on the Zhu's face, the disciple dared not hesitate. He hurriedly ran out to summon the other leaders. A few minutes later, everyone had assembled. As was their custom, they sat cross-legged in the center of the grand hall. Gao Jianli asked, has something happened? You summoned us in such a hurry. Dao Ji added, indeed, what is the matter? The Juzi spoke slowly. A message has arrived from our secret stronghold in Xianyang. It states that Ying Zheng will depart from Mount Tai in 3 days for the Fengshan pilgrimage and sacrifices. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Gao Jianli remarked, in 3 days. That is far too sudden. The Juzi replied calmly, everyone prepare yourselves. We do not have much time left. Furthermore, I summoned you here to plan our preparations for an assassination. Gao Jianli asked in surprise, an assassination? The Juzi replied calmly, yes, an assassination. This is a monumental opportunity for us. But we must plan this meticulously. Deep down the Juzi knew that if they missed this opportunity, they would never have such a golden chance again. Sitting nearby, Master Ban looked at the Juzi and asked, do you have a plan in mind? The others fell into a brief silence. The Tietue, known for his fiery temper, grew highly anxious. Being anxious now will not help. Looking across the entire land of those who attempted to assassinate Ying Zheng, the only one who actually stood before him was that man from years ago. Master Ban said slowly. The others fell silent once more, their eyes turning toward Gao Jianli. Gao Jianli of course knew exactly who they were referring to. That person was none other than Jing Ke, the dearest friend of his life. When the assassination of Ying Zheng was attempted years ago, only Jing Ke had stood before him. Had the sword saint not intervened, he might have truly succeeded. Killing a man in 10 paces, such was Jing Ke's supreme swordsmanship. This time I shall go alone for the assassination. The rest of you need not come along. What brother Jing Ke left unfinished, I shall complete for him, Gao Jianli murmured to himself. The Shuihan sword in his hand began to tremble slightly, as if it understood his words. He recalled how tragic and heroic it was when Jing Ke attempted to assassinate the Emperor of Qin. That will not do. If you go alone, is it not too risky? The Tietue asked with concern. Rest assured, do not worry. I am confident. Gao Jianli's hand gripped his sword tightly. Enough, say no more. If we are to assassinate the Emperor of Qin now, we must divide our forces. Only then can we succeed. The Mahist Juzi said calmly. Everyone looked at him. With a complex expression, the Mahist Juzi gazed at Gao Jianli. Seeing the young man before him, he was reminded of Jing Ke from years ago. Years ago, Jing Ke had stood before him in the exact same manner, holding the Canhong sword, and had spoken to him in the same way. Lord Juzi, please rest assured. I will surely succeed in the assassination. Once Ying Zheng is dead, Great Qin will no longer target the state of Yan. That was exactly what Jing Ke had said back then. Yet who could have imagined that not only would he fail, but years later the very sword in his hand would become a weapon of the sword saint haunted by restless souls. The Canhong was snapped in the Grand Hall, becoming a sword of despair, which was later reforged into the Yuanhong, the second greatest sword in the world. Are you certain of success? The Mahist Juzi asked. Seeing this, Gao Jianli nodded. Very well then. In that case, Master Ban and I will use the mechanical beasts to draw the enemy's attention. When chaos ensues, you will seize the opportunity to slip in and assassinate Ying Zheng. The Mahist Juzi's hand gripped tightly. His hand clenched the Mame sword. What Jing Ke failed to accomplish back then we shall do. That old dog Ying Zheng must die at Mount Tai this time. Everyone nodded, their tasks now assigned. Gao Jianli would assassinate Ying Zheng while Master Ban, the Mahist Juzi, and the others would use the mechanical beast to distract the Great Qin army, thereby buying Gao Jianli the opportunity to strike. In 3 days we depart from Mount Tai. Once Ying Zheng dies, the realm will change hands. Should we inform the Confucian sect of this assassination plan? The Tietue suddenly asked. Notify Pao Ding, the owner of the Yu Jin Inn, and have him inquire. If the Confucian Grandmaster is willing to help, nothing could be better. But if he chooses to stand idly by, that too will be a clear indication of their stance. The others nodded in agreement. In the quiet courtyard of Xiashengxian Manor in Sanghe City, 3 men sat sipping tea. They were the 3 heroes of Qilu, Fu Nian, Zhang Liang, and Yin Lu. A letter appeared in Zhang Liang's hand. As he read it silently, the other 2 watched him intently. What on earth is going on? As the Grandmaster of Xiashengxian Manor, Fu Nian frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Liang. News has come from the Yu Jin Inn. They are planning a major move. Zhang Liang gave a bitter smile, his heart filled with complex emotions. Among the 3, Zhang Liang was the one who shared the closest relationship with the Mahists. I have also received news from Xianyang regarding the Fengshan pilgrimage at Mount Tai. It seems highly likely that this major move by the Mahists is directed at the upcoming imperial sacrifice at Mount Tai. Fu Nian said, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with our Confucian sect. No one is permitted to act rashly, especially Yu Zifang. You understand my meaning, do you not? Zhang Liang could only nod in agreement. At the Hou Yi residence, 2 figures sat within the vast courtyard, Zhao Gao and his student Hou Yi. How could this be possible? What on earth was Imperial Father thinking? Why did he send my 3rd brother? Why was I left behind? And what about Fu Su? Hou Yi muttered, his voice laced with resentment. Powerless to alter the situation, Hou Yi could do nothing but vent his futile rage. Observing his state, Zhao Gao shook his head in helpless resignation. Moments later, Zhao Gao offered consolation. As your master, I will keep a close eye on this Ying Yu. Should an opportunity arise, I will certainly eliminate him for you. Zhao Gao was well aware of how enigmatic Ying Yu was. Dreading any reckless moves at present, he could only offer such words to pacify his disciple Hou Yi. Moreover, with Ying Zheng currently doting on Ying Yu, Zhao Gao dared not hastily dispatch assassins. If Ying Zheng were to find out, the consequences would be catastrophic. For now his only recourse was to watch and wait. Hou Yi nodded and said, "I understand, master. Forgive me, I lost my composure just now." Zhao Gao looked at Hou Yi with a faint smile, offering no further response. He then turned to depart, intending to pack his belongings and prepare to set off with Ying Zheng. Before leaving, he cautioned Hou Yi once more not to act rashly. Hou Yi nodded. He knew that his best course of action was to obey his master's counsel. Hou Yi remained deeply obedient to Zhao Gao, harboring the belief that Zhao Gao was the only person in the world who would never harm him. He silently watched Zhao Gao's retreating figure, saying nothing more. At the Fu Su residence. Before his departure, Meng Tian paid a visit to Fu Su, concerned that Ying Zheng's decision to leave him behind might have stirred resentment in the prince. Though he knew Fu Su was highly magnanimous, he still felt compelled to offer some comfort. After all, for this grand sacrificial ceremony at Mount Tai, Ying Zheng had bypassed both Hou Yi and Fu Su, choosing instead to bring only a newly emerged prince. Deep down, Fu Su felt a lingering sense of imbalance. As Meng Tian stepped through the gates and approached him, Fu Su was the first to speak. "General, as you accompany Imperial Father to the sacrifice, you must ensure his absolute safety." "Of course. With me there, the Emperor shall return in perfect safety." Fu Su replied softly. "You have my gratitude for your tireless service, General." Meng Tian could sense a faint trace of indignation harboring within Fu Su. He whispered reassuringly, "Young master, during this journey to Mount Tai, I will make sure that Ying Yu is taught a proper lesson." Fu Su glanced at Meng Tian and remained silent, tacitly consenting to the general's intent. Indeed, Fu Su himself could not fathom why his imperial father would choose to bring his third brother to Mount Tai. The decision baffled him entirely. "General, do you know anything of Ying Yu's background?" Fu Su inquired. Meng Tian shook his head and replied, "I do not, though I have heard some rumors about him." Fu Su inquired, "Oh, do tell, General. Has the young master heard of Hou Yi, who caused quite a sensation throughout Xianyang City recently?" Meng Tian asked. "I have. What of him?" Meng Tian replied calmly. "Lately whispers have been circulating within the palace that this Ying Yu is somehow connected to Hou Yi." "Hou Yi?" Fu Su murmured, knitting his brows. He suddenly recalled that several momentous events had occurred within the imperial palace recently. At that time his imperial father had been furious, yet for some unknown reason his wrath had abruptly subsided. Could it be that third brother resolved the matter? What connection could there be between them? Fu Su pondered inwardly, his mind thoroughly perplexed and in disarray. Pushing the thoughts aside for the moment, Fu Su looked at Meng Tian and said, "General, please take care of yourself during this journey." Since Meng Tian belonged to his faction, showing concern was only natural. Meng Tian replied solemnly, "Rest assured, young master." The two conversed for a while longer before Meng Tian said, "Young master, the hour grows late. I must return to prepare my belongings and join the Emperor's entourage. May safety accompany you on this journey, General." Meng Tian looked at Fu Su and without another word turned and departed from the residence. At the Chu Manor, within a quiet chamber, an elder and a youth sat together. The bookshelves in the room were packed with volumes, and the walls were adorned with various weapons. "Master, the various factions will surely make their moves during the sacrifice. Shall we mobilize?" Xiao Yu asked. "Let us watch and wait for now," Fanzeng replied. Xiao Yu was the young master of the Xiang clan of the Chu state, a figure of considerable renown across the vast martial world. The one speaking with him was his mentor Fanzeng. Over the years, Xiao Yu had studied under Fanzeng, who had successfully groomed him into a master of both scholarly arts and martial prowess. They were among the few survivors when the Qin state invaded the Chu state. Fanzeng frowned and remarked, "To think that Ying Zheng would openly announce his sacrificial journey to the entire world. There must be an underlying conspiracy." "What kind of conspiracy?" Xiao Yu inquired. Shaking his head helplessly, Fanzeng said, "This sacrificial ceremony might very well be a trap. We should bide our time and observe the reactions of the other factions first," Fanzeng added. He knew in his heart that the Mahist sect would undoubtedly take action during Ying Zheng's sacrifice. After all, the Mahist Grandmaster and Ying Zheng were sworn enemies. Although they too shared a mortal enmity with Ying Zheng, they lacked the immense strength of the Mahist sect. A single misstep could lead to their total annihilation, prompting Fanzeng to decide on caution after careful consideration. Their current forces were simply insufficient to contend with Ying Zheng. Furthermore, Xiao Yu was still young. Once he came of age, there would be ample opportunities to clash with Ying Zheng. Fanzeng knit his brows and muttered in puzzlement. The strangest part of this is why Ying Zheng decided to bring the third prince along. He bypassed Fu Su and Hou Yi, yet specifically chose to bring Ying Yu. This baffled Fanzeng completely. Xiao Yu replied, "We may not know, but we can certainly go and observe this time. And at the same time we can observe the reactions of the other factions." Fanzeng hesitated. Sensing his mentor's hesitation, Xiao Yu added, "Just a quick look. We won't be crossing swords with Ying Zheng." Xiao Yu stared at Fanzeng, with pleading eyes persistently cajoling him. In the end, unable to resist the youth's entreaties, Fanzeng relented and granted his request. Fanzeng said calmly, "Let us agree on this first. We will only watch from the periphery. No matter what happens, we must not involve ourselves. Deal? We will only watch from the outside and never step in, Hou Yi said gleefully. Fanzing looked at him, a faint smile gracing his lips as he shook his head in amusement. This child, Fanzing chuckled. Yet doubt lingered in his mind. If this truly was a trap, wouldn't the Mahist sect be in grave danger? He knew for certain that the Mahists would act. With a helpless sigh, he shook his head and murmured to himself, we can only leave it to fate. Deep within the dense jungle, Li Si, the Prime Minister of Qin, navigated through the thickets. Tasked by the King of Qin, he came to recruit a certain individual. This person possessed a peculiar temperament, yet he commanded a formidable assassination organization. Li Si pressed onward through the dense jungle for approximately half an hour before a clearing emerged before him. Approaching cautiously, he examined the scene, and his face lit up with joy. I have found him, I have found him. Before Li Si lay an open clearing. Upon it stood a royal throne, and seated upon the throne was a middle-aged man, with silver-white hair clad in black robes edged with yellow trim. Indeed, this was Wei Zhuang. Under his command lay a powerful assassin organization known as Lu Sha, the Flowing Sand, founded solely by Wei Zhuang himself. Li Si hurried forward and bowed respectfully. I am Li Si, Prime Minister of the Qin state. Wei Zhuang replied in a cold tone. Oh, I wonder what brings the esteemed minister to this remote wilderness. Might I ask Master Wei Zhuang whether you are aware that King Ying will conduct the Fengshan sacrifice at Mount Tai? Li Si inquired. Li Si had come today primarily to test Wei Zhuang and ascertain whether he would attempt to obstruct the ceremony. Wei Zhuang responded, I am aware. Moreover, I have foreseen that the Mahists will certainly intervene. Li Si furrowed his brow. Master, why do you say such a thing? Wei Zhuang cast a glance at Li Si, but offered no reply, merely letting out a bitter smile. Observing Wei Zhuang's silence, Li Si proceeded to reveal another matter. In truth, Li Si carried two objectives. The first was to determine whether Wei Zhuang would attempt to disrupt Ying Zheng's ceremony. By the look of things, he would not. The second was that by Ying Zheng's decree, he had come to recruit Wei Zhuang. For Wei Zhuang, much like Gai Nie, possessed extraordinary strength. To win him over would be akin to gaining an army fully armed and exceedingly powerful. Wei Zhuang replied indifferently, Oh, has the minister come for further matters? I have come today unwilling to see your talents wasted and lost within these forests, Li Si said. Is that so? By this point, Wei Zhuang had grown considerably intrigued by the man before him. He had already guessed what the second matter entailed. Li Si spoke with solemn gravity. I have come today to invite you to stand alongside the ruler of this era and shape the fate of the world together. But at that moment, Wei Zhuang interrupted him. Wei Zhuang regarded Li Si with cold detachment. If you have traveled all this distance merely to compel my submission, then you may return whence you came. Master Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang responded icily, I shall not repeat myself. Li Si studied him for a moment, then fell silent. For he understood that Wei Zhuang was not one so easily swayed. Calmly, Li Si said, Since your mind is made up, should you ever change your heart, you may seek me in the state of Qin. Though Li Si had failed to recruit Wei Zhuang, his mission was nonetheless accomplished. He now confirmed that Wei Zhuang would not interfere with Ying Zheng's sacrificial ceremony. Wei Zhuang had already made clear to Li Si that the Mahists would certainly take action. Given Wei Zhuang's nature, he would never contest the same prey with another. Therefore, Li Si concluded that Wei Zhuang would remain inactive. The man was aloof and proud by nature, yet he remained one of the most renowned swordsmen under heaven. Li Si then turned and departed. 3 days later, within Xianyang City at the Luo Wang headquarters, the Golden Fire Cavalry assembled alongside the Yin School's moon goddess, the Great Qin Cavalry, and the civil and military officials, all trailing Ying Zheng in a grand procession toward Mount Tai for the sacred rites. Among them traveled the third Prince Ying Yu, accompanied by a mysterious figure shrouded in secrecy. Clad in black robes, the figure carried a weapon concealed beneath layers of cloth. He rode in the carriage directly behind Ying Yu's. Under the farewell gestures of the royal princes and Prime Minister, Li Si, the procession departed the city gates. Ying Zheng had chosen not to accompany Li Si, intending instead for him to remain and guard the capital, for the vast imperial palace could not be left undefended. Shortly after the procession exited the city, Dong Wangtai learned of their departure and set out to follow in their wake. Dong Wangtai wished to observe who would dare to disrupt the sacred ceremony. He had already foreseen that this journey to Mount Tai would prove far from tranquil. After shadowing the procession for some time, Dong Wangtai spotted several figures clad in black trailing behind. He halted crouched beside the roadside and observed with sharp attention. The robed figures moved stealthily, keeping their distance as they followed. Squinting into the distance, Dong Wangtai murmured to himself, so they are agents of the Luo Wang. He felt no surprise, for Zhao Gao had also joined the procession. With the Luo Wang present, this was entirely expected. Unperturbed, Dong Wangtai paid them no mind and continued his pursuit. For his purpose was to observe from the shadows, counting how many would dare to oppose or assassinate Ying Zheng. Dong Wangtai came simply to watch the spectacle unfold. Thus he trailed the procession in secret, remaining hidden behind rather than marching openly among them. Dong Wangtai also noticed within Ying Yu's carriage a burly man seated in silence. Beside him rested a weapon resembling a bow, though tightly wrapped and impossible to discern. Gazing upon the figure Dong Tai's mind immediately turned to Hou Yi. This grows increasingly fascinating, he whispered to himself. In truth, he had suspected from the outset. If Ying Yu traveled, then Hou Yi would surely follow. For this journey would assuredly not pass without turmoil. Dong Tai observed quietly. It seems Ying Yu too has sensed the dangers lurking ahead. His curiosity deepened with each moment, eager to witness what fate would unfold. At that moment, Hou Yi detected numerous skilled warriors shadowing their party from concealed positions. He immediately reported to Ying Yu, "My lord, I sense masters lurking nearby, trailing our caravan from the shadows. There are approximately 2 separate factions following us." Ying Yu's brow furrowed with concern. "Oh, can you identify them?" "I cannot name them, my lord, but one among them possesses extraordinary power. That individual appears to operate alone," Hou Yi replied. Ying Yu responded with quiet composure. "Understood. Remain vigilant." Ying Yu then leaned from the carriage and scanned the road behind. Though he saw nothing unusual, Hou Yi's warning sent a chill through him, and his senses sharpened instantly. Who lurks in our shadows, and why 2 factions? Ying Yu mused aloud. The mystery weighed heavily upon his mind. Ying Yu fell silent, choosing patience over action. The imperial procession moved forward, led at the vanguard by Grand General Meng Tian, with the Golden Fire cavalry divided into 2 divisions, one at the front and one at the rear. This formation provided optimal protection for the entire entourage. The burden upon Meng Tian was immense, for he bore responsibility not only for safeguarding the procession, but also for the emperor's personal safety. He maintained unwavering vigilance throughout the journey, refusing to falter for a moment. Yet he remained unaware of the hidden masters moving in darkness around them. At that moment, the Luo Wang assassins and Dong Tai trailing behind the carriage noticed Ying Yu sticking his head out, so they immediately concealed themselves. Did he discover me? Dong Tai murmured to himself. He glanced at the several Luo Wang assassins who had hidden themselves, and a faint smile played on his lips. Perhaps he spotted these fools, Dong Tai said. Meanwhile, the Luo Wang assassins lurking in the shadows were thoroughly frightened, having witnessed Ying Yu extend his head and look in their direction. After watching for some time, he withdrew his head back inside. They remained uncertain whether Ying Yu had actually spotted them or not. Eventually, they had no choice but to continue shadowing the caravan. Meng Tian noticed something amiss with Ying Yu and quickly reined in his horse, riding over to beside Ying Yu's carriage. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Your Royal Highness Third Prince, is something wrong? General Meng, do you sense anyone following us?" Ying Yu asked. Meng Tian scratched his head, then turned to look behind them. After a moment's observation, he found nothing. Meng Tian replied calmly, "Your Royal Highness, there is no one behind us. You are likely overthinking it." Ying Yu smiled faintly and responded, "I suppose I am overthinking it." Meng Tian then said no more and rode ahead. Upon seeing him depart, Ying Yu withdrew his head into the carriage and pulled down the curtain. Inside the Mahist Mechanic City, the chief master calculated the timing. Today should be the day. Ying Zheng set out. He quickly summoned the several leaders to convene in the main hall. Time was of the essence now that Ying Zheng had already departed, so they needed to prepare without delay. Moments later, all the leaders gathered in the grand hall and sat in a circle. The chief master spoke first. Ying Zheng and his party have already left Xianyang City and are on their way. We may begin our preparations as well. At this moment, Gao Jinli gripped his water-cold sword tightly, his eyes burning with killing intent. He asked the chief master, "When shall we set out?" The chief master did not answer Gao Jinli directly, but glanced at Master Ban beside him. "Master Ban, is your mechanical bird ready, eh?" "It has long been prepared. We have been waiting for this very day," Master Ban said. De Tietue clenched his fists and declared, "We can finally fight properly," and showing Zheng the might of our Mahist school. The Mahist leaders were all stirred with excitement, for they knew they could finally seek vengeance. None felt the slightest fear. Their eyes blazed with terrifying killing intent. They harbored deep hatred for Ying Zheng and longed to strike him down at once. The chief master solemnly declared, "This time I plan to bring the white tiger as well." The white tiger. Shock spread across everyone's faces. The white tiger was also crafted through Mahist mechanism arts, incredibly agile on land, and even more massive in size. It was truly the sovereign of the land. By bringing the white tiger this time, the chief master wished to make thorough preparations, for this opportunity was hard won. Seeing everyone remain silent, he continued, "Very well, everyone prepare quickly. We shall depart shortly." "Understood." They responded in unison. At that moment, everyone left the grand hall to make their preparations. Only the chief master remained seated in his original position, his mind heavy with thought. This time he had staked everything on the Mahist school. Though somewhat risky, he intended to seize this opportunity to kill Ying Zheng. The chief master helplessly shook his head and said, "I truly do not know whether this will bring calamity or not." He sat alone in quiet contemplation. Approximately half an hour later, the chief master led the several Mahist leaders on their journey. This time only the Mahist leaders accompanied him. No one else was taken. The remaining Mahist disciples stayed behind to guard the Mahist Mechanic City. For this was their stronghold. If the Mechanic City were lost, they would be reduced to wandering. Then their party departed from the Mahist Mechanic City, heading toward Mount Tai for the Fengshan sacrifice. At the Chu estate, inside the courtyard, Xiao Yu kept urging Fan Zeng. for he had also received news that King Ying Yu of Qin had already set out. Hou Yi urged Fan Zeng, while simultaneously packing his own luggage. This time Hou Yi planned for only the two of them to go without any guards. After all, their purpose was primarily to observe, not to fight. Fewer people would be better. Hou Yi called out impatiently, "Teacher, are you ready yet?" Fan Zeng was still packing inside the house listening to Hou Yi's calls. He responded, all right, almost done. Originally Fan Zeng had not wanted to involve himself in this matter, but he could not resist Hou Yi's persistent pestering. After several minutes Fan Zeng emerged from the house, carrying his luggage on his back. Seeing Fan Zeng appear, Hou Yi said urgently, let's go, hurry. Ying Yu has already set out. If we do not leave now, we shall miss the chance. Fan Zeng looked at Hou Yi's anxious expression, smiled faintly, and shook his head. Then he regarded Hou Yi seriously, and said, remember, this time we are merely going to observe. No matter what happens, do not act impulsively. Do you hear me? Hou Yi replied impatiently, all right, I understand. We are just going to watch this time. All right, let us go. Fan Zeng looked at Hou Yi and could do nothing but sigh. After all, Hou Yi was the last remaining bloodline of the Chu kingdom. Fan Zeng deeply doted on him. After both had finished preparing, they carried their respective luggage and left the Chu estate, heading toward Mount Tai for the Fengshan sacrifice. At the same time, within the little sage manor in Sanghe City, Zhang Liang was quietly writing a letter in his room. The letter read, if the Mahists truly intend to assassinate Ying Yu, it will likely be extremely perilous. I cannot stand by and watch the Mahists take such risks. Do not worry about me. Zhang Liang. He then placed the letter beneath a cup on the desk and sneaked out of the little sage manor. Zhang Liang dared not tell them in person, fearing they would attempt to stop him. Once they objected, the journey to Mount Tai for the Fengshan sacrifice would become impossible. The only viable solution was to slip away quietly and write them a letter reassuring them not to worry. Afraid of being recognized, he disguised himself slightly, donning a black robe and changing into garments he seldom wore, then slowly made his way out of the little sage manor. Upon reaching outside the little sage manor, he glanced back at it. Helplessly shaking his head, he said nothing more. Deep down, Zhang Liang understood that the journey to Mount Tai for the Fengshan sacrifice would surely be fraught with danger. But at this point he had no choice but to proceed. Even if I must face mountains of swords and seas of fire on this trip to Mount Tai, I will go, Zhang Liang muttered to himself. For since all factions would surely attend Ying Yu's journey to Mount Tai, if the Confucians did not go, it would appear unchivalrous in the martial world. Therefore Zhang Liang resolved to bear everything alone. This trip would represent the entire Confucian school. Afterward, he departed from Sanghe City without looking back, heading toward Mount Tai for the Fengshan sacrifice. Not long after Ying Yu departed, various factions set out one after another, heading towards Mount Tai for the Fengshan pilgrimage. None of them wanted to miss this spectacular drama. Many predicted that the Mahist sect would inevitably make a move, though who they would send remained a mystery. Everyone was eager to witness this grand spectacle, the Fengshan pilgrimage of Mount Tai. Under the pretext of praying for the empire's stability, Ying Yu arrived at Mount Tai to perform the sacred rites. Ying Yu and his entourage reached the foot of Mount Tai, preparing to worship this tallest mountain of the east. Subsequently, Ying Yu reached the summit of Mount Tai. Standing tall and erect, he exuded an aura of supreme royalty. At that moment, a figure slowly approached him. Indeed, this person was none other than Gai Nie. Although he arrived late, he had been executing a vital mission. Whispering softly into Ying Yu's ear, he said, Your Majesty, just as you anticipated, the remnants of the 6 kingdoms are lurking around Mount Tai. For this sacrificial pilgrimage, Ying Yu had deliberately excluded Gai Nie from the main carriage procession, keeping him out of public sight. He wanted Gai Nie to follow stealthily behind the convoy to scout for any external forces, and to investigate whether any remnants of the 6 kingdoms were lying in ambush around Mount Tai. Evidently, this arrangement proved correct, as Gai Nie indeed detected their presence lurking in the vicinity. A subtle smile played on Ying Yu's lips, as if everything was completely within his grasp. This was precisely what he had anticipated. He intended to use this sacrificial ceremony as bait to lure out all the remnants of the 6 kingdoms, and then wipe them out all at once. Although it was a risky endeavor, Ying Yu knew all too well that one cannot catch tiger cubs without entering the tiger's lair. That was why he did not have Gai Nie depart alongside him, tasking him instead with scouting the perimeter. He had not been entirely certain if the remnants of the 6 kingdoms would show. Had they failed to appear, he would have been deeply disappointed. Clearly the outcome pleased him greatly. He knew full well that the remnants of the 6 kingdoms, especially the Mahist sect, would never let such an opportunity slip by. Ying Yu waved his hand, dismissing Gai Nie. He then looked at Zhao Gao and said, Minister Zhao, you may begin. Receiving the command, Zhao Gao nodded and shouted towards the heavens, Let the sacred music and dance commence. The grand sacrificial ceremony begins. All the civil and military officials, along with rows of soldiers, stood in solemn, erect attention. Holding a jade pendant that symbolized the nation's power, Ying Yu proclaimed to the heavens, Sovereign Heaven and Empress Earth, bless my great Qin, and grant our Qin Empire eternal prosperity. Meanwhile, the members of the Mahist sect kept their eyes locked onto Ying Yu, waiting for a single opportunity to assassinate him. Yet they dared not act rashly. There was only one chance. If they failed, they risked being entirely wiped out. Suddenly, before Ying Yu could finish his prayer, the weather underwent a violent transformation. The once clear blue sky was instantly engulfed by dark clouds, followed by continuous peals of thunder and howling sudden gusts of wind. Broad daylight was instantly plunged into pitch darkness. A sharp glint flashed in Ying Yu's eyes. Observing from the side, Gai Nie realized that this was the perfect moment to strike him down. Gai Nie gripped the Shuihan sword tightly in his hand. Looking up into the midair, he recalled Jing Ke from years ago. What his sworn brother had failed to achieve back then, he would accomplish today at all costs. Once Ying Yu died, the world would inevitably fall into chaos. By then his vengeance would be exacted, and he would fulfill the mission that his brother Jing Ke had left unfinished. Sensing that the moment had arrived, he released a signal. With a resounding boom, a perfect arc exploded in the sky, a brilliant firework. To Gai Nie, this dazzling blossom of light was the signal he had unleashed. The faces of all the civil and military officials paled at the sight. What is happening? Ying Yu's gaze flickered. Free from any panic, his hand instinctively gripped the hilt of the Tianwen sword at his waist, the finest sword under heaven. Panic rippled through the officials and soldiers at the ceremony. Suddenly, a massive mechanical bird soared out from the distance, with two figures seated upon its back. Indeed, these two were none other than the Mahis giant and Master Ban. Mounted on the back of the mechanical bird, they utilized its built-in repeating crossbows to sweep fire across the Qin soldiers below. In an instant, the soldiers on the outer perimeter suffered heavy casualties and chaos erupted among them. At this moment, every eye within the sacrificial ceremony turned toward the mechanical bird. Master Ban steered the mechanical bird directly toward Ying Yu. Glancing at Gai Nie, Ying Yu gestured for him to step forward and intercept the mechanical beast. Soon Gai Nie locked in fierce combat with the mechanical bird, successfully holding off both the Mahis giant and Master Ban. Observing from the sidelines, Gai Nie watched closely. With very few guards remaining by Ying Yu's side, it was the perfect moment for Gai Nie to assassinate him. Gai Nie's eyes burned with a fervent heat, a touch of madness rising within his heart. Ying Yu was right before his eyes. Just as Ying Yu believed the immediate danger had subsided, several figures suddenly leapt out from the dense shrubbery in the distance. These individuals were Xiuanu Dadiequi and Gai Nie. According to their plan, Master Ban and the Mahis giant would ride the mechanical bird to pin down Ying Yu's army and his strongest protector Gai Nie. Dadiequi and Xiuanu were responsible for clearing a path for Gai Nie, who would then deliver the fatal blow to Ying Yu. As Dadiequi forged ahead, he remarked, "This plan is going incredibly smoothly." At this moment, Gai Nie sought to retreat and aid Ying Yu, but Master Ban and the Mahis giant relentlessly pinned him down, denying him any chance. Gai Nie glared at the tyrant, Ying Yu, before him. Suddenly thrusting the Shuihan sword into the ground, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Yi Shuihan. He then chanted aloud, "The wind wails and the Yi river runs cold." This was Gai Nie's self-created and most powerful ultimate technique, which required the Shuihan sword to unleash its maximum devastating power. Plunging the Shuihan sword into the earth, he channeled his ultimate strike. In an instant, the surrounding air turned biting cold, as if summer had plunged directly into the depths of winter. The dread-inducing cold was terrifying. A thick layer of ice crystallized around the Shuihan sword. A sinister smile played on Gai Nie's lips as he muttered, "Ying Yu, you are doomed this time." With the strongest swordsman by Ying Yu's side lured away, the remaining guards were mere weaklings who stood absolutely no chance against his most powerful strike. Gai Nie's ultimate technique was executed with such blinding speed that Ying Yu could not react in time. Unable to draw his sword, Ying Yu could only watch as the devastating force of the strike surged directly toward him. Gai Nie's ultimate technique manifested as sheets of ice-sharp spikes of frost thrusting relentlessly toward Ying Yu. "Oh no!" Gai Nie cried out in alarm. Yet he was hopelessly entangled as Master Ban and the Mahis giant pressed their assault, leaving him completely unable to break free to aid Ying Yu. The freezing force unleashed by the Shuihan sword was now only a few meters away from impaling Ying Yu. Everyone believed that Ying Yu was surely doomed, as the deadly force of the Shuihan sword was on the verge of striking him. The onlookers watching from around Mount Tai, convinced of Ying Yu's imminent demise, all began to show expressions of delight. Suddenly Ying Yu, who was standing nearby, snapped his fingers. Instantly understanding the signal, Hou Yi swiftly drew his bow, pulled an arrow from his quiver, and loosed it into the sky, aiming right next to Ying Yu. Hou Yi unleashed a breathtaking strike, and that arrow immediately shielded Ying Yu from the devastating power of the Shuihan sword. The Shuihan sword was shattered by the impact of Hou Yi's arrow, its force neutralized in an instant. At that moment, everyone present was utterly stunned. They all began discussing amongst themselves. Who is this person? How formidable! He actually blocked Gai Nie's ultimate move with a single attack. Indeed, he is incredibly powerful. Did you see? That person is standing beside the third Prince Ying Yu. Could he have some connection to the third Prince Ying Yu? Below, the murmurs erupted everywhere. All the soldiers who witnessed the scene were discussing this Hou Yi. At this moment, Dong Wang Tai, hiding in the shadows, kept his gaze fixed on Hou Yi. While others merely said Hou Yi was formidable, Dong Wang Tai knew that the person before him had only used 1/3 of his true power. With merely one-third of his strength, he was able to block Gao Jianli's ultimate attack. Just how incomprehensibly powerful this person must be. Moreover, Dong Wangtai had never seen him before, having only heard of his legendary reputation. This Hou Yi is even more powerful than I imagined. Dong Wangtai muttered to himself. He never expected that there would be such a formidable expert at Ying Yu's side. Dong Wangtai looked at everything happening before his eyes, unable to believe it either. Recalling his previous attempt to spy on Ying Yu, he couldn't help but feel a chill of dread. Then a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips as he murmured, getting more interesting by the moment, more fascinating with each passing instant. Not only was he, but Zhao Gao and Meng Tian and their entire party were all shaken to their core by the spectacle unfolding before them. Meng Tian couldn't help but mutter, one arrow, just a single arrow to block Gao Jianli's ultimate technique. Heaven help us, this is simply terrifying. Meng Tian stood frozen in place, unable to conceive of anyone more formidable than Hou Yi. Though he had witnessed Hou Yi's prowess during the Battle of Gai Nie Valley, this time left him even more deeply shaken. The Battle of Gai Nie Valley had already delivered a surprise, and now yet another grand surprise awaited him. Standing beside Ying Zheng, Zhao Gao was terrified by Gao Jianli's YiThen. When Gao Jianli charged forward, Zhao Gao had already ordered Luowang to intervene, but they were positioned on the periphery and couldn't arrive in time. He had already accepted his fate. Yet the arrow loosed by Hou Yi beside Ying Yu offered him a renewed chance at survival. Was it him who eliminated my agents last time? Zhao Gao couldn't help but wonder. No wonder all my dispatched agents died without a trace last time, he murmured to himself. Thereafter his gaze remained fixed upon Ying Yu. Both the Confucians and Mahists found themselves unable to believe what was unfolding. When did Ying Zheng gain access to someone this formidable? Zhang Liang muttered under his breath, for he had believed that Ying Zheng already possessed Gai Nie, a sufficient power in himself, and now another towering figure had emerged. Moreover, this person had appeared out of nowhere. He had neither encountered nor heard of him before. Zhang Liang too stood rooted to the spot, lying prone beyond the grasses and watching silently. He reasoned that if he were to intervene, now he might likewise be apprehended, so he refrained from rash action. Having traveled alone without an escort of soldiers or skilled fighters, he lacked the means to act decisively. He had come merely to observe the spectacle and assess the battlefield dynamics. Those stationed on the periphery, watching the confrontation unfold, were equally staggered by Hou Yi's arrow. They had also witnessed how Gao Jianli's YiThen had come within mere feet of slaying Ying Zheng before an arrow suddenly descended, nullifying its lethal force. Furthermore, they observed that the archer stood right beside Ying Yu. Ying Zheng cast a glance toward his son, taken aback. He had never anticipated his own offspring would prove so formidable. His purpose in this pilgrimage had been to use himself as bait, luring out the remnants of the 6 states. Yet Ying Zheng had not foreseen that the Mahists would dispatch their supreme master to assassinate him. This miscalculation troubled Ying Zheng greatly. Fortunately, however, he remained unharmed. He turned his gaze to Ying Yu, then to Hou Yi standing at his son's side. Could this be the legendary Hou Yi I once glimpsed upon ancient scrolls? Ying Zheng murmured to himself. Astonishment seized him, for he was witnessing the very myth made flesh before his eyes. He had only ever read of him in scrolls, never encountering the man himself. Yet now Hou Yi had appeared, emerged from legend, and come to his aid. It seems he serves our son Ying Yu. Ying Zheng pondered aloud, uncertainty clouding his voice. A moment passed. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Mahist leader and master band, perched upon their mechanical bird, froze where they sat. At that moment, Gai Nie instantly recognized this as a prime opportunity to break free, swiftly retreating several meters before rejoining Ying Zheng's side. His concern stemmed from the fear that Gao Jianli might unleash another devastating attack. Everyone gradually emerged from the shock of those harrowing moments. Zhao Gao cried out, "Protect the emperor! Guard the sovereign!" Only now did he begin to recover, pausing hesitantly before shouting, still reeling from the terror he had witnessed. He had stood merely inches from Ying Zheng. Had the Shuihan sword struck, its devastation would surely have claimed them both. Only now in the aftermath did he slowly regain his composure and call out. Ying Zheng then shot him a cold, withering glance and dismissed him from his thoughts. Rows of soldiers promptly formed a protective barrier around him. Meng Tian approached, stating, "Your Majesty, forgive this humble servant's tardiness in your protection." Ying Zheng ignored him entirely, his mind still grappling with the magnitude of what had just transpired. Had Hou Yi not acted decisively, Ying Zheng feared, he would have perished this day. At that critical moment, the Shuihan sword strike had come within mere feet of Ying Zheng. Without Hou Yi's timely intervention, the emperor's life would have been forfeit. In Ying Zheng's estimation, Hou Yi's strike had possessed tremendous might, shattering Gao Jianli's ultimate technique outright. At this moment, every eye in attendance turned toward Ying Yu and the figure of Hou Yi beside him. For among all the attendees at this ceremony, these two had been the most unassuming, yet it was precisely these unremarkable individuals who had rescued Ying Zheng. Fear and astonishment flickered across every face present. Meanwhile, Ying Yu continued observing Ying Zheng from a distance, offering a faint knowing smile, without uttering a word. He recognized that the danger had not yet passed. His focus remained on dealing with the remaining rebels, which is why he refrained from engaging in extended conversation with the first emperor. Thereafter Ying Yu turned his complete attention to tracking the escape routes of those traitors. He had anticipated this gathering, that the remnants of the 6 states would inevitably send assassins targeting the Mahists. Thus he had brought Hou Yi along and made preparations in advance. However, he never anticipated that the Mahists would deploy their foremost expert Gai Nie. Ying Yu had expected the Mahists to hold back their full strength, not foreseeing they would strike immediately upon engagement. The turn of events had startled him as well, yet his quick reflexes proved decisive in rescuing his father. Otherwise the consequences could have been far worse. At this moment, the giant master band and the rest of the group stood frozen in place. After a long while they finally regained their composure. The giant shouted urgently to Tietue and Xiuanu, "Go! Hurry, leave!" Xiuanu, Tietue, and Gai Nie also stood there dazed, unable to believe what had just unfolded before their eyes. Gai Nie muttered to himself, "Just a few meters. A mere few meters, and we could have killed Ying. At that moment Gai Nie sensed that something was amiss. He felt as though this were a trap meticulously laid by Ying waiting for them to leap right into it. Subsequently, the giant cried out for them to flee before the Qin army surrounded them. Master Ban also grew panicked as more and more Qin soldiers swarmed toward them over the next few minutes. The situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire for them. Their only option now was to break through the encirclement. Gai Nie had still not recovered from the shock, unable to accept that they had failed to assassinate Ying by a margin of just a few meters. Who on earth is this master who suddenly appeared? Gai Nie murmured to himself. Hearing the giant's shouts from above, he prepared to escape alongside Xiuanu and Tietue. The situation on the battlefield grew increasingly dire for them. Their only option now was to break through the encirclement. Gai Nie had still not recovered from the shock, unable to accept that they had failed to assassinate Ying by a margin of just a few meters. Before long, a vast swarm of Qin soldiers surrounded the 3 of them. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Gai Nie urged Xiuanu and Tietue, "Go quickly. I will cover you. If we leave together." Tietue insisted. Xiuanu added in panic, "Yes, we must leave together." Gai Nie roared, "Go now. Otherwise none of us will make it out alive." Seeing Gai Nie approaching, Gai Nie realized that he would not be escaping today. He bellowed to Tietue, "Take her and get out of here now. I will break through on my own." Xiuanu showed no intention of leaving. Hearing Gai Nie's words, Tietue dared not hesitate and immediately pulled Xiuanu along to force their way out. Tietue understood that staying behind would only hinder Gai Nie and none of them would escape. Aboard the mechanical bird master band and the giant continuously provided cover for their retreat. Single-handedly Gai Nie held back both the Qin soldiers and Gai Nie. Watching Tietue and Xiuanu fade into the distance, a sense of relief finally washed over him. Ying Yu glanced at the 2 figures aboard the mechanical bird. Trying to flee, he sneered coldly. Understanding his intent, Hou Yi raised his massive bow, drew an arrow, and unleashed it toward Master Ban. Hit by Hou Yi's arrow, Master Ban's mechanical bird ground to a halt. Moments later they crashed heavily into the valley below. Witnessing this, Ying declared, "Excellent. Men searched that area for the Mahist remnants." Promptly Meng Tian dispatched a squad of the Golden Fire cavalry to scour the valley for the rebels. This scene was witnessed by Hou Yi and Fan Zeng, who were concealed in the underbrush. They knew they could not risk entering the main battlefield, but they could rescue the giant and Master Ban. Hou Yi turned to Fan Zeng and said, "Master, descend the mountain quickly and prepare a carriage. I will rescue them, and we shall meet up shortly." With the situation incredibly critical, Fan Zeng did not hold Hou Yi back. He said solemnly, "Very well, stay safe." Meanwhile, standing atop the summit of Mount Tai, Ying shouted to the soldiers below, "Capture him alive." Hearing Ying's command, the soldiers below hesitated to advance. Gai Nie was in an extremely weakened state, and they feared that any careless move might accidentally kill him. Gai Nie slowly emerged from the ranks. Looking down at the wounded Gai Nie, he said impassively, "Surrender. You killed Ying back then. Does your heart not ache? You killed your best friend back then." Gai Nie sneered. At that moment, Gai Nie recalled the scene of Gai Nie slaying Ying all those years ago. His heart stirred slightly. "Surrender. I will plead for mercy on your behalf, and your life may be spared," Gai Nie said calmly. Gai Nie did not reply. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, then raised his sword, and said, "Surrender is out of the question." Seeing Gai Nie's unyielding defiance, Gai Nie could not bear to kill him. Looking at the man before him, he was reminded of Jing Ku. Both had chosen the same path, to assassinate the king of Qin. He had failed to save Jing Ku back then. He could not stand by and watch another dear friend die here today. Stirred by compassion, Gai Nie harbored a desire to save Gai Nie, or at least plead for his life. A wave of emotion surged within his heart. With a swift strike of his own sword, he disarmed Gai Nie and ordered the soldiers to take him away. Picking up the fallen Shuihan sword, Gai Nie shook his head helplessly. Gai Nie sighed softly, "Why must you all be so foolish?" Meanwhile, in the direction of the Valley Master Ban, and the giant crashed violently from the mechanical bird, which shattered to pieces immediately after. At this moment, Hou Yi was sprinting swiftly toward the valley ahead. Unable to contribute to the main battlefield, his only option was to rescue the members of the Mahist sect. Xiao Yu knew they would inevitably be injured from the fall, leaving them defenseless once the Qin soldiers arrived. His priority now was to rescue them swiftly and keep them out of the Qin army's clutches. He darted through the dense forest. As he ran, he glanced back and spotted a massive contingent of Qin soldiers rushing in the same direction. Casting all worries aside, Xiao Yu quickened his pace and headed straight for the valley. After running for about 10 minutes, he spotted the unconscious Master Ban and Giant lying in a clearing ahead. He looked back at the pursuing Qin army, then at the unconscious Master Ban and Giant before him. This won't do. I can't move both of them by myself, and the Qin soldiers are hot on our heels, Xiao Yu muttered to himself. As Xiao Yu pondered his options, the Qin soldiers drew closer. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he spotted a deep pit not far ahead. Leaving no time for hesitation, he dragged the Giant into the pit first, followed by Master Ban. In his haste to move the Giant, the jade pendant he wore slipped off completely unnoticed by Xiao Yu. Just as the Qin soldiers were about to arrive, Xiao Yu pulled Master Ban into the pit and hastily gathered weeds and brush to cover the three of them. Shortly after they hid, the Qin troops reached the spot. However, the three remained well concealed, and the soldiers failed to notice them. The Qin soldiers found only the scattered debris of the mechanical bird on the ground. Staring at the wreckage, the Qin commander demanded, "Where are they? Could they be hiding? Search every inch." The commander ordered his men to scour the area for the Giant and Master Ban. Xiao Yu let out a sudden sigh of relief upon spotting the Qin soldiers. However, as he kept his eyes fixed ahead, his brow suddenly furrowed. Reaching down to touch the jade pendant at his waist, an irrepressible wave of anxiety washed over him. He realized that he must have dropped the jade pendant while pulling Master Ban, and it had fallen right there at the scene. Cold sweat beaded on Xiao Yu's forehead as his gaze darted tensely between the jade lying in the open clearing and the approaching Qin soldiers. All he could do now was pray that the Qin soldiers would not notice the pendant. Hidden beneath the thick brush, Xiao Yu trembled in fear, his face drenched in sweat and masked with sheer panic. Just then the commander of the Qin soldiers began making his way toward them. Sensing something suspicious about this particular spot, the commander drew his sword from his waist and cautiously advanced. Watching this unfold, Xiao Yu clamped his hand over his mouth, not daring to make a sound for fear of betraying his presence. Just as the Qin commander prepared to use his sword to part the thick grass. At that perilous, hair-raising moment, a soldier from behind suddenly shouted, "Captain, there is something over here." Hearing this, the Qin captain sheathed his sword and turned away. Crouching in the brush, Xiao Yu was too terrified to even breathe. Meanwhile, the captain strode over to the soldier and barked, "What did you find? Let me see." The soldier then presented the jade piece to his captain. Taking the pendant, the captain examined it with meticulous scrutiny. "Is this not a jade piece unique to the state of Chu? Could someone have rescued them?" The captain muttered to himself. Recognizing the craftsmanship as characteristic of Chu and knowing that neither Master Ban nor the Juzi were from Chu, he pondered the possibility. Thus he deduced that someone else must have intervened and that Master Ban and the Juzi had already been rescued. Watching from his hiding spot in the grass, Xiao Yu saw the jade pendant in the Qin captain's hand. A sense of impending dread washed over him. The jade was his personal possession. If anyone recognized it, they would undoubtedly assume that the Chu family had rescued the Juzi and Master Ban. Yet Xiao Yu could not afford to worry about that now. Glancing at the unconscious Juzi and Master Ban beside him, he shook his head in helpless resignation. The squad of Qin soldiers continued their search, but to no avail. Their captain was visibly growing impatient. The captain shouted, "The rebels have likely been rescued by someone else." Staring intently at the jade in his hand, the captain remained convinced that the rebels had already been taken away and that continuing their search here would yield nothing. "Withdraw. We return to report to His Majesty," the Qin captain commanded, gripping the jade tightly in his hand before leading his soldiers away. After some time had passed, Xiao Yu finally parted the weeds and peered out to check if the coast was clear. To his relief, he saw that the Qin soldiers had indeed departed. He vigorously swept aside all the brush covering him and took a deep, greedy breath of fresh air. Gathering some fallen wood nearby, Xiao Yu fashioned a crude makeshift sled. He carefully placed the Juzi and Master Ban onto it, then searched around and found a sturdy vine. Tying the vine to the wooden sled, he began to slowly drag them down the mountain. Carrying both of them on his back would have taken an eternity. This method was much faster, minimizing the risk of the Qin army doubling back. Daring not to delay, Xiao Yu hurriedly pulled Master Ban and the Juzi down the mountain. Meanwhile, at Mount Tai, the site of the imperial sacrificial ceremony, Gai Nie had been knocked unconscious by a single strike from Gai Nie's sword. Gai Nie then ordered his men to drag Gai Nie away. The chaotic skirmish had just concluded, and everyone was busy clearing the battlefield. Ying Yu cast a cold glance at the unconscious Gai Nie and commanded indifferently, "Take him away and lock him in the dungeon." "Understood." At that moment, Zhao Gao asked calmly, "Your Majesty, shall we proceed with the grand sacrificial ceremony?" "Proceed. Of course we shall. We want the entire world to see the consequences of defying us, the consequences of opposing the great Qin Empire," Ying Yu declared solemnly. Ying Yu's journey had another underlying purpose: to show the remnants of the 6 states the grim fate that awaited anyone who dared oppose him. This would serve as a powerful deterrent to the remnants of the 6 states, while purging those who actively opposed him. killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Gao nodded in agreement and promptly ordered his men to clear the battlefield and prepare for the ceremony. Meanwhile, the soldiers dispatched by Ying Zheng's decree to capture the Juzi and Master Band began returning in succession. The captain leading the unit stepped out from among the ranks and approached Ying Zheng. Recognizing him as one of their own, Meng Tian cleared the path, allowing him to approach Ying Zheng. The captain reported calmly, "Your Majesty, in accordance with your command to capture the Mahist remnants in the valley, I proceeded to the site. However, upon arrival they were nowhere to be found. We only discovered the wreckage of a crashed mechanical bird." "Oh, and what else?" Ying Zheng demanded, his face darkening with anger at their failure to accomplish such a simple task. Sensing Ying Zheng's rising ire, the captain lowered his voice and added softly, "At the scene we also discovered this jade pendant." He dropped to one knee, presenting the jade piece with both hands. Zhao Gao stepped forward to receive it and handed it to Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng examined the jade in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. However, he did not dwell on it, prioritizing the impending grand sacrificial ceremony above all else. Handing the jade to Zhao Gao for safekeeping, he decided to investigate the matter after the ceremony concluded. Ying Zheng then cast a glance at the soldier and waved his hand, dismissing him. Seeing Ying Zheng's dismissive gesture, the soldier dared not say another word, turning to leave immediately. Meanwhile, from his hiding spot, Zhang Liang observed the return of the Qin soldiers who had been sent to search for the Juzi and Master Ban. Yet there was no sign of Master Ban or the Juzi among them. Could they have escaped? No, that is impossible. Falling from such a height would surely leave them dead or severely crippled, Zhang Liang murmured to himself. Unable to believe what he was seeing, he emerged directly from the brush and made his way toward the crash site of the mechanical bird. Moments later, Zhang Liang arrived at the scene. He stared at the shattered remains of the mechanical bird strewn all over the ground. An icy shiver ran down his spine. Where could the Juzi and Master Ban have gone? Since the Qin army did not capture them, where could they possibly be? Zhang Liang muttered in bewilderment. Still puzzled, Zhang Liang began searching the vicinity in hopes of finding a clue. A few minutes later, he discovered a hollow nearby, surrounded by patches of grass that seemed to have been recently disturbed. Stepping closer to examine it, Zhang Liang felt a surge of relief and joy. Judging by these traces, they must have been rescued. Since both the Juzi and Master Ban would have been rendered completely immobile after falling from such a height, the evidence pointed to the intervention of a third party. Finally, the heavy burden in Zhang Liang's heart was lifted. Yet after a moment, another question surfaced in his mind. Who could have rescued them? All the Mahis are accounted for here. Who could it possibly be? Zhang Liang murmured in deep confusion. Zhang Liang instantly grew alert. People swiftly him. He hurriedly found a place to hide. At that moment, the Tai Chue and Xuan Nu arrived at where the mechanism bird had fallen. They saw the mechanism bird, and it had been struck by an arrow. The last mechanism bird finally lost control and crashed into the valley. Behind them, there were no pursuers. Evidently Gao Jianli had blocked them. Then they arrived at the place where the mechanism bird had crashed. They looked at the site before them, the ground littered with fragments of the mechanism bird. They desperately searched the surroundings for something. Could Zhu Zi's henchmen and master have been captured by the Qin army? The Tai Chue asked in a despondent tone. Xuan Nu watched the scene before her and did not speak. She simply stood there dazed. Gao Jianli has been captured. Now Master and Zhu Zi have also been captured. At this moment, Xuan Nu's heart felt as if thousands of ants were crawling inside her, unbearably distressed. Xuan Nu's tears spilled from her eyes. She had thought about the consequences if the assassination failed, but she hadn't imagined it would be so serious. At this moment, she collapsed to the ground. The Tai Chue, seeing this, hurried to comfort her. We must avenge them. Xuan Nu glanced at the Tai Chue after hearing his words, and then her inner fire could no longer be suppressed, and she began to wail loudly. Right now, the Tai Chue didn't know what to do. He comforted Xuan Nu while searching nearby for any trace of them. At this moment, lying nearby, Zhang Liang recognized these two people. So it's Mo family's the Tai Chue and Xuan Nu, he muttered to himself. Zhang Liang suddenly sprang out from the bushes. This frightened the Tai Chue and Xuan Nu, and they immediately grew alert. After that, they carefully studied this person. After a moment, Xuan Nu softly said, So it's brother Zhang Liang after all. What are you doing hiding here for? I came here because I saw the direction the mechanism bird crashed, so I came to check if there was trouble. Zhang Liang spoke calmly to Xuan Nu. Xuan Nu looked at Zhang Liang staying here, and felt that Zhang Liang must have seen Bandashur and Zhu Zi. Then the fire in his heart suddenly rekindled, giving him renewed confidence. Xuan Nu, with a hopeful look, asked Zhang Liang, Did you see Zhu Zi and Master? No. Zhang Liang shook his head. Xuan Nu, hearing this, immediately slumped back to the ground again, and the fire in her heart was extinguished in an instant. Zhang Liang looked at Xuan Nu, then comforted her. Although I didn't see them, they were surely saved by someone else. They weren't captured by the Qin army. Do you know who saved them? The Tai Chue asked in doubt. At that moment, the Tai Chue and Xuan Nu seemed to have crawled out of hell. Their mood inexplicably improved a little. The Tai Chue solemnly said, Next time could you tell the news faster? You gave us a scare. Isn't it a case of me answering your questions as you asked them? Zhang Liang sighed helplessly. Seeing them very downcast, he tried to cheer them up in this way. It's late already, let's stop joking around. Now Xiao Gao has been captured and Zhu Zi and Master are still missing. What do we do now? The Tai Chui asked. Zhang Liang spoke calmly, don't rush. Staying here isn't safe, we should return to Mo family headquarters to plan long-term. And what about Xiao Gao? We can't let him fall into the Qin army's hands. The Tai Chui and Xuan Nu kept staring at Zhang Liang, hoping he could help them think of a good plan. Because only the two of them remained, they didn't know what to do. Where is Dao Ji? Why can't we find him? Zhang Liang asked in doubt. The Tai Chui said lightly. Zhu Zi feared this mission would face some accident, so he sent Dao Ji to meet at the foot of the mountain. Zhu Zi feared the mission would fail, so he kept Dao Ji at the foot of the mountain to guard, both to receive them and to avoid a total rout. This place isn't safe, then we should meet Dao Ji first, and then return to Mo family headquarters together, Zhang Liang said. There was no better plan right now. With just a few of them, it would be impossible to breach the Qin army and rescue Xiao Gao. Especially since the Qin army housed an extremely formidable figure. Heeding Zhang Liang's words, the Tai Chui and Xuan Nu then descended the mountain to find Dao Ji. Then the three of them left the small valley and headed straight down the mountain. Not far from the sacrificial right side, a middle-aged man wearing black and a mask stood. This man was very mysterious, quietly observing everything that happened here. Yes, this is Dongwang Tai. He witnessed the entire battlefield. At first, when Gao Jinli unleashed his ultimate move, he planned to intervene, but was too far away. He didn't manage to act in time, but fortunately Hou Yi, who stood beside Ying Yu, stepped in. Dongwang Tai watched all of it. He said nothing and showed no surprise. For when he did divination in the Dongwang Hall, he had already sensed their strength. Now he quietly observed the Mo family remnants. Dongwang Tai shook his head and sighed, a group of kids who know not the height of heaven or earth. If they knew Hou Yi's strength, they should not have moved at all. Dongfang Tai muttered to himself. Dongwang Tai then looked at Ying Yu. He too had some doubt, for he could not quite fathom Ying Yu's identity. What exactly is this third prince, your highness? Dongwang Tai asked in confusion. He was eager to know what kind of person this third prince Ying Yu is, but with his own abilities it seemed impossible to know. Forget it, perhaps we will know in time. Dongwang Tai consoled himself. Then he looked at Ying Zheng and ordered men to finish clearing the battlefield and make the sacrificial site clean, continuing the sacrificial rite that had been interrupted earlier. Dongwang Tai's lips curved into a slight smile as he muttered, there isn't much left to see, this is quite dull. Then he turned and left. Dongwang Tai headed straight down the mountain. He felt there was nothing more interesting ahead, so he returned early to Xianying City. Ying Zheng looked at the clean site. He glanced at Xiao Gao and signaled him to continue. He intended to complete the interrupted sacrifice, for this time he would not let some Mo family remnants disrupt it. This sacrificial rite was of great importance. Xiao Gao then received orders to repeat the words again. The moon goddess stood nearby, performing divination, drawing runes, and reciting spells. As time passed second by second, Ying Zheng repeated the same movements as before. Ying Zheng was seen holding a jade pendant. Looking up to the heavens, he cried out, "May the yellow heavens above bless my great Qin." With that, he cast the jade pendant directly into the river below the summit of Mount Tai. Immediately, the civil and military officials echoed in unison, "May the yellow heavens above bless our great Qin. Your Majesty is wise and sagacious." At this moment, Zhang Liang de Tietue and Xuanu arrived at the foot of the mountain, where they found Dao Ji lying on a tree branch. Sensing someone approaching, Dao Ji sat up abruptly on the tree and peered down, only to realize it was de Tietue and Xuanu. He hastily scrambled down from the tree. Looking at de Tietue and Xuanu, he asked, "I heard a massive commotion from up the mountain just now. Did you succeed? Wait, why is it just the two of you? Where are Juzi and Master Ban? And Xiao Liangzi, what brings you here? Why is everyone so quiet?" Having heard the roaring commotion on the mountain, Dao Ji had assumed their mission was a success, which was why he kept pressing them with questions. Dejection was written all over Xuanu's face. After a long silence, she spoke softly, "We failed." "What do you mean failed?" Dao Ji, unable to believe his ears, asked again to clarify. De Tietue glared fiercely at Dao Ji and roared, "The operation failed. We fell right into Ying Zheng's trap. Where are Juzi and Master Ban? And what about Xiao Gao?" Dao Ji asked in utter bewilderment. Zhang Liang glanced at Xuanu and de Tietue, noting their profound despondency. Zhang Liang then spoke up, "Xiao Gao has been captured by the Qin army. Master Ban and Juzi are currently missing." As soon as Zhang Liang uttered these words, upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, Dao Ji felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, dragged instantly from heaven down to hell. He collapsed weakly onto the ground. Unable to believe Zhang Liang's words, Dao Ji muttered in denial, "That's impossible. You must be lying to me." Refusing to accept reality, he clung to self-deception and continued to press them. Dao Ji pleaded, "You guys must be joking. De Tietue, tell me he's joking. Explain it to me." "It's no joke. Everything he said is true," de Tietue replied. Dao Ji slumped to the ground once more, muttering to himself, "Impossible. Impossible. This must be a lie." He looked up at Xuanu and de Tietue, only to notice the wounds on their bodies. Clutching his head, he shook it repeatedly, utterly unable to accept the harsh reality before his eyes. Suddenly, he scrambled to his feet and prepared to charge up the mountain. That old bastard Ying Yu. I'll tear him to pieces. Dao Ji bellowed. He dashed forward, sprinting toward the mountain. But just as he was about to brush past Zhang Liang, the ladder struck him, knocking him unconscious. The boy is in no state to face reality right now. Let's take him back first, Zhang Liang said, shaking his head with a sigh of helplessness. De Tietue and Xuanu looked at Zhang Liang. Devoid of any better ideas and overwhelmed by the situation, they remained silent, choosing to follow Zhang Liang and defer to his judgment. Heaving the unconscious Dao Ji onto his shoulder, De Tietue asked, "Where do we go now?" "Back to the Mahist headquarters," Zhang Liang replied. The grand sacrificial ceremony concluded successfully. Ying Yu and his entourage were now on their way back to Xianyang City. Sitting inside his luxurious carriage, Ying Yu gazed intently at the piece of jade in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it seemed, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. After pondering for a while, Ying Yu put the thought aside. He decided to have the royal jade artisans examine it upon his return to the palace to determine its origin and which state it belonged to. At that moment, his thoughts drifted back to Hou Yi, who had shielded him from Gao Jianli's ultimate strike. To think Yu has such formidable figures by his side. The divine physician Bian Ke is already extraordinary, and now there is Hou Yi. Ying Yu murmured to himself in bewilderment. To his memory, this son of his had always been mediocre and utterly unremarkable. Ying Yu had seen no promise in him whatsoever, which was why he had never entrusted him with any affairs of state. Now Ying Yu could not help but wonder where his son had recruited these extraordinary individuals, all of whom seemed fiercely loyal to him. Most perplexing of all was how they had suddenly appeared without a single prior trace. This filled Ying Yu with profound doubt. Also present in the entourage was Gai Nie. While Gai Nie had not accompanied them on the journey there, Ying Yu had commanded him to join the convoy on their return. Having accomplished his objectives, Ying Yu saw no further need for secrecy. At this moment, Gai Nie rode his horse alongside the prison cart, where Gao Jianli was being held. Glancing at Gao Jianli beside him, Gai Nie could not help but shake his head, sighing with deep emotion. Gao Jianli's hands and feet were heavily shackled. Sitting in the prison cart with a look of blank resignation, he looked up at Gai Nie riding alongside him and sneered. "Even if you execute me, it will be in vain. Thousands of righteous warriors will rise to assassinate Ying Yu." "I will not let you die," Gai Nie replied indifferently. "Has this for Jing Ke's sake? If so, save your breath," Gao Jianli sneered mockingly. "Yes, what of it?" Gai Nie replied calmly. "You lackeys of Ying Yu will all meet a miserable end one day," Gao Jianli roared. Gai Nie cast a brief glance at Gao Jianli, but offered no reply. Keeping his gaze fixed ahead, he continued to ride his horse. Just then Meng Tian rode over. Seeing Gao Jianli shouting, Meng Tian struck the prison cart with his weapon. "Quiet down. You're a prisoner, yet you still make such a racket," Meng Tian barked. Gao Jianli glared at Meng Tian and let out a cold snort. Meng Tian then turned to Gai Nie and asked, "Mr. Do you require any assistance here?" Fearing that Gai Nie might not be able to guard Gao Jianli alone, Meng Tian offered to assign some soldiers to lighten his burden. "Thank you, General Meng, but I can handle this myself." "There is no need to trouble you," Gai Nie replied. Meng Tian smiled faintly and said, "If you need anything, mister, do not hesitate to ask. We are brothers after all." "Understood," Gai Nie replied calmly. Meng Tian then rode ahead. Once Meng Tian had left, Gai Nie turned to Gao Jianli in the prison cart and asked, "Why must you make such futile sacrifices? Is it not better to stay alive? Why must you insist on assassinating Ying Yu?" Gao Jianli replied quietly, "You do not understand. You have not witnessed Ying Zhang's cruelty, nor have you seen the innocent civilians slaughtered by his hand. Did Ying Yu not do so to unify the 6 states? I fail to see what is wrong with that," Gai Nie said placidly. With a cold snort, Gao Jianli turned his head away. Perhaps realizing he had no logical retort, he chose to remain silent. And so the convoy wound its way along the road, stopping occasionally to rest before resuming their journey. After some time had passed, they were finally drawing near to Xianyang City. Having received the news well in advance, Li Si led the remaining ministers and a contingent of soldiers to wait at the city gates, standing ready to welcome their return. Li Si, the ministers, and the soldiers formed 2 flanking columns, with Li Si standing at the center. A moment later, Ying Yu returned in Grand Majesty, leading the civil and military officials. Zhao Gao said to Ying Yu, "Your Majesty, the gates of Xianyang City are just ahead." "Very well, we are aware," Ying Yu replied calmly. Spotting the approaching carriage procession near the city gates, Li Si quickly adjusted his robes, preparing to receive Ying Yu. Subsequently, Meng Tian rode his horse to the front of the imperial carriage and asked calmly, "Your Majesty, how should we dispose of Gao Jianli?" "First imprison him in the dungeon," Ying Yu replied calmly. "Understood." Meng Tian complied. Ying Yu then waved his hand, dismissing him. Exhausted from the arduous journey, Ying Yu was disinclined to speak further. After all, too many incidents had transpired during the grand sacrificial ceremony, compounded by days of grueling travel. Meng Tian withdrew and rode straight to the front of the procession to clear the way. Shortly thereafter, Ying Yu and his entourage arrived at the gates of Xianyang. Li Si and the ministers chimed in unison, "Welcome back, Your Majesty." Ying Zheng's carriage came to a halt beside Li Si. Gazing at him, Ying Zheng said calmly, "You have worked hard ministerly guarding the capital in our absence. This humble subject's meager efforts are not worth mentioning." "Your Majesty is far too kind," Li Si replied. Ying Zheng offered a faint smile and proceeded directly toward the Xianying palace. As the procession passed, Li Si noticed a prisoner confined at the rear of the convoy whose face seemed remarkably familiar. "Is that not the rebel Gai Nie, the supreme master of the Mahist sect? Why is he in a prisoner carriage?" Li Si muttered to himself in confusion. Then a sudden realization dawned upon him. Frowning slightly, he whispered, "What on earth happened during this journey?" Scanning the convoy meticulously, Li Si observed that apart from a slight reduction in the number of soldiers, everything else appeared unchanged. His brow furrowed deeper. After a short while, Li Si noticed Zhao Gao making his way back. He inquired, "Eunuch Zhao, where are you heading?" "All lordly His Majesty summons you. He requests your presence at the Xianying palace shortly," Zhao Gao replied with a subtle smile. "Very well, I understand," Li Si answered. He then watched as Zhao Gao walked straight toward the rear, stopping beside the prisoner carriage, where Gai Nie stood guard. He lingered, no longer walking straight toward the Xianying palace, as Ying Zheng was waiting for him. Zhao Gao approached the prisoner carriage and said to Gai Nie, "Lord Gu, His Majesty commands you to confine Gai Nie in the dungeon." "Understood. Thank you for the message, Eunuch Zhao," Gai Nie replied. Zhao Gao cast a quick glance around, noting that there was no one nearby. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice and said, "Lord Gu, I advise you not to let personal feelings cloud your judgment. I know he was a brother to your dear friend Jing Ku, but you must remember, Lord Gu, he is the prime suspect in the attempted assassination of His Majesty." Gai Nie nodded, replying calmly, "I appreciate your reminder, Eunuch Zhao." Zhao Gao said indifferently, "Then I shall take my leave and trouble you no further, my lord." "Take care, Eunuch Zhao," Gai Nie responded. Without looking back, Zhao Gao walked straight toward the Xianying palace. He had merely wished to warn Gai Nie, fearing that the swordsman might commit some foolish act. Shortly after Zhao Gao's departure, Gai Nie ordered the soldiers to escort the prisoner carriage directly to the dungeon. Along the way, Gai Nie spoke up once more. "What did Zhao Gao say to you?" Gai Nie replied coldly, "Are you so eager to know?" He said nothing of import, merely some trivial matters. Gai Nie fell silent again. After walking for some time, they finally arrived outside the dungeon. Just as the surrounding soldiers were about to open the carriage, Gai Nie stepped forward and personally unlocked the chains holding Gai Nie. He then escorted Gai Nie through the freezing, dreadfully eerie depths of the dungeon. Led by the chief jailer, they arrived at a dilapidated cell. The jailer unlocked the heavy iron door, and Gai Nie said calmly, "Step inside." Gai Nie ignored him, walking straight in to find an empty space where he sat down to meditate. "If you have any requests, you may speak," Gai Nie said quietly. Gai Nie glanced at him, but offered no reply, turning his face toward the cold stone wall instead. Beholding this, Gai Nie merely shook his head in resignation and spoke no further. Turning to the jailer beside him, he instructed, "He is a vital prisoner of His Majesty. See to it that he is well looked after." Of course. We will ensure nothing goes amiss," the jailer replied, bowing obsequiously. With that, Gai Nie turned and left the cell, walking straight out of the dungeon. With Gai Nie safely delivered to his cell as commanded by Ying Zheng, Gai Nie's task was successfully completed. Inside the Xianying palace, Li Si entered the grand hall. Looking up at Ying Zheng seated upon the imperial throne, he listened as the emperor spoke calmly. "Minister Li, how did that matter progress?" "Wei Zhuang still refuses to submit to Great Qin," Li Si replied. Prior to the imperial Fengshan ceremony at Mount Tai, Ying Zheng had instructed Li Si to recruit Wei Zhuang. Ying Zheng asked indifferently, "Oh, and what did he say?" Li Si explained, "Wei Zhuang is proud and aloof by nature, completely indifferent to royal power and wealth. Recruiting him is exceedingly difficult." Ying Zheng of course understood this, while knowing how arduous it was to win over a master of such caliber. These martial artists of the Jianghu were accustomed to absolute freedom. They would find any form of constraint intolerable. He also knew that without something to truly pique their interest, winning their allegiance was impossible. All of this fell entirely within Ying Zheng's expectations. "However, Your Majesty, Wei Zhuang does not seem to harbor any hostility toward us," Li Si added softly. "Oh, he bears no ill will, yet has no intention of submitting to us." Ying Zheng muttered to himself in contemplation. He then remarked to Li Si, "Wei Zhuang is indeed an enigmatic figure hard to fathom." Li Si asked, "Should we attempt to win him over again, Your Majesty?" Ying Zheng replied coldly, "Leave him be for now." Ying Zheng knew that another attempt would only yield the same futile result. It would be a wasted effort given how deeply ingrained the desire for freedom was in these Jianghu swordsmen. This was especially true for someone as proud, aloof, and remarkably powerful as Wei Zhuang. Ying Zheng said calmly, "Very well, you may withdraw. We are weary." "Understood, Your Majesty." Li Si withdrew, quietly, soon departing from the Xianying palace. Ying Zheng was indeed exhausted of late, having spent too much mental energy pondering the affairs of the empire. Compounded by the grueling travel of the past few days without proper rest, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Regarding Wei Zhuang, Ying Zheng harbored complex feelings. After all, he and Gai Nie were disciples of the same sect. That Wei Zhuang refused to support Great Qin was expected. Different paths made for poor alliances, yet mutual interests would always endure. He remained confident that in the future Wei Zhuang would inevitably submit to Great Qin. Following the conclusion of the sacrificial ceremony, the entire realm erupted in commotion. All were discussing the event, not the Mahist attempt on Ying Zheng's life, but rather another matter that far surpassed it in fascination. That was how Hou Yi had blocked Gao Jianli's ultimate technique with a single strike of his sword. After the grand ceremonial rites, the reputations of Ying Yu and Hou Yi spread throughout the realm. Everyone was talking about the two of them. Because of that single battle alone, Ying Yu and Hou Yi's names had echoed through every street and alley of the empire. At the same time, those hiding in darkness, the remnants of the 6 nations and scholars from various schools of thought, were eyeing them with keen interest. Within the third prince's residence, 2 figures occupied a quiet study, one seated, one standing. Ying Yu sat in the chair, his brow furrowed with worry, uncertain whether this exposure would ultimately prove beneficial or disastrous. Ying Yu said with satisfaction to Hou Yi, "You did well this time." Hou Yi nodded silently, saying nothing. Ying Yu knew that this exposure would bring considerable troubles ahead. It wasn't just the hidden threats from the remnants of the 6 nations and various schools of thought. He also faced complications from the other princes within the palace and the numerous power factions vying for influence. He would need to navigate all of these dangers himself. He also understood that if he hadn't acted, Ying Zheng might have perished. The power displayed this time left both the ceremonial attendees and the world utterly stunned. Lord, I detected numerous presences surrounding the ceremony, some strong, others weak. Hou Yi spoke calmly. Do you know who they were? Ying Yu asked in puzzlement. I'm not sure, Hou Yi replied distantly. But several of those presences felt remarkably familiar. Familiar? Could it be Zhao Gao's net? Ying Yu murmured to himself in doubt. Ying Yu began to speculate as well, reasoning that since Zhao Gao had attended, he would certainly have brought capable attendants with him. Or perhaps those individuals had been hiding in the shadows to protect Zhao Gao, given that Zhao Gao commanded a formidable organization of assassins. Yet he soon dismissed those thoughts, for the matter was already past. Dwelling on it would only waste his energy. Better to focus instead on how to handle whatever came next. Ying Yu said calmly, very well, I understand. You've been running around with me these past few days. You must be tired. Go rest properly. Hou Yi nodded and replied, yes, thank you, Lord. He then walked directly out of the room. If exposure comes, let it come. It was only a matter of time anyway. In truth, this exposure carried one advantage: it would deter those overconfident fools from seeking further trouble. Then he reclined quietly in his chair, wearied by days of constant exertion. Within the Xianying Palace, Ying Zheng sat upon the dragon throne, examining the jade pendant retrieved by his soldiers. He scrutinized it closely, but found nothing unusual. Though he couldn't identify which kingdom this pendant belonged to, its appearance at the crash site of the mechanical bird was highly suspicious. Ying Zheng glanced at Zhao Gao beside him and said, Minister Zhao, can you tell which kingdom this jade pendant is from? Ying Zheng handed the pendant to Zhao Gao for inspection. Zhao Gao studied the pendant carefully, his gaze fixed upon it for some time. Then he said to Ying Zheng, Your Majesty, I cannot determine its origin either. However, we could have the palace jade artisans examine it. Ying Zheng replied gladly, an excellent idea. The jade artisans in the palace had all come from the 6 nations and the martial world. Some among them were well-traveled and experienced, while others had previously crafted jade for imperial or noble courts. After Ying Zheng unified the realm, he issued a recruitment edict to gather talents from across the land. Thus, the Xianying Palace had become home to distinguished scholars and accomplished individuals from all corners of the empire. Ying Zheng said lightly, Let us go now to find those jade artisans and have them examine this pendant. As you command, Your Majesty, Zhao Gao responded. Ying Zheng then led Zhao Gao out of the Xianying Palace, walking along the palace corridors. Ying Zheng resolved to uncover the truth this time. Who did the pendant belong to, and who had dared to rescue the Mahist remnants? After a brief interval, they arrived at the workshop where the jade artisans crafted their pieces. Upon seeing Ying Zheng approach, the artisans began to murmur among themselves. How has His Majesty come to such a humble place? Could something have happened? No telling. Let's wait and see what the Emperor says. When Ying Zheng reached them, they hurriedly knelt and bowed, calling out, We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Ying Zheng said calmly, Rise, all of you. Zhao Gao then spoke, His Majesty has come in person to have you examine an item. Does anyone recognize it? One of them asked, What kind of item? A jade pendant, Zhao Gao replied. After Zhao Gao spoke, Ying Zheng took the pendant from his own person and handed it to Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao accepted the pendant from Ying Zheng and held it before the artisans for inspection. Zhao Gao paced before them with the pendant in hand, displaying it as he said, Whoever provides a valuable clue shall be richly rewarded. At this, all the artisans focused intently on the pendant, searching for any clue it might hold. Yet all of them shook their heads in resignation. Just as Zhao Gao, having lost hope, was about to retrieve the pendant, an elderly man stepped forward from the crowd. The old man took the pendant from Zhao Gao and examined it closely, turning it over in his hands and studying it from every angle. Suddenly, the faintest smile touched his lips. Ying Zheng noticed the old man seemed to recognize the pendant. He asked calmly, You know what this is? This subject recognizes it, Your Majesty. The old man spoke slowly. He continued, I was formerly a jade artisan who crafted pendants for the Chu royal family. When I heard your majesty was recruiting talent, I came here. Ying Yu asked in puzzlement. Then tell me about this pendant. Yes, your majesty. This pendant was made by my own hands, the old man explained. When I first crafted it, the Xiong family of Chu admired it greatly and took it. Oh, the Xiong family of Chu, Ying Yu murmured to himself. Then he continued, do you know who currently wears this pendant? Ying Yu had conquered the 6 nations and slain countless Chu people, including members of the Xiong family. He wanted to know who wore the pendant now. Whether that person lived or died, for if alive it would prove they were the one who rescued the master of the Maists. After the Xiong family of Chu took this pendant, it seemed to have been worn by a child, the old man said. That child's name was Hou Yi. Is this child still alive? Ying Yu asked. I do not know, the old man replied. I only recall that some members of the Xiong family escaped that year. Ying Yu said no more, glancing at Zhao Gao before turning to leave. Understanding his emperor's intent, Zhao Gao called out, rewards shall be given. He drew a pouch of silver from his waist and presented it to the old man. The elder knelt gratefully, thanking them profusely. Ying Yu then departed with Zhao Gao, returning to Xianyang Palace. Inside the grand hall of Xianyang Palace, Ying Yu sat upon the throne, replaying the elder's words in his mind. Hou Yi. It must be that very Hou Yi who rescued the remnants of the Maists. Ying Yu muttered to himself in puzzlement, growing ever more curious about this Hou Yi. With calm composure he remarked, the Chu clan villa truly grows more and more intriguing. Within his heart, Ying Yu fumed at how brazenly a mere remnant of the 6 defeated states dared to act with such audacity. He cast a glance at Zhao Gao and ordered, go summon Wang Bin. Wang Bin was also a fearsome general of Qin, cherished by Ying Yu, just as Meng Tian was. In Ying Yu's estimation, both held equal standing, 2 indispensable pillars at his side. They had repeatedly led military campaigns on his behalf, clearing away all obstacles that stood in his path. Yes, your majesty, Zhao Gao replied. Soon after, Zhao Gao, accompanied by several eunuchs, arrived at General Wang Bin's residence. Glancing at the servants at the gate, he spoke calmly, summon your general. Seeing that palace dignitaries had arrived, the servants dared not delay and quickly informed their master. Wang Bin, initially taken aback, hurried out to meet them. Upon reaching the entrance, he was surprised to find Zhao Gao, Ying Yu's own attendant, standing there. He bowed respectfully and asked, esteemed eunuch, what brings you here? His majesty commands your presence at court, Zhao Gao replied. Wang Bin scratched his head in confusion, uncertain why Ying Yu sought him. With uncertainty in his voice he asked, might I inquire what his majesty requires? You shall know once you arrive, Zhao Gao replied coolly. Having said no more, Zhao Gao exchanged a few idle words with Wang Bin before turning to depart. Wang Bin bowed deeply as Zhao Gao walked away. He then turned to his servants and commanded, quickly prepare my bath and change my clothes. I must present myself before the throne. In a short while, Wang Bin emerged hastily from the general's mansion and made straight for Xianyang Palace, well aware he could not afford any delay. Seated within the carriage, he urged the driver, make haste. I have urgent matters. The driver acknowledged briefly and said no more. Inside Xianyang Palace, Zhao Gao reported to Ying Yu, your majesty, I have delivered your message. General Wang Bin shall arrive shortly. Good, Ying Yu responded. Ying Yu then settled onto his throne in silence, lost in thought, as though burdened by some deep concern. Zhao Gao stood watching him for a long while, sensing the weight upon the emperor's mind, and finally ventured, your majesty, is something troubling you? Startled from his reverie, Ying Yu asked, tell me, how does that powerful Hou Yi come to be at Ying Yu's side? Perhaps your majesty's third highness has simply encountered a wandering martial artist in the Jianghu, Zhao Gao suggested. Ying Yu replied, that seems unlikely. Prince Yu has resided mostly within the palace grounds and rarely ventures abroad. Then perhaps the young prince happened upon this skilled fighter during an occasional outing, and the man later pledged his allegiance to him, Zhao Gao proposed. Ying Yu furrowed his brow slightly and mused, your reasoning holds merit. It is possible they met by chance. Unable to fathom Ying Yu's inner workings, Ying Yu chose not to dwell on it further. After all, the matter was not entirely unfavorable. As long as his son harbored no rebellious ambitions, it would benefit the great Qin Empire for him to cultivate alliances with capable warriors. Ying Yu, perplexed by Ying Yu's mysterious associations, pushed the matter aside. There were far too many state affairs demanding his attention, and each day found him consumed with duties. He decided to let the matter rest, for there were graver concerns at hand. And so while Ying Yu and Zhao Gao conversed, Wang Bin arrived at the grand hall in great haste. He stepped inside, bowed respectfully before Ying Yu, and announced, greetings, your majesty. Rise, general, Ying Yu said calmly. The two exchanged pleasantries and shared warm conversation for a time. Eventually, Ying Yu brought up the incident at the sacrificial ceremony. Lord Wang, have you heard that alongside the Mahis, the Xiong clan of Chu also made their appearance? I have, your majesty, Wang Bin answered. Ying Yu spoke with quiet severity. The Xiong clan of Chu has rescued the Mahist remnants. I wish for them to vanish from this world. Wang Bin's brows furrowed slightly. He now understood why Ying Yu had summoned him. It was indeed about the Mahist fugitives. With solemn conviction, Wang Bin declared, the insignificant Xiong clan is no threat. Your Majesty grant me 2,000 elite troops, and I shall extinguish them without delay. Delighted Ying Yu exclaimed, choose any soldiers you desire from within the Qin Empire. Whatever number of troops you require to crush the Xiong family, I shall provide. Wang Bin held the Chu Xiong clan in utter contempt regarding them as nothing more than desperate runts clinging to survival. With Chu on the verge of collapse, many of its formidable figures had either perished or pledged allegiance to Ying Yu. What remained were but broken survivors. To Wang Bin this mission seemed trivial. He bowed deeply before Ying Yu and exited the palace. Meanwhile, within the Mahist mechanism city, Zhang Liang and Dao Ji arrived bearing the injured de Tietue and Xuenu. The Mahist disciples recognized their return and immediately activated the mechanisms to admit them. Under the watchful eyes of fellow members, the group made their way toward the central hall. Along the way, whispers rippled through the disciples. Why are Chief de Tietue and Lady Xuenu injured? Where is the Grandmaster and Master Ban? What could have happened to them? Master Su appeared before them and broke the gossip. Return to your posts and carry out your duties. Upon seeing Master Su approach, the disciples fell silent and dispersed, returning to their assigned stations. Master Su regarded the group, noticing the presence of Confucian scholar Zhang Liang among them. Curiosity stirred within him. Master Zhang Liang, what brings you here? And where are Master Ban and the Grandmaster? For the assassination attempt on Ying Yu at Mount Tai's sacrifice ceremony, the Grandmaster had not included Master Su in the expedition, instead appointing him to guard the mechanism city. Someone always needed to remain behind to oversee the citadel, which is why this responsibility fell to Master Su. He had prepared all along to receive their return. As the group proceeded toward the main hall, Master Su followed close behind, eager for answers. A moment later, Su Fuzi arrived at the entrance of the grand hall. Looking at the four individuals seated inside, he could not help but furrow his brows and ask, has something happened? And why do I not see the Juzi and Master Ban? De Tietue clenched his hand into a tight fist and slammed it heavily against the ground, letting out a deep, heavy sigh. Su Fuzi pressed further. De Tietue, what on earth happened? De Tietue merely shook his head in helpless resignation, remaining silent. At this moment, Xuenu spoke up. The assassination attempt on Ying Yu has failed. The Juzi and Master Ban are now missing. Then what of Xiao Gao? Why is he not here? Su Fuzi inquired. Xuenu replied softly, to cover the retreat for de Tietue, and me, Xiao Gao stayed behind to hold off the Qin army alone. His whereabouts are also currently unknown. A single tear silently escaped Xuenu's eye and trickled down her cheek. Seeing the profound sorrow that enveloped both of them, Su Fuzi refrained from questioning them further. He then called Zhang Liang out of the grand hall. Su Fuzi was the first to speak, asking, Master Zhang Liang, do you know what transpired? Xiao Gao was a mere breath away from slaying Ying Yu. He unleashed his ultimate technique, missing Ying Yu by only a few paces. Zhang Liang explained. Su Fuzi asked urgently, and then, what happened next? A formidable master appeared out of nowhere, stopping Gao Jianli's Yi Shui Han with a single arrow. Su Fuzi asked in bewilderment, do you happen to know the background of this individual, Master Zhang Liang? Zhang Liang replied calmly, if my calculations are correct, this person is Hou Yi, the very same master who fought Gai Nie during the Battle of Crescent Valley. Hou Yi, the same Hou Yi who sent shockwaves through the entirety of Xianyang City. Su Fuzi pressed. Zhang Liang explained, indeed. From what I observed, Hou Yi appears to be an assassin under the command of the Third Prince, as he was standing right beside Ying Yu the entire time. At that moment, Zhang Liang had witnessed Gao Jianli's ultimate technique nearly reaching Ying Yu. He then saw Ying Yu make a subtle hand gesture, prompting Hou Yi, who stood beside him, to take action. Hou Yi, since when did Qin acquire such a formidable master? Su Fuzi muttered to himself. And what happened after that? Su Fuzi asked. Hou Yi shattered Xiao Gao's Yi Shui Han. Sensing that the situation had turned dire, the Juzi immediately covered their retreat. Yet unexpectedly, Hou Yi unleashed another earth-shattering arrow, shooting down Master Ban's mechanized bird. To ensure the escape of Xuenu and de Tietue, Xiao Gao chose to face the Qin army alone. Su Fuzi asked, what became of the Juzi and Master Ban afterward? Zhang Liang explained, I saw Master Ban and the Juzi plummet into the valley. I rushed to the scene immediately, but upon arrival, I found no trace of them. Only de Tietue and Xuenu. Not daring to delay, we made our way straight down the mountain to rendezvous with Xiao Ji before returning to the Mahist sect headquarters together. Su Fuzi furrowed his brows slightly. He had never imagined that a straightforward assassination attempt would cost them over half of their forces. Furthermore, the unknown whereabouts of the Juzi and Master Ban weighed heavily on Su Fuzi, giving him a severe headache. Amidst all this, there was another critical piece of information, the existence of Hou Yi. Scratching his head in bewilderment, Su Fuzi muttered to himself, is this Hou Yi truly that powerful? To think he stopped Xiao Gao's Yi Shui Han with just a single arrow. After all, Xiao Gao is the preeminent master of our Mahist sect. Su Fuzi was profoundly shaken by Zhang Liang's words, struggling to believe the harsh reality before him. Just a few days ago, they had been laughing and talking merrily as they planned the assassination of Ying Yu. Who could have foreseen that things would turn out like this today? Zhang Liang frowned and remarked, what astonished me most was Hou Yi. There had been no prior word of such a formidable figure in Qin. His sudden emergence out of thin air sent shockwaves through everyone present. Su Fuzi shook his head in helpless resignation and sighed. If even Xiao Gao is no match for him, who else in the Mahes sect could possibly stand against him? Zhang Liang let out a soft sigh in response. With that, the two of them stepped back into the grand hall. Upon entering, Su Fuzi spoke first. I have been informed of what transpired at the grand sacrificial ceremony. Do not lose heart. Our immediate priority is to locate the Juzi and Master Ban and to gather news of Xiao Gao's whereabouts. Though Su Fuzi was deeply shaken upon hearing the news, he forced himself to maintain a calm exterior, knowing that the Mahes sect could not afford to be leaderless at such a critical juncture. At a time when someone was desperately needed to lead the Mahes sect, he could not afford to shrink back or show fear. Thus, swallowing his grief, he remained steadfast. Xuanyu and Tiecue nodded in unison. Left with no recourse and unsure of what to do next, they could only defer to his guidance. After all, he was the most senior and experienced figure among them. Su Fuzi said to Xuanyu and to Tiecue, "You two must focus on recovering from your injuries first." He then summoned several disciples to carry them away for medical treatment. Seeing the numerous wounds of varying sizes covering their bodies brought a sharp pang of sorrow to Su Fuzi's heart, bound as they were by the ties of their shared sect. Supported by the Mahes disciples, the Tiecue and Xuanyu slowly made their way out of the grand hall. Su Fuzi watched them depart before turning his gaze toward Zhang Liang. Su Fuzi spoke helplessly, "As you can see, Master Zhang Liang, the Mahes sect is currently like a heap of loose sand. I would like to request the assistance of your Confucian sect." With that, Su Fuzi bowed deeply. Seeing this, Zhang Liang quickly stepped forward to stop him, saying, "We are as close as brothers, there is no need for such formality. The Mahist and Confucian sects have always shared close ties. Rest assured, our Confucian sect will spare no effort to assist you when the time comes." At that moment, Zhang Liang agreed without the slightest hesitation. Yet deep down, even Zhang Liang was uncertain whether the Confucian sect would actually aid the Mahists. He had agreed so readily simply because he could not bear to add to Su Fuzi's distress. Nevertheless, having given his word, Zhang Liang was determined to see it through. Though filled with uncertainty, he resolved to do his utmost to persuade the Confucian sect and convince his two elder martial brothers. Hearing Zhang Liang's reassurance, Su Fuzi's expression finally softened slightly. The two of them then conversed for a long while. Suddenly, Zhang Liang said to Su Fuzi, "I cannot linger at the Mahist headquarters any longer today. I must return to the Confucian sect as there are urgent matters requiring my attention." Since Zhang Liang had slipped out in secret without telling Su Fuzi, he had to return as quickly as possible. His two elder martial brothers back home were undoubtedly searching for him in earnest. On one hand, he needed to return to persuade his two elder brothers to lend their full support to the Mahists. On the other hand, the day was growing late, and he had to hurry back before anyone discovered his secret departure. Understanding the situation, Su Fuzi did not try to persuade him to stay. He replied, "Then please ensure your safety on the journey back, Master Zhang. Do take extra care along the way." "Thank you for your concern," Zhang Liang replied. Without further delay, he turned and departed from the Mahist sect headquarters. Shaoxingxian Manor. Zhang Liang arrived outside the manor and lingered at the gate for a long time, unable to bring himself to enter, for he did not know how to explain himself to his two senior brothers. This time he had not told his senior brothers in person, he merely left a note on the table. He paced back and forth outside, yet could not figure out how to make his explanation. "Forget it. I've already come this far," Zhang Liang muttered to himself. Then he pushed open the great gates of Shaoxingxian Manor and strode straight inside. As Zhang Liang walked through the manor, all the disciples bowed to him as he passed. After walking for some time, he arrived at the grand hall. The doors were open and he saw two figures seated within. Upon closer inspection, they were his two senior brothers. His eldest senior brother spotted his arrival and fixed him with a stern, unyielding gaze. Zhang Liang stood there behaving like a child who had done wrong. Fu Nian spoke first. "Zifang, where have you been? What have you been up to?" Zhang Liang's second senior brother Yin Lu also chimed in. "Zifang, why have you only just returned?" Zhang Liang's eldest senior brother glanced at the note, then deliberately asked, wanting to see what Zhang Liang would say. Zhang Liang offered a faint smile and scratched the back of his head. "Senior brother, didn't you already know?" Zhang Liang knew full well his two senior brothers had read the note he left behind. "Second senior brother, a minor incident occurred on the way, so I returned a little late." Zhang Liang explained. Fu Nian thundered, "You still know to come back. I told you not to go, yet you went anyway. What would have happened if you had encountered danger?" "Senior brother, I only want to take a look." "I did not encounter any danger," Zhang Liang replied. Fu Nian retorted angrily, "Danger? You're asking about danger. If you had been in danger, and we were not by your side, who would have helped you?" Fu Nian cherished this junior brother deeply. His outburst was meant to brand a lesson into him, so that next time, he would steer clear of such perilous places. Yin Lu said, "Indeed. If you had been endangered, and we were not there, what would have become of you?" At this, Zhang Liang kept his head bowed in silence like a child who had been caught in a transgression. Yin Lu spoke calmly. "Enough, senior brother. Do not be angry anymore. He is here after all unharmed." Then Fu Nian ceased his reproaches toward Zhang Liang. Fu Nian asked, You attended the sacrificial ceremony this time. Did something significant occur there? Many important matters transpired at the ceremony. Zhang Liang said. Yin Lu prompted, Oh, Zifang, tell us everything. Thereupon Zhang Liang recounted every detail of the sacrificial ceremony to his two senior brothers. Zhang Liang had hardly mentioned that Hou Yi had repelled Gao Jianli's Yishui cold with but a single arrow when his senior brother Fu Nian interrupted him. Before he could finish, Fu Nian cut him off. Fu Nian furrowed his brows and asked, Zifang, is this truly what happened? Gao Jianli is the foremost master of the Mahists. How could he have been defeated by some unknown upstart? Senior brother, I speak the truth. I was present not far from the scene and witnessed it with my own eyes, Zhang Liang explained. When did Qin produce such a formidable figure? And this Ying Yu, was he not shunned in the imperial palace? Why did Ying bring him along this time? Fu Nian muttered to himself. Fu Nian knitted his brows, lost in thought. There were many matters he could not fathom. Yin Lu observed his senior brother in silence. Then he turned to Zhang Liang and said, Come Zifang, continue. Zhang Liang then related all that had happened afterward. Upon hearing the full account, they were utterly astonished. His two senior brothers could only stare blankly at a loss for words. The entire sequence of events had left them deeply stunned. Especially shocking was that the Mahists had dispatched Gao Jianli to assassinate Ying Zheng. It seemed they had spared no expense this time. That is approximately all, Zhang Liang said. Yin Lu asked, and then, after you rescued the two Mahist leaders, where did you go? Zhang Liang explained. Later we returned together to the Mahist headquarters. Master Su proposed that we aid them in rescuing Gao Jianli. Fu Nian asked, Did you agree? At this Zhang Liang hesitated and faltered, unwilling to meet his senior brother's gaze. Zhang Liang's heart grew guilty, for he had promised behind their backs. He understood that his two senior brothers would never have consented. They did not wish for the Ruists to wade into such troubled waters. Zhang Liang's senior brothers were also aware, if Ying Zheng learned of a Ruist-Mahist alliance, he would surely march his armies to crush them. They were not yet ready to oppose Ying Zheng, for he had already unified the 6 states and ruled the entire realm. To stand against him would be to choose death. Zhang Liang stammered. Before he could finish, Fu Nian interrupted. Fu Nian said solemnly, Who gave you the authority to agree? Who authorized you to speak on behalf of the entire Ruist school? Do you realize what would befall our Ruist school if Ying Zheng found out? Do you understand? The great hall grew thick with tension, and Fu Nian's face flushed with anger. Then should we simply stand by and watch the Mahists perish? Zhang Liang countered. Yin Lu hurriedly interjected from his seat. Zifang, say no more. He kept offering soothing words, hoping to quell Fu Nian's fury. Fu Nian was still aflame with rage. Seeing this, Yin Lu turned to Zhang Liang and urged, Zifang, you have traveled far. Go rest now. Zhang Liang bowed and replied, Yes. I shall take my leave, junior brother Zifang. As Yin Lu watched Zhang Liang depart, he turned his gaze toward the still indignant Fu Nian. He spoke up, Senior brother, helping the Mahists in this matter carries no great harm. Fu Nian replied gravely, Harm. Do you understand the danger? If Ying Zheng discovers this, our Ruist school will be bloodied by the Qin army. None will be able to save us then. Fu Nian always considered the greater good, for every decision he made bore upon the fate of the Ruist school and the lives of all its disciples. Thus he approached each choice with the utmost caution. Let it rest. Let this matter pass. Tell Zifang he must not assist the Mahists further. Fu Nian said to Yin Lu. Very well, Yin Lu replied. Then Fu Nian said no more. Although the Mahists and Ruists shared friendly relations, Fu Nian had no intention of dragging the Ruist school into this quagmire. If Fu Nian had spoken his consent, and Ying Zheng learned of it, the king would have flown into a towering rage, potentially sealing the Ruist's doom. Then Yin Lu turned and left the great hall, heading toward Zhang Liang. At that moment, Yin Lu arrived at Zhang Liang's residence. He saw Zhang Liang sitting alone, savoring his tea. Yin Lu approached him and took a seat nearby. Upon seeing his senior brother arrive, Zhang Liang fetched a clean cup and poured him tea. Yin Lu raised the cup, took a sip, and said, Zifang, honestly, my words today are entirely out of consideration for the Confucian school. After all, you are now the leader of the Confucian school. Everything you do must account for the interests of the Confucian school. Do not hold it against your senior brother. Second senior brother, I understand, but can we simply stand by and watch the Mahist school perish? Zhang Liang explained. Yin Lu continued drinking his tea, offering no response. With a calm demeanor, he said, If it were me, I too could not possibly agree, you understand. Zhang Liang was at a loss for words and helplessly shook his head. He could not fathom why his two senior brothers, who had always been so kind to him and indulged his every whim, were refusing this time. A sea of questions swirled in Zhang Liang's mind. Since both senior brothers refused to agree, I suppose I shall have to slip away on my own and help them instead. Zhang Liang murmured to himself. This was the only solution he could conceive, for he could not bear to watch the Mahist school perish in disarray, leaderless. He longed to contribute to the Mahist school, yet his two senior brothers would have none of it, leaving him no choice but to act alone. Still, Zhang Liang thought, perhaps my senior brothers are considering the broader picture. Yin Lu spoke gently. You should heed your first senior brother and not attempt to aid the Mahist school. Very well, I understand, senior brother. Zhang Liang replied. for he knew he had no choice but to agree, otherwise his two senior brothers would deem him reckless and confine him to the house. Should that happen, escaping to assist the Mahe's school would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Seeing Zhang Liang's compliance, Yin Lu said, "Here, Zifeng, have some tea." After a while, Yin Lu rose and said, "Zifeng, you have endured a long and tiring journey. Rest now, I shall not disturb you further." Zhang Liang offered a bow, and Yin Lu turned and departed. "Perhaps I should leave a note this time as I did last time before heading to the Mahe's school," Zhang Liang mused privately. He quickly found a piece of paper and scribbled a few lines. The note read, "I simply cannot bear to watch the Mahe's school perish. My mind is made up. I must aid them. I will take care to ensure my own safety during this endeavor." Zhang Liang then packed his belongings and set off once more toward the Mahe's school. Along the way, he felt something unusual. The journey was surprisingly smooth. No obstacles stood in his path, which only deepened his unease. He did not dwell on it further, turned away from the small sage manor, and after some time exited Sangyi City, heading straight for the Mahe's school headquarters. Shortly after Zhang Liang departed from the small sage manor, Fu Yin and Yin Lu stood together at its entrance, watching Zhang Liang's receding figure. Fu Yin shook his head with a sigh and said, "Alas, Zifeng has grown up. He has his own thoughts now." Yin Lu gazed at the letter Zhang Liang had left and said, "Senior brother, let us not interfere with Zifeng. Allow him to act as he sees fit." They had both guessed that Zhang Liang would inevitably sneak away, and rather than stationing anyone to block his path, they had ensured his departure went smoothly. Soon after, the two of them turned and walked back into the small sage manor. Inside the Chu family villa, Fan Zeng gazed at the two figures lying before him, a heavy foreboding weighing upon his heart. When Hou Yi had rescued Grandmaster Ban, and the Mahe's leader Fan Zeng had also been searching for him. In the end, the two happened to cross paths by the foothills. When Fan Zeng first saw the two individuals Hou Yi had dragged along, he was profoundly astonished. Then he noticed a large contingent of soldiers scouring the valley for something. At that moment, Fan Zeng understood. Ying Zheng must be hunting for them. He knew that if Ying Zheng discovered the Mahe's leader and Grandmaster Ban were hidden within the Chu family villa, troops would surely be dispatched to attack. Fan Zeng glanced at Hou Yi, who stood beside him, and asked, "Did the Qin soldiers not spot you?" "No, I concealed myself exceptionally well," Hou Yi replied. "Then all is well, all is well." As long as Ying Zheng remained unaware that they were the ones who had rescued them, he would never find them. Thus they would remain safe. Hou Yi hesitated and said, "But..." Fan Zeng questioned with puzzlement, "But what?" Hou Yi whispered, "My jade pendant was dropped at the scene. It seems the Qin soldiers have picked it up." Fan Zeng's face darkened with worry. What are we to do?" He paced restlessly within the room, striving to devise a course of action. The pendant had always been kept on Hou Yi's person, serving as his most treasured possession. Though few had ever seen it, and even fewer knew of its significance, Fan Zeng now had to consider how best to respond to this crisis. He cast another glance at Grandmaster Ban and the Mahe's leader still unconscious on the bed. "Forget it. Saving lives comes first," Fan Zeng muttered to himself. He then arranged for a physician to attend to both the Mahe's leader and Grandmaster Ban, hoping the doctor could assess whether they were in serious condition. After a brief while, the physician arrived at their chamber. The physician first took the pulse of the Mahe's leader, then moved beside Grandmaster Ban to do the same. Gazing at the two unconscious figures before him, he shook his head with resignation. Seeing the physician's silence, Hou Yi and Fan Zeng grew increasingly anxious. Hou Yi hurriedly asked, "Well, what is their condition?" But the physician stammered, still unable to speak. Fan Zeng pressed again, "What is wrong with them? Speak plainly, whatever it may be." The physician first glanced at Grandmaster Ban before slowly beginning. "This man simply fell and lost consciousness. There is nothing critically wrong. I shall prescribe some herbs to sustain his life, though when, or if, he awakens remains uncertain." Both Hou Yi and Fan Zeng frowned deeply, their eyes fixed upon Grandmaster Ban. Fan Zeng gestured toward the Mahe's leader. "And this man?" The physician looked at the Mahe's leader, shook his head, and let out a sigh. Hou Yi, growing impatient, snapped, "Just say it already. There is no harm in it. This man's injuries are severe, several of his ribs are fractured. However, I observe that he is a martial artist, and his physique is stronger than an ordinary person's, which aids recovery. But, enough, stop beating around the bush. Tell us plainly." Hou Yi interrupted. The physician sighed helplessly. Upon impact, he struck his head. This has rendered him unconscious. While there is no immediate life-threatening danger, the likelihood of him regaining consciousness is exceedingly slim. You should prepare yourselves accordingly. Is there truly no one in this world who can cure them?" Fan Zeng asked. The physician replied calmly, "There is. The reclusive masters at Mirror Lake Medical Manor may well possess the means to heal them." Mirror Lake Medical Manor. The physician guided Zeng left the room and stepped outside. "Master, this is a small token of my regard. Please accept it." Fan Zeng drew a handful of silver from his belt and handed it to the physician. "I cannot take this, I cannot take it." The physician kept declining. Fan Zeng spoke calmly. "A small token like this, master, please accept it." "Then I shall not be polite, sir." The physician finally took the money from Fan Zeng and tucked it into his pocket. Then the physician said, "Later I will fetch a few doses of medicine for these two gentlemen and deliver them to your residence. Be sure they are not delayed, These medicines can spare them from life-threatening danger. Fanzeng said, "Thank you for your trouble." Then as the physician was about to leave, Fanzeng stopped him and said, "Please do not let this matter spread." The physician patted the coins in his pocket and said, "Don't worry, master." He now understood that the two inside were certainly extraordinary. As the saying goes, taking money to help others avoid calamity. Since this physician accepted Fanzeng's money, he would certainly not reveal it. Then they exchanged brief farewells, and the physician strode out of Chu Clan Mountain Villa. Fanzeng watched the physician's back, shook his head in resignation. He then returned to the room and told Hou Yi, "During this period, Ying Yu has sealed off the regions tightly. We should delay departure for a while." Hou Yi nodded. For after the Taishan sacrificial ceremony, remnants of the Mahists attempted to assassinate Ying Yu, and Ying Yu was greatly angered, so he ordered all regions to hunt down Mahist remnants. Whether in the capital or elsewhere, the blockade was now very tight. At this moment, Fanzeng dared not risk taking them to Mirror Lake Villa, for the target would be too conspicuous with them along. So Fanzeng must think carefully. Then he recalled the jade pendant Hou Yi had dropped. He feared news of rescuing Juzi and the master's chief attendant would leak. Thereafter, Fanzeng strengthened the Chu Clan Mountain Villa's guard. He dispatched several spies to the town below. In the shadows they watched, and upon any news they would return to report to the Chu Clan Mountain Villa. Hou Yi thought his teacher was making a mountain out of a molehill. He felt Ying Yu could not possibly know that they had rescued Juzi and the master's chief attendant. But Fanzeng felt that more caution gave them more options. If Ying Yu really sent troops to attack them, they would already be prepared. Then they would not fear the Qin army. Inside Xianyang City, Wang Bin was tallying the troops, for he had orders from Ying Yu to attack Chu Clan Mountain Villa. After tallying, Wang Bin, under the gaze of Xianyang's residents, led his army out of the city in a grand march. This time, he brought not many. He thought 2,000 soldiers would suffice to deal with a small Chu Clan Mountain Villa. Then he led 2,000 on the march. This time they did not go in a showy fashion, for in Ying Zhang's view a small Chu Clan Mountain Villa did not warrant everyone knowing. Most people did not know, but the news could not escape the ears of the third Prince Ying Yu. In the third prince's residence, in a bare courtyard, two figures stood, one wearing armor, the other at ease. Ying Yu asked with confusion, "Did you say Wang Bin has led the army out?" "Yes, my lord," Hou Yi answered. "Approximately how many troops?" "Approximately 2,000, my lord," Hou Yi replied. Ying Yu nodded, thinking to himself, "What is Wang Bin taking the army out for?" Then a sudden realization struck him, for he knew Wang Bin would not march out without purpose. Only a direct order from one person, and that person is Ying Yu. Ying Yu muttered to himself, "What could my father be asking him to do? Could father be attacking the Mahist's armory city? It's impossible. The armory city is so large. Would father send only a handful of troops?" Ying Yu could not fathom it either. With this few troops, they could barely quell a minor rebellion. If they were to strike at a location or launch a major operation, these troops would not suffice. "Leader, should we go along to investigate?" Hou Yi asked. Ying Yu calmly replied, "There's no need. We will know in time." Hou Yi nodded. Then Ying Yu lay back on a chair, not giving any command, and Hou Yi did not move. Inside the Eastern Emperor Hall, Dong Wang Tai also sensed a mass movement of troops around Xianyang City. He paid heed. He realized that Wang Bin had led troops out of the city. What is Wang Bin doing now? Is Ying Yu up to something again? Dong Wang Tai muttered to himself. Not long after the sacrificial ceremony, he thought Ying Yu would not take major action. Who would have thought this time they directly dispatched General Wang Bin to march out of the city? Could this be just an ordinary mobilization order? Dong Wang Tai could not see through it, for this operation was kept absolutely secret apart from Ying Yu and General Wang Bin. No one else knew. Because Ying Yu feared that if news leaked, the Chu remnants would escape and be hard to find. Ying Yu learned that the Chu remnants hid in a small town somewhere, but he did not know the exact location. So this was an encirclement of the Chu remnants. Ying Yu had little confidence. Well, it matters not. With this few men, it cannot be a great matter. Dong Wang Tai muttered to himself. He did not take this to heart. Wang Bin's mobilized force this time was indeed too small. So many people did not know, and few were paying attention. Wang Bin arrived near the Chu Clan Mountain Villa. Wang Bin saw signs of fires ahead. He frowned slightly, then sent a scout to observe ahead. Soon a soldier on horseback bolted from the rear of the column, riding straight toward the front. The rest of Wang Bin's army moved slowly as the rider went ahead to reconnoiter. After a while, the soldier continued along the road ahead and found a small town. He immediately turned the horse toward Wang Bin to report. Wang Bin was still following the army. He saw the scout he had sent quickly return, and not long after the scout reached his side. "Captain, ahead of town has been found." Wang Bin calmly replied, "Very well, I understand." The soldier joined the army, and Wang Bin ordered the march to halt. Wang Bin and several generals dismounted, and the main force rested in place. They then found an open area. Our general drew a map from his belt and laid it out on the ground. Wang Bin frowned and said, "This must be it. The hideout of the Six Kingdom remnants should be nearby." Looking at the map, Wang Bin realized that not far ahead lay the Six Kingdom remnants hideout. He then ordered the army to rest on the spot. A moment later, Wang Bin led his army in a magnificent procession into the small town. The townsfolk were dumbfounded, for this was an ordinary little village where outsiders rarely came. They were all discussing it. What does the army want here? Is there a war again? I haven't heard of any. Hurry and inform the mayor. You'll find out what this army is here for soon enough. Soon the townspeople found the mayor and said, Mayor, great misfortune has befallen us. The mayor calmly replied, What is it? Speak properly, take your time. An army has come to our town. The mayor, who had been calm only moments ago, suddenly froze. He asked, Do you know what this army is here for? No. The mayor, still puzzled, hurried to the town entrance to greet them. The mayor saw the army approaching in a grand procession and quickly moved forward to welcome them. Then he spotted the leading general. It was indeed Wang Bin. The mayor hastened forward with bowed head and repeated nods, saying to Wang Bin, I wonder what important business brings your excellency to our humble town. Wang Bin replied, And what do you think we are here for? The mayor quickly answered with a grin, General, this place is hardly suitable for such matters. Might I invite you to my home for a talk? By now a crowd of townsfolk had gathered on the street. Seeing too many people around, the mayor felt it inconvenient to converse there, so he led Wang Bin to his own residence. The mayor led the way ahead with Wang Bin's army following behind. Along the way, Wang Bin pondered if the Xiong family had indeed rescued the remnant of the Mo family. Those who fell from such a great height would surely have suffered severe injuries, if not death. They would certainly need a physician. Before he knew it, Wang Bin followed the mayor to his home. The mayor smiled and said, General, please be seated. He immediately ordered his servants to prepare tea. Both men took their seats, and the mayor spoke first. General, what brings you here? To suppress the remnants of the 6 nations, Wang Bin replied. The mayor calmly asked, Are you merely passing through, General, to resupply your army? The mayor had no idea that the remnants of the 6 nations were somewhere near this very town. Moreover, numerous informants had been stationed around the area. Wang Bin replied calmly, No. We are to be stationed here to suppress the remnants of the 6 nations. Upon hearing these words, the mayor stood rooted to the spot. For harboring the remnants of the 6 nations was a capital offense. Wang Bin, observing the mayor's silence, continued, Mayor, do you have any information? He was testing him. The mayor was drenched in cold sweat, terrified that the general might suspect him and sentence him to death. The mayor quickly explained, I know nothing, but I will certainly assist your excellency in the investigation. Wang Bin smiled and said, It is commendable that you hold such a mindset, but let me remind you, harboring the remnants of the 6 nations is a capital crime. The mayor wiped the sweat from his brow, maintaining a forced smile, without uttering another word. If he spoke a single wrong word, he would not survive the day. The mayor solemnly declared, We will give our full support. Wang Bin said, Very well. I have a matter that requires your assistance. The mayor asked in confusion, May I ask what the matter is, General? I want you to gather all the physicians in the town together, Wang Bin said. What? Wang Bin glanced at the mayor and asked, Is there a problem? No, not at all. General, please enjoy some tea. I will attend to this immediately. The mayor then ordered all his servants to invite every physician in town. After a while, all the town's doctors had assembled in the courtyard. Among them was the very physician who had treated the Grand Master and Master Band. That physician scanned the crowd left and right and noticed that soldiers surrounded the perimeter. He wondered to himself, could it be that a general has fallen ill? Or perhaps a soldier? Why would so many physicians be needed? The physicians were murmuring among themselves. What do you think they want us for? Perhaps someone is sick and needs treatment. Unlikely. If it were about treating patients, why would we be in the mayor's courtyard? Who knows? Let's wait and see what they say. As they were discussing, the mayor began to speak. One of them whispered, Hush, don't talk. The mayor is about to address us. They all fell silent, quietly awaiting what would happen next. Then the mayor, accompanied by an armored figure, approached the gathering. The mayor announced loudly, Cough, cough. This is a general sent by the Qin state to attend to matters in our town. Everyone must cooperate fully. Answer only what is asked. Having spoken, the mayor stepped aside, clearing the way for Wang Bin to address them. Wang Bin said, Do not be nervous. I come here by order of King Zheng of Qin to attend to certain matters. The king. What business does His Majesty have in our humble town? Indeed, and why summon only us physicians? Enough. Stop fussing and listen to what the general has to say. The mayor raised his voice again. Did you hear? Everyone must cooperate fully. Then Wang Bin asked, In recent days, have any of you gentlemen treated patients for severe fractures or falls from great heights? Specifically 2 individuals. One of the physicians replied, General, there are plenty of such cases, indeed, quite many. Wang Bin said, I mean especially severe cases, those who fell from great heights. 2 people. The physician frowned and said, None such that I recall. He then turned to the others. Their answers were largely consistent. None of them had treated such patients. At this point, the physician who had treated the Grand Master and Master Band scratched his head and muttered to himself, Could the general be referring to those people on the mountain? His expression immediately tensed, beads of sweat forming on his cheeks. He realized this general was undoubtedly searching for those 2 individuals whose identities could not be ordinary. He then recalled when he had left the Chu family estate, Fanzon had given him several coins to keep silent. At the time, he had wondered why a mere medical consultation required secrecy. Now he finally understood. They were being hunted by the army. But what crimes have those two committed, he murmured to himself. Just as Wang Bin was growing frustrated, he announced, these two individuals are fugitives wanted by the Empire. Whoever provides useful information shall be richly rewarded. Likewise, anyone who shelters them or conceals the truth shall be guilty of a capital offense. Wang Bin looked around but received no response. This put Wang Bin in a difficult position. He knew that searching this way was like finding a needle in a haystack. Seeing that none of the physicians spoke, Wang Bin suspected he might have come to the wrong place, or that the remnants of the 6 nations had not sought treatment from the town's physicians at all. Just as he was about to call off the search, he noticed one person in the crowd whose expression was filled with terror and whose brow was covered in sweat. He immediately sensed something amiss and fixed his gaze upon that individual. The physician, feeling the general's unyielding stare, grew even more panicked and slowly lowered his head. Wang Bin caught sight of this scene and immediately sensed something amiss. He pointed toward the physician, and the soldiers nearby understood at once. Several soldiers approached the physician, seized him by the arms, and dragged him out of the crowd. At that moment, the physician grew visibly panicked, watching the soldiers draw ever closer. He became extremely tense, then froze in place. Before he could fully snap out of his daze, the soldiers had already seized him and were hauling him forward. The physician began shouting desperately, "General, spare my life! Spare my life!" Hearing these words, Meng Tian grew even more certain that they had found the right man. This must be the place. This physician should have treated remnants of the Mahist faction, Wang Bin muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the town magistrate also grew alarmed, fearing the physicians' association would implicate the entire town. The magistrate considered trying to explain or even rescue the physician. But judging by the physician's eyes and expression, it was clear he had something to hide. So the magistrate remained silent beside them. He feared that if he pleaded for the physician and enraged the general, the entire town might suffer dire consequences. Finally, the physician was brought before Wang Bin, who questioned him sharply. "Why are you so flustered? Have you treated patients with severe injuries?" The physician stammered, "No, general." Wang Bin retorted, "Then why did you shout for mercy? You must have something to hide." The physician whispered, "I." Wang Bin was convinced the man was guilty and immediately ordered his guards to take the physician away. He wanted to find a quiet place to properly interrogate the physician. Wang Bin glanced at the other physicians whose faces were painted with terror and then looked at the stunned magistrate still standing in place. Wang Bin said no more and turned to leave. The magistrate and the other physicians stood frozen, too afraid to speak, watching helplessly as the soldiers led the physician away. None dared resist, for they knew that any defiance would result in immediate execution. They simply stood there in silence. Not far away, a figure watched the events unfold. It was a spy from the Chu family. As he observed the physician who had treated the Grand Master and Master Band being led away, panic surged within him. He knew that if the physician revealed the truth, he would surely implicate the Chu family estate as well. Wang Bin would inevitably lead his troops to attack the Chu estate. The spy's mind raced with two options: either eliminate the physician now or race back to deliver a warning while there was still time. He considered approaching the physician inside the military tent, hoping to find an opportunity to kill him. However, the tent was heavily guarded with several hidden sentries nearby. Surveying the massive Qin army before him, he realized this was not the time to take risks. If he attempted an assassination, he would be discovered and killed before reaching his target. He then recalled another option: returning immediately with the news. This was the safest and most reliable course of action. After a brief moment of deliberation, he turned and sprinted back without delay, making his way as fast as possible to the Chu estate. "I hope this news is not too late," he muttered to himself. Later, Wang Bin arrived outside the military tent where the physician was detained. Glancing at the guard beside him, he asked, "Anything unusual?" "Reporting to the general, everything is normal," the soldier responded. Wang Bin nodded and entered. Inside, he found the bound physician sitting quietly. Upon seeing Wang Bin enter, the physician remained silent, sitting calmly. Wang Bin ordered his men to untie him. Wang Bin opened with, "Do you truly know nothing?" The physician, still attempting to maintain his composure, replied calmly, "General, I truly know nothing." Noticing the physician's stubborn defiance, Wang Bin said, "Tell me now, and I may spare your life." The physician merely glanced at him, offering no reply. Wang Bin regarded the man before him, seeing someone who did not grasp the gravity of his situation. He drew the sword at his waist and pressed its blade against the physician's neck. Realizing the general meant business, the physician immediately dropped to his knees and begged, "General, tell me what you wish to know. I will tell you everything I know." Fear overwhelmed him now. He did not wish to lose his life over such matters. Since he had done nothing wrong, he believed that confessing might yet preserve his livelihood. Wang Bin asked, "Have you treated 2 patients with severe injuries?" "I." Seeing the physician's hesitation, Wang Bin grew furious and pressed the blade closer against his neck. "I admit it, yes, I treated them," the physician explained. Sensing Wang Bin's resolve, he dared not hesitate any longer. Wang Bin demanded, "Then where are these 2 people now?" "At a mountain not far ahead." "What is on that mountain?" Wang Bin pressed. "There is an estate on the mountain," the physician replied. "I do not know its name, but it appears quite magnificent." "We have finally found it," Wang Bin muttered to himself, then burst into laughter. "Lead the way at once." Wang Bin quickly assembled his forces, placing the physician at the forefront as their guide. The army followed behind, and together they marched majestically out of the small town toward the mountain ahead. Inside the Chu family estate, the spy arrived, and not daring to waste a moment sought out Fan Zeng. He reported to Fan Zeng, "Sir, as you assigned me to observe the town, I discovered a large Qin force stationed within. I then saw them gather all the physicians from the town, including the one who treated the guest inside last time." Fan Zeng urgently asked, "And what happened to that physician?" "He was arrested by Qin soldiers, and after that I lost track of him." Fan Zeng immediately sensed great danger. He believed the Qin troops below the mountain were definitely coming for them, or more precisely for the Grand Master and Master Band. He quickly summoned all the people within the estate to gather in the main hall. Fan Zeng felt this would surely be a catastrophe, and he could not comprehend how the Qin army had tracked them here or found that physician. He dared not take any risks, for if he lost the gamble, the entire Chu estate would be destroyed. He gathered everyone to deliberate on this critical matter. Not long afterward, all the people of the Chu family mountain villa gathered in the great hall. In that moment, murmurs filled the chamber as they wondered why Fan Zeng had summoned them with such urgency. They felt that a great matter must be at hand, or else he would not have summoned them in such haste. After a while, Fan Zeng stepped before them. "Ahem, quiet please." After these words, the hall fell silent at once, and every eye turned toward him. Hou Yi also entered the great hall at this moment. He glanced at Fan Zeng and asked, "Master, what has happened?" Fan Zeng cast a glance at Hou Yi and replied, "Down the mountain at this moment a detachment of the Qin army has been stationed in the town. I do not know whether this Qin army has come to encircle us." As soon as Fan Zeng finished, the great hall erupted in a buzz. "How did the Qin army find us here? Exactly. Are there traitors among us? Is it because the young master saved those two? I don't know." Some disciples believed Hou Yi had saved them, and that the two newcomers had drawn the Qin army here, for before their arrival the place had remained peaceful. It was not until these two appeared that the Qin army arrived. Fan Zeng gazed at the arguing crowd, and then shouted, "Enough! The situation is dire, and we must not waste time guessing. Our task now is to face the Qin army. This time it concerns our very life and death. I urge you to take this matter seriously." The hall thus quieted, and everyone listened to Fan Zeng. They understood the crisis and resolved to unite against the external threat, ceasing their private suspicions. Then Fan Zeng looked at Hou Yi and said, "You first take the Grand Master's attendant and Master Band and slip out the back. I will lead the Chu family mountain villa disciples to hold off the Qin army and buy you time. I don't want to go, I want to stay and fight. Now is not the time for heroics. This Qin army seeks the Grand Master's attendant. If they capture him, all our hard-won efforts will be for naught." Fan Zeng spoke gravely. Hou Yi kept watching the teacher, uncertain what would unfold this time. He knew he must heed his master, for there was little time left to prepare. "Very well," Hou Yi answered. Fan Zeng's lips curled into a faint smile. A disciple hurriedly came before Fan Zeng and spoke. "The Qin army has reached the villa's outer perimeter." "What? They came so fast?" Fan Zeng frowned, surprised by their speed, having expected their arrival, but not so soon. Then Fan Zeng ordered Hou Yi to take the Grand Master's attendant and Master Band out through the back door, while he led a host of disciples to resist the Qin army at the front and buy them time. Fan Zeng and his disciples lay in ambush within and around the villa, awaiting the Qin army in quiet anticipation. Not far away, Wang Bin with his soldiers arrived at the outskirts of the Chu family mountain villa. A scout reported ahead, "General, we have found a villa up ahead." Wang Bin smiled and nodded. It seemed the physician had not deceived him. Wang Bin then glanced at the physician beside him, who trembled and sweated until he heard the sentry's report. The knot in his chest finally loosened. Wang Bin said to him, "You have been most diligent, doctor. Please lead the way a little further ahead." The physician did not dare to speak, and simply moved forward. At that moment, Fan Zeng along with several disciples waited outside the villa and saw a Qin army advancing toward them. "Is that the physician? Has he betrayed us?" Fan Zeng frowned, slightly puzzled. Fan Zeng saw the physician who had treated them earlier marching ahead with a great mass of Qin troops behind. He briefly believed the physician had betrayed them, and they headed up the mountain with the Qin army. In that moment, a fierce flame rose in Fan Zeng's heart. Soon the Qin army entered their encircled area. Just as the Qin army pressed on with a relaxed pace, someone cried, "Kill!" Arrows suddenly sprayed from the sky, and dozens of men in plain clothes appeared on both sides of the grasses, wielding knives. They charged at the Qin army. In an instant, the advancing column was thrown into chaos as they tangled with the unseen foes. Mounted on his horse, Wang Bin did not panic, for he was a battle-hardened general who had seen every scene. To him, this was merely a minor skirmish. He shouted, "Defensive stance, counterattack." The Qin soldiers immediately responded, forming a back-to-back defense. Fan Zeng watched the Qin army evolve from initial confusion into orderly ranks, and a cold fear gripped him. The disciples watched as the Qin army began defending, forming a defensive circle. They held short swords while the Qin soldiers wielded long spears. Seeing the disciples standing their ground without progress, Fan Zeng ordered them to fall back to the Chu family mountain villa. Wang Bin saw this and shouted, "Begin the counterattack." The front Qin forces rushed forward, followed closely by those behind them. For a moment, the field tilted toward the Qin army, and the Chu family disciples could only flee, being driven back into the villa with helmets lost and armor shed. Seeing the unfavorable turn, Fanzeng led the disciples into the Chu family mountain villa. Along the way, they were battered, many dead or wounded. Some lost their helmets and armor, others had no swords left, and some had already surrendered. Fanzeng could do nothing, for they faced Qin's finest troops, each blooded by countless battles and invincible. Fanzeng knew that with so few of them, they could only delay the enemy, and only for a short time. At this moment, Fanzeng had embraced a death or glory resolve, for only in this way could he buy Hou Yi and the others time to escape and avoid being wiped out together. Soon Fanzeng led the disciples into the Chu family mountain villa, which stood as their second line of defense, and in truth their last. If this line fell, they would have nowhere to retreat, and would be slaughtered one by the Qin army. Fanzeng looked with great pity at the disciples who were barely escaping back to the villa. Only moments ago they were lively and unscathed, now many lay dead or wounded. Yet Fanzeng could not dwell on it, for there was a powerful foe still ahead. Wang Bin saw the remnants of the 6 kingdoms beginning to flee, and ordered his soldiers to press the attack, aiming to wipe them all out in one sweep. A moment later, Wang Bin continued to pursue them way to the Chu Shishanzhuang. He gazed at the Chu Shishanzhuang before him, and Wang Bin couldn't help. The remnants of the 6 states are truly audacious to have built a villa in this secluded forest. Wang Bin shook his head helplessly. Inside the villa, Fanzeng peered through a crack in the door and saw the vast Qin army outside, and he feared they might really die here. The Qin soldiers outside shouted, "All inside listen, surrender, and we shall spare your lives." The shouting continued, and this tactic evidently began to have some effect. The disciples inside Chu Shishanzhuang heard the outside pleas, and their hearts wavered a little. Fanzeng watched this scene and felt things turning bad. He warned, "Do not trust these people. They will slaughter the innocent and civilians. Even if we surrender, we will be put to death." This remark, delivered to the disciples inside, shattered their last flicker of hope. Then they no longer cared about their own lives, for death was imminent. These disciples were either Chu soldiers or former servants. They did not want to surrender, but the Qin soldiers' words moved them. They did want to live. However, after hearing Fanzeng, they feared if they stepped outside, the Qin army would surely kill them. They resolved to fight to the death alongside Fanzeng. After a while, Wang Bin, seeing no movement inside, clearly grew impatient. Wang Bin ordered the siege stakes forward, and the soldiers began battering the gate with them, the sound rumbling as they struck. The disciples inside were terrified. After a moment, the gate shattered with a roar. Wang Bin watched it break, and then ordered the soldiers to charge inside. Row after row of Qin soldiers surged, and the defenders, seeing this, seized their weapons and rushed forward to fight them. The scene turned chaotic. The tide of the battle seemed to tilt toward the Qin army, and some of the defenders, sensing trouble, shielded Fanzeng and withdrew to the rear. Wang Bin saw them trying to run and ordered the rear soldiers to pursue. Thus the disciples, bearing Fanzeng, fought the pursuing enemies as they ran. Thus they fought their way onward, and after a while they reached the back courtyard. The Qin soldiers continued their relentless chase. Fanzeng looked back at the pursuers, shaking his head in despair, thinking today might truly end here. He glanced back and smiled faintly, thinking that Hou Yi must have run far away by now. Then he watched the Qin army draw closer, seeing one disciple after another fall in front of him. In that moment his heart filled with indescribable sorrow. A unit of Qin soldiers charged toward him. He felt utterly helpless. One soldier saw him, drew his blade, and swung at him. Just as the soldier's blade swung toward Fanzeng, a long spear suddenly blocked the attack. Fanzeng, whose eyes had been closed in acceptance of death, opened them again to see a spear held before him. Then he looked at the butt of the spear and saw a youth holding the spear, shielding him from the attack. Indeed, it was Hou Yi. Hou Yi had first hidden Juzi and Masterban in a hidden place, then hurried back, for he could not bear to leave them to withstand the Qin army. Fanzeng said, "Hou Yi, how did you return? Weren't you supposed to leave?" He was astonished. He had not expected Hou Yi to come back. "Where are Juzi and Masterban?" Hou Yi calmly said, "I've placed them somewhere safe. You all go on first, while I'll hold them off until I regroup with you." "We go together," Fanzeng shouted. "We can't leave you behind. Hurry and go, I can't spare you here. If I finish dealing with these few, I will come after you." Hou Yi spoke calmly. "Hurry, you take the master away." He then ordered the disciples to carry Fanzeng to safety. Fanzeng shouted as the disciples dragged him away. Hou Yi looked at the Qin soldiers with a faint smile. To Hou Yi, these soldiers were nothing. He could easily slip past them. Thus Fanzeng was led by the disciples to a hidden cottage at the mountain's foot, a secret refuge they had prepared. A precaution in their last retreat. This place was exceedingly hidden, and the Qin army would not find it. After a while Fanzeng arrived here, standing and pacing inside the room, his heart heavy with worry for Hou Yi. He feared Hou Yi might not be able to hold out alone and be overwhelmed. After a moment, footsteps sounded outside the door, and the room grew alert. A disciple with a sword slowly pushed the door to see who was outside. The disciple outside cried, "The young master has returned." Fanzeng hurried outside to see if it really was Hou Yi, for Hou Yi had slowed the enemy and bought them time. Fanzeng went out and saw that it was Hou Yi. He asked quickly, "Are you hurt?" Hou Yi then pointed to a small cut from the Qin blade. Hou Yi smiled, then scratched his head and said, "It's only a small wound." Fanzong, moved hastily, called for someone to tend to Hou Yi's wound. Then Fanzong brought Hou Yi inside. While tending to his wound, he nagged, "Next time if danger comes, you go ahead of me, don't worry about me." Fanzong spoke, Hou Yi replied, I know. They remained there, continuing their conversation. It felt like a father caring for his son. Fanzong could only shake his head. The Chu Shishanzhuang was gone, and only a few disciples had survived. Fanzong did not know what to do next, for a large force of enemies was already in pursuit. If they fled, bringing Juzi and Master Ban with them would be difficult. So they decided they should go somewhere else. This is all my fault. If I had prepared earlier, we wouldn't be in this state. Only the few of us remain, and Hou Yi is wounded. Fanzong muttered to himself that Chu Shishanzhuang could not be reclaimed, and with their present strength, they could not protect Juzi and Master Ban. While he pondered, a sudden thought struck the Mo headquarters. It is heavily guarded, secure, and could keep Juzi and Master Ban's conditions in check. Now they had only a few medicines from the physician to sustain Master Ban and Juzi. Fanzong felt they should not stay here any longer and conferred with Hou Yi. In a few days they would depart for the Mo headquarters. Inside the Chu clan villa, Wang Bin led a troop of soldiers in clearing the battlefield. As he gazed upon the corpses of the Chu clan disciples strewn across the ground, he could not help but let out a cold snort. While Wang Bin was overseeing the cleanup of the battlefield, a soldier called out to him from a distance. "General, please come and look at this." He then gripped his sword and walked forward. Guided by the soldier, Wang Bin arrived a short distance ahead. Beholding the corpses of the great Qin Empire's soldiers lying in pools of blood, his brow furrowed slightly. This is impossible. With only those few elderly, weak, and disabled remnants, they could never have held off the soldiers of Great Qin. Could there be a master aiding them? Wang Bin muttered to himself in bewilderment. For he possessed absolute confidence in the combat prowess of his own army. Unless a supreme master had intervened to rescue them, it would have been impossible for them to break through the encirclement. Turning on his heel, Wang Bin departed, commanding his soldiers to hunt down the remnants of the Six Kingdoms, leaving no detail overlooked and no stone unturned. A massive force of the Qin army assembled. Upon receiving the order, they hastily finished clearing the battlefield before fanning out to search both the foot of the mountain and the interior of the villa. At this moment, Wang Bin seemed to be searching for something specific, leading a few soldiers to search the rooms one by one. Yet after a while they found nothing. How strange. Why can't they be found? Both of them were clearly severely wounded. They couldn't possibly have fled far, Wang Bin muttered to himself, still deeply perplexed. Indeed, his primary objective for this mission was to find Juzi and Master Ban, acting under the direct orders of the King of Qin to capture them. Evidently the operation had failed, and both Juzi and Master Ban had escaped, which incensed him greatly. Despite the enemy being so vulnerable, they had still managed to slip away. Could there truly be an extraordinary master hidden from the world? Suddenly Wang Bin thought of someone. A person who had served as a general and commanded vast armies, even in his youth. This individual possessed immense physical strength, a brilliant intellect, and mastery over both civil and military affairs. He was also of the Chu lineage. Indeed, this person was none other than Hou Yi, the young master of the Xiong clan of the Chu state. Could he still be alive? Wang Bin murmured. For after the fall of the Chu capital, the vast majority of the nobility had been slaughtered, and very few had managed to fight their way out of the encirclement. Dismissing further speculation, Wang Bin mobilized additional troops to intensify the search. Unfamiliar with the local terrain, and with the targets being so few, hunting them down proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. Nonetheless, Wang Bin increased his forces to scour the area as thoroughly as possible. He reasoned that if the fleeing enemies were carrying the severely wounded Juzi and Master Ban, their escape would inevitably be sluggish. Therefore, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Several days later, after leading his soldiers in a continuous search of the mountain, Wang Bin came to the realization that they must have already escaped or taken some secret passage. Consequently, Wang Bin decided to call off the search, realizing that further efforts would be futile. He wished to return to the capital immediately to report, for within the Xianyang Palace, Ying Yu was still awaiting his news. Although he had failed to capture his primary targets this time, he had successfully annihilated a stronghold of the Six Kingdoms remnants, which was still a highly significant achievement. Ying Yu also understood how difficult it was to capture these remnants of the Six Kingdoms, as they scurried about everywhere like rats. In a small cabin not far from the foot of the mountain, the disciple sent out by Fanzong to scout had returned. The disciple reported to Fanzong, "The Qin army has begun to withdraw." Upon hearing this news, Hou Yi asked, "Teacher, when shall we set out?" Fanzong replied, "We shall set out tomorrow at first light." For the medicine they possessed was nearly depleted, while Juzi and Master Ban remained unconscious. Without these medicines their lives could no longer be sustained, and they might truly sleep forever in this world. Fanzong dared not delay, as the two men before him were crucial leaders of the Maist sect. After consulting with Hou Yi, they decided to depart the following morning. Inside Xiashengxian Manor, Fu Nian and Yin Lu were discussing matters in the main hall. Ever since they learned from their junior brother that a formidable figure had emerged by Ying Zheng's side, one whom even Gai Nie and Gao Jianli were no match for, Fu Nian and Yin Lu had been deeply anxious. They were pondering whether they should report this matter to their martial uncle. After all, a new master of such caliber had appeared, one whom their generation could not hope to defeat. Their martial uncle was none other than the renowned Master Sun. Master Sun had previously mentored two exceptionally brilliant disciples. The first was Han Fei, one of the founders of Quicksand, and the second was Li Si, the illustrious prime minister of the Great Qin Empire. Ever since Master Sun mentored these two disciples, he had entered secluded cultivation. Residing in a small cabin nestled within a bamboo grove on the mountain of Xiangxian Manor, he devoted himself to quiet cultivation every day, completely detached from worldly affairs. Yet this matter was unlike any before. It was of paramount importance, and the sudden emergence of such a powerful master had thrown them into a state of unease. They had never even heard of him, and they wished to ask their martial uncle if he had ever encountered the man's name. Yin Lu spoke. Should we go up the mountain to consult our martial uncle? Well, Fu Nian remarked calmly. Martial uncle has long detached himself from worldly affairs. I wonder if he would take any interest in this matter. Yin Lu replied serenely. Indeed, martial uncle has long withdrawn from the world. However, this matter is of grave significance. Oh, I feel we must disturb his peace. Very well. Let us return to prepare, and we shall go up the mountain shortly to pay our respects to martial uncle. Fu Nian agreed. The gravity of the situation left them, daring neither to make hasty assumptions nor to conceal the matter. After all, it was not just them. Various factions and supreme masters across the land would undoubtedly be stirred. After a short while, they emerged from their respective quarters and assembled outside the main hall. For an audience with their martial uncle, they made sure to dress formally, as opportunities to meet him were rare. Both held immense reverence for their martial uncle, for in their hearts Master Sun was a deity-like figure. Together they set off along the path toward the small wooden cabin in the mountain's bamboo grove. Half an hour later they arrived outside the cabin. Encircled by dense bamboo, the surroundings were profoundly serene, resembling a hidden paradise. Fu Nian then gently knocked on the wooden door. After a brief moment, the door creaked open and a young boy stepped out. The boy asked, "May I help you?" "We have urgent matters to discuss with martial uncle," Fu Nian spoke. "The master has stated that no one is to disturb him. Please return," the boy added calmly. For ever since the death of Han Fei, Master Sun had remained in secluded cultivation, here, not setting foot outside this bamboo grove for a very long time. Yin Lu looked at the child and said calmly, "We're looking for our senior uncle. It's truly an emergency." "Even if it's an emergency, it cannot be permitted," the child said firmly. "Master has stated that no one may disturb him." Of course, the two of them were no exception. Fu Nian and Yin Lu, seeing that reasoning was futile, felt their urgency mounting. This matter was far from ordinary. If it were trivial, perhaps refusal would have been acceptable. Yet this matter had to be spoken of directly to Master Sun. Fu Nian and Yin Lu shook their heads helplessly and remained stationed outside the door. They knew their senior uncle possessed a peculiar temperament and an ill disposition. They dared not act rashly. The slightest misstep could result in a severe reprimand. Watching the two persist in their stubborn stance, the child simply closed the door and walked back into the courtyard. Fu Nian and Yin Lu could do nothing but stand helpless before this scene, for they dared not force their way in when their senior uncle awaited within. With no other recourse, they simply stood quietly and waited. Inside the wooden cabin courtyard, the child noticed they refused to leave and surmised something significant was at stake. So, he made his way to Master Sun's residence. He paused outside the door to listen first, then gently knocked. When Master Sun heard the knocking, he called out softly, "Who is it?" The voice rang clear and pure, though an elder Master Sun's tone carried a soothing warmth that pleased the ear. The child replied calmly, "Master, two visitors seek you and claim it concerns a most pressing matter. As I've already stated, I will not see them." They remained stationed outside with no intention of departing, the child said flatly. "Oh, and who are these two?" Master Sun inquired. "They are Fu Nian and Yin Lu," the child explained. He then recounted the entire encounter outside in detail to Master Sun. After a brief interval, the door slowly creaked open, revealing an elderly man of striking presence and refined bearing. Indeed, this was Master Sun. Master Sun stepped out leisurely and glanced at the child. "Where are they? Were you not instructed not to disturb me?" "They wait outside, claiming a matter of great importance," the child reported. "Great importance? Has the very sky collapsed?" "Very well, come with me and see," Master Sun said, leading the child directly toward the courtyard gate. Outside, Fu Nian and Yin Lu remained rooted to the spot. They had steeled themselves to stand there all day if their senior uncle refused to appear. Their resolve ran deep. The child hurried ahead to assist with the gate, but Master Sun stayed his hand. Understanding the gesture, the child stepped back. Master Sun ambled leisurely to the threshold and slowly pushed the gate open. Outside, Fu Nian and Yin Lu watched as the gate swung open and an elder stood before them. Both froze in astonishment. Rather than the child returning to persuade them away, it was their senior uncle himself who had opened the door. "Senior uncle," they exclaimed in flustered surprise. "Come, tell me what troubles you. Let us retire inside." They followed him to a pavilion. Master Sun motioned for the child to prepare tea, noting it had been too long since he last saw Fu Nian and Yin Lu. Once settled in the pavilion, Master Sun regarded them both and asked, "What could be so urgent?" "Recently, Ying Yu conducted the Fengshan sacrifice atop Mount Tai," began Fu Nian. Subsequently, the Mahist dispatched Gai Nie to assassinate him. And then, oi, Master Sun prompted. He came within moments of success before a mysterious expert suddenly appeared to shield Zhang. Wielding a longbow, this figure allegedly defeated Gai Nie during the Battle of Residual Moon Valley. His identity remains shrouded in secrecy beyond even our reach. What is his name? Do you know? Master Sun asked. He is called Hou Yi, reportedly serving under the Third Prince Ying Yu. Ying Yu, the Third Prince. How intriguing, Master Sun mused to himself. And what happened after? Fu Nian shook his head in resignation. In the aftermath, Gai Nie was captured by Qin forces, while the Grand Master and Master Band vanished without a trace. De Tietue and Xuan Nu were both wounded. Such an outcome was neither what they nor the anti-Qin forces across the realm desired. The Mahist school's devastation mirrored a crippling blow to the entire anti-Qin alliance. As the foremost target of Qin's opposition, the Mahists led the myriad schools and the remnants of the 6 defeated states in their resistance. Should the Mahists fall, the coalition would scatter like dust. Master Sun's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such a devastating reversal. In his estimation, the Mahist masters should have been able to withdraw unscathed even if their mission failed. That some were captured while others disappeared defied all logic. Master Sun queried, "Where is Zifang? Why are only the 2 of you here?" Fu Nian began. "Go on," Master Sun urged. "Zifang relayed this matter to us personally. We attempted to dissuade him, but failed. He returned briefly to inform us before departing again. He is likely en route to the Mahist headquarters," Fu Nian responded. Master Sun's lips curved into a faint smile. Far from displeased, he found Zhang Liang's youthful mischief unchanged. "Ha ha, Zifang remains as mischievous as ever," Master Sun chuckled. Yin Lu asked, "Senior uncle, you are not upset at all." "Upset? Over what? About whom? Is this not a fine quality in Zifang? Why did you seek to stop him?" Master Sun questioned. Among his 3 disciples, Zhang Liang held his especial fondness. "I understand the situation you describe," Master Sun replied composedly. "Regarding Hou Yi, when circumstances permit, I shall observe him myself, to see if his prowess lives up to your accounts." For one of Master Sun's cultivation level, worldly matters held little weight. Cultivators of their caliber had transcended worldly attachments. Yet a sudden emergence like Hou Yi's intrigued him deeply. Master Sun was genuinely interested in such an unexpected powerhouse. Afterward, Lord Sun glanced at Fu Nian and Yin Lu and said, "I see." Fu Nian replied calmly, "Uncle Master Senior Brother Yin Lu, and I shall not disturb you further. We still have matters to attend to within the manor." Very well," Lord Sun said. Fu Nian and Yin Lu bowed to Lord Sun, then turned and walked toward the main gate. Watching their retreating figures, Lord Sun picked up a cup of tea from the table and drank it slowly. "Hou Yi, interesting," he muttered to himself. Giguzi sect. Giguzi was the master of Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang, and the current leader of the Giguzi sect. The masses suffer, the world burns ablaze. Among all schools of thought, we alone wield the art of cross-strategic persuasion. For 700 years, through the spring and autumn periods, 5 hegemons and the warring states, 7 great powers behind every rise and fall of each dynasty and state, there stood one common name, Giguzi. Generations of disciples under the Giguzi banner had been outstanding in both civil and martial arts. The current Giguzi leader had taught 2 of the greatest masters, Gai Nie, the #1 swordsman of Qin, and Wei Zhuang, the current leader of Lusha. They were both top-tier experts, all hailing from the Giguzi sect. Giguzi had also received confirmed intelligence. He had heard of Hou Yi's legendary battle that brought him fame. Previously, during the Battle of Canua Valley, Giguzi had not taken him seriously. He had assumed that Gai Nie had merely lost to Hou Yi by accident. Or perhaps Gai Nie had been surrounded and attacked. Or maybe it was all just rumors. Giguzi had not taken it to heart at the time, but this time was different. The matter had already spread across the entire land, with everyone discussing Hou Yi, how he had blocked Gai Nie's river cold strike with a single arrow. Others may not have known, but Giguzi understood the devastating power of river cold. River cold could not have been so easily blocked by a single arrow from Hou Yi, Giguzi muttered to himself. After all, that had been a full power strike from the #1 expert of the Mahist school. Even Giguzi felt a trace of surprise. Although Hou Yi meant nothing in their eyes, he had never even heard of the name before. It was an undeniable fact that he had defeated Gai Nie atop Mount Tai. Hou Yi had ended the Mahist assassination attempt with just 2 arrows, the first defeating Gai Nie and the second destroying the mechanical bird. Giguzi had heard about this incident. He never expected such a remarkable expert to suddenly emerge. Those old fellows must have heard about it too. They may take action as well. Giguzi muttered to himself. He understood that the sudden appearance of such a powerful expert would inevitably stir up restless ambitions among other factions. At this moment, Giguzi also wished to meet Hou Yi himself. However, he had heard that Hou Yi served under the Third Prince Ying Yu. Giguzi had also heard of this third prince before, but since he was not particularly famous, Giguzi knew very little about him. Giguzi also knew that Hou Yi was currently in Xianyang City, just like Gai Nie. He wanted to make a trip to Xianyang to visit Gai Nie, and in passing investigate this Hou Yi. After all, a suddenly emerged expert who had blocked Gai Nie's river cold and also defeated Gai Nie, was enough to pique Giguzi's curiosity. This Hou Yi serves under the third Prince Ying Yu. How did such a renowned expert come to be subjugated by this third prince? Giguzi wondered aloud. Experts like Hou Yi were generally free-spirited and unbound by anyone's control. In truth, Giguzi could not understand why such an expert would serve under the third Prince Ying Yu, nor what the third prince could possibly offer him. Interesting. This third Prince Ying Yu is quite intriguing as well, Giguzi muttered. At this moment, he wanted to travel to Xianyang to investigate the backgrounds of both of them. However, he suspected that other factions, especially Lord Sun of the Confucian school, would also head there. It was possible that others would go as well. Then he thought of his second disciple Wei Zhuang. Giguzi wished to take Wei Zhuang along to Xianyang. Ever since Gai Nie and Wei Zhuang had graduated, they had rarely seen each other. He wanted to use this opportunity to bring Wei Zhuang so that the three of them, master and disciples, could gather and have a proper conversation. Giguzi had only heard the general outline, but he did not know the details. He wanted to find someone to learn those details from, and that someone was none other than his second disciple Wei Zhuang. At this point, he had already made up his mind. Afterwards, he simply packed his belongings and descended the mountain toward Wei Zhuang's residence. Meanwhile, in a clearing deep within an ancient forest, there stood a throne, and seated upon it was Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang had already received the pigeon message from Giguzi. He opened it, and was slightly surprised reading through it briefly. The message merely stated that Giguzi would come to see him, but did not specify the reason. Wei Zhuang grew somewhat curious. He did not know what his master wanted from him. Usually if there was something important, a pigeon message would suffice. So why had he come in person this time? Wei Zhuang was quite curious. Standing beside Wei Zhuang was a woman with a graceful figure and sensual physique, wearing a long red dress. She stood there as if a celestial maiden had descended from heaven, breathtakingly beautiful. That was YiThen, the most beautiful woman by Wei Zhuang's side. She had been watching Wei Zhuang all along. Noticing his slightly furrowed brows, she could not help but ask curiously who wrote this letter. Wei Zhuang replied calmly, Giguzi. What does your master want to write to you for? Does he have some matter? YiThen asked. The letter says he will be coming over in a few days, Wei Zhuang responded. Oh, what is he coming for? YiThen asked in confusion. I do not know either. The letter did not say. We will find out when he arrives, Wei Zhuang said indifferently. After some time had passed, Giguzi arrived at the foot of the mountain where Wei Zhuang resided. Gazing at the towering peaks, he couldn't help but sigh, if only the whole world were filled with such beautiful scenery, how wonderful that would be. Giguzi looked at the dense forest and majestic mountains, feeling that the scenery was truly picturesque. Meanwhile, Wei Zhuang was also making his way down the mountain, having calculated that his master would certainly arrive that day, and he wanted to greet him at the foot of the mountain. Although Wei Zhuang was aloof and proud, he still held deep respect for his master. Giguzi found a shady spot and sat down, certain that his disciple would come to welcome him. As expected, Wei Zhuang was nearly at the foot of the mountain. After a few minutes, Wei Zhuang arrived and saw a figure sitting not far away. He strode forward and upon closer inspection realized the person sitting there was indeed his master. The closer he drew, the clearer it became. His master sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, quietly waiting seemingly for someone. Suddenly Wei Zhuang realized his master was sitting there waiting for him. He helplessly shook his head and muttered, truly prophetic in his calculations. He then strode forward and approached Giguzi. Wei Zhuang first paid his respects, then said, Master. Giguzi slowly opened his eyes, then looked at the man before him. Giguzi spoke calmly, Wei Zhuang. Yes, Master, Wei Zhuang replied. Huang spoke lightly. What brings you here to me, Master? Have you heard about that matter? Giguzi asked. Master, which matter are you talking about? Wei Zhuang wondered to himself. He recalled the major events that had happened recently, and suddenly he remembered. Could it be the sacrificial ceremony? Wei Zhuang answered. Giguzi asked, how much do you know about the sacrificial ceremony? I heard that the Mo family sent someone to assassinate. The attacker was Gai Nie, but he failed because someone named Hou Yi blocked his deadly move. And how about Hou Yi? How much do you know about him? I know that in the Crescent Moon Valley battle he defeated Gai Nie. I've heard this man is extremely formidable, but I have never fought him. And what about the third Prince Ying Yu? Him? I know very little about him because he used to be inconspicuous. At the place where Ying Zheng held the sacrifices, someone saw this man standing with Hou Yi. At the time Gai Nie nearly succeeded in the assassination, someone saw Ying Yu wave his hand, and then Hou Yi struck. Oh, and then, that's about all I know. Previously the third Prince Ying Yu was inconspicuous and not widely known, but I have been sending people to investigate. Wei Zhuang explained. At that moment Giguzi understood it all. None of this surprised Giguzi. What surprised him was that Hou Yi and Ying Yu had remained inconspicuous all along. Giguzi truly admired the two of them who had endured in silence until now. He knew palace politics among the princes was brutal, and those without power were often bullied by other princes. Obviously before Ying Yu revealed his strength, he must have been at the mercy of others. At this moment Giguzi's interest in Ying Yu grew. And this Hou Yi too appeared out of nowhere as an ordinary person. Master, were you coming here today for these matters? Wei Zhuang asked. Giguzi calmly said, no, there are some other matters. Wei Zhuang frowned in confusion and asked, oh master, please tell me. I want to go to Xianyang city, Giguzi said. Oh, master, do you want me to go with you? Wei Zhuang replied. At this moment Wei Zhuang realized the master wouldn't come all the way here for this matter. If it truly was for that matter, there would be no need to come in person. A pigeon message would suffice. Giguzi said calmly, yes. All right, master, we shall depart now. Then Giguzi looked around as if searching for something. Wei Zhuang asked in confusion, Master, what are you looking for? Giguzi asked, just you. Not bringing anyone. Because Wei Zhuang had a beauty by his side, Wei Zhuang usually went everywhere with her. That person was Qi Lian. But Wei Zhuang understood that today as he and his master Giguzi met, he should not bring anyone, so he did not bring Qi Lian. No, today it's only me. Wei Zhuang explained. Giguzi said calmly, oh. Wei Zhuang frowned then said, by the way, master, there is one more matter. Oh, what is it? Giguzi asked. Wei Zhuang began slowly. A while ago the Qin Prime Minister Li Si came to see me. Li Si? What did he want? Giguzi asked in confusion. Could it be? That's right, he wants to win me over, or to be precise, he wants to recruit Lu Sha for their use. Wei Zhuang said. In truth, he understood that if he went, the entire Lu Sha would belong to Qin. Giguzi said, Ying truly plays a good hand. Giguzi also guessed what Ying wanted to do, but he did not reveal it yet. But at this time Wei Zhuang had already understood. Then Giguzi merely smiled, and said nothing more. Giguzi understood clearly why Ying would woo his disciple. Because what Ying sought was not only his disciple, but also a formidable force under him. He also understood that if Ying tried to woo someone like him, it would be impossible. So Ying could only recruit some of these junior talents to strengthen his power. After that the two of them did not say much more. Both prepared to head to Xianying City. Wei Zhuang went by himself, not taking anyone with him. But he arranged a few of his subordinates to go ahead to Xianying City to gather information. Thus the two of them set out for Xianying City. They were curious to see this mysterious Hou Yi, and of course Ying Yu as well. In Tianzong. In the Great Hall sat three people, the Tianzong sect master Chisongzi Beimingzi and their junior sister Xiaoming. They sat in the hall. Because of the sacrificial ceremony, the matter had also reached their ears, and they were discussing it there. Beimingzi spoke calmly. How could such a powerful master suddenly emerge? Beimingzi is a master of Tianzong. He sits in Tianzong, a very strong expert. Chisongzi said lightly, I heard he defeated Gai Nie in the Remnant Moon Valley battle as well. Oh, I wonder how strong I would be against him if we faced off. That would scarcely be more than mediocre skills. Such a master cannot suddenly appear. Beimingzi said because he knows a master must go through many trials and hardships. It goes to show how hard it is to cultivate a master. Chisongzi calmly said, as for Ying Yu, I had not heard of him before. It would be a pity if he didn't attend this sacrificial ceremony. Chisongzi thought this sacrificial ceremony would be extremely dull, so he paid little attention to these matters, but he did not expect that such a seemingly ordinary ceremony would yield so much. Beimingzi looked at Chisongzi and smiled. If I had told you to go, you wouldn't go, and now you'll regret it, right? How, you didn't go either, did you? Xiaoming looked at Beimingzi and spoke. Beimingzi said, you. All right, younger sister, stop being playful, Chisongzi interjected. Then master, what should we do this time? This Hou Yi appearing suddenly will surely draw the attention of all sides. Beimingzi said. Because Hou Yi has caused such a disturbance, not only various forces, but even some of the palace's own masters will take notice. The commotion caused by Hou Yi this time abruptly shattered the tranquility of the realm, sending it into a sudden frenzy. Not only Hou Yi, but even Ying Yu found himself thrust into the intense focus of the entire world. For the two of them were shrouded in such profound mystery. Had it not been for this grand sacrificial ceremony, they might have remained hidden indefinitely. Although few reclusive masters attended the ceremony in person, all of them eventually turned their attention to this matter. Beimingzi spoke softly. Sect master, should we investigate this matter? Chisongzi replied calmly. Are you suggesting we head directly to Xianying City? Indeed, Beimingzi said. This? Beimingzi asked softly. Does the sect master have any reservations? Not exactly, I merely sensed that those other old fellows might go as well, Chisongzi murmured. For he surmised that he was not alone in his interest. Those old fogies would undoubtedly be paying close attention to Hou Yi's affairs as well. It was highly likely that when the time came, they would all converge upon Xianying City. Xiaoming inquired, are we still going then? Oui, oi, Chisongzi asked in confusion. Xiaoming replied placidly, yes, you, me, and him. With that she pointed her finger at Beimingzi beside them. Chisongzi spoke softly, we must certainly go, but you cannot. Why can't I go? Xiaoming demanded. Chisongzi explained calmly, we are not the only ones heading there this time. Reclusive masters and members of the 100 schools of thought are likely to gather. It will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Furthermore, Beimingzi, I shall be entering secluded cultivation during this period. Go to Xianying City on my behalf and thoroughly investigate the origins of this Hou Yi. Beimingzi frowned slightly and replied, understood, sect master. I will certainly uncover the truth about this Hou Yi. As they spoke, Xiaoming, who was sitting nearby, interrupted them. No, I want to go, Xiaoming insisted. Chisongzi said gently, the journey is fraught with danger, and Xianying City will be even more perilous. What would you even do there? Seeing that Xiaoming fell silent, Beimingzi could tell how desperately she wanted to go out and see the world. Yet her senior brother protected her far too, while never allowing her to venture outside. Mingzi then spoke up, "Sect Master, let her go. I promise to protect her well. Besides, we are heading to the most prosperous capital city. It would be good for Xiaoming to go out and broaden her horizons." Hearing this, Zhongzi shook his head helplessly and relented. He had originally intended to forbid Xiaoming from going, but he could not resist Mingzi pleading on her behalf. Of course, with Mingzi by her side, Zhongzi felt reassured. After all, Mingzi was the foremost master of the Tian sect. "Go on then. But you must stay close to Mingzi and not wander off, understood?" Zhongzi said. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming was overjoyed. She glanced at Mingzi beside her and offered him a subtle smile. Xiaoming replied, all right, I understand. I'll head back and pack my things first." With that, she left the grand hall and walked straight outside. Zhongzi then looked at Mingzi and said, "It is a long journey ahead. You must be exceedingly cautious. If anything happens, send word immediately via carrier pigeon." "Understood, Sect Master. I will protect my junior sister with my life," Mingzi assured him. Yet Zhongzi remained somewhat anxious, knowing that before long all the great masters would likely converge upon Xianying City. They would all seek to catch a glimpse of the renowned master Hou Yi and the deeply enigmatic Ying Yu. For these two had already achieved legendary fame throughout the great Qin Empire. From bustling streets to quiet alleys, and even among the storytellers, everyone was discussing them. Naturally, with other factions setting out, the Tian sect could not afford to fall behind. They too wished to uncover the truth, which was why he dispatched Mingzi and his junior sister Xiaoming, while he himself remained within the sect to continue his secluded cultivation. For one, the sect could not be left without a guardian. Secondly, in his eyes, his own cultivation far outweighed all else. Zhongzi said calmly, "On this journey to Xianying City, you will find it teeming with masters. Be prudent. It is not like being at home, so you must watch over your little junior sister. Are you still worried with me there? I will surely uncover the truth of everything. As for those masters and old fogies, we simply won't provoke them," Mingzi said. Zhongzi murmured, "Very well, pack your things and prepare to depart." Mingzi then bowed and left the grand hall. He first returned to his quarters and packed light. After securing his door, he set off to find Xiaoming. Meanwhile, seated high in the grand hall, Zhongzi felt a faint lingering unease. He sensed that with all the various factions heading to Xianying City, trouble was bound to brew. After all, with so many formidable masters gathering in Xianying City, friction would be inevitable. Yet upon further reflection, he recalled that Xianying was after all the capital of the Qin kingdom, guarded by Ying Yu himself. Perhaps I am overthinking. Surely no one would dare stir up trouble in the capital of Qin, Zhongzi mused to himself. Just then a certain figure crossed his mind, Master Sun of the Confucian sect. That old man must have also emerged from his seclusion and headed to Xianying City, right? How could he possibly miss out on such a lively affair? Zhongzi laughed heartily and muttered to himself. It was merely a guess, and he had no way of knowing whether Master Sun of the Confucian sect would actually go, yet a strong premonition told him that the old man surely would. Dismissing the thoughts from his mind, he left the grand hall and returned to his quarters to begin his secluded cultivation. Since thinking further would yield nothing, he chose to let nature take its course. A short while later, Mingzi arrived at Zhongzi's residence with Xiaoming. After paying their respects and bidding him farewell, the two departed from the Tian sect. They set off towards Xianying City, the capital of the great Qin Empire. Meanwhile, within the Xiaoshenxian manor, an elderly man sat inside a small wooden cabin. Indeed, this man was none other than Master Sun. Having received word that Mingzi and Xiaoming of the Tian sect were also heading to Xianying City, he found himself hesitating over whether he should make the journey. His hesitation stemmed from the tragic fate of his beloved disciple Han Fei, who had perished from Qin's six-soul dread curse. This had deeply angered Master Sun at the time, and despite the passage of many years, the memory remained etched in his mind. He had never been able to let it go. Ever since that tragic event, Master Sun had remained in secluded cultivation, with only a select few ever catching a glimpse of him. For Han Fei was his most cherished disciple. Ever since Fanian and Yin Lu informed him of this matter, Master Sun had been wavering back and forth on whether to go. But now, upon learning that the Tian sect had also dispatched their people, he felt there was no longer any need for hesitation. Perhaps I should join in the excitement as well to see this legendary Hou Yi and the mysterious Ying Yu. Master Sun thought to himself. He then stepped out of the small wooden cabin, a threshold he had not crossed in a very long time. Master Sun slowly descended the mountain and walked along the paths of Xiaoshenxian Manor. Beholding the scenic views and the disciples along the way, he could not help but sigh. If only he were still here to witness this. He would surely have been overjoyed. At this moment, Han Fei crossed Master Sun's mind once more. As he walked, every disciple who caught sight of him bowed deeply in respectful salutation. After a while, he arrived at hall. He saw Fu Nian and Yin Lu there as well. Both of them bowed quickly to Master Sun Fuzi. Sun Fuzi spoke slowly that he would go to Xianying City, telling the two to stay at home and guard the place well, and to send word by carrier pigeon if any important news arose. Fu Nian and Yin Lu replied that they would, and they had thought their master would not go, but to their surprise he would. This surprised them a little. After that, they did not dwell on it. After a while, Sun Fuzi spoke a few words to them, and then turned to leave Shao Shengxian Manor heading for Xianying City. The two quickly bowed again as their master departed. Thus Sun Fuzi began his journey toward Xianying City. Renzong. Xiaoyaozi, the Taoist master and head of Renzong, has also received the news. He also heard of Ying Zhang's grand sacrificial ceremony. He learned that Hou Yi had felled Gai Nie with a single arrow and then shot another to bring down Master Ban and Juzi. To this day the two remain missing. Xiaoyaozi now seeks to discover the whereabouts of Juzi and Ban Zi. Xiaoyaozi was also greatly shocked at the moment. He had considered going to Mo Jia to assassinate Ying Zhang as well, but he could not go because of his own affairs. So he did not go. He planned to go to Xianying City, lie in wait, and find Gai Nie to ask what had happened. He knew these matters had only reached his ears. He did not know if they were true rumors. He wanted to confirm, for if it were real, he would investigate Hou Yi and Ying Yu. A sudden appearance of a formidable master threatened not only him, but the entire anti-Qin faction. The Mo Jia had sustained a grievous blow, a blow to the backbone of the anti-Qin forces. Xiaoyaozi must determine what Hou Yi's origin truly is, friend or foe. If Hou Yi is truly that formidable, how could I not have heard of him before? Could it be that he has been concealing his strength all along? That seems unlikely. If Hou Yi is concealing his power, how did Ying Yu manage to subdue him? Xiaoyaozi muttered to himself that he must go to Mo Jia to learn the truth. Because only by going to Mo Jia and meeting them could the truth be revealed. Guessing here would yield nothing. He and Xiaoyaozi packed their belongings and left Renzong, heading straight for Mo Jia's headquarters. At this moment inside the Xianying Palace, Ying Zhang sat on the throne, recalling the grand sacrificial ceremony and what had happened that day. He wondered why, after Ying Yu's gesture, Hou Yi acted. What is the relation between his own son and Hou Yi? All of this remains unknown. He then thought of Gai Nie and looked at Zhao Gao beside him. Calmly he asked where Gai Nie was being kept. Zhao Gao replied that he was in the dungeon. Ying Zhang asked in doubt if anyone had come to see him during this time. Zhao Gao said no one had come, not since the grand ceremony. Zhao Gao spoke that Gai Nie had not yet been interrogated. Ying Zhang asked, and Zhao Gao confirmed, yes, your majesty. Ying Zhang declared that he would personally interrogate Gai Nie to see what tricks the Mo Jia's top expert could muster. He wanted to interrogate Gai Nie himself to learn what sort of man nearly took his life. Zhao Gao warned that this man was extremely dangerous and a remnant of Mo Jia. Zhao Gao asked what resistance he could mount. This is the imperial capital, not Mount Tai. Then Zhao Gao, after hearing the emperor's words, said nothing more. Also informing you to accompany me to interrogate Gai Nie. Ying Zhang spoke. Zhao Gao replied calmly, yes, your majesty. In the third prince's residence, Ying Yu felt a growing unease. For he sensed that various powers would move, though he could not tell what they would do. Still, there was an inexplicable feeling in his heart. After thinking for a while, he ceased worrying and simply waited. Suddenly someone called him outside, and he turned to leave the study. A servant outside said that the palace eunuch had arrived. Ying Yu replied that he would go out immediately. When Ying Yu went out, he met Zhao Gao. The two faced off. Ying Yu knew the last killer had been sent by Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao, upon seeing Ying Yu, felt a twinge of fear. None of the assassins he had sent had survived, and Zhao Gao grew uneasy. Since that battle at the grand sacrificial ceremony, he had not dared to send anyone to assassinate Ying Yu again. He had witnessed both Hou Yi's power and Ying Yu's as well. Ying Yu broke the stalemate, first asking what was the matter with Zhao Gong. Zhao Gao smiled slightly and said there was nothing. The emperor had asked him to pass along a message. Ying Yu asked what message. Zhao Gao replied that the emperor would have Gai Nie interrogated and asked him to accompany. Ying Yu said he would prepare and depart. Ying Yu then teased Zhao Gao. The two of them traded barbs, for they were still enemies after all. Ying Yu laughed, saying that Zhao Gong's assassins were formidable, especially the 6 saber slaves undefeated in battle, and he wondered if he could learn from them. Zhao Gao replied that the 6 saber slaves were also under the emperor's power. Since they served under the emperor, they would not go after their own people. Zhao Gao added that if true, Zhao Gong should manage this force well for the emperor and not let them roam freely. Ying Yu answered calmly that of course, and Zhao Gao tried to shift the topic, but Ying Yu had already seen through his ploy. Zhao Gao remained fearful of Ying Yu. On one hand, he had won the emperor's favor, and on the other, there was a powerful figure under his command. Zhao Gao sensed Ying Yu's insinuation. Evidently Ying Yu already knew that the last assassin had been one of Zhao Gao's men. Zhao Gao felt flustered, yet he remained outwardly calm, for he knew he could not admit it. To admit would be to make an enemy of the prince before him. He did not wish to have one more powerful foe. Zhao Gao noticed that Ying Yu remained silent, so he did not press further. In a calm tone, Zhao Gao said, "Then, young master, I shall take my leave. I must return to the palace to report to his majesty." "Very well, eunuch Zhao. Safe travels," Ying Yu replied. Zhao Gao quickly left Ying Yu's residence. Once outside, he took a deep breath of fresh air. At that moment, his panicked heart finally began to calm. He realized he could not linger any longer, for staying would only give Ying Yu more opportunities to extract information from him. Without further hesitation, he headed straight back to the palace to report to the emperor. Meanwhile, Ying Yu stood outside the gate, a faint smile playing on his lips. He murmured to himself, "Zhao Gao, why is he so timid this time? Weren't his men bold during the assassination attempt against me? Ying Yu dismissed the thought and focused on his next obligation, accompanying his father to interrogate Gai Nie. He returned to his residence to bathe and change into clean garments. He then set out for the palace to meet with his father. Later that day, Ying Yu arrived at the imperial palace and was received by his father. Ying Zheng made no comment upon seeing Ying Yu. With a mere wave of his hand, he signaled for Ying Yu to follow, and Ying Yu fell and stepped behind him. After a brief walk, they reached the entrance to the underground dungeon. Ying Zheng turned to the guard stationed there and said, "Remain outside. Only Ying Yu and I will enter." Ying Yu followed his father deeper into the dungeon, arriving at the cell where Gai Nie was imprisoned. To his surprise, Gai Nie was absent this time. It was also unusual that his father had brought only him for the interrogation. Rather than dwell on these details, Ying Yu chose to observe and let events unfold naturally. As they walked through the cold dungeon, Ying Yu trailed behind his towering father. Watching him from behind, Ying Yu couldn't help but think to himself about the aura of a ruler destined for greatness. The commanding presence was truly overwhelming. After walking for some time, they arrived at the cell where Gai Nie was held. Gai Nie sat in the dungeon when he suddenly sensed two figures approaching. Their footsteps echoed sharply through the cold stone chamber. Curiosity stirred within him as he wondered who had come this time. "Oh, someone's approaching," he muttered to himself. At the cell door stood two figures, Ying Zheng and Ying Yu. Ying Zheng gazed down at Gai Nie seated on the ground and asked, "Who were your accomplices during the sacrificial ceremony?" "None," Gai Nie replied. "Then who rescued the Grand Master and his disciple?" Ying Zheng pressed. Though Ying Zheng already suspected the answer, he wanted to see what Gai Nie would claim or which faction he might implicate. He sought to uncover which other families had taken part in this incident, sensing that beyond the Xiong family of Chu other powers were involved. Gai Nie paused briefly, initially believing the Grand Master and his disciple had been captured by Qin forces. But upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, he realized they must have been rescued by someone else. Could it be Shaoji? Impossible. He couldn't have climbed up from the foot of the mountain. The Grand Master had specifically instructed him to remain below as backup. Gai Nie kept this thought to himself. When he looked up at Ying Zheng, he replied, "I don't know." Ying Zheng followed up, "Were there other factions involved this time?" The moment those words left Ying Zheng's lips, a thought struck Gai Nie. What if another faction had rescued them? Could there have been other forces present, he wondered aloud. "No, that can't be," Gai Nie muttered to himself. In his understanding, they were all too cowardly to act, and even those with heroic intentions would be bound by their sect's constraints, never able to come to their aid. Yet a counterargument surfaced, that being rescued by others was preferable to falling into Qin's hands. Gai Nie burst into laughter and turned to Ying Zheng, asking why he didn't investigate himself. "Stubborn to the end, even with death at your doorstep," Ying Zheng remarked coldly. He then turned to Ying Yu standing nearby and asked for his perspective on the matter. "Father, I believe we've only apprehended a minor leader of the Ma's sect. The key figures remain within their stronghold," Ying Yu responded. "You mean?" "Exactly. We must launch a full assault on Mohi City. Only by eradicating them completely can the great Qin Empire achieve lasting peace," Ying Yu declared. Ying Yu wanted to bring this up, now hoping to make Ying Zheng understand that merely capturing a few remnants of the Six Nations wouldn't resolve the underlying issues. Only by striking at their stronghold could they eliminate unnecessary troubles. Ying Yu could only offer this reminder to Ying Zheng. "Enough, I understand. We'll discuss this matter later," Ying Zheng replied. Ying Zheng found merit in the reasoning and turned his gaze toward Gai Nie still seated on the ground. Gai Nie simply turned away, refusing to acknowledge him further. "Provided you give us the names of those who resist the great Qin Empire, I will spare your life," Ying Zheng said. "Huh? Do you expect me to become a traitor? Then just kill me outright," Gai Nie shouted loudly. Ying Zheng called him obstinate and unyielding, then turned and left the dungeon. Ying Yu watched his father depart, then glanced at Gai Nie before following after him. Gai Nie, still seated on the cold ground, reflected on the mysterious figure who had blocked his ultimate technique with a single strike last time. Is this the person who stood beside Hou Yi? Such a mysterious individual. Could they be planning to attack Mohi City? A growing sense of dread settled over him. He feared Ying Zheng might launch a sudden attack, catching the city unprepared and destroying them all in one stroke. Yet he reasoned that Ying Zheng wouldn't strike so soon. Mohi City was protected by elaborate mechanisms, and any hasty assault would result in devastating casualties for the invading forces. Such a costly exchange, inflicting heavy losses on himself while only damaging the enemy, was something Ying Zheng would never pursue. Gai Nie found himself speculating about whether his father would actually risk attacking the fortified city. If the attack came and the Mahists remained unprepared, the consequences would be dire. Gai Nie sat in the dungeon, his anxiety mounting as he wrestled with these uncertainties. His mind churned with worry, yet he could do nothing from his imprisonment. Trapped in the dungeon, he was cut off from the outside world, unable to send word or take any action. Most crucially, he couldn't verify whether what he'd learned was true. It might have been said in passing or deliberately revealed by Ying Zheng and Ying Yu to manipulate him. Gai Nie's thoughts whirled in turmoil. After much deliberation, he resolved to stop obsessing over possibilities and instead accept whatever came next, dealing with each moment as it arose. He crossed his legs and settled into quiet meditation. Outside the dungeon, Ying Yu looked at Ying Yu and asked, "Who was that person standing beside you during the last sacrificial ceremony?" Ying Yu suddenly grew flustered, for the person before him was none other than the emperor of the Great Qin Empire. "Father, why would you ask such things?" Ying Yu muttered to himself. Looking at Ying Yu, he bowed and replied, "Father, this person is Hou Yi." Ying Yu knew his father must already know who that person was. He was merely testing him. A mysterious expert had appeared out of nowhere. How could his father not investigate? "Then how did you come to know this person?" Ying Yu asked. Ying Yu replied calmly, "I encountered this expert by chance in the martial world, and he has remained at my side since." Ying Yu knew his secret must not be revealed just yet. If it were exposed now, his father before him would undoubtedly take action, leading to consequences beyond his ability to foresee. Ying Yu then offered a knowing smile and said nothing more. Near the Mahist mechanical city, Hou Yi and Fan Zeng, carrying the Grandmaster and Master Band, arrived at its outskirts. Hou Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is the Mahist mechanical city. Truly magnificent." Fan Zeng patted Hou Yi's head and said, "Let us go, we still have some distance to cover." "All right," Hou Yi replied. After walking for a while, Fan Zeng suddenly sensed someone nearby. At that moment, several Mahist disciples wielding blades charged out and surrounded them. "Who are you?" "We are from the Xiong clan of Chu," Fan Zeng quickly explained. "What does the cart carry?" Fan Zeng replied calmly, "It is your Mahist Grandmaster and Master Band." "What Grandmaster? Master Band? Why are they lying there? Speak plainly, what exactly is on that cart?" Most within the Mahist ranks remained unaware that both the Grandmaster and Master Band had vanished without a trace. Master Su had deliberately suppressed the news, not wanting it to leak. If the Mahist disciples learned of it, their morale would undoubtedly plummet. He also wished to keep it hidden from the outside world, and especially from Ying Yu. Should Ying Yu learn of this, he would certainly send troops to attack. Previously, the Mahist stronghold had been guarded by the Grandmaster and protected by formidable mechanical traps, which kept Ying Yu at bay. But if Ying Yu were to discover the truth now, he would certainly launch an assault. Hou Yi whispered to Fan Zeng. Could they be unaware, or have the Mahist leaders suppressed this information? "It's possible," Fan Zeng responded. Fan Zeng then smiled and said to them, "Then please inform your Master Su that I wish to make his acquaintance." The Mahist disciples exchanged doubtful glances, uncertain whether these visitors were friends or foes. Fearful of drawing hasty conclusions, they finally said, "Wait here." One of the Mahist disciples turned and walked directly toward the Mahist mechanical city. Just then Hou Yi asked Fan Zeng, "Is the Mahist mechanical city quite large?" Fan Zeng replied calmly, "Yes. The Mahist mechanical city is not only vast, but it is also riddled with mechanical traps. One careless step could cost you your life. It was built through the lifetime efforts of successive Grand Masters, each of whom reinforced its defenses. Even Ying Yu could not guarantee a successful assault if he were to send his army now." "Wow, I really wish I could go inside and see it right now," Hou Yi said. Fan Zeng continued to introduce the Mahist mechanical city to Hou Yi, arousing his curiosity and making him eager to explore it immediately. "By the way, teacher, the medicine the physician prescribed is nearly gone," Hou Yi said. Fan Zeng replied calmly, "Do not worry. The Mahist mechanical city is home to many talented physicians. Once we arrive, they will surely treat the Grandmaster and Master Band." After hearing Fan Zeng's words, Hou Yi had nothing more to say. They remained seated where they were. Meanwhile, the Mahist disciple had returned to the Mahist mechanical city and sought out Master Su. Master Su noticed the disciple's flustered demeanor and asked, "What has happened? You seem so alarmed." "A group of people has been spotted outside the Mahist mechanical city." "Oh, do you know who they are?" Master Su asked. "I don't know, but they claim to be from the Xiong clan of Chu." "The Xiong clan of Chu? What brings them here at a time like this? Is something amiss?" Master Su thought to himself. Master Su said to the disciple, "Hurry and lead the way." The disciple did not dare to delay and quickly led Master Su outside the Mahist mechanical city to meet them. Hou Yi waited outside, growing increasingly impatient. He looked at Fan Zeng and said, "Why haven't they arrived yet? It's been so long." Fan Zeng smiled slightly and replied, "Master Su may be handling all Mahist affairs alone, which could be rather busy for him." At that time, the Mahist Grandmaster and Master Band lay unconscious. Gao Jianli had been captured, and both Xuan Nu and De Tietue were seriously injured. Dao Ji was tending to De Tietue and Xuan Nu, leaving Master Su to manage everything alone. He could hardly believe that the Ju Zi he had been searching for so long along with Master Ban was actually in their hands. At this moment, Su Fuzi stood motionless, stunned. "Quick, let me see them," Su Fuzi said. After uttering these words, he turned and headed toward the carriage, but upon seeing this, Fan Zeng immediately pulled him back to his side. "Just listen to me first," Fan Zeng said. "Why are you blocking me? Aren't they inside?" Su Fuzi asked. "They are inside, but..." "What is it? Speak quickly, don't beat around the bush," Su Fuzi urged anxiously. "They are inside, but both of them are critically injured and unconscious, and they haven't regained consciousness to this day," Fan Zeng said. Su Fuzi looked at Fan Zeng in astonishment and asked, "What happened? Why can't they wake up? What occurred? Tell me quickly." At this moment, observing Su Fuzi's anxious demeanor, Fan Zeng helplessly shook his head, unsure of how to break the news to him. He feared that upon hearing the truth, Su Fuzi would not be able to accept it. After a brief, while Su Fuzi continued pressing Fan Zeng to speak, Fan Zeng was still somewhat hesitant, but eventually decided he should not conceal the truth any longer. Didn't a group of assassins try to kill Ying Yu back then? Fan Zeng began. They were shot down by an expert beside Ying Yu with an arrow, then fell into a canyon. Hou Yi rescued them afterward, but they have been in a comatose state ever since. And then, Su Fuzi asked urgently. I had a physician examine them at the time, but the physician could do little more than prescribe a few herbal remedies. Those medicines merely sustained their vital signs and kept them out of immediate danger. So it's truly true, Su Fuzi muttered to himself. In truth, he had already learned of this from Zhang Liang, but he refused to believe it. He had asked this time only to verify whether Zhang Liang's words were correct. How he wished this were all a dream, so that they could all be safe within the Mahist Mechanism City. Su Fuzi remained frozen in place for some time before helplessly shaking his head. After a long while, he gradually composed himself and slowly made his way toward the carriage. Fan Zeng did not try to stop him this time. Having said all he could, he believed that Su Fuzi already had the answer in his heart. Su Fuzi approached the carriage, lifted the curtain, and peered inside. After a moment, he let the curtain fall back into place and shook his head resignedly. Since they are past the point of danger, I must remain composed, manage the Mahist clan well, and wait for them to awaken, Su Fuzi told himself. He then turned around and walked back the way he had come. Noticing his return, Fan Zeng also shook his head helplessly, knowing there was nothing he could do at this point. Su Fuzi approached him and asked, Why are there only so few of you? Where is everyone else? Su Fuzi knew the strength of the Xiong family of the Chu state, whose stronghold lay far from here. He could not have imagined that Fan Zeng would bring only such a small number. After hearing his words, Fan Zeng let out a sigh. It is a long and complicated story. What happened? Su Fuzi asked in confusion. Somehow the Qin army suddenly discovered our estate, and not long ago the Qin ruler launched a siege against our stronghold, Fan Zeng explained. And then, Su Fuzi pressed. A force of Qin soldiers suddenly appeared and surrounded us. Many disciples lost their lives covering our escape, and only a few of us managed to survive. Su Fuzi gazed at Fan Zeng, his heart filled with deep gratitude. He understood that without the Zhu Zi and Master Band, they would never have reached this point. Nor would they have been pursued by the Qin army. It must have been Ying Zheng who learned that they were harboring remnants of the Mahist clan, prompting him to send troops to attack. Su Fuzi also understood that it was the Mahist clan that had drawn them into this trouble. Looking at Fan Zeng, he said, Thank you, sir, for this time. Without your efforts, the Zhu Zi and Master Band would likely have perished. And more importantly, we have brought trouble upon you. Deep in his heart, Su Fuzi believed that the Mahist clan had surely caused them harm. Had they not rescued the Zhu Zi and Master Band, they would not face such circumstances. Oh, what nonsense, we are all brothers united in opposing the Qin. There is no need for such formalities, Fan Zeng replied. Then from now on you should stay at the Mahist Mechanism City, Su Fuzi proposed. He understood that they had nowhere else to go. After all, their only estate had been destroyed by Ying Zheng. Then I shall trouble you, Leader Su. Why don't you go see the Zhu Zi and Master Band first? Although they are past the immediate danger, they have been unconscious for a long time, Fan Zeng said. Very well, sir, I will not keep you then. I will go check on them, Su Fuzi said. Soon after, Su Fuzi led them to the Mahist Mechanism City. Upon entering, he immediately instructed the Mahist disciples to prepare rooms for them and escort them to rest and refresh. They had been traveling for many days and were now exhausted and hungry. Fan Zeng then followed the Mahist disciples to their quarters with the group. Please let us know if you need anything, sir, a Mahist disciple said. Thank you for your hospitality, Fan Zeng replied. And so Fan Zeng led his companions into the rooms to rest. Meanwhile, within the Mahist Grand Hall, upon learning that the Zhu Zi and Master Band had returned, Xuan Nu and Datai Chui immediately began searching throughout the Mahist Mechanism City. But after searching for a long time, without finding them, they eventually located Su Fuzi. I heard the Zhu Zi and Master Band have returned. Where are they? Xuan Nu asked. Indeed, where are they? I haven't seen them anywhere, Datai Chui added. Su Fuzi looked at both of them and calmly replied, They are currently in the Mahist secret chamber. What are they doing in there? Has something happened? Xuan Nu asked in bewilderment. Ever since they fell from the mechanism bird during the last sacrificial ceremony, the Zhu Zi and Master Band have been in a comatose state, Su Fuzi explained. What? Datai Chui exclaimed in shock. Both of them were stunned, having assumed the Zhu Zi and Master Band had merely sustained minor injuries. They had never expected such an outcome, and both stood frozen in place. Seeing them speechless, Su Fuzi added, Please keep this confidential for now. If word spreads, the Mahist disciples will certainly fall into panic. I have arranged for them to rest in the secret chamber. Do not share this information with others. Su Fuzi was always mindful of the bigger picture. He understood that this matter needed only be known among the Mahist leadership. There was no need to spread it further. After all, leaks would bring only harm, no benefit. Datai Chui asked, Then what should we do now? We can't just sit idly by while they lie there. Exactly, we should find a physician to examine them. We cannot simply let things drag on like this, Xuan Nu said. Upon hearing Xuan Nu's words, Su Fuzi suddenly thought of someone. A person of exceptional medical skill who was also a member of the Mahist clan. That person was none other than Duanmu Rong, one of the 5 Mahist leaders. She was known as the Mahist Medical Immortal. However, at this moment Duanmu Rong was still confined within the Jinghu medical manor and utterly unable to arrive. Ever since the grand sacrifice ceremony held previously, Ying Yu had issued orders sealing off regions across the empire, scrutinizing every suspicious individual. This placed Su Fuzi in a most vexing predicament. The Grandmaster Mahist and Grandmaster Ban lay unconscious, and at present no physician capable of treating them could be found. A crushing weight of pressure descended upon Su Fuzi in an instant. With no other recourse, he could only focus on temporarily stabilizing their conditions. Su Fuzi sought out several physicians from the Mahist school and led them into a secret chamber. The physicians followed him inside. Upon beholding the 2 figures before them, they were thoroughly astonished. They began whispering amongst themselves. Is that not the Grandmaster Mahist? Why is he lying here? Precisely. When Leader Su summoned us earlier, I began to suspect that something had transpired, which is why he brought us to this secret chamber. Look over there. Is that not Grandmaster Ban lying beside him? Indeed. Why are they lying there unconscious? What on earth has occurred? Noticing their hushed deliberations, Su Fuzi turned his head. Ahem. I have summoned you all today so that you may examine the conditions of the Grandmaster Mahist and Grandmaster Ban. Su Fuzi spoke. Immediately the physicians hastened toward the Grandmaster Mahist and Grandmaster Ban. They dared not delay, for these were their Mahist leaders. They then proceeded to take pulses from both the Grandmaster Mahist and Grandmaster Ban. After a brief interval, Su Fuzi observed that they remained silent, merely shaking their heads. Periodically, they would murmur amongst themselves while shaking their heads. Witnessing this, Su Fuzi grew increasingly anxious. Su Fuzi then inquired, well, is there any means of treatment? One physician stepped forward to address Su Fuzi, saying, both the Grandmaster Mahist and Grandmaster Ban have suffered grave injuries. Though their lives are not presently in danger, we cannot simply let this situation linger. Is there no remedy? Su Fuzi asked. The physician shook his head with resignation and replied, none. Our humble abilities permit only that we prescribe medicine to sustain their lives. Hearing these words, so closely mirroring what the physician recommended by Fan Zong had said, Su Fuzi too could only shake his head helplessly. Is there truly no one capable of curing them? He asked despairingly. There is. Upon hearing these words, Su Fuzi's spirits instantly lifted. He fixed his gaze upon the physician and demanded, who? It would seem only Leader Duanmu Rong possesses the skill to heal them. The Grandmaster Mahist and Grandmaster Ban suffered severe impacts. Only by employing Leader Duanmu Rong's silver needles to unblock their 5 meridians and Rin vessel can there be any chance of awakening. At this hope reignited within Su Fuzi, he believed there was still a chance to save them. Turning to the physicians, he said, I trust you will keep this confidential. Yes. These physicians were all disciples of the Mahist school. Though Su Fuzi was merely their leader, they were bound to heed his commands, for the Mahist order maintained strict discipline. The physicians then bowed to Su Fuzi and departed from the Mahist secret chamber. Su Fuzi gazed down at the 2 figures before him, his heart heavy with helplessness. How he wished it were he who lay there instead. He continued staring at the Grandmaster Mahist and Grandmaster Ban before eventually leaving the chamber. The Mahist organization still required his stewardship. The Mahist school had disintegrated into chaos, held together only by Su Fuzi's desperate efforts. Should he fall as well, the organization would surely crumble beyond recovery. Su Fuzi understood this all too well, which is why he continued to endure, maintaining the school and awaiting the awakening of the Grandmaster Mahist and Grandmaster Ban. Though Su Fuzi longed to hasten their recovery, Qin's territories had implemented rigorous inspections across the board. Whether Su Fuzi sought out Duanmu Rong or she came to him, the journey would prove exceedingly perilous. Su Fuzi deemed it unwise to take risks at this juncture. He would instead observe the situation quietly. Outside the city walls of Xianyang, Wang Bin returned at the head of his army in full formation. Days prior, he had led troops to hunt the Mahist remnants, but failed to locate them. He had not even fully eradicated the Chu manor, and Wang Bin felt he could scarcely face Ying Yu. For before departing, he had made solemn vows to Ying Yu that he would capture the surviving rebels of the 6 states. Yet he had apprehended only a handful of disciples from within the Chu manor. Wang Bin suspected they had received advance warning and prepared accordingly. Otherwise, their swift response would have been impossible. Wang Bin pondered where things had gone astray. Could it be that they spotted us the moment we entered the town? That is plausible, but it felt as though they had anticipated our arrival all along. He muttered to himself. Recalling that they had been ambushed before even reaching the Chu manor, Wang Bin reasoned that the Mahist remnants must have escaped during the skirmish. He harbored his own doubts. But how could Fan Zong have fled given his frail condition? This puzzle troubled Wang Bin as well. Wang Bin was convinced that a formidable ally must have intervened. Without such aid, Fan Zong could never have evaded the relentless pursuit of Qin's iron cavalry, nor could he have shaken off Qin's soldiers. Lost in these thoughts, Wang Bin arrived at the outskirts of Xianyang. The soldiers upon the walls, recognizing his return, immediately ordered the gates opened to welcome their triumphant army. All the soldiers believed they were celebrating a victory, but Wang Bin alone understood the grim reality. This campaign had ended in utter defeat. As they processed through Xianying after a short while, Wang Bin did not return to his residence. Instead, he proceeded directly toward the Xianying palace. For regardless of success or failure, he was obligated to report to the throne. Within the Xianying palace, Ying Yu, seated upon his throne, learned of Wang Bin's arrival and exclaimed with delight, "Quickly summon him to my presence at once." Zhao Gao responded, "As you command, your majesty." Ying Yu remained unaware that Wang Bin was already on his way. After a brief interval, Wang Bin hurried into the grand hall. Ying Yu greeted him with apparent cheerfulness, inquiring, "Well, Minister Wang, did your mission proceed smoothly?" Wang Bin offered a respectful bow, keeping his head lowered, and replied, "Your Majesty, I failed to apprehend the Mahist remnants." Upon hearing these words, Ying Yu's expression darkened instantly. He fixed his stare upon Wang Bin, who dared not meet the emperor's gaze, and remained bowed. Ying Yu considered this a straightforward matter. Though he knew capturing them might prove difficult, his forces had already reached the Chu Manor, and yet they returned empty-handed. This infuriated Ying Yu profoundly. He continued to glare at Wang Bin for what seemed an eternity, until gradually his fury subsided. A moment later, Ying Yu slowly asked, "Tell me what exactly happened." "Your Majesty, I led the army to station in a small town, then found a physician who guided us all the way to the outskirts of Chu Manor." Wang Bin explained. Then Ying Yu asked doubtfully, "And then?" "Just then the army was suddenly attacked. We fought desperately all the way into Chu Manor. Just as we were about to capture Fanzong, a mysterious expert suddenly rescued him. And just like that, he vanished. We searched there, but found nothing," Wang Bin said. "Do you know which direction they fled, Oi?" Ying Yu asked. "I do not know, your Majesty," Wang Bin replied. At that moment, Ying Yu felt a slight doubt. He wondered who this expert who rescued Fanzong really was, and what faction he was connected to. There were too many mysteries. After hearing this, Ying Yu did not blame Wang Bin. He looked at Wang Bin and said calmly, "All right, you may leave." "Yes, your Majesty," Wang Bin said. Then Wang Bin turned and left the hall, not daring to linger. He clearly sensed that Ying Yu was furious. Inside the third prince's mansion, Ying Yu received the news and finally understood why Wang Bin had led the army out of the city in such a grand manner last time. So it was father who sent General Wang to attack Chu Manor, Ying Yu muttered to himself. At that moment, he was strolling leisurely alone in the courtyard. He had also heard that although Wang Bin had captured Chu Manor, the important figures inside had all escaped. Especially the Grandmaster and Master Ban. By the time Wang Bin arrived, they had already left. But what troubled Ying Yu the most was who had rescued them. Now Ying Yu also suspected that it was someone from their own ranks, and he began to suspect Hou Yi. But Ying Yu knew very little about this Hou Yi, so he dared not make wild guesses. As he was strolling leisurely, he noticed a woman watering flowers in front of him. Indeed, it was Siming who served Ying Yu. Suddenly Ying Yu thought that this Siming probably knew a lot. "Should I ask this woman? She should know more," Ying Yu muttered to himself. Then he approached Siming, watching her water the flowers. He took the watering can from her hand, and at that moment their hands accidentally touched. Siming felt it, and instantly blushed. She then stared at Ying Yu. She suddenly realized that the man before her was very handsome. Siming's heart trembled slightly. Having spent so much time with Ying Yu, she found that he was not like other royal nobles. Siming had seen too many royal nobles, and she thought they were all indulgent in pleasure, unable to move when they saw a woman. But after spending time with Ying Yu, she felt that he was very responsible and different from those playboys. Then she kept watching Ying Yu watering the flowers. After taking the watering can from Siming, Ying Yu watered the flowers while asking, "How much do you know about the Chu state?" Siming was staring at Ying Yu, standing there stunned, as if infatuated. "I'm asking you a question." Siming snapped out of it, and said slowly, "Oh, I don't know much, just a little." "Tell me." Ying Yu said, "I know that Chu has 3 families that control its lifeline: Chu, Jing, and Zhao. After the Qin army invaded Chu, these families gradually declined, but one family rose that was not among these 3. It is the now famous Xiong family." "Oh, how much do you know about the Xiong family?" "Let's hear it," Ying Yu asked. "Not much, but one young master of the Xiong family is very famous in the martial world. He led troops and commanded armies at just over 10 years old. He studied under Fan Zheng, mastering both civil and military strategies, and was well versed in the art of war," Siming explained. After hearing this, Ying Yu muttered doubtfully, "Oh, Hou Yi, I should get to know him." After hearing about his legendary life, Ying Yu became more and more interested in the Hou Yi that Siming mentioned. Ying Yu was still lost in thought. Siming kept staring at him. She had never spoken so much with Ying Yu before. Since entering Ying Yu's residence, her communication with him had been very rare, of course, because Ying Yu didn't want to talk to her. Ying Yu had no choice. This woman was sent by his father. He couldn't just refuse or send her away. He could only reluctantly accept and keep her in the mansion. Then Ying Yu noticed that the watering can was empty. He turned and looked at Siming. Suddenly they locked eyes. Ying Yu saw that this woman was staring at him. He felt a little embarrassed. They stared at each other for a long while. Ahem. Ying Yu broke the silence. Then Siming came to her senses, quickly turned around, and after a moment turned back and took the watering can from Ying Yu's hand. Then she walked straight toward the kitchen. Ying Yu watched her, smiled slightly, and shook his head helplessly. Then he also left and went directly to the study. Ying Yu found a chair and sat down, pondering what Simon had said. If there really is a reclusive master, then it must be Hou Yi, right? It must be Hou Yi who rescued them. But where did they go? Their base was destroyed. Could they have a second base? Impossible. If there was a second base, father would have discovered it long ago. Ying Yu muttered doubtfully. Suddenly, he thought of a place that gathered all the forces resisting Qin, and it was extremely hidden. Ordinary people could hardly find this place. Indeed, Ying Yu was referring to the Mahist Mechanism City. After the destruction of Chu Manor, the remaining remnants of the 6 states could only go to the Mahist Mechanism City. Now the entire country was blockaded, and they were also carrying 2 severely injured people, so they couldn't travel far. They could only go to the Mahist Mechanism City. It was their only best option. Ying Yu thought to himself. He only had suspicion without concrete evidence, but he believed the remaining 6 remnants would definitely go to the Mahist Mechanism City. Outside the city of Xianyang, Giguzi led Wei Zhuang to the city gates. After a moment's observation from beyond the walls, Giguzi guided his disciple through the entrance and into the bustling city. A short while later, they arrived at a tavern. The 2 of them settled in for a simple meal. During their dining, Wei Zhuang asked, "Master, are we to begin our investigation into Hou Yi today?" "Not yet. Let us first assess the situation within Xianyang before making any plans," Giguzi replied. He believed that this mission would not involve merely the 2 of them. Surely other formidable experts would follow. Those elders he knew so well would undoubtedly come as well. Upon arriving at Xianyang, Giguzi did not rush to investigate Hou Yi directly. Instead, he led Wei Zhuang straight to a tavern. "Will you not go to see your senior brother?" Giguzi asked with a faint smile. "What would I gain from visiting him?" Wei Zhuang replied calmly. Giguzi continued to smile quietly. The tavern they had chosen was not far from the Imperial Palace and conveniently located near Ying Yu's residence. As soon as Giguzi and Wei Zhuang entered, they sensed the presence of powerful experts nearby. "Do you feel it? There is a powerful aura lingering in the vicinity," Giguzi observed. "I sense it as well, though the source should be some distance away," Wei Zhuang responded coolly. Indeed, this aura emanated from Ying Yu's estate, yet they were unaware that he resided nearby. They had stumbled upon this tavern by chance, detecting an overwhelming presence radiating from the surroundings. "Then, when shall we begin our investigation, master?" Wei Zhuang asked. Giguzi glanced at his disciple and replied, "In a few days. Several old acquaintances may arrive during this time." "Oh, old acquaintances. Could it be?" Wei Zhuang inquired with a puzzled expression. Giguzi smiled faintly. "Precisely. Those old men who, like myself, have been in seclusion these past months. Given the magnitude of recent events, I sense they will also come." Giguzi understood those individuals exceedingly well. With matters of such gravity unfolding, it was impossible for them to remain calm and withdrawn. They would undoubtedly wish to come to Xianyang and unravel the mystery. Giguzi had departed early, allowing him to arrive ahead of the others. Since he had already arrived, Giguzi saw no urgency. Rather than hastily investigating Ying Yu and Hou Yi, he chose to wander leisurely through Xianyang streets. Wei Zhuang called the innkeeper over and instructed, "Prepare 2 superior rooms." "Right away, my lords," the servant replied. Wei Zhuang then turned to Giguzi and remarked, "It seems the skies over Xianyang are about to change." Wei Zhuang perceived that this matter was far more complicated than it appeared, having already stirred the forces of numerous factions. Xianyang was about to become a place of great commotion. Giguzi gazed upon the vibrant, thronged streets outside. He could not help but say the 6 states contended with Qin for so long, yet ultimately fell. Their defeat paved the way for Yingzheng. History has been rewritten. This emperor, destined to be unmatched through the ages, shall surely shine brilliantly. Giguzi contemplated the united lands, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. The 6 states' resistance shall ultimately serve as stepping stones for Yingzheng's imperial ascension, Wei Zhuang declared. He too gazed out at the streets, his heart clouded with complex emotions. He could find no words to describe such an era of prosperity. Eventually, both men retired upstairs to rest, weary from their many days of travel. Wei Zhuang entered his room and sat upon the bed, closing his eyes. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him, none other than one of Wei Zhuang's elite assassins. This individual thrived in the darkness, appearing and vanishing without a trace. He was notoriously bloodthirsty and ruthless. Yin Fu, to be exact. "Lord," Yin Fu said, bowing respectfully. "Have you detected any suspicious figures in the vicinity?" Wei Zhuang asked in a detached tone. "No suspicious persons have been found nearby, but I sense a powerful force in the vicinity. Yet I cannot locate it," Yin Fu reported calmly. "Very well. I understand," Wei Zhuang acknowledged. Both he and Giguzi had perceived that aura and strength. Wei Zhuang wished to investigate further, but Giguzi had cautioned him against rash action. However, Giguzi's restraint did not extend to investigating those associated with Ying Yu. Wei Zhuang instructed Yin Fu, "When midnight arrives, infiltrate the third prince Ying Yu's residence. Discover who surrounds him at present. Should you uncover anything, report to me immediately." "Understood," Yin Fu replied. "Moreover, conduct yourself discreetly during this time. This is no ordinary place. This is the imperial domain. Beneath Ying Zheng's rule, even the slightest misstep could cost you your life, Wei Zhuang warned. Wei Zhuang was well aware that Yin Fu was bloodthirsty and often slaughtered people to replenish his own energy. He wanted to remind Yin Fu to exercise restraint within the vast capital, partly to avoid exposing their presence, and partly because the imperial grounds teemed with experts who could end him without a second thought. Yin Fu nodded. Then in an instant he vanished from Wei Zhuang's sight. After his departure, Wei Zhuang glanced at his tooth-sharp blade and gently stroked it. He murmured to himself, Hou Yi, you truly captivate me more with each passing day. I long to cross blades with you and see whether your legend holds true. And as for Ying Yu, I shall discover the depth of your mystery. Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Giguzi sat in meditation upon his bed, when suddenly he sensed an extraordinarily malevolent aura surrounding him. Giguzi turned his gaze toward Wei Zhuang's room. He shook his head in resignation. Sigh. Still so restless, unchanged from before. At that moment, Giguzi also pondered, who exactly would arrive this time? Giguzi felt certain that the Mahists would not come, for they maintained secret outposts and spies throughout Xianyang. They knew everything that transpired within the capital. However, those elders who had long retreated into seclusion would undoubtedly arrive. Giguzi thought to himself. Finally, one person came to his mind. This individual also resided within Xianyang, shrouded in utter mystery, commanding a formidable faction beneath him. He was a master of divination capable of foretelling the future, and his true strength remained unknown. Yet Giguzi firmly believed him to be exceedingly powerful. Though they had never clashed, Giguzi was convinced that his abilities were far from negligible. Precisely, that person was Dongwang Tai, the supreme leader of the Yin Yang school. That old man has dwelled in the capital for years. It is inconceivable that he has discovered nothing. Giguzi mused to himself. Since a figure of such extraordinary prowess had emerged in Xianyang, Dongwang Tai, who had resided in the capital for so long, could hardly remain ignorant, let alone uninvestigated. Giguzi thought, carefully replaying Wei Zhuang's earlier words in his mind. But to his astonishment, he discovered something remarkable. Dongwang Tai had not appeared at the sacrificial ceremony. Only a single representative from the Yin Yang school had been present. At that moment, Giguzi's curiosity surged. Could he have foreseen the sacrificial ceremony? Giguzi wondered aloud, confusion etched upon his face. In the end, he chose not to dwell further upon the matter. Outside the estate of the third prince, the sky was pitch black, so dark that one could not see their own hand before their face. A figure appeared outside Ying Yu's estate, slipping into the mansion under the cover of the night. Indeed, this figure was none other than Yin Fu. He first scanned his surroundings, and upon finding no one, slipped deep into the estate. The lights of the mansion had all been extinguished as midnight had already descended. Everyone in the estate had put out their lights and retired to sleep. Even the guards at the entrance were dozing off. Witnessing this, a faint, sinister smile curled at the corner of Yin Fu's mouth. Meanwhile, inside Ying Yu's bedroom, Ying Yu sensed something amiss within the estate, feeling the presence of an intruder. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned Hou Yi. Ying Yu whispered to Hou Yi, "Do you sense a stranger in the estate?" "I do. This person exudes a terrifying, malevolent aura." Hou Yi replied. Ying Yu hastily rose from his bed and adjusted his robes. Who could it be at this hour? Could it be someone from Luoyang? Ying Yu muttered to himself in doubt. His first suspicion fell upon Zhao Gao, knowing that Zhao Gao commanded the formidable 6 sword slaves. Ying Yu then glanced outside and extinguished the lamp in his room. "Stay quiet for now. Let's see what this intruder is after," Ying Yu said. Hou Yi murmured softly, "Understood, leader." Watching the light in Ying Yu's room go out, Yin Fu's excitement surged even further. He recalled Wei Zhuang's instructions from earlier that day, which were merely to investigate. Yet a look of insatiable thirst crossed Yin Fu's face. He craved the taste of human blood far too much. Completely disregarding Wei Zhuang's warnings, he prowled through the estate. After circling a few times, he detected a sweet fragrance drifting from a particular room and glided toward it. Peering through the window under the moonlight, Yin Fu saw a beautiful woman lying inside. How delectable must such a beauty taste? Yin Fu muttered greedily to himself. Back in Ying Yu's bedroom, Hou Yi knitted his brows. Noticing his expression, Ying Yu asked, "What is it?" "I have pinpointed the intruder's aura. He is currently outside Siming's chamber, and I sense a distinct killing intent radiating from him," Hou Yi explained. Ying Yu's brow furrowed in deep thought. Could he be here for Siming? No? Quick, follow me out to take a look, Ying Yu said urgently. He knew it was highly improbable that the intruder was there to meet Siming. If she wished to transmit information to the outside, she would never resort to such a reckless method. Only 2 possibilities remained in Ying Yu's mind. Either the intruder was there to assassinate her, or he possessed some twisted, depraved urge. Recalling Hou Yi's mention of the intruder's evil aura, Ying Yu immediately led him onto the rooftop. From there, he spotted a bizarre-looking man standing outside Siming's chamber. His fingernails were extraordinarily long, resembling lethal weapons, and his overall appearance was grotesque. The man repeatedly licked his fingers, staring greedily at Siming inside. Ying Yu whispered to Hou Yi, "Keep your eyes locked on him." Hou Yi silently drew his bow and aimed directly at the stranger. Clinging to the window, Yin Fu stared intently at the woman inside, observing her closely. Isn't this the Siming of the Yin Yang school? Why is she in Ying Yu's estate? Ying Fu muttered to himself, his excitement mounting further. A wicked grin spread across Ying Fu's face as he murmured, "Doesn't that make her all the more delicious?" Staring at the woman, his impatience grew unbearable. Extending his sharp claws, he prepared to pry open the window to slaughter Deciming and drink her blood. Seeing the man make his move, Ying Yu realized trouble was imminent. He cast a glance at Hou Yi, who instantly understood. Hou Yi released an arrow with fluid grace. Outside the window, Ying Fu caught the faint whistle of the wind and felt a sudden chill of danger. Not good. He dodged with lightning speed, yet Hou Yi's arrow still grazed his cheek, drawing blood. Ying Fu spun around, glaring up at Hou Yi and Ying Yu on the rooftop. His face contorted in rage. Seeing this, Ying Yu signaled for Hou Yi to loose a second arrow. Staring at the two men, Ying Fu saw the archer drawing his bow once more. Sensing that the odds were against him, he decided to flee. With astonishing speed, Ying Fu vanished into the night in an instant. Inside the chamber, Deciming had also detected the commotion. She drew a dagger from beneath her pillow and crept cautiously toward the door. Watching the intruder flee, Ying Yu chose not to order Hou Yi to pursue him. He felt that chasing down such a minor figure was a waste of effort. The most pressing matter was ensuring Deciming was unharmed. Ying Yu led Hou Yi down to the front of Deciming's chamber. Just as he pushed the door open, a blade lunged toward him. Hou Yi moved to block it, but Ying Yu's reflexes were swifter. Grabbing Deciming's wrist, he spun her around and pulled her into his embrace. Deciming felt a firm grip pull and spin her. When she raised her eyes, she found herself lying in Ying Yu's arms. Standing nearby, Hou Yi tactfully turned his head away. Upon witnessing this intimate moment, he discreetly stepped aside. Noticing someone nearby, Deciming immediately pulled back and lowered her head. "It is so late, my lord. Why are you not yet asleep?" She hung her head in embarrassment. "I was awake. I heard a disturbance from my room and came out to investigate. I discovered an assassin at your door and came to ensure you were safe," Ying Yu said. Deciming gasped in surprise. "An assassin? Where is he now?" "He was wounded by Hou Yi's arrow and fled," Ying Yu added. "You certainly have quite a strong grip," Ying Yu said with a playful smile. Glancing at the fallen dagger on the floor, Deciming looked back at Ying Yu and said, "I did not hurt you, did I, my lord?" "Not at all," Ying Yu replied. "I heard something outside earlier, so I took up a blade for self-defense. I never expected that the one opening the door would be you, my lord," Deciming explained. Her face was still flushed crimson. Blushing with embarrassment, she said, "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I am unharmed. It is good that you are safe. Get some rest, then you have an early start tomorrow," Ying Yu said. "Understood," Deciming replied. Ying Yu then turned and left Deciming's chamber with Hou Yi heading straight toward the study. Watching his retreating figure, Deciming shyly closed the door. Ying Yu sat in the study scratching his head. Does this person belong to? And who sent him to assassinate me? Why would anyone target Deciming? Ying Yu thought, his mind brimming with questions. He truly can't understand who would want to assassinate Deciming. Then he looked at Hou Yi standing nearby and said, "Tonight stay on guard at the mansion just in case that assassin makes a counterattack." "Yes, leader," Hou Yi replied. Ying Yu judged the other man's martial prowess to be no small feat. If someone else had sent him to kill Ying Yu, why would he stand outside Deciming's chamber? Then there is only one answer: that man had come to deal the killing blow to Deciming, but why would he target Deciming? Ying Yu scratched his head in confusion. After that, he assigned Hou Yi to a room in the mansion. He returned to his own bedroom and did not dwell on it any further. Lights out, and sleep claimed him. In Deciming's room, she was still reflecting on what had just happened. Suddenly, she wondered why an assassin would come to kill her. "An assassin? I haven't made enemies with anyone." "Forget it, I'll ask Lord Dongwang later," Deciming muttered to herself. Then, recalling what had just happened, a blush rose on her cheeks, both of her cheeks flushed. Then he pulled the blanket over his head and drifted into sleep. Meanwhile, the Ying Fu, the one who had escaped, was somewhere in a shadowy corner. "What a bad omen! I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. I nearly lost my life," Ying Fu muttered to himself. For Ying Fu knew that if he slowed by a few more seconds, that arrow would have struck him and he might truly perish. But as he recalled what had happened, he suddenly sensed something off. Why would the Ying family's Deciming appear at Ying Yu's mansion? What connection could there be? Ying Fu muttered, puzzled. He felt that although he had been discovered by Ying Yu this time, he had also uncovered the Deciming of the Ying family. And that exceedingly mysterious Hou Yi. He found Hou Yi was truly formidable, able to fire an arrow without his noticing. Good thing I reacted quickly, Ying Fu thought to himself with quiet triumph. By then he should be able to report to his lord. As he touched his cheek, he found a long scar. He couldn't help but mutter in anger, "Ying Yu, wait." The scar on his face began to bleed a little. Then he touched his scar and disappeared into the night. He now needed to return to the tavern and report to Wei Zhuang. Having been away for a while, and with matters clarified, there was no reason to linger here. He headed to the tavern. Wei Zhuang sat quietly in meditation at the tavern, waiting for his underling Ying Fu. Suddenly Ying Fu appeared before him, and Wei Zhuang slowly opened his eyes. Ying Fu bowed and said, "Boss." Wei Zhuang looked at Ying Fu, noticing a scar on his face. "Weren't you supposed to scout? How did you end up with a scar on your face?" Wei Zhuang asked. Ying Fu stammered, reluctant to speak. Wei Zhuang calmly asked, "What happened? Tell me quickly." "I was discovered," Ying Fu whispered. "What? Weren't you supposed to scout? How did you get discovered?" Wei Zhuang said, He looked at Yingfu, who remained silent, then calmly asked, "Forget it. Tell me what you found." Yingfu said, "I found the Yingyang family's deciming at Ying Yu's mansion." Hearing this, Wei Zhuang understood. He grasped how the scar on Yingfu's face came about. Wei Zhuang solemnly said, "Has your ailment flared up again?" Impossible. How could the Yingyang family's deciming hurt you like this? Could there be others involved, eh? Wei Zhuang asked. Just as I was about to begin, suddenly, an arrow shot from midair. Yingfu explained, "An arrow. Could it have been Hou Yi? Were you discovered by Hou Yi?" Wei Zhuang asked. Yingfu looked at Wei Zhuang and said, "Yes, and Ying Yu as well." Wei Zhuang glared at Yingfu, who stepped back a few steps in fear. "If there's a next time I catch you disobeying orders, you won't even stay in the flowing sands any longer." Wei Zhuang solemnly said, "The flowing sands under my command never lack killers like Yingfu. It doesn't matter whether there's one more or one less." Then Yingfu remained silent. Wei Zhuang asked, "Now recount the events for me again." Yingfu said, "I infiltrated Ying Yu's mansion where I found the Yingyang family's deciming. I don't know how, but Ying Yu and Hou Yi suddenly discovered me." Yingfu said, "And then Hou Yi fired an arrow and I escaped," Yingfu said. Yingfu continued to explain to Wei Zhuang, for tonight's events were too shocking. Wei Zhuang calmly asked, "How strong is this Hou Yi?" "Feels extremely strong. I am no match for him," Yingfu said. "Oh, then did they find you?" Wei Zhuang asked. "No," Yingfu replied. Wei Zhuang stared. Yingfu, frightened, dared not speak. After a moment, Wei Zhuang said, "Very well, you may go. Keep this to yourself and do not disclose." Yingfu nodded and disappeared. Meanwhile, Wei Zhuang, sitting on the bed, couldn't help but wonder, deciming, why would she appear at Ying Yu's mansion? This matter also involved the Yingyang family. Thinking of the Yingyang family, Wei Zhuang thought of the enigmatic figure Dong Wangtai. Wei Zhuang had heard this person was extremely mysterious and no one knew how powerful he was. Then why would this deciming appear at Ying Yu's mansion? Should I tell my master about this? Wei Zhuang muttered to himself. He hesitated because from Yingfu's words he inferred that deciming seemed to reside at Ying Yu's mansion for a long time. This is not something that happened in a day or two, Wei Zhuang wondered. Fine, I will investigate when we have time. For now, the most important thing is that Yingfu has crossed swords with Hou Yi, and he says Hou Yi is formidable. Wei Zhuang said. He hadn't believed Hou Yi before, but even his own underlings said so. His curiosity grew. As night fell, he blew out the candle and fell asleep, not thinking much more. Early the next morning, Ying Yu rose from bed and pushed open the door to step outside. Standing at his doorway, he happened to run into deciming. At that moment, deciming kept his head bowed low, daring not to speak. Seeing this, Ying Yu quickly asked, "Were you all right last night?" "I'm fine," deciming replied. Ying Yu glanced at him and said calmly, "Good then. By the way, young master, breakfast is ready. You may go and have it now," deciming said, quickly changing the subject to urge Ying Yu toward the meal. Ying Yu's lips curved into a faint smile, and he nodded in response. Then deciming hurriedly departed. A short while later, Ying Yu was tidying himself in his quarters, for he was to attend the morning court session and wished to prepare accordingly. After some time passed, Ying Yu emerged from his room. He boarded the carriage waiting at the estate entrance and proceeded directly toward the Xianyang Palace. Outside the grand hall of Xianyang Palace, the civil and military officials were gathered waiting for the eunuch to announce the opening of court. Ying Yu also stood among the crowd waiting. He looked around and noticed all the ministers gazing in his direction. Then faintly he overheard them discussing him among themselves. Ying Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he helplessly shook his head. He knew that the ministers gossiping about him was perfectly normal, for his reputation had spread across the entire realm. Especially after the sacrifice ceremony, those ministers who had once looked down on him were now eager to flatter him. Seeing this, Ying Yu could only offer an awkward smile. After about a short while, a figure emerged from the palace hall. Indeed, it was Zhao Gao, who announced, "Distinguished ministers may now proceed into court." Then the civil and military officials formed two columns and slowly entered the great hall. Ying Yu followed along with the ministers into the hall. He raised his gaze and saw a solitary figure seated upon the throne. Indeed, that was his own father, Ying Zheng. Seated upon the throne, Ying Zheng spoke. "Several days ago, I ordered General Wang Bin to lead troops out of the city to attack the Chu clan's estate." At once murmurs erupted among the ministers below. Some ministers had already learned that Wang Bin had led forces out of the city several days prior, though they had not known the purpose. Now everything became clear. "So that explains it," Ying Yu murmured to himself. "I wondered why General Wang would lead troops without cause. It must have been father's directive." At that moment, he also understood what General Wang Bin had been doing on that day. Then Ying Zheng continued in a calm voice. "Unfortunately, several remnants from the 6 states managed to escape, including the Mahis Juzi and Master Jinban." After Ying Zheng finished speaking, the ministers below erupted into discussion once more. The Juzi of the Mahis school. Why would he be inside the Chu estate? Indeed, shouldn't he be at his own stronghold? "We don't know. Let us wait and see what His Majesty has to say." At this moment, everyone's gaze turned toward Wang Bin. "Ahem. Distinguished ministers, where do you suppose they have fled, eh?" Ying Zheng asked. At this, Wang Bin stepped forward. He first offered a respectful bow and said, Your Majesty, I believe the remnants of the 6 states cannot have fled far. Please allow me to pursue them, and I shall capture them all. Grant your humble minister the chance to redeem himself through meritorious service. At this, Ying Zhang's brow furrowed slightly. He thought this was a good proposal, yet he also realized that without knowing where they were, how could anyone pursue them? Zhao Gao, the Chancellor of the Carriage Court, said, "Indeed, Your Majesty. The entire nation is now under lockdown. They certainly cannot escape far." At this point, Li Si stepped forward and declared, "Since Lord Zhao has stated that the entire empire is under lockdown, they will certainly not expose themselves lightly. If search orders are issued across all regions, who knows how long it would take?" Li Si had come forward to counter Zhao Gao's words. Seeing this, Zhao Gao eagerly retorted, "You." Ying Zheng, observing their endless bickering, interrupted them at once. Then Ying Zheng looked toward Li Si and inquired, "Then what wise counsel do you have, Minister Li?" Li Si offered a respectful bow and replied, "In my humble opinion, we should first ascertain where they have fled before mobilizing our forces. There will be no harm in delaying the attack." "Oh." Ying Zheng then glanced at Ying Yu and said, Do you know where they have fled?" At this moment, Ying Zheng did not look toward any of the other princes, but went directly to Ying Yu, for since the sacrifice ceremony, Ying Zheng had held him in high regard. Ying Zheng favored this son of his greatly at present. From what this son observes, since the Chu estate has been destroyed, they are now faced with no other option. In their eyes, there remains only one place they could go. Could it be that Yu is referring to? Ying Zheng began. Ying Yu spoke calmly, "Indeed. It is the Mahist city of mechanisms. This is the stronghold of the Mahist remnants, and the Zhu Zi and Master Jinban are also present among the faction of 6 state loyalists. They will certainly choose to head for the Mahist city first." Ying Zheng asked in bewilderment, "The Mahist city of mechanisms?" To Ying Zheng, the Mahist city was a thorn in his flesh. Previously, Ying Zheng had dared not recklessly launch a campaign against the Mahist city because the mechanical arts within were extraordinarily formidable. At that time, the Mahists had not yet provoked Ying Zheng, and he had no desire to bother with them. Thus, the two sides remained in opposition. But things were different this time. The Mahists had actually sent assassins to murder Ying Zheng. This greatly enraged Ying Zheng. He felt that the Mahists could not be allowed to survive. If left unchecked, they would surely become a grave menace in the future. He too desired to annihilate the Mahists, yet the mechanical arts of the Mahists were truly formidable. Should he choose to assault the Mahist city, Ying Zheng would undoubtedly make advanced preparations. For this campaign was no ordinary endeavor, and even now Ying Zheng still hesitated within his heart whether to attack or not. Although the iron cavalry of Great Qin was invincible, seasoned in countless battles, Ying Zheng himself was uncertain whether he could guarantee victory over the Mahist city of mechanisms. At this moment, Ying Zheng's heart remained conflicted. Then Wang Bin, witnessing this, hastily stepped forward and declared, "Your Majesty, if they have indeed fled toward the Mahist city, please allow your humble minister to lead the assault upon them." Wang Bin wished to earn merit through this mission, for during the previous campaign against the Chu estate, he had made a vow before Ying Zheng. Yet in the end, the mission had failed. He hoped to seize this opportunity to restore the standing he had once held in Ying Zheng's eyes. Wang Bin disregarded how difficult this campaign might prove. At present, his only thought was to secure merit as swiftly as possible. Wang Bin understood well that such opportunities were rare, and he felt he must grasp this moment firmly. Thereafter, he repeatedly petitioned Ying Zheng. Wang Bin had been appealing to Ying Zheng to authorize an assault on the Mo family mechanism city. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng pondered it, feeling that this was not quite right, and after all, such a momentous affair deserved thorough deliberation. Ying Zheng gazed downward, paying no heed to Wang Bin, until Meng Tian stepped forward. "Your Majesty, perhaps this time let me go and attack the Mo family mechanism city." Meng Tian spoke. At that, Wang Bin, seeing Meng Tian step forward, said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to go as well." The two of them argued while Ying Zheng remained unmoved, quietly glancing down at the ground. Li Si, seeing this, hurried forward and said, "Your Majesty, since the third prince Ying Yu suspects they may head for Mo family's headquarters, it would be wise to entrust the assault on Mo family mechanism city to Prince Ying Yu. Since both generals wish to go, why not let them all accompany Ying Yu?" Li Si already saw Ying Zheng's intention. He sensed that Ying Zheng hadn't agreed yet because he hadn't found a suitable candidate. Obviously, Ying Zheng hesitated between them. Li Si thus hatched a plan. Li Si's plan neither offended Wang Bin nor Meng Tian, while he also greatly touted Ying Yu's abilities. Then Zhao Gao also spoke up, "Indeed, Your Majesty, this time, letting you lead as commander with Wang Bin and Meng Tian as his lieutenants." At this, Ying Zheng frowned slightly. He knew his son had never commanded troops before, and he wondered whether this would work. Yet after weighing it further, he reasoned that with Wang Bin and Meng Tian as his aides, this venture would surely succeed. Then Ying Zheng looked toward Ying Yu below and asked Ying Yu, "How do you see it?" "If this campaign requires me, your servant, I shall go through fire and water without hesitation," Ying Yu replied. Then Ying Zheng burst into a hearty laugh. He looked at Ying Yu and said with a smile, "Good." Zhao Gao spoke, "Your Majesty, Mo family mechanism city is guarded by countless traps. It would be hard to breach with Qin soldiers alone." Ying Zheng looked at the ministers and asked, "Gentlemen, any good ideas?" Li Si calmly said, since Mo Jia excels in mechanism arts, why not seek out a formidable mechanism clan? Instantly Ying Zheng recalled a formidable clan renowned for mechanism arts, and they had been sworn enemies of Mo Jia. He understood that the enemy of his enemy might become his ally. Minister Li, are you referring to? Li Si looked at Ying Zheng and replied, indeed, it is the Gongshu clan. Gongshu clan and Mo Jia have been sworn enemies for more than 300 years. Their struggle has never ceased. Mo Jia's mechanism arts advocate non-attack and universal love, while Gongshu's mechanism arts are famed for domination. Ying Yu muttered in confusion, Gongshu clan. Mechanism arts. Ying Zheng also understood that Gongshu and Mo Jia have long been mortal enemies. Mo Jia represents opposition to war and peace, while Gongshu embodies war. Because their beliefs differed, they had fought for centuries and never produced a winner. Ying Zheng smiled slightly and said, excellent. If the Gongshu clan intervenes, the attack on Mo family mechanism city is within reach. Ying Zheng looked at Ying Yu below and asked, what are your chances against Mo family mechanism city? That city will not be easily captured. Ying Yu muttered inwardly. Suddenly an idea struck him, the sign-in system. If I could sign in to gain a mechanism art and raise an army, then winning against their mechanism arts would be vastly feasible. If I possess mechanism arts, the odds would be greatly in my favor. By then, not only could I deal with Mo Jia, but I could sweep away the remnants of the 6 states too. Ying Yu thought to himself, oh, at this moment, he felt his sign-in system at last coming into play. Then he answered calmly, 60%. After Ying Yu spoke, everyone present erupted into discussion. 60%. That's brazen. Indeed, though the power shown at the sacrificial ceremony was formidable, Mo Jia is not to be trifled with. Yes, especially Mo Jia's mechanism arts. 60%. Ying Yu, do you really have that much confidence? Ying Zheng asked. Zhao Gao, Li Si, and several ministers all wore surprised expressions. Wang Bin, Meng Tian, and a host of commanders understood how difficult it is to lead troops, especially to assault a place. Everyone present thought Ying Yu was merely talking on paper. They all debated that Ying Yu was too audacious. Only Ying Yu himself knew that Mo Jia was nothing to worry about in his eyes. 60% still felt a bit conservative to him. My own army may still need more men and time as well, Ying Yu muttered to himself. Then Ying Yu spoke to Ying Zheng, yes, but father, you must grant me a 200-man elite army to command directly. Ying Zheng asked in confusion, 2,000. What would you do with so many? Your Majesty will know in due time. Ying Yu retorted. At that moment Ying Yu gave Ying Zheng a sly glance, intending to keep it hidden for now. Ying Zheng smiled faintly and said, very well, I shall provide you with soldiers. When the time comes you may select them at will. By the way, this attack on Mo Jia is no small matter. Go back and prepare. When the grand army is set to depart you will be informed. Ying Yu saluted. Thank you, father. Ying Yu felt that his father's approval would make the Mo Jia assault's odds even greater. He thought the Gongshu clan's involvement didn't matter much. Even if they came they would simply stand by. However, since his father had commanded him to go, he could not resist and would have to take along the Gongshu clan. Ying Yu looked at the 2 generals before him and said, when the time comes I will rely on you too. We shall spare no effort to assist. Wang Bin and Meng Tian proclaimed in unison. Yet both dared not say more, for Ying Zheng had already made his decision. At that moment Ying Yu felt the campaign was within reach, but he must return to prepare properly for training. This army would take time. Yet with Hou Yi at his side to help it would be much easier. After a while the morning court ended. The ministers left the Xianying Palace and gathered outside the Great Hall. Now Ying Yu walked alone along the road of Xianying Palace, when 2 figures approached him, Wang Bin and Meng Tian, coming to inquire about something. Meng Tian asked, when shall we depart? Do you, your highness, have a time in mind? There's no rush. You 2 return and prepare well. When the time is set you will be informed. Ying Yu replied, for he had no time to spare. He planned to wait until the army was trained before departing. Then Wang Bin and Meng Tian saw that Ying Yu did not wish to say more and left without further questions. They saluted and departed. Ying Yu watched them leave and then headed straight for his own residence. Inside the Ying Yu residence, Ying Yu has just returned from the imperial palace and lies in the quiet courtyard. Suddenly a voice arises in his mind. What are you saying? I haven't even prepared yet. Mechanism art has arrived, and it's most welcome. I won't have to trouble myself to fashion it any longer. First let's examine this mechanism art and see how it works. Ying Yu muttered to himself. After a moment he found that his mind was filled with diagrams for constructing mechanisms and methods for creating various kinds of mechanism art. Then Ying Yu hurried to his room to gather a pile of parts, and after a while he pieced together a small mechanical bird according to his own design. Rushing to the courtyard he tested it, and found the bird he made could indeed fly in midair. This mechanism art works. With this skill attacking the Mo family's mechanism city would surely be victorious. Ying Yu muttered to himself. A faint smile crept at the corner of his mouth. He felt that the assault on Mo family's mechanism city had become assured. He then glanced at the manual for this skill. He was astonished to find that a mere glance at the schematics of mechanism art would reveal its weaknesses and the methods to forge it. Ying Yu exclaimed in joy, this is great. With this skill attacking Mo family's mechanism city would be a breeze. Since we now have mechanism art, let's strike while the iron is hot, and go to those 2 generals to requisition troops. Ying Yu muttered to himself, for to him time is money. He must quickly assemble this army. To send them to the front lines, Ying Yu would not dawdle any longer. He first returned to his room to tidy himself up. Then he rode out to the camp beyond the city to requisition manpower from those two generals and begin training. Inside Xianying Palace, Ying Zheng was poring over the imperial edicts. After a while he paused. Ying Zheng looked at Zhao Gao beside him and asked, "Do you think it is appropriate to letting you lead the army this time?" "The appointees of your majesty are certainly formidable," Zhao Gao replied. "But," Zhao Gao continued. Then Ying Zheng frowned and said, "But what? Go ahead and say it." "There are still many in the court who are discussing that the third prince, Ying Yu, has never led troops or fought battles, nor does he understand managing a camp. Appointing him as commander has caused discontent among some ministers," Zhao Gao replied. Ying Zheng calmly said, "Then what do you think?" "Your Majesty, I feel that appointing Ying Yu as the commander would be somewhat ill-advised, for Wang Bin and Meng Tian in the court are formidable warriors," Zhao Gao replied. Then Ying Zheng burst into a hearty laugh, not replying to Zhao Gao's words, but simply glancing at him and laughing. Because Ying Zheng believed these ministers had only seen the old Ying Yu, not the present one. He thought the Ying Yu now was a different person, clever and cunning. Ying Zheng laughed at the ministers' misjudgment. He believed that if they knew the current Ying Yu, they would no longer argue. Zhao Gao watched from the side, unable to comprehend why Ying Zheng laughed. He could only lower his head and fake a smile. Outside the city at the camp, Ying Yu arrived at full gallop. He first sought Meng Tian at the general's residence, but could not find him, so he went into the camp. He reached the camp's outer gate. Two soldiers blocked his way. "The camp is off limits to civilians." "Who are you?" "I came to see your general. Please tell him that the third prince, Ying Yu, requests an audience." Ying Yu replied, "So you are the third prince? Hold on a moment, I'll inform my general." The soldier then hurried to the main tent to report. After a short while, two figures came toward them. In front was Meng Tian, followed by the young soldier. Meng Tian smiled slightly and said, "So it's the third prince. We truly were negligent earlier. Why didn't you inform me when you arrived?" "I came in haste. I asked someone to notify the general. My apologies." Ying Yu said, "Sir, there's no need for such courtesy. You are among family. Please come in quickly." Meng Tian replied. Then Ying Yu followed him into the camp, and they walked through the camp. Meng Tian calmly asked, "May I ask what brings you here at this time?" "I have come to plan and then attack Mo family's mechanism city," Ying Yu said. "Are we going to attack now?" Meng Tian asked in puzzlement. "Well, not exactly, but it's just that I want to borrow 200 elite troops from General Meng." Meng Tian did not press further, for in the court Ying Zheng had already promised Ying Yu troops. Meng Tian replied calmly, "Very well. Young master, is there anything else you need? Speak freely, we're family. Since General Meng has said so, I won't be polite. I also want a batch of carpenters and blacksmiths." Ying Yu said. Meng Tian asked in confusion, "Young master, what will you do with these people?" Ying Yu smiled faintly. "Then General Meng will know in due course." "Very well, I'll arrange these later. If you have any matters, just tell me. No need to be polite." "Thank you, General Meng," Ying Yu said. They both laughed and said nothing more. They walked together through the camp. After a while they arrived at the main tent. Ying Yu scanned the surroundings. He didn't see General Wang Bin and asked, "Where is General Wang Bin? Why haven't I seen him?" "He went to train the soldiers," Meng Tian explained. Ying Yu nodded and said nothing further. Meng Tian called out to the outside, "Anyone there?" A soldier outside quickly approached Meng Tian and asked, "General, what is it?" "Go summon all the carpenters and blacksmiths in the camp. I will have something to say later," Meng Tian said. "Yes, General." Then the soldier left the tent. Meng Tian smiled at Ying Yu and said, "Please, young master, sit down and wait here for a moment." Then Ying Yu found a seat and sat down. "Young master, please don't mind that the camp is somewhat crude," Meng Tian said. Ying Yu's lips curved into a smile. "Where do you get such words, General? I will be living in the camp from now on. I hope you will look after me." Meng Tian laughed heartily. "Good." And so Ying Yu chatted with Meng Tian about everyday matters while discussing the specifics of attacking Mo family's mechanism city. A moment later a soldier approached looking and said, "General, the smiths and carpenters in the camp have all been gathered." Meng Tian smiled faintly and said, "Very well, young master, let us go take a look." Then Ying Yu followed Meng Tian out of the camp tent and into the training ground. On the training ground, all the smiths and carpenters were murmuring among themselves. "What do you think the general summoned us for?" "Yes, this gathering is basically all the carpenters and smiths. Could it be that the general wants us to forge something?" "Keep quiet. The general is coming." Ying Yu walked along watching the rows of soldiers, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He followed Meng Tian to the soldiers' front where Meng Tian spoke loudly to them. "From now on you must obey the third prince." Then Ying Yu looked at Meng Tian and said, "Please arrange another storeroom for me, one that is especially quiet and undisturbed." Good. From now on you'll directly command these men, or whatever you order them to do does not require our consent," Meng Tian said. Then Ying Yu's face lit with a smile, and he saluted, "Thank you, General." Meng Tian laughed heartily upon hearing this. Ying Yu glanced at the crowd below, then spoke aloud. "Everyone return to your rest, and rest well. Gather on the training ground at first light tomorrow, and I will have tasks arranged for you then." "Your Excellency, I won't stay here any longer. I must return to my residence. There are matters there I must handle, Ying Yu told Meng Tian. Because Ying Yu felt that training would occur tomorrow anyway, there was little point in staying today, so he returned to his residence. Then I won't detain you any longer, young master. Travel safely, Meng Tian said. Ying Yu then rode back to his own residence. At the same time, Meng left the third prince's residence and headed straight for the Dongwang Hall to determine who the assassin really was after last night's events. Why would the assassin attack him for no reason? Meng had thought about it all night, but could not find a plausible motive, for he had not made any enemies. The Ying Yu residence is so large, oh, why would someone come to my room to assassinate me? Meng muttered to himself. He wanted to uncover the truth quickly, or he would not sleep through the night. After about half an hour, he arrived outside the Dongwang Hall. He knocked on the door from outside, and then entered directly. Seated on the throne, Dongwang Tai looked at the man before him, and said, "Oh, what brings you here now?" "Your Majesty Donghuang, yesterday an assassin appeared at Ying Yu's residence," Meng said. "Do you know the assassin's origin?" Dongwang Tai replied. Meng calmly answered, "I don't know." "Was it to assassinate Ying Yu?" Dongwang Tai asked. "No," Meng said. Then Dongwang Tai frowned, asking in confusion, "If it's not to assassinate Ying Yu, then who was it to kill?" "Your Majesty, that assassin came to kill me last night," Meng explained. Dongwang Tai rose to his feet at once after hearing this. Dongwang Tai said. Meng asked with confusion, "Your Majesty, could it be that one of these mysterious auras assassinated me?" Meng explained, "I don't know either, but I've sensed several powerful auras in the capital recently. These auras are all newly appeared." Dongwang Tai said. Meng asked with confusion, "Your Majesty, could it be that one of these mysterious auras assassinated me?" "Impossible. Have you recently made enemies with anyone? Why would they assassinate you for no reason?" Dongwang Tai asked. "I don't know either." "Alright, I understand. I will help you investigate. By the way, you must stay safe at Ying Yu's residence these days. The capital may be unsettled," Dongwang Tai said. Then Meng nodded and left the Dongwang Hall. As he hurried back to Ying Yu's residence, she appeared only during Ying Yu's absence. Dongwang Tai watched Meng's departing figure and thought, shouldn't it have been Ying Yu to be assassinated? How could it be her? Could they have mistaken the target? Then Dongwang Tai pondered aloud, for he too sensed several powerful auras in the capital recently. He hadn't had time to investigate when Meng arrived again. "It seems we must look into who these people are." Dongwang Tai muttered to himself, clearly the Yingfu's operation has been exposed. Then back at Ying Yu's residence, Ying Yu rode back from the camp and arrived at his estate. Then he first found BNK. Ying Yu said to BNK, "In the meantime, gather more medicinal materials. When the time comes, we may attack Mo family's mechanism city, so prepare a bit more." "Yes, leader," BNK said. Ying Yu looked at BNK and said, "By the way, the capital may be a little unsettled in these days. Keep a closer watch at the mansion." "Thank you for your concern, leader," Ying Yu said calmly. Also informed Meng, "You two should increase the patrols at the mansion and together be responsible for its security." BNK nodded. Then Ying Yu paid no more attention to BNK and headed straight to his study. Ying Yu went to his study and summoned Hou Yi. "Leader, what is it?" Hou Yi asked. Ying Yu glanced at Hou Yi beside him and said calmly, "Soon we may attack Mo family's mechanism city. I want you to train a batch of soldiers." "Leader, in what area should we train these soldiers?" Hou Yi asked. Ying Yu replied, "Mechanism arts." "I can't do that." "No problem. When the time comes, you can teach them how to operate the mechanical beasts. I have already prepared, and we will forge the mechanical beasts. Your only job is to teach those soldiers. This is urgent, and soon we will attack Mo family's mechanism city, and these soldiers will play a significant role." Ying Yu explained, "Yes, leader. I will do as you order." "Also, leader, I have sensed several powerful auras in Xianyang City lately, as well as a few mysterious energies." Hou Yi replied calmly, "Oh." Then Ying Yu suddenly recalled last night's assassin incident. "No wonder there was an intruder last night. It seems things will be unsettled for a while. Leave these for later. First train the soldiers. The immediate task is to attack Mo family's mechanism city, and we will investigate these people later." "Yes, leader." The following morning, Ying Yu hurriedly took Hou Yi to the military camp. He wanted Hou Yi to help train the 2,000 soldiers, and also wished to inspect and instruct the carpenters and blacksmiths himself. Thus, riding horses, Hou Yi followed Ying Yu to the outskirts of the camp. The soldier guarding the gate, unlike before, did not hinder them this time, and immediately allowed both of them to enter. Then Ying Yu led Hou Yi before the 2,000 soldiers. Since he had informed Meng Tian the day before that he would come early the next morning, Meng Tian had already assembled the army and waited there for Ying Yu. Ying Yu beheld the 2,000 soldiers standing in neat rows, and a faint smile curled the corners of his lips. Ying Yu looked at Hou Yi and said, "I entrust these men to you. Begin by having them practice in pairs, engaging in sparring matches." "Yes, Commander," Hou Yi replied. Ying Yu then departed and made his way to an open area. He gazed upon the rows of carpenters and blacksmiths along with the tools laid beside them, and could not help but feel a surge of delight. "Excellent." Ying Yu summoned their foreman and drew several blueprints from his waist. Turning to the foreman, he said, "These are schematics for mechanical beasts." "Mechanical beasts? Could it be that the young master intends for us to construct them? Indeed, precisely so, Ying Yu replied. The mechanical beasts you produce this time are vital to the victory of this campaign against Dai. However, young master, our family has never crafted such devices before. It may prove rather challenging for us. Should we attempt to research them, it would require considerable time, thereby delaying the army's departure. At this, Ying Yu's brows furrowed slightly. He found the foreman's reasoning reasonable. Then an idea came to mind. That person was none other than the one his father had mentioned in the Imperial Hall, an individual exceptionally gifted in the art of mechanisms whose entire clan shared this expertise. Yes, that person was Gongshu Cho of the Gongshu family. Do not worry about this, Ying Yu said calmly. I shall send someone to guide you. For now, prepare all the materials listed on the blueprints. Soon after, the carpenters and blacksmiths set to work, bustling with activity. At the same time, a figure appeared outside the residence of Ying Yu. This person had come to discuss the assault on the Mahist headquarters and was dispatched by Ying Zheng. Indeed, this was Gongshu Cho of the Gongshu family, the very person Ying Yu had just thought of. Where is your young master? Gongshu Cho asked. My young master is not here. When will he return? Where has he gone? Gongshu Cho pressed. My young master departed for the military camp at dawn. I do not know when he will return. Gongshu Cho furrowed his brow. Could it be that the third prince Ying Yu has already begun preparations so swiftly, he muttered to himself. Gongshu Cho had heard legends of Ying Yu before, but had never had the opportunity to meet him. He remained half-convinced, harboring doubts about Ying Yu's abilities. He had come solely under Ying Zheng's command. Oh, without it he would not have troubled himself. Very well, I shall visit him in person, Gongshu Cho thought privately. He then asked the man before him for the specific camp where Ying Yu was located. Upon learning this, he immediately set out for Ying Yu's camp. Meanwhile, Ying Yu was still on the training grounds, keeping his eyes fixed on the carpenters and blacksmiths. He thought to himself, Gongshu Cho, I have never met that person. Where should I look for him? Forget it, I will ask General Meng later. With that, Ying Yu dismissed the thought and continued, overseeing the craftsman's preparations. After some time had passed, a soldier suddenly approached and reported, Young master, someone outside requests an audience. Who is it? Ying Yu asked. This person claims to be Gongshu Cho, dispatched by His Majesty the Emperor. Oh, how convenient. He arrives the moment I mention him, Ying Yu murmured. Bring him in at once. The soldier saluted and turned to leave. The camp where Ying Yu was stationed was divided into 4 sections, each enclosed by wooden posts, a design Ying Yu himself had requested. This ensured both efficiency and secrecy. The area where Ying Yu now stood was specifically designated for the carpenters and blacksmiths. After a short while, a figure approached. Indeed, it was Gongshu Cho. Moments later, he arrived before Ying Yu. He offered a bow and said, Young master, are preparations for the assault on the Mahist headquarters already underway? Not yet. We are still in the preparatory phase. Ying Yu replied. Gongshu Cho carefully studied the young man before him, scanning from left to right, but finding nothing particularly remarkable about Ying Yu. He then asked, What is your plan for this campaign against the Mahists? Gongshu Cho intended to test the young prince, for the Gongshu family would inevitably be drawn into this operation. In his view, only his family could dismantle Mahist mechanisms. Since they held that unique advantage, the young prince would surely come begging for their help. Before coming, Gongshu Cho had prepared a gift, a mechanical serpent crafted for the assault on the Mahists. He did not reveal it immediately, intending to wait until Ying Yu stated his own plans so that he might present it and forcing Ying Yu into submission. Of course I have a plan. That is precisely why I waited for you, Ying Yu replied. What? You waited for me? Gongshu Cho asked, taken aback. Ying Yu quickly led Gongshu Cho to a wooden table. Gongshu Cho stood there bewildered. Ying Yu then casually picked up a blueprint from the table and showed it to him. This is a little device I prepared for the campaign against the Mahists, Ying Yu said. Gongshu Cho's eyes remained fixed on the blueprint, his attention completely captivated. He was profoundly stunned by what he saw. The design was not only exquisitely crafted and remarkably flexible, but more importantly, it achieved maximum destructive power using minimal materials. Noticing Gongshu Cho's silence, Ying Yu asked, Master Gongshu, you mentioned earlier that you had also prepared something. Might I see it? Gongshu Cho slowly recovered from his astonishment. After hearing Ying Yu's words, he glanced once more at the blueprint on the table. Then he looked down at the mechanical serpent in his own hands. As Ying Yu leaned in to examine it, Gongshu Cho hastily concealed his creation. For compared to Ying Yu's mechanical beast, his own serpent was nothing but a trivial toy. Gongshu Cho simply smiled and said nothing further. Ying Yu, filled with curiosity, continued to ask question after question. Gongshu Cho, confronted with the young lord's relentless inquiries, grew visibly uncomfortable. Eventually, he produced his mechanical serpent and said, The journey to the Mahist headquarters will undoubtedly be long. I crafted this small mount to facilitate our travel. Gongshu Cho's face was adorned with a broad smile, attempting to conceal his embarrassment. Ying Yu glanced at the small gadget before him, took a look at the mechanical snake, and then dismissed Gongshu Cho. Subsequently, Gongshu Cho leaned over the table again to examine those blueprints. Exquisite, truly exquisite, Gongshu Cho murmured to himself. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the joy of studying the blueprints. For in all the years he had researched mechanical arts, he had never seen such ingenious blueprints. Ying Yu observed Gong Shuqiu beside him, endlessly absorbed in the drawings. Then Ying Yu asked, I'm afraid I'll be troubling Mr. Gong Shu for a while. Gong Shuqiu, who had been by the table examining the blueprints, heard Ying Yu's words and asked in puzzlement, May I ask why the young master says so? And where did you get these blueprints? I wish for you to use these blueprints to teach those carpenters and blacksmiths how to craft a batch of mechanical troops. Ying Yu stated. Gong Shuqiu did not immediately respond. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared on his lips as he looked at Ying Yu and said, Then young master, after this is accomplished, could you teach me mechanical arts? For after seeing the mechanical diagrams Ying Yu had drawn, he felt that everything he had learned over the years did not compare to even half of Ying Yu's skill. At this moment, Ying Yu couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the person before him. He wanted to learn some mechanical arts from Ying Yu on one hand. He hoped to suppress the Mahist school, for the Gongshu family had long been dominated by the Mahist mechanical arts. On the other hand, it was to enhance his own strength and expand his family's influence. His expression is so despicable, Ying Yu murmured to himself. Gong Shuqiu, seeing Ying Yu did not agree, continued to beg him. Will it do? If yes, I will immediately go teach them, and I guarantee that within your specified time, they will all be able to make this thing. Gong Shuqiu said. At this moment, Ying Yu felt a bit hesitant inside. It wasn't about what would happen if Gong Shuqiu learned it. He thought if someone like him learned it, it would surely cause some trouble. Ying Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Wait until they have learned to craft it, and we'll talk about it then. Since the young master has said so, then I will consider it as the young master's agreement. Gong Shuqiu said. Then Gong Shuqiu, without waiting for Ying Yu to recover, took the blueprints and went to communicate with those carpenters and blacksmiths. Ying Yu looked at the person before him and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, this is the only way. After all, I'm not very proficient in mechanical arts yet, so I can only find this person to teach them first. Ying Yu muttered to himself. For the Gongshu family had after all been deeply engaged in mechanical arts for so many years, in terms of teaching, he might be better than Ying Yu. But the current model diagrams were entirely provided by Ying Yu. The blueprint Ying Yu drew was not too difficult. He had simply sketched it out. Because time was tight, there was no more time. Then Ying Yu left this place and went to Hou Yi's location. A moment later, Ying Yu arrived at Hou Yi's side. He looked at rows of soldiers standing there in neat formation. Then a slight smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of Ying Yu's mouth. Staring at Hou Yi, he remembered the scene of the Grand Master being assassinated last time. If relying solely on Hou Yi when I take him out to attack the Mahist mechanical city, then there will be no one left to protect the residents. Ying Yu muttered to himself. This matter troubled Ying Yu, for BNK could not practice martial arts, and currently with only one Hou Yi, it was completely overwhelming. If going to attack the Mahist mechanical city at that time, it would take a long time to return. Then with so many people in the mansion and BNK unable to practice martial arts, what should be done? Just then Ying Yu remembered the King's Legion he had initially signed in for. How about summoning another one again? This way manpower won't be insufficient. Ying Yu muttered to himself. Then Ying Yu came to an empty place, and he looked around to see no one. Then he snapped his fingers, and a figure appeared before him. Behold, this person wore blue armor and held a long blade, and it was faintly seen that this man exuded a very powerful aura. And there was a strong killing intent. That's right, this person is exactly one of the members of the King's Legion, Kai. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the warrior hero Kai. At this time a voice suddenly appeared in his mind, and after hearing it, Ying Yu did not pay attention to it. He looked directly at the person before him. This man before him gave Ying Yu a sense of security. As if this man stood beside Ying Yu would fear nothing. I pay respects to the leader. Rise. Ying Yu said slowly. Ying Yu saw this man before him, and instantly felt that attacking the Mahist mechanical city had gained some more chances of victory. But for this attack, Ying Yu felt it was still far from enough, because for this attack, he must make thorough preparations. What is lacking? Ying Yu said to himself. For in Ying Yu's heart, he always felt something was missing, but he couldn't remember it for the time being. Then he did not think any more. Ying Yu felt that whatever was lacking at that time, he would get it then. Ying Yu returned to the previous place, which was where Hou Yi was training soldiers. He went directly to Hou Yi's side. Hou Yi saw Ying Yu and hurriedly said, I pay respects to the leader. Ying Yu nodded, and then he looked at the rows of soldiers again. How is it going? Ying Yu asked. I am currently honing their tacit understanding, and I wonder what the leader wants me to train these for. Hou Yi asked. At that time, let them too operate one mechanical beast simultaneously. Having you train their tacit understanding is precisely so that they can better operate the mechanical beast at the same time. That way at that time they won't fail to operate well due to insufficient tacit understanding, Ying Yu explained. After hearing this, Hou Yi instantly understood and then nodded. Ying Yu said calmly to Hou Yi, Alright, continue your training. When something is unclear at that time, come ask me again. Yes, my lord leader. Hou Yi said. Then Ying Yu did not say more. He took Kai beside him and left the military camp, walking directly towards the mansion. A moment later, Ying Yu brought Kai to his own mansion. At this time, Kai did not yet know what this place was. He looked around everywhere, continuously staring curiously at all directions. Ying Yu said to Kai, From now on, this is the place where you will live. Yes, my lord leader. Kai said. Then Ying Yu took Kai for a stroll within the mansion, taking him to visit all the things in the mansion. Because Kai would be with him for a long time after all, letting him know more and understand more would do no harm. After about a moment, Ying Yu let Kai go rest in the room, and then he himself returned to the room. When going to attack the Mahist mechanical city, should I bring Hou Yi or Kai? Ying Yu muttered to himself. At this moment, Ying Yu was also struggling because for this attack on the Mahist mechanical city, he did not want to bring both of them. He wanted to leave one person to guard the mansion. Because last time that assassin came to assassinate, if not for Hou Yi, then the Grand Master might have suffered. If that assassin had intended to assassinate himself at that time, and Hou Yi was not by his side, then he himself might also have suffered. After this incident, Ying Yu had learned his lesson. Although last time Hou Yi was by his side, from now on he must not relax any further. Forget it, we'll talk about it at that time. Ying Yu muttered to himself. Within the mechanism city of the Mo clan at this moment, Gai, after several days of arduous travel, finally arrived. He first sought out Master Su, as he had yet to locate Grandmaster Ju and Grandmaster Ban. Guided by a disciple of the Mo clan, Gai soon found Master Su. He surveyed the elder and spoke. Where is Grandmaster Ju? I failed to lay eyes on him. He paused, then added, by the way, I heard a formidable expert appeared during Ying Zheng's sacrificial ceremony. Gai bore amicable relations with the Mo clan. Instead of proceeding directly to Xianyang City, he had come straight to the Mechanism City to ascertain whether Grandmaster Ju and the other leaders had fallen into calamity. Zai. Master Su shook his head helplessly. Has something terrible happened? Gai inquired. A grave disaster has befallen us. Grandmaster and Grandmaster Ban were struck down by Hou Yi. They lie in a coma within the secret chamber. Gai countenance shifted instantly. He gazed at Master Su in utter disbelief. How is this possible? I am well aware of the capabilities possessed by both the Grandmaster of the Mo clan and Grandmaster Ban. Could they truly have been defeated by Hou Yi? Gai felt his throat tighten as he swallowed hard once more. He could scarcely believe his own ears. The Grandmaster of the Mo clan, its very founder, alongside Grandmaster Ban, a virtuoso of mechanism arts surpassing all others. And yet Hou Yi had subdued them with such ease. Such power was inconceivable. Gai still refused to accept it. Only when Master Su nodded firmly did he let out a heavy breath. It appears we have all underestimated Hou Yi. He is truly a most formidable adversary. Take me to them at once. Gai urged. Master Su then led Gai to the secret chamber at the heart of Mo clan headquarters. The moment the door opened and Gai beheld two figures lying upon the ground, his expression darkened immediately. He hurried to the side of the Grandmaster and Grandmaster Ban, glancing between them as he asked Master Su, have you summoned a physician? We have. And what did the physician say? Gai pressed. He merely prescribed a few herbal remedies to stabilize their vital signs. For the time being at least, Master Su explained. That is something at least. Is there no remedy for a permanent cure? Gai asked. Master Su shook his head sadly and replied quietly, there is one. It requires the intervention of Miss Duanmu Rong. Then go fetch her at once. Let her treat Grandmaster Ju and Grandmaster Ban. Gai insisted. But Master Su remained composed as he responded, Miss Duanmu Rong is currently at Mirror Lake Medical Manor and cannot come. Gai understood all too well. Along his journey here, the Qin armies had enforced strict checkpoints. In certain places, even portraits of the 5 Mo clan leaders had been displayed as wanted posters. For Miss Duanmu Rong, a woman, to make such a journey safely was an immense difficulty. Upon hearing this, Gai could only shake his head in frustration. He was at a loss, for he himself was no master of medical arts. Was Xiao Gao taken captive by Ying Zheng? Gai asked. Yes, Master Su confirmed. I intend to travel to Xianyang City this time, and see if I can rescue him, Gai declared. Why would you go to Xianyang City at a time like this? The Qin military is conducting stringent inspections everywhere, Master Su warned. I wish to investigate Ying Yu and Hou Yi. They had remained concealed until now, yet suddenly emerged. I must uncover their true identities. I see, Master Su murmured to himself. Since you are set on visiting Xianyang City, then take me to see Xiao Gao first to learn of his condition. However, the Qin dungeons are fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution on this journey. There is no danger, Gai replied. I shall depart shortly. Why the haste? Master Su asked. Gai responded calmly. I have already wasted too much time on this journey. I must hasten to Xianyang City and resolve this matter swiftly, lest it remain a persistent thorn in our side. No sooner had Gai finished speaking than Master Su led him out of the secret chamber. Knowing that Gai had made his decision, he did not attempt to detain him further. Master Su did not linger long within the Mechanism City. He first convened with the remaining Mo clan leaders who had survived, then departed under their watchful gazes, setting course for Xianyang City. At the same moment, Bei Mingzi and Xiao Ming also arrived at the outskirts of Xianyang City. After a brief pause outside, they hurriedly entered the city. The moment they crossed the gates, Bei Mingzi sensed a familiar presence. I sense several powerful auras within Xianyang City. We must be cautious, Bei Mingzi said. Understood, Xiao Ming responded. Bei Mingzi then located in and situated at some distance from the Imperial Palace, yet relatively close to the city gates. His reasoning was sound. Should any misfortune arise, he could swiftly escort Xiaoming to safety. Bai Mingzi made no rash moves upon entering the city. He wished first to observe and gauge the forces at play, for he understood that premature action would only bring hardship. This incident had undoubtedly attracted numerous experts. He wanted to observe their movements first. Their purpose here was investigation, not confrontation. Bai Mingzi then led Xiaoming to the inn, where they secured 2 rooms. Afterward, he stepped outside with her. I sense several powerful auras within the city. Do not wander about recklessly when you are at leisure, Bai Mingzi cautioned. In case of any danger, don't worry. Should any peril arise, do I not have the foremost expert of the Tian sect at my side? Xiaoming retorted. Bai Mingzi sighed and shook his head. Enough. Pray enter and rest. We have been traveling hard these past few days. Xiaoming nodded. The 2 then retired to their respective rooms. Bai Mingzi settled onto a stool within his chamber and murmured to himself, many powerful experts will surely gather in this capital. I shall observe for a few days before making my next move. At the same time, Sun Fuzi also arrived at the outskirts of Xianyang City. He did not rush into the city, but instead paused at an inn outside the walls for a cup of tea. Sun Fuzi also detected several powerful auras. It seems some have already arrived, he mused. After finishing his tea, he too entered the city. Instead of seeking lodging immediately, he strolled along the bustling streets. After walking for some time, fatigue overtook him, and he found a restaurant for a meal. Only after some time did he find an inn. Following the waiter upstairs, he entered his room. The moment he stepped inside, Sun Fuzi began to meditate. Many have come for this occasion. I wonder whether those old acquaintances have arrived as well, Sun Fuzi murmured. The moment he entered the city, he had sensed numerous powerful auras, not few at all. Filtering out the presences within the imperial palace, he detected many powerful auras scattered throughout the city, each emanating from various inns. Sun Fuzi deduced that those old masters had indeed arrived and taken residence at nearby inns. With this thought settled, he allowed himself to rest in tranquility. Inside Xianyang Palace, Ying Yu summoned Meng Tian and Wang Bin, hoping to learn how their preparations had progressed in these. After all, this assault Mo Mechanism City is no small matter. How are your preparations coming along? Ying Yu asked. Meng Tian glanced at Wang Bin beside him, then spoke to Ying Yu. Your Majesty, in these days, all military affairs have been entrusted to the Third Prince. He says he will handle the preparations for attacking the Mo Mechanism City, so we should proceed with our regular training. Ying Yu frowned slightly in puzzlement, and asked, oh, and what has Yu been up to lately? The Third Prince asked for 2,000 troops and for all the army's carpenters and blacksmiths, and then he vanished. Meng Tian explained. And do you know what Yu intends to do? Your Majesty, from my inspections on several occasions, I suspect the Third Prince may be forging more devices resembling mechanical beasts. Meng Tian explained. Mechanical beasts. What would Yu make them for? Could he intend to use mechanical beasts to attack Mo Jia? Ying Yu muttered to himself. Suddenly Ying Yu recalled that Mo Jia was adept at mechanism arts as well, so perhaps his son wished to employ such devices to strike Mo Jia. But he knew his son had not practiced mechanism arts before. Ying Yu asked, who is directing those carpenters and blacksmiths to forge them? Meng Tian replied, Gongshu Chou. After Meng Tian spoke, Ying Yu immediately understood the connection. He thought Gongshu Chou had conceived the idea, for Gongshu Chou is renowned for his mastery of mechanism arts. That explains it. Perhaps Gongshu Chou was the one who forged these mechanical beasts, Ying Yu muttered to himself. But clearly Ying Yu did not realize Gongshu Chou was merely guiding others to construct them. The actual blueprints did not belong to Gongshu's clan, but were drawn by Yu. Yu had only told Gongshu Chou about it, not informing anyone else, so no one else knew. Thus Ying Yu was indirectly misled, thinking Gongshu Chou had full command, while in truth Yu was behind the idea and provided the drawings. Ying Yu spoke calmly to them. Very well. I understand. When the time comes, you must cooperate closely with the Third Prince and Master Gongshu. Yes, Meng Tian and Wang Bin replied in unison. In Xianyang City, at a certain inn, Xiaoyaozi had arrived within the city. Arriving in Xianyang City, Xiaoyaozi first traced the city's outskirts, then found a tavern. This tavern was no ordinary inn, but Mo Jia's outpost set up within Xianyang City. Xiaoyaozi found the proprietor. The innkeeper, seeing Xiaoyaozi, hurried forward and said, You've come at last. Come, let us go upstairs for a talk. Then under the innkeeper's guidance they entered a room. The innkeeper stood at the doorway, surveyed the surroundings, and finding no one, closed the door. The innkeeper smiled and said, Before you arrived, Mo Jia had sent me a message saying you would come, but I did not expect you so soon. The road here was smooth with little resistance, so we arrived ahead of schedule, Xiaoyaozi said. As for my purpose, the Mo Jia side has already told me. I shall do my utmost to assist. The innkeeper replied. Xiaoyaozi spoke. Then I will rely on you, innkeeper. You're welcome. By the way, I came to ask you something, innkeeper. Xiaoyaozi looked at the innkeeper, then slowly asked, During the last grand sacrificial ceremony, wasn't Xiao Gao seized? Do you know where he is now? The innkeeper did not answer at once. He shook his head helplessly and sighed. He added that since Xiao Gao's capture, he had been imprisoned in a heavily guarded dungeon in Xianyang City, a fortress guarded by strong troops and strict sentries. For an ordinary person, entering is as hard as climbing the sky. Then master, is there any way? Xiaoyaozi asked. There is, but... The innkeeper hesitated for a moment. Xiaoyaozi urged, please go ahead. There is indeed, but it's a bit dangerous. One of my waiters has a relative who delivers meals to that dungeon. You could blend in with them. The innkeeper said, but it is a bit risky. You are a stranger, and the Qin guards will surely search you. Are there any other ways, master? Xiaoyaozi asked. No more? This is the only safe method I can think of. The innkeeper spoke, and Xiaoyaozi realized he had no other option. Since it was the only safe method, he must take the plunge. Xiaoyaozi told the innkeeper, since there is no better option, let us take this method. The risk is not great. If the Qin army discovers us, I can retreat unharmed. And if we are discovered, the waiter's relative and your own son might be implicated as well. It could drag you all into this. No problem. If we are exposed, we will retreat immediately. But we must wait a few days, just the day before he finished delivering to the dungeon guards. The innkeeper said, very well. Xiaoyaozi replied, very well. Being new to this vast Xianyang city, he was a stranger and could only rely on Mojia's people stationed here. Xiaoyaozi knew at that moment he must first check Xiao Gao's safety. If he was safe, they would be reassured. For Gao Jinli's fate remained unknown, so he wished to ascertain it quickly. For he bore many burdens. Since there are still a few days, I shall first investigate Ying Yu and Hou Yi. Xiaoyaozi muttered to himself. By the way, master, I have one more favor to ask this time. Go ahead, the innkeeper said. I will do all I can to help. Xiaoyaozi calmly spoke. I came to Xianyang City to investigate Ying Yu and Hou Yi. The innkeeper listened, evidently not greatly surprised, for he had heard in Xianyang City about what happened at the sacrificial ceremony involving Ying Yu and Hou Yi. Yet he was also deeply astonished. After hearing the tale, he began secretly gathering information about them. The innkeeper knew much about these matters, for from the outset, he had watched these two men. The innkeeper smiled slightly and said, that will be easy to handle. I have some intelligence on them here. You can refer to it when the time comes. Then the innkeeper turned and went downstairs, intending to fetch the intelligence from his room. After a while, he returned to the same room, holding a scroll. Even before you arrived, the Mojia had told me about this matter. This intelligence had long been prepared for you. The innkeeper handed the scroll to Xiaoyaozi, who took it and studied it intently. After a moment, Xiaoyaozi read on, greatly astonished by how detailed the records. At this moment, he finally understood why the Mahists had set up outposts within Xianyang City. Because it would facilitate their investigation into certain matters or reveal what they sought to know. From the scrolls, Xiaoyaozi saw that Hou Yi had appeared from nowhere. It was that this man had not been discovered in Xianyang City before and had only recently appeared beside Ying Yu. The records about Ying Yu are also shrouded in mystery, scarcely revealing much. Most of what is written above concerns deeds he had performed in the past, but recently there are few save for a few deeds that the world knows to be great. Xiaoyaozi frowned in doubt and muttered to himself that it was impossible, wondering how he could appear from thin air. He wondered if he had been concealed by the third prince all along. At that moment, Xiaoyaozi was equally baffled. His astonishment grew and his curiosity about Ying Yu and Hou Yi deepened. Yet his most urgent task was to locate Gao Jinli. With Ying Yu and Hou Yi nearby, he would have opportunities to contact them. Still, Gao Jinli's life remained unknown. Xiaoyaozi spoke calmly to Feng Zhonggui, saying that with the scroll they could learn much more about them, and there would be no need to risk learning their whereabouts any longer. The most important matter now was to plan how to infiltrate the dungeon. Feng Zhonggui replied that these were duties they should undertake. Feng Zhonggui reassured him that he would handle the matter and contact them in due time. Xiaoyaozi only needed to cooperate. Feng Zhonggui is an important Mahist figure in the capital, who after so many years there he had long mastered every thread of the city's affairs. From high officials to commoners, he knew them well. After many years in the capital doing intelligence work, his abilities were evident. Xiaoyaozi expressed his gratitude, saying that it would be a great help. He added that he would not trouble them any longer and that they should rest well. Feng Zhonggui responded. Xiaoyaozi nodded, and Feng Zhonggui left the room. Meanwhile, Xiaoyaozi was still thinking of Hou Yi and Ying Yu. Xiaoyaozi thought the scroll had recorded things clearly enough. When the time came, he would take him back to Mahist headquarters. Since things were nearly arranged, he decided he might as well roam this vast capital for a few days. Xiaoyaozi muttered that the aims of his coming to Xianyang City were nearly accomplished. He then left the room, going downstairs because his stomach was a little hungry. He thought there would be a good opportunity to meet Ying Yu and Hou Yi, and then he continued to pore over the scroll, which contained many extremely detailed records. In the palace in a courtyard, Gai Nie was strolling leisurely. He wondered why a few powerful auras had recently filled Xianyang City. Gai Nie also sensed those auras, especially a few that felt very familiar. This gave him a headache because he could not yet guess whose they were. Gai Nie muttered that lately Xianyang City might be unsettled. He decided to report to His Majesty. Then he left his residence for Ying Zheng's dwelling. Moments later, in a great hall, Gai Nie looked at Ying Zheng seated on the throne. Gai Nie spoke that he had recently felt several strong auras in Xianyang City. Ying Zheng hesitated for a moment, for his men had also noticed the recent surge of powerful in Xianyang City. And during this period, at first there were only a few of those auras, then more and more people appeared. Ying Zheng dispatched men to watch the happenings in Xianyang City. Ying Yu spoke calmly, asking whether you knew where these powerful auras came from. The reply was that the speaker did not know. Gai Nie answered as well. Ying Yu stated that these auras were emitted by those old fellows of the 100 schools. Suddenly Gai Nie realized, for he too knew that after the last Grand Prix ceremony the realm had boiled. No wonder I thought so. How could these extra auras appear the 100 schools? Could it be? Gai Nie muttered to himself. Gai Nie, thinking of the 100 schools, recalled his master Giguzi. At this moment he did not know whether his master had arrived. Gai Nie asked whether these people were here for the third prince and Hou Yi. The response was that yes, besides this matter nothing else could attract these people. Ying Yu replied that there was no need to dispatch troops. He trusted Yu to handle it himself. Ying Yu spoke. Gai Nie understood at once that this emperor seemed to know more than he did. After all, Xianyang City was Ying Yu's residence, and he knew all that happened there. In fact, from the beginning, as soon as these people entered Xianyang City, Ying Yu had learned of it. He thought that if they did not act too outrageously there was no need to intervene. For these old fellows they were a headache, even to Ying Yu. Later Ying Yu did not hinder these old fellows from entering the city. He believed that as long as they did not do anything excessive they could do as they wished. Alright, you need not worry so much, you will be responsible for guarding the palace. Ying Yu said that Gai Nie would oversee the palace's public guards while behind the scenes there would be others arranged by him. Because Ying Yu feared that with Gai Nie's temperament, if he encountered these people, entangled with them, it would be trouble. Yes, your majesty, Gai Nie replied. Then Gai Nie left the great hall. He walked along the palace roads observing the surroundings and wondered aloud that this emperor actually knew everything and had not moved. Forget it, it's better not to guess his majesty's mind, Gai Nie muttered. For he knew that as long as he served Ying Yu, while the rest of the truth would be none of his concern. Since the Moonlit Gorge battle, Gai Nie had too many questions in his heart. These questions haunted him, the old ones not yet resolved, new ones arising. This gave Gai Nie a headache. It was better not to think so much for now, of focus on the tasks at hand. Because he knew he could only do this for now, while other matters he could not intervene. Then Gai Nie walked leisurely along the palace paths. Inside the estate of the third prince, Ying Yu hurriedly emerged from his residence, mounted his horse, and galloped toward the military camp. Word had just reached him that a single mechanical bird had successfully been constructed. Driven by curiosity, Ying Yu was eager to see the appearance of this newly crafted mechanical bird. He spurred his horse onward, hastening his journey toward the military camp. As he rode, anticipation swelled within him for his mechanical bird, which would serve as the ultimate trump card to conquer the Mahist mechanical city. A moment later he arrived. Reaching the outskirts of the military camp, Ying Yu dismounted and handed the reins of his horse to the sentries at the gate. He then strode forward with purposeful steps, eventually arriving at the workshop where the mechanical birds were being crafted. There he met Gong Shuqiu. Looking at him, Ying Yu spoke in a calm tone. I heard that one has already been constructed. Where is it? Let me take a look. With a subtle smile, Gong Shuqiu gestured toward a nearby mechanical bird shrouded beneath a large cloth. Beholding the massive mechanical bird, a smile graced Ying Yu's face. He commanded his men to unveil it, and as the cloth was pulled away to reveal the contraption standing before him, he nodded in quiet approval. Gong Shuqiu addressed Ying Yu. Young master, have you decided on a name for this mechanical bird? Not for the time being, Ying Yu replied. Then why not seize this moment to bestow a name upon it? Gong Shuqiu suggested. Ying Yu furrowed his brows slightly and murmured, a name. Let us call it Songlong No. 1. Songlong No. 1. Ying used Songlong No. 1 was capable of soaring through the skies, just like the Mahist mechanical birds, yet it was far more massive and crafted with superior precision. Compared to the Mahist creations, Songlong No. 1 possessed vastly superior combat prowess. Songlong No. 1. What a peculiar name, Gong Shuqiu muttered to himself in bewilderment. He quickly offered a flattering smile and chimed, a splendid name indeed. As expected of the young master, it sounds magnificent. Ying Yu cast a sidelong glance at him and let out a cold snort. Ying Yu asked him, how is the progress? How many units can be produced in the coming days? The craftsmen have mastered the techniques, and now that the prototype is complete we should be able to produce around 1,000 units over the next few days. Gong Shuqiu explained. 1,000. That is enough. Combined with the Great Qin's iron cavalry, it will be more than sufficient to level the Mahist sect to the ground. Ying Yu murmured to himself. Young master, once the production is complete. Gong Shuqiu stammered. Ying Yu looked at him with a puzzled expression. Young master, once production is finished, would you be willing to teach me your mechanical arts? Gong Shuqiu asked with a hopeful smile. Although he had already mastered the current blueprint, Gong Shuqiu could discern from the design that Ying Yu's mastery of the mechanical arts was extraordinarily profound. Eager to be tutored, he looked at Ying Yu with a beaming, expectant smile. We shall see how you perform when the time comes, Ying Yu replied. Rest assured, young master, leave this to me, Gong Shuqiu promised. By the way, I have ordered the selection of 2,000 elite soldiers who are currently undergoing training to build their coordination. When the time comes, I will hand these 2,000 elites over to you. You will be responsible for teaching them how to pilot the machines, Ying Yu instructed. Understood, Gong Shuqiu replied. Ying Yu nodded and continued his inspection. The third prince's mind is incredibly meticulous. He even prepared the men in advance. Not only is he exceptionally thorough, but his mechanical arts also far surpass my own. Gong Shuqiu muttered to himself. He had met many princes, but someone like Ying Yu was a first. Well, never mind. It would be wonderful if he could teach me when the time comes. Gong Shuqiu was still yearning for Ying Yu's mechanical arts, for he had been utterly shocked the moment he first laid eyes on the young master's blueprints. Gong Shuqiu could hardly believe that Ying Yu's mechanical arts were even more exquisite than those of the Ma's sect. If Ying Yu were to establish his own sect, he would undoubtedly overshadow all other mechanical schools. Meanwhile, at the Ma's stronghold, shopkeeper Feng was anxiously searching for Yaozi. He quickly hurried upstairs and found him. Yaozi looked at the panicked man before him and asked, "Shopkeeper Feng, has something happened?" "Quickly prepare yourself." "Prepare for what?" Yaozi asked. "I just received word that the guards at the dungeon suddenly demanded that the food delivery be moved up. Prepare quickly so you can slip in with them." Shopkeeper Feng explained. Yaozi asked in surprise, "What? It has been moved up. I will go prepare immediately. I will wait for you downstairs." "Hurry up," Shopkeeper Feng said. After saying this, he quickly left the room. A moment later, Yaozi came downstairs dressed in plain clothes. Upon seeing him, Shopkeeper Feng pulled a small dagger from his sleeve and handed it to Yaozi. Then Shopkeeper Feng said to Yaozi, "Take this for self-defense. If any unexpected situation arises, you can use this dagger. Also, I have stationed several Mahist brothers near the dungeon. If anything goes wrong, meet up with them immediately." "Shopkeeper Feng, you are indeed meticulous." "Thank you," Yaozi said. "All right, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Hurry up and catch up with the convoy." Shopkeeper Feng said. He had only just learned that the Qin army demanded the delivery ahead of schedule. Though momentarily caught off guard, he had immediately ushered the delivery men into his tavern. He then entertained them warmly, offering several jars of wine to keep them there. This way they could depart directly from the tavern. This saved them from a long journey from their original starting point, making it much easier for Yaozi to maintain his disguise. Looking at the carriage before him, Yaozi could not help but smile faintly. Shopkeeper Feng is truly a remarkable man. Even without advance notice, he has managed to arrange everything so perfectly, Yaozi muttered to himself. Yaozi could not help but praise Shopkeeper Feng. He felt that having lived in Xianyang City for several years, Shopkeeper Feng had indeed handled everything flawlessly. The delivery men had already been taken care of by Shopkeeper Feng. Yaozi would only need to follow their carriage directly. Yaozi concealed the short dagger Shopkeeper Feng had given him and followed the driver. Watching their receding figures, Shopkeeper Feng could not help but shake his head. "I hope they have a safe journey," Shopkeeper Feng muttered to himself. Having lived in the capital for so many years, Shopkeeper Feng was well aware of its dangers. A single moment of carelessness or a wrong word could easily cost one's life. After standing outside for a while, Shopkeeper Feng returned to the tavern. There was nothing more he could do but pray. He had done all he could, and now he could only await good news from Yaozi. Xiao Yaozi followed the attendant all the way to the entrance of the dungeon. The guard stationed outside immediately became alert upon spotting unfamiliar figures approaching. "Why has Lao Wang been replaced by someone else today?" "Exactly. Usually that person accompanies you." Since only 2 people regularly delivered vegetables to them, the soldiers stationed outside the dungeon had grown familiar with their faces over time. At that moment, those soldiers turned their attention toward the pair of them. Xiao Yaozi noticed their gaze shift and instinctively touched the short sword concealed at his back, tension surging within him. In an instant, the atmosphere grew taut. Sensing the mounting tension, the attendant hurriedly stepped forward with a practiced smile, approaching the 2 soldiers. "Lao Zhangtu has fallen ill and is confined to bed at home. This is his nephew come to take over the vegetable deliveries," the attendant continued, explaining earnestly. While talking, he reached into the horse-drawn cart and produced a roasted chicken and a flask of wine, offering them to the soldiers. Upon hearing the explanation, the 2 soldiers immediately relaxed their guard. One soldier accepted the roasted chicken and wine from the attendant, then waved his hand, signaling them to proceed inside. Xiao Yaozi, who had been tense moments ago, now felt his shoulders drop. Slowly, he withdrew his hand from behind his back. A while later, the attendant led the cart toward the kitchen, for the fresh vegetables needed to be delivered there promptly. Xiao Yaozi leaned close and whispered to the attendant, "How exactly do we get inside?" "Don't worry. Watch how I handle this." The attendant pointed to the baskets of vegetables and wine on the cart. Xiao Yaozi lifted the covering cloth, and everything suddenly fell into place. And so Xiao Yaozi helped the attendant unload the vegetables. After a while, when the unloading was complete, the attendant casually grabbed a basket from the cart. Leading Xiao Yaozi by his side, he headed straight for the deeper sections of the dungeon. After walking for some distance, Xiao Yaozi noticed several wardens sitting nearby sipping tea. The attendant quickly approached with the basket, offering respectful greetings. Calmly, he withdrew roasted wine, roasted chicken, and several plates of peanuts from the basket. One of the wardens asked, "Lao Wang, why have you brought all these things today? I noticed you gentlemen have been on endless duty here. I thought I'd bring something nice to help pass the time." Smiling, the attendant chatted away with them. "By the way, sirs, there's a small favor I was hoping you might be able to help me with." "Oh, Lao Wang, just say it. If I can help a brother out, I certainly will. I have a relative imprisoned in this dungeon, and I was hoping to check on him." One warden furrowed his brow, hesitating. The dungeon strictly prohibited unauthorized movement in or out of visiting a prisoner required an official warrant. Sensing their hesitation, the attendant reached into his waist pouch, pulled out several coins of silver, and pressed them into their hands. The wardens exchanged glances and burst into laughter. They waved them through. Seeing this, the attendant quickly pulled Xiao Yaozi along and entered. "Enjoy yourselves, sirs. We'll be back shortly." Fine, hurry back." And so Xiao Yaozi followed the attendant deep into the dungeon, intent on finding Gai Nie. Was it really that simple? I expected it to be much harder, Xiao Yaozi murmured to himself. Walking beside the attendant through the eerie, freezing corridors, he searched for the cell where Gai Nie was imprisoned. Xiao Yaozi glanced at the prisoners in the surrounding cells, all lying motionless. He couldn't help but sigh, these people are beyond saving. Hearing this, the attendant replied, "Those locked in here are either ruthless criminals or top priority detainees." Xiao Yaozi scanned the cells once more. After a moment, his eyes landed on a figure meditating in a corner. Drawing closer, he realized it was Gai Nie. A smile spread across his face, but the attendant stopped him, glancing around cautiously. "He's a top priority prisoner. Be careful. I'll keep watch." Xiao Yaozi nodded and approached Gai Nie's cell. Sensing someone's presence, Gai Nie slowly opened his eyes and saw it was Xiao Yaozi. Before he could speak, Xiao Yaozi signaled for him to stay silent. Then quietly he asked, "Are you alright? They haven't harmed you, have they, eh?" "No. What are you doing here?" Gai Nie replied. "Master Su and the other Mahist leaders were worried about you, so they sent me to Xianyang City to check on you," Xiao Yaozi explained. Gai Nie looked down at the heavy chains binding his wrists and ankles and let out a deep sigh. He knew well that even if Xiao Yaozi had managed to infiltrate the dungeon, escaping with him was another matter entirely. By the way, after that battle at the sacrifice ceremony, are the master and master band recovering well? Gai Nie asked. Xiao Yaozi slowly lowered his head. Seeing this, Gai Nie urgently pressed, "What happened? Speak to me." After that battle, both the master and master band were critically injured and fell into a coma. The others are fine. The Tai Chue and Shui Envy only sustained minor wounds, Xiao Yaozi explained. "What?" Gai Nie was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Stay here for now. Once the time is right, we will definitely rescue you," Xiao Yaozi said. "There's no need for you to risk yourselves. The dungeon is heavily guarded and countless Qin soldiers are stationed nearby. Coming here is equivalent to seeking death," Gai Nie replied. Both of them spoke in hushed tones, fearing exposure. Just as they were conversing, the attendant slowly approached. "Are you done? We should go. If we linger any longer, they'll grow suspicious." Xiao Yaozi nodded and turned to Gai Nie. "Take care of yourself. When the opportunity arises, we will definitely return to rescue you." Gai Nie looked at Xiao Yaozi and gave a slow nod. Then Xiao Yaozi followed the attendant and left. After a while, they returned to the same spot. The attendant greeted the wardens with a smile. One warden suspiciously asked, "Why did it take you so long?" "It's been a long time since I last saw that relative of mine, so I stayed a bit longer inside." Meanwhile, Xiao Yaozi discreetly pulled out several more coins of silver from his person and slipped them to the wardens. The wardens said nothing more. Satisfied, the attendant exchanged a few words and led Xiao Yaozi out of the dungeon. Only then did Xiao Yaozi finally breathe a sigh of relief. The entire operation had been perilous, but this trip had not been in vain. He had confirmed that Gai Nie was still alive. Thus, Yaozi followed the worker back into the tavern. Upon his arrival, he immediately sought out shopkeeper Feng. Yaozi spoke calmly to shopkeeper Feng. "I have met him. Was the journey smooth? Did the Qin army harbor any suspicions?" "Not at all. I saw Xiao Gao, and he is doing well," Yaozi said. Hearing this, shopkeeper Feng replied softly, "That is good to hear, truly good to hear. By the way, shopkeeper Feng, please make arrangements. I must leave the city," Yaozi added. Shopkeeper Feng inquired in confusion, "Are you departing so soon? Won't you stay for a few more days?" "I shall not. Xianyang City is a perilous place. Oh, every additional day spent here brings another layer of danger," Yaozi said. For he knew well that they belonged to the forces resisting the Qin Empire, and staying in the very capital of Qin placed him in grave danger. Therefore, Yaozi wished to depart as swiftly as possible, partly to convey the information he had gathered, and partly because there was no longer any purpose in lingering here. "When do you set out?" Shopkeeper Feng asked. "Right now," Yaozi replied. Knowing that he had thoroughly investigated everything he needed to, Yaozi realized that remaining in Xianyang City would serve no further purpose. At this moment, Yaozi was eager to return to the Mahist headquarters to deliver this rare piece of good news, as they were still deeply anxious about Gao Jinli's whereabouts. On one hand, Yaozi wanted to relay his findings to the Mahist headquarters immediately. On the other hand, Xianyang City was far too treacherous. If he lingered, it would only be a matter of time before his presence was discovered. Should that happen, escaping would be nigh impossible. "So soon?" Shopkeeper Feng remarked. "Yes. The chiefs at the Mahist headquarters must be waiting anxiously. It is time for me to return," Yaozi responded. "Since you have made up your mind, sir, I shall not press you to stay. Please go upstairs to pack your belongings, and I will arrange a carriage to escort you out of the city immediately," Shopkeeper Feng said. With a nod, Yaozi made his way upstairs. After a short while, he returned to his room, quickly gathered several crucial scrolls, and packed his traveling attire. While packing, he noticed the scroll concerning Hou Yi and Ying Yu that shopkeeper Feng had given him. Sensing its immense significance, he tucked it carefully into his robes. A moment later, having finished packing, he stood at the threshold. Casting one final glance at the room, he closed the door and went down the stairs. Waiting outside, shopkeeper Feng saw Zayozi approaching and hurried to say, "This is the carriage to take you out of the city. I have prepared some food and silver inside for your journey." Shopkeeper Feng pointed to the carriage parked by the entrance. Zayozi bowed gratefully and said, "I have troubled you greatly, shopkeeper Feng. Do not mention it, we are brothers after all." Zayozi then boarded the carriage. "Safe travels on your journey," shopkeeper Feng said. Zayozi nodded and lowered the carriage curtain. Shopkeeper Feng watched the carriage recede into the distance, and after a short while he turned and went back inside the tavern. Shopkeeper Feng understood his mission. He had to remain in this tavern to gather intelligence and relay it to the Maist headquarters. With a helpless sigh and a shake of his head, he went back inside. Meanwhile, Bei Mingzi was strolling through the streets of Xianyang City with Xiaoming. They were heading toward the vicinity of Ying Yu's manor to investigate both Ying Yu and Hou Yi. The two of them walked along the bustling streets, making their way toward their destination while taking in the sights. After some time, a carriage brushed past them. Bei Mingzi furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself in confusion, "Why do I sense a familiar aura?" Xiaoming asked inquisitively, "What is the matter? Is something amiss?" "Did you notice that carriage just now? I felt a distinctly familiar presence emanating from it," Bei Mingzi said. "I did not. Could you be overthinking it?" Xiaoming replied. "Impossible. I clearly sensed a familiar aura just now. There is no way I could mistake it. Could that old fellow from the Rin sect have arrived as well?" Bei Mingzi muttered to himself. Seeing him lost in thought, Xiaoming said, "Come now, you must be overthinking. How could there be such a coincidence?" "Perhaps you are right. Let us hope I am merely overthinking," Bei Mingzi murmured. With that, they continued their leisurely stroll through the streets of Xianyang City. Inside the carriage, Zayozi also detected two familiar auras. He lifted the curtains slightly to peer outside. Had the people of the Tian sect have arrived as well? Why is it only the two of them? Where's that old fellow? Zayozi muttered to himself. Peering out from the carriage, Zayozi had spotted them. Subsequently, Zayozi lowered the curtain, ignoring them as the carriage hastened toward the city gates. Could I really have sensed incorrectly? Why did that aura suddenly vanish? Bei Mingzi murmured to himself in bewilderment, still pondering the familiar presence he had just felt. Looking at Xiaoming walking ahead of him, he decided not to dwell on it further and caught up to walk side by side with her. After a short while, they arrived near Ying Yu's manor. Instead of investigating immediately, Bei Mingzi and Xiaoming first located a nearby tea house. They stepped inside and found an empty table to sit down. Seeing new customers arrive, the tavern waiter immediately hurried over to Bei Mingzi and Xiaoming. "What would you two like to drink?" "Just bring us 2 cups of tea," Bei Mingzi said. "Right away. Please wait a moment." At that moment, Xiaoming noticed a storyteller in the tea house and quickly nudged Bei Mingzi to listen, for the storyteller was currently recounting the legendary tales of Hou Yi and Ying Yu. The storyteller was heard saying, "Do you know, this third prince Ying Yu and the mysterious Hou Yi appeared out of nowhere. Especially this Hou Yi, he is shrouded in absolute mystery." Bei Mingzi followed Xiaoming's gaze toward the storyteller. Together, the two of them sat quietly and listened. The storyteller continued his narration of Ying Yu and Hou Yi, first recounting the Battle of Crescent Valley, before moving on to the events of the grand sacrificial ceremony. After some time had passed, Xiaoming looked at Bei Mingzi and asked, "What do you think?" "There is no need for us to run around. We can learn everything we need right here," Bei Mingzi replied. Bei Mingzi said. With that, Bei Mingzi retrieved a few pieces of silver from his waist and handed them to the storyteller. He said to him, "Continue with the tale you were just telling and tell us what followed." "Right away, master." Bei Mingzi returned to his seat to continue listening. He felt that gathering information from this spot was sufficient and there was no need to take unnecessary risks elsewhere. Because Bei Mingzi had heard some of Ying Yu's legendary deeds before coming here which aligned with the storyteller's words, there were still details he had yet to uncover. Hoping to learn more about Ying Yu and Hou Yi from the storyteller, Bei Mingzi and Xiaoming remained seated listening intently. At this moment, inside the imperial palace, a man was freely running along the palace walls under the cover of night. Indeed, that man was Wei Zhuang, carrying his tooth shark, weaving through the palace grounds. Soon Wei Zhuang stopped not far from a residence. He observed the brightly lit interior and saw 2 people inside, one tall and one small. A faint smile touched his lips. Wei Zhuang smiled to himself, murmuring, "Found you, senior brother." Meanwhile, inside the room, Gai Nie was teaching Tianming to read when his brows furrowed slightly. Gai Nie sensed a powerful aura not far away. He glanced through the window and saw a man standing outside, a long sword gripped in his hand. Gai Nie's brows tightened. He sensed this visitor came with ill intent. "Very well, Tianming, it grows late. You should sleep," Gai Nie said. No, I want to play a little longer," Tianming pleaded mischievously. Gai Nie smiled gently. "Be good. Play well tomorrow." "All right." Tianming lay down on the bed and Gai Nie pulled the covers over him. Gai Nie glanced at the lamp on the table, gave it a soft breath, and extinguished the flame. Gai Nie looked outside through the window and saw a figure standing beneath the moonlight. He hurried out of the room, closed the door softly, and walked straight toward that person. Gai Nie glanced at the figure from the corner of his eye, then leapt onto the city wall and ran toward the exterior of the palace. Under the moonlight, Wei Zhuang watched Gai Nie running and followed in his footsteps, staying steadily behind him. After running for some time, the two arrived at a forest outside Xianying City. Gai Nie glanced at the figure beside him and casually asked, "Junior brother, why be so mysterious about this? If you wish to see me, could you not simply send word? Haha, you are so busy every day, how would I dare disturb you?" Wei Zhuang said coolly. Gai Nie replied calmly, "I wonder what brings my junior brother here. Can't you guess?" Wei Zhuang asked. Gai Nie inquired slowly, "Master has also come. He has arrived at an inn within the city." Wei Zhuang said, "Oh, the two familiar auras I sensed last time must have been them." Gai Nie muttered to himself. As soon as Giguzi and Wei Zhuang settled down, Gai Nie had sensed their presence, though he had dared not believe it at the time. Now it seemed clear. The auras Gai Nie had sensed previously belonged to them. Gai Nie spoke faintly. Could it be concerning Ying Yu and Hou Yi? Yes, as expected of senior brother, still as clever as ever. Wei Zhuang said. Gai Nie asked coldly, "You know them well, why seek me out?" Wei Zhuang's eyes sharpened, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. "Am I not coming to senior brother to gather some information? After all, senior brother has remained in this vast Xianying city all along. I believe none know them better than you. Is this also master's intention?" Gai Nie asked. Wei Zhuang merely snorted coldly and offered no reply. Gai Nie then drew 2 scrolls from his waist and tossed them to Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang caught the scrolls, examined them, and a slight smile graced his lips. "Everything is contained herein. 1 scroll for Ying Yu, 1 for Hou Yi. That is all I know." In Gai Nie's view, Ying Yu and Hou Yi were no longer secrets. Martial artists of the Jianghu would inevitably learn of them in due time. Gai Nie had casually provided the information to Wei Zhuang because he knew master would certainly wish to know as well. Otherwise, his junior brother would never have come seeking him out. Of course, Gai Nie had anticipated this and prepared the information in advance, because he knew one day it would prove useful. The information contained details of when Ying Yu and Hou Yi appeared and what events they had experienced. Nothing of great significance. Gai Nie possessed no other crucial knowledge. Wei Zhuang smiled faintly. "Truly sorry to trouble senior brother. By the way, senior brother, who is that child? I have given you what you desired, you do not entertain thoughts concerning that child." Gai Nie said. Wei Zhuang responded coolly, "It seems you hold that child dear. The more you protect him, the more curious I become." Wei Zhuang laughed loudly. Gai Nie's brows furrowed, his gaze sharpening as he looked upon Wei Zhuang. "Should you lay hands upon that child, I shall not let this rest." Wei Zhuang said calmly. Very well, I shall not." Finally, Gai Nie cast him a cold glance and departed, walking straight toward the palace. Wei Zhuang watched Gai Nie's retreating figure and smiled. Then a shadow materialized before him. "My lord, might I ask, why did you not slay him on the spot?" Yin Fu asked. Wei Zhuang regarded Yin Fu coldly. "My senior brother is not one to be slain so readily. Enough. Let us return." Wei Zhuang and Yin Fu vanished into the forest. Returning to the inn, Wei Zhuang climbed directly to the 2nd floor and pushed open a door. An elderly man spoke slowly. "You have seen him?" Wei Zhuang bowed before the elder and replied, "I have." Indeed, that was Giguzi. He slowly opened his eyes and asked, "What transpired?" "He gave me 2 scrolls, Wei Zhuang said. Giguzi asked curiously, "Oh, scrolls. Hand them to me." Wei Zhuang retrieved the 2 scrolls from his waist and presented them to Giguzi. Giguzi unrolled the scrolls and studied them intently, his expression alternating between surprise and contemplation. Wei Zhuang observed this with growing bewilderment, eager to know what the scrolls contained. Thus Giguzi read, while Wei Zhuang stood watch for approximately half an hour. Giguzi finished reading and stored the scrolls away. "Master, what exactly does it say?" Wei Zhuang asked. "Nothing of grave importance, yet one matter stands out. This Ying Yu is exceedingly mysterious. Previously overlooked by Ying Zheng, he has suddenly become the object of great favor. And that Hou Yi, a powerhouse who emerged from nowhere," Giguzi said slowly. Wei Zhuang's brows furrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. From Giguzi's words, these two appeared both unremarkable and profoundly enigmatic. Wei Zhuang found himself at a loss. "Shall we test them another day?" he asked. Giguzi replied, "We shall see at the time." The introductions had not shocked him greatly, only that these two possessed an air of mystery. Giguzi then stored the scrolls and ceased his examination. Inside the Ying Yu residence. In Ying Yu's study, you had summoned Hou Yi, and just now Hou Yi informed that there had been several powerful auras recent days. After Hou Yi spoke, Ying Yu immediately grew wary and summoned the 2 of them to discuss the matter. Since the last time Deci Ming was assassinated, Ying Yu had become exceedingly cautious. "Can you sense how many powerful masters are nearby?" Ying Yu asked calmly. "There are probably 5 or 6, perhaps more, or some, who can conceal their spiritual energy," Hou Yi replied. "What? So many?" Ying Yu exclaimed in surprise. Hou Yi had already noticed that many masters had arrived in Xianying City. At first, Ying Yu hadn't paid it much mind, for those masters were in Xianying City, not near him. But now, hearing Hou Yi say so, Ying Yu grew alert at once. For he did not know when those masters would appear or what they would do. Ying Yu looked at Hou Yi and asked, "How are the soldiers' training coming along?" "Report to you, my lord, it's nearly done," Hou Yi replied. Ying Yu spoke calmly. "Good. Then you should stay on guard inside the mansion, and if anything happens you should respond promptly. And as for those soldiers, you don't need to manage them yourself. Just hand them over to Gongshu Cho. Hou Yi nodded. Then Ying Yu looked at Kai and said, from now on you should stay by my side at all times. Kai replied, yes lord. Very well, all of you go about your business. Ying Yu said. Then Hou Yi and Kai both turned and left the study. In the meantime, Ying Yu went to the courtyard and found BNK. Ying Yu saw BNK and spoke calmly. How are the herbs for treating wounds coming along? I have prepared some wound healing herbs and also a few that can relieve the pain. It should be enough, in a few days it will be fully ready. BNK replied, all right. By the way, have you prepared that thing I asked for? Ying Yu asked. Not exactly, but. Not exactly what? My lord, the money you gave me to buy herbs has already run out. The things you want are too expensive. BNK said, I see. It's nothing. You keep refining the herbs. I will have someone deliver the rest later. For now you keep what you've got. Very well, Ying Yu replied. BNK bowed and left. At that moment Ying Yu grew worried, for the money spent on the herbs had been saved up by him earlier. Moreover, he and his father only needed soldiers, they did not need anything else. He had boasted to his father, as long as there are troops I will provide the rest myself. Moreover, he and his father only needed soldiers, they did not need anything else. He had boasted to his father, as long as there are troops I will provide the rest myself. Ying Yu muttered to himself, then hesitated over where to obtain the funds for the herbs. And the herbs BNK had ordered were of premium quality. For Ying Yu, since the upcoming campaign would leave many wounded. He had also prepared a small gift for the Mo family. With a plan formed, he returned to the study. Ying Yu tapped his head and exclaimed, I am truly muddle-headed. I still have an invincible system. How much silver will be needed? That much would arouse suspicion. We cannot take so much, Ying Yu warned. He knew that if others learned he had so much money they would especially suspect his father. Then for now 20,000 taels of gold will suffice. 20,000 taels of gold will suffice for now, Ying Yu thought to himself. He felt this would be enough, partly to buy herbs, partly to sustain the mansion's expenses. The mansion's outgoings were substantial, his own stipend alone would not suffice. The system flashed a notification in his mind, award 20,000 taels of gold. Claim it, Ying Yu replied. Immediately several chests of gold appeared before him, their radiance turning the room to gold. The gold in the chests shone brilliantly, bathing the entire room in a golden light. Ying Yu could hardly hide his awe at this invincible system. He hurriedly covered the chests with cloth, then found a piece of cloth to wrap them all up. Next he retrieved a few small boxes from under his bed and moved part of the gold from the large chests into them. He planned to divide the chests into several small portions and hand them to BNK so that the sums would be less conspicuous. If it were all in one large chest, people would surely suspect. So he summoned a few servants from outside. Ying Yu pointed to the small chests on the ground and said to the servants, take this portion away and deliver it to BNK. The servants looked at the chests with suspicion, asking, what is this? Then they carried the chests out. Ying Yu divided the gold into 3 parts. The largest portion had already been moved by the servants to deliver to BNK. Soon he summoned more servants and pointed to the chests. Take these to Si Ming and tell him they are mine and that they are for sustaining the mansion's expenses. The servants hurried to carry the chests from Ying Yu's study to Si Ming. Ying Yu then looked at the few small chests of gold still left and slid them under his bed. For he also wanted a little bit of pocket money for emergencies. Seeing everything settled, Ying Yu felt that everything was resolved. The money is sorted, the mansion's security is secured, now all that remains is to assault Mojia's mechanism city, Ying Yu murmured to himself. Then a faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth as he thought of it. They will likely appreciate the small gift I prepared for Mojia this time. For this time he had asked BNK to craft something for the assault on Mojia's mechanism city. Ying Yu believed the attack would be unavoidable, though some force would still be required. He hoped to minimize casualties. Let's wait and see. For now I should go to the camp and see how they are faring. Ying Yu muttered to himself, for he knew Gongshu Cho was currently forging the mechanical beasts. Early the next morning Ying Yu set off for the military camp accompanied by Kai. Approximately half an hour later, as Ying Yu approached the outskirts of the camp with Kai, he happened to encounter Meng Tian and Wang Bin, who had just returned. Upon seeing Ying Yu, Meng Tian and Wang Bin hastily dismounted and offered their respectful salutations. Ying Yu inquired calmly, where have you 2 generals been? You will have to ask General Wang Bin about that, Meng Tian replied. Wang Bin burst into hearty laughter and addressed Ying Yu, on a sudden whim this morning I dragged Meng Tian along for a horse race. Oh, and which of you 2 generals emerged victorious? Ying Yu inquired. Wang Bin replied without hesitation, is there even a need to guess? Naturally it was I who won. I clearly let you win, Meng Tian countered. With that they all erupted into laughter and walked into the military camp together. Since both of you are here, let me show you the main force for our impending assault on the Mahists, Ying Yu said. Meng Tian asked in confusion, the main force? Indeed the main force, Ying Yu confirmed. All right young master, pray keep us in suspense no longer. Do tell us, Wang Bin urged. A faint smile graced Ying Yu's face as he replied, come you shall see once we arrive. They then walked together for a brief moment. They arrived at a particular clearing within the camp. At that moment Gong Shu spotted Ying Yu and a slight smile appeared on his face. "How are the preparations coming along, Mr. Gong Shu?" Ying Yu asked. Replying to the young master, "Everything is nearly ready," Gong Shu reported. At this moment Meng Tian and Wang Bin remained utterly bewildered. In their minds the main force for this campaign against the Mahists ought to be a massive army. How could such a small military camp possibly accommodate so many troops? Following Ying Yu to the site, they observed Gong Shu of the Gong Shu clan behaving with utmost deference and respect toward the young master. This filled both of them with profound doubt. The Gong Shu clan was a prestigious and powerful family, and for this campaign against the Mahist fortress Gong Shu had been personally appointed by the emperor himself. The success of the assault on the Mahists rested heavily upon this representative of the Gong Shu clan. Yet they could not fathom why someone of his stature would hold Ying Yu in such high esteem. "Is that not Gong Shu of the Gong Shu clan? He treats Ying Yu with remarkable courtesy," Meng Tian muttered to himself. Gong Shu then led the way with Ying Yu, Meng Tian, and Wang Bin following closely behind. After walking a short distance further, Meng Tian and Wang Bin were utterly astounded by the sight before them. Across a vast open ground stood rows upon rows of mechanical birds with 2 soldiers stationed beside each one. Unable to contain their curiosity, Wang Bin and Meng Tian stepped forward and gently ran their hands over the mechanical birds. Stroking one of the contraptions, Meng Tian marveled, "Such craftsmanship, such an intricate structure. It is truly magnificent." Never before had they beheld mechanical birds of such immense scale. As Wang Bin examined the device, his fingers brushed against what appeared to be mechanism ports for launching crossbow bolts on either side. Witnessing the sheer scale of the formidable mechanical bird, Wang Bin gasped in astonishment. Watching the 2 generals marvel at the creations, Ying Yu could not help but smile. "By the way, Mr. Gong Shu, how is their training progressing?" Ying Yu inquired. "It is virtually complete. They have mastered coordination, and I have also instructed them on how to form aerial battle arrays," Gong Shu replied. Ying Yu laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Excellent." Wang Bin and Meng Tian then hurried over to stand before him. Meng Tian asked, "Young master, is this the secret weapon you spoke of?" "Indeed it is," Ying Yu responded. "Does it have a name?" Wang Bin, standing alongside them, inquired. "Yes, I have named it Songlong 1, Ying Yu replied. "A splendid name," Wang Bin praised. They all shared a hearty laugh. Meng Tian said with great elation, "With Songlong 1 our prospects of conquering the Mahists are exceedingly high." To Meng Tian, even if the Mahists were entrenched deep within the mountains, the presence of Songlong 1, capable of aerial reconnaissance and assault, would deal a devastating blow to their defenses. Without these mechanical birds, their ground troops would have to navigate the treacherous terrain blindly, inevitably falling prey to the Mahists' deadly mechanical traps and suffering catastrophic casualties. But with the aid of Songlong 1, the success of this campaign was practically assured. "By the way, young master, how many of these vessels do we possess?" Meng Tian inquired. Ying Yu replied calmly, 1,000. "What? 1,000? Both Meng Tian and Wang Bin froze in sheer disbelief. 1,000? Meng Tian exclaimed. "Just 2 or 3 of these mechanical birds would suffice to assault the Mahist fortress. With 1,000 at our disposal, taking the fortress will be as effortless as turning over one's hand." "Indeed," Wang Bin agreed. "The Mahist fortress might very well crumble from within before our soldiers even have to lift a finger." Ying Yu smiled faintly and cautioned, "Even so, we must not underestimate our enemy. After all, the Mahist fortress was constructed and reinforced by successive generations of Grand Masters." "The young master speaks wisely. We must remain vigilant," Meng Tian agreed. Ying Yu looked at the 2 of them and said, "Come, generals, let us discuss our strategy for the assault on the Mahist fortress." Meng Tian and Wang Bin both nodded in agreement. "We shall leave this place in your capable hands, Mr. Gong Shu," Ying Yu said. "Rest assured, young master," Gong Shu replied. Ying Yu nodded and began walking toward the main command tent of the camp. Moments later, Ying Yu, accompanied by Meng Tian, Wang Bin, and their retinue, entered the command tent. Gazing at the tactical sand table, Meng Tian asked, "May I ask what thoughts the young master has regarding the assault on the Mahist fortress?" Ying Yu studied the sand table, his brow furrowing slightly at the arduous and treacherous route ahead. The army would have to traverse numerous rugged mountain paths and sheer cliffs, making them highly vulnerable to ambushes. "What are your thoughts on this matter? Please speak freely so we may discuss," Ying Yu said. Looking at the sand table, Wang Bin suggested, "Perhaps we should take the water route." Meng Tian interrupted him, saying, "That is unwise. The water route is highly circuitous and would take several days, by which time the Mahists would surely receive advance warning." "What is your view, then, General Meng?" Ying Yu asked. "It would be better to dispatch the army in secret under the cover of night, resting in the surrounding counties during the day. This will keep the enemy thoroughly confused," Meng Tian proposed. "Marching in such a manner would inevitably cause great disruption to the local populace," Ying Yu remarked. "Furthermore, given the massive size of our army, it would certainly arouse the suspicion of Mahist scouts." Meng Tian asked in bewilderment, "Then what does the young master suggest?" "Why not outsmart them? We shall divide our forces into 3 routes, 1 by water, 1 through the mountains, and 1 along the official highway. This will confound the Mahists, leaving them guessing as to where our true strike will land," Ying Yu explained. Meng Tian's brow furrowed in admiration. An ingenious strategy, young master. This way our forces will not present too large a target, and the Mahists will be completely misled. Truly a brilliant maneuver, Wang Bin praised. Very well. Since neither of you generals has any objections, we shall proceed with this operational plan, Ying Yu declared. Meng Tian and Wang Bin nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Ying Yu departed from the military camp and walked straight toward his own estate. Since the battle plan had already been finalized, all that remained was to await BNK's secret weapon. Once BNK's little contraption is completed, the army can set forth, Ying Yu murmured to himself. It was imperative to minimize the timeline as much as possible. If too much time elapsed and the Mahist spies caught wind of it, they would undoubtedly make preparations in advance. Should that happen, launching an assault against the Mahist sect would become far more arduous than it currently was. Moments later, Ying Yu arrived back at his estate. He hurriedly sought out BNK first. Ying Yu asked him, "How are the preparations for the items coming along?" "Leader, everything is fully prepared," BNK said. "Oh, so quickly?" Ying Yu asked. To answer the leader, "I had men work through the night to expedite its completion," BNK added. Upon hearing BNK's words, a gratified smile graced Ying Yu's face. "Excellent. You have truly worked hard lately," Ying Yu said. "It is no trouble at all, no trouble. In that case, take a good rest in the estate for the next few days. By the way, where are those items now?" Ying Yu asked. "They are currently stored in the estate's warehouse," BNK responded. Ying Yu looked at BNK and said calmly, "Come, lead the way. Let me have a look." "Understood." Subsequently, Ying Yu followed BNK to the estate's warehouse. The moment Ying Yu stepped inside, his eyes fell upon the chests lined up on the floor, and a gratified smile spread across his face. For these were his secret weapons for the upcoming campaign against the Mahist sect. Ying Yu had prepared two gifts for them. The first was Songlong No. 1A, and the second was the mysterious contents sealed within these chests. "Very well. Instruct the household staff later that this warehouse is strictly off limits to everyone. No one is to approach without my direct order," Ying Yu commanded. Knowing that the army was on the verge of departure, he could not afford to tolerate a single mistake. BNK nodded and complied. "Understood." Just as Ying Yu was about to speak further, a servant suddenly rushed in to report. Seeing the servant in such a frantic state, Ying Yu inquired, "What has happened?" "Young master, someone outside requests an audience." Ying Yu asked calmly, "Who is it?" "The visitor outside appears to be from the palace." "Oh." Ying Yu then turned to BNK and said, "Very well, go and get some rest first." BNK nodded and took his leave. Watching BNK departing, Yu said to the servant, "Come, lead the way." The servant then escorted Ying Yu outside the estate. Not long after arriving, Ying Yu spotted a figure standing before him. Indeed, it was none other than Zhao Gao. Seeing Zhao Gao's arrival, Ying Yu quickly greeted him. "Eunuch Zhao, what brings you to my humble abode today? Please forgive my lack of hospitality." "Young master, I have come today under His Majesty's decree to summon you to the palace for a discussion," Zhao Gao stated. "Oh, why would royal father summon me?" Ying Yu murmured to himself. Then he said aloud, "It is truly a trouble for you, eunuch, to make this trip in person. Why did you not simply dispatch an ordinary messenger to inform me?" Ying Yu asked. Zhao Gao looked at Ying Yu, a faint smile appearing on his face as he said, "Oh, what are you saying, young master? Any task commanded by His Majesty must be executed with the utmost care. Well, young master, now that I have delivered the message, I shall not tarry any longer. Take care, eunuch." Ying Yu watched Zhao Gao's departing figure before returning inside his estate. He quickly changed his attire in his bedchamber, then boarded a carriage and made his way towards Xianying Palace. Moments later, Ying Yu arrived at the Grand Hall. The vast hall was remarkably empty, with only a few figures present. He noticed two men standing right in the center. One was Meng Tian, and the other was Wang Bin. Seated high upon the throne was Ying Zheng, with Zhao Gao standing by his side. Ying Yu quickly stepped forward to the foot of the throne and bowed respectfully. Ying Yu offered his salutations, saying, "Royal father." Ying Zheng waved his hand, signaling Ying Yu to take his place beside Wang Bin and Meng Tian. Ying Yu glanced around, noting that there was no one else present besides the few of them. "Why has royal father summoned me, General Meng and General Wang, here?" Ying Yu wondered to himself. Just then Ying Zheng spoke in a slow, commanding voice. "How are your preparations coming along for the assault on the Mahist mechanical city?" At that moment, both Meng Tian and Wang Bin turned their gazes toward Ying Yu. Ying Yu reported, "In reply to royal father, the preparations are nearly complete. We can launch the campaign at a moment's notice. By the way, Yuer, I heard that you have prepared a type of mechanical flying bird named Songlong No. 1. Ying Zheng inquired. "Yes, royal father. Songlong No. 1 is currently in mass production, and Master Gong Shuqiu is presently training the pilots for them." Ying Yu replied. "We have also heard that the blueprints for Songlong No. 1 were provided by you." Ying Zheng questioned. "It must have been that old fellow Gong Shuqiu who blabbed. He really has a loose tongue." Ying Yu thought to himself. "Yes, royal father, they were indeed drawn by your son," Ying Yu admitted aloud. Hearing this, Ying Zheng's brow furrowed slightly, unable to believe that the son before him actually possessed knowledge of mechanism arts. Before summoning the three of them, Ying Zheng had already granted an audience to Gong Shuqiu. He had wanted to ask Gong Shuqiu how he intended to contend with the Mahist mechanical city. After all, both sides were masters of mechanisms, and Ying Zheng wished to understand the situation. When Ying Zheng summoned Gong Shuqiu, the latter had showered Ying Yu with praise and informed Ying Zheng about the mechanical birds. Though highly skeptical at the time, Ying Zheng now saw that Gong Shuqiu's words were true. Mechanism arts. You never knew mechanisms before, nor have I ever heard of him studying them. Ying Zheng mused inwardly. Ying Zheng thought to himself. Looking at his son before him, suspicion began to take root in his mind. Ying Zheng asked in a questioning tone. In that case, from whence did you obtain these blueprints? Or did you draw them yourself? This is bad. I must quickly devise a good way out. Royal father is already suspicious. I need a plausible excuse to gloss this over. Ying Yu thought frantically. To Ying Yu it was obvious that if his royal father was kept in the dark about the origin of the blueprints, suspicion would be inevitable. Having grown up by his father's side, how could his father not be intimately familiar with his abilities? At this moment, Ying Yu was inwardly cursing Gong Shuqiu. This matter was supposed to be a secret known only to the two of them. Because the outside world believed the mechanical bird was Gong Shuqiu's creation, Ying Yu had not bothered to clarify the rumor upon hearing it. He had never expected the news to reach his royal father's ears so rapidly. I have it, Ying Yu murmured to himself. To answer, royal father, these blueprints were purchased by your son from an extraordinary master, Ying Yu explained. Oh, what is this master's name? Ying Zheng asked. Your son does not know. I happened to meet this master while drinking at a tavern and realized he was highly skilled in mechanism arts. Thus I spent a hefty sum to purchase these blueprints from him. Ying Yu explained. Oh, so that is how it is, Ying Zheng said. At this moment, Ying Zheng harbored some worry for the assault Mo family mechanism city. This campaign is to demonstrate Qin's strength to the lingering remnants of the 6 states, and Ying Zheng attached great importance to it. Ying Zheng spoke calmly. Do you have a good plan for this attack? This son would like to divide the army into 3 parts, sending troops along 3 routes. Zhao Gao suddenly spoke beside Ying Zheng. 3 routes. Master, you are split into 3 routes. Won't that be too dispersed? No, this time we are attacking the Mo family mechanism city, not a frontal confrontation. Dividing into 3 routes will confuse the enemy. You said. Ying Zheng looked at Wang Bin and Meng Tian and asked, do you two have any opinions? Your Majesty, I have no opinion. Wang Bin said. I have none either, Meng Tian replied. Very well, then you two shall do your utmost to assist Yu. Zhao Gao, standing beside Ying Zheng, wore an obviously angry expression. For before Yu appeared, Hou Yi and Fu Su had been Ying Zheng's most favored. As Yu stepped out, he immediately drew away their 2 favors. Zhao Gao asked, Your Majesty, why not seize this opportunity to let Prince Hou Yi go out and gain some experience? Then after Zhao Gao finished speaking, all eyes in the hall turned toward him. A look of astonishment spread across the faces of everyone present. Hou Yi, my younger brother, Yu thought inwardly. After Hou Yi spoke, Ying Zheng's face changed. Hou Yi is still young and not ready for such training. It's better to keep him in the palace to study, Ying Zheng said. For Ying Zheng, this matter was no trivial affair. Letting Hou Yi go would only cause trouble. We would also need to spare some people to guard him. Ying Zheng understood that Zhao Gao, having proposed this, wanted Hou Yi to show more in front of him. But Zhao Gao's suggestion wasn't appropriate at this time. After all, Zhao Gao did not realize the importance of this expedition. In Zhao Gao's mind, he also wanted to seize the moment to present a recommendation to the emperor, hoping to curry favor. After hearing Ying Zheng's words, Zhao Gao immediately became conciliatory. He dared not speak again, because at this moment he could sense that the emperor before him was growing somewhat angry. Yu smiled faintly at the sight. This Zhao Gao is really muddle-headed. For such an important expedition, he would have a prince go to train, treating the army as a playhouse. Yu inwardly sneered. This Zhao Gao used to be so sharp. How is he so muddled now? Such words actually come out of his mouth. Wang Bin thought. Zhao Gao immediately lowered his head and said nothing more. The hall fell silent, and no one dared speak, fearing to provoke the Dragon Emperor's wrath again. This expedition will be fraught with danger along the way, and with Prince Hou Yi still young, he is not suitable to travel with the army, Meng Tian said. Meng Tian glanced at Zhao Gao, thinking he was truly getting a bit senile today. Meng Tian's ally Fu Su and Zhao Gao's ally Hou Yi had long been sworn enemies. Normally on the court their factions argued ceaselessly. This moment finally gave Meng Tian an opportunity. Zhao Gao, after hearing this, turned green. Meng Tian, you wait, there will be a price to pay. He had intended to probe with a remark, but did not expect that this matter would anger the emperor before him. Zhao Gao kept his gaze on Meng Tian, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yu smiled faintly at the sight. A senile old fool and a backstabber, sighed Yu thought with cold sarcasm. Very well, let this matter drop, you may all go. I am somewhat weary, Yu stay a moment. Ying Zheng said. Meng Tian and Wang Bin bowed, then left the hall. Ying Zheng rose, then walked up to Yu. Come walk with me for a while, Ying Zheng said. Yu bowed, and then followed Ying Zheng out of the hall into the palace's back garden. Seeing this, Zhao Gao hurriedly followed after them. Yu walked beside Ying Zheng through the palace's back garden, and they came to a stone bridge. Ying Zheng said, You in this campaign, how confident are you? Can you achieve a great victory? Your Majesty, I will certainly take Mo family mechanism city this campaign. By the way, when will you depart? Ying Zheng asked. Your Majesty, if nothing unexpected happens, we may depart in the next few days. Very well, when you depart, I will personally bid you farewell, Ying Zheng said. Yu bowed after hearing this. Then Ying Yu laughed heartily. He and Yu wandered the garden chatting about everyday matters while Zhao Gao trailed behind head bowed afraid to speak. Because Zhao Gao had already angered Ying Yu in the hall earlier. Now Zhao Gao did not dare utter a word fearing to anger the emperor before him again. After a moment, "All right, you go back and prepare. These days have truly worn you out," Ying Yu said. "Yes, your majesty. Then I shall take my leave." Then Ying Yu waved his hand and Yu departed. On the way back Yu muttered to himself that Zhao Gao is really stupid proposing such a demand in the hall. Truly for the sake of vying for favor, he will stop at nothing. Yu also marveled at how deep the palace waters run. Yu did not immediately return to his residence. He went straight to the military camp. He went directly to Gong Shuqiu. "How are the preparations going?" Yu asked. Gong Shuqiu replied calmly, "The prince is ready now. The army can depart at any moment. Once you give the order, the mechanism troops can depart at once." "Good, no rush. By the way, how much do you know about Mo family?" Yu asked. Mo family mechanism city was built within a hidden mountain range. That the Mo family hollowed out that mountain, and through the work of successive patriarchs, it became the Mo family mechanism city, as it stands now. Gong Shuqiu said. "And how does Mo family mechanism city usually power its mechanisms?" Yu asked. "Water. The underground river powers the entire Mo family mechanism city's machinery." "Water. It seems to align with what I suspected. The secret weapon I developed might come in handy." Yu mused to himself. "What is it, young master?" "What are you saying?" Gong Shuqiu asked. "Nothing. By the way, you should get ready. In a few days we may march to war." Yu answered. Gong Shuqiu nodded. Then Yu said nothing more. Hearing Gong Shuqiu's words, a sliver of unease crept into Ying Yu's heart. Before hearing this from others, Ying Yu had always assumed that the Mahist machine city was built on open ground, making his self-created Songlong No one more than sufficient for the task, deep within the mountain range. And in such treacherous terrain, Ying Yu muttered to himself. Ying Yu knitted his brows in doubt. He knew that Songlong No one lacked agility, and relying on it alone would make it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the Mahist machine city amidst the rugged mountains. Because the Mahist stronghold was hidden deep within the mountain range surrounded by dense forests and steep peaks, Songlong No one, though massive and capable of flight, lacked the necessary maneuverability. If it were to search from the sky, it might easily be spotted by nearby Mahists and shot down, which would be disastrous. At this moment, Ying Yu found himself in a bit of a dilemma. For no one knew the exact location of the Mahist machine city. They only knew the general region where it lay. Relying solely on soldiers to search would consume too much time, allowing the Mahists to escape long before they were found. Yet relying on Songlong No one would also be a lengthy and inefficient process. If only I could fly, I could guide the aerial forces in their search and lead them into battle, Ying Yu muttered to himself. Suddenly, Ying Yu smacked his own forehead as realization dawned upon him. Of course, don't I still have the sign-in system? He indeed possessed a sign-in system, but Ying Yu was uncertain whether it could grant him absolutely anything he desired. In the past, he had only signed in with a trial mindset, so he currently lacked absolute confidence. He then turned his gaze toward Gong Shuqiu, who was standing nearby. "Train them well over the next few days and prepare to deploy our troops," shortly Ying Yu instructed. Gong Shuqiu nodded in assent, and Ying Yu hastily made his way back to his estate. He wanted to see if he could obtain a flight technique through the sign-in system. Moments later, Ying Yu arrived at his residence and sought out an open, spacious courtyard. Focusing his thoughts, a sudden prompt resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and acquiring the flight technique. Incredible! Even this can be obtained through signing in. Doesn't that mean I can get whatever I lack in the future? Ying Yu burst into hearty laughter. Soon after, Ying Yu felt his body grow exceptionally light. Looking around, and then down at his arms, he realized his physical form had suddenly become weightless. He then attempted to ascend into the sky. At that very moment, his body began to rise inch by inch into the air. At this point, Ying Yu did not dare to fly too high as he was still uncertain of the limits of this flight technique. He proceeded to test it cautiously, increment by increment. Gradually, he soared so high that the entire city of Xianyang came into view. "This won't do. It is far too easy to be spotted," Ying Yu muttered to himself. Though Ying Yu wished to practice his flight technique here, the bustling crowds of Xianyang made detection highly likely. Yet he was eager to gain more mastery over his new ability. Then a simple solution occurred to him. Why not just change his attire? Slowly descending from the sky, Ying Yu hurried back to his chamber and retrieved a set of black robes. Donning the robes, which fit him perfectly, he returned to the courtyard. With a swift whoosh, Ying Yu soared instantly back into the sky. Gazing down at the vast expanse of Xianyang from above, Ying Yu could not help but marvel. How did I never realize before that Xianyang was this beautiful? He then darted through the air, gliding from the east of the city to the west in mere moments. Below, several citizens of Xianyang noticed the figure soaring midair and were struck with utter amazement. "Look quick! Look up there! Who is that? How can a man fly? Could he be using some kind of mechanical contraption? Impossible! I don't see anything attached to him. Then who could it be? To think someone can actually fly in the sky." The crowd below erupted into a frenzy, their conversations buzzing around Ying Yu. Yet not a single soul could identify the figure in the clouds. Even the hidden masters residing within Xianying emerged to witness the spectacle. Inside, a local in Giguzi and Wei Zhuang heard the clamor of the shouting crowd below. "Look, someone is flying in the sky." Intrigued by these words, Wei Zhuang and Giguzi stepped out of the inn and onto the bustling street. Witnessing the scene, Wei Zhuang froze in sheer disbelief. Giguzi remained silent, his gaze quietly fixed on the figure gliding across the sky. Who was this person, to be able to fly in the heavens? Could they have mastered some secret technique? Wei Zhuang remarked. Giguzi kept his eyes locked on the aerial figure, equally profoundly shaken. Not only them, but even the soldiers guarding the city walls of Xianying were utterly astounded by the sight. One of the guards raised his bow, preparing to loose an arrow toward Ying Yu. Just then a general approached and gently pushed the soldier's bow down. At such a distance, an arrow will never reach him. When it falls back down, it will only injure innocent civilians. Seeing the general, the soldier immediately saluted. "Understood, General." The general then kept his eyes trained on Ying Yu. "Keep a constant watch on him. Report any anomalies immediately," the general ordered. The soldiers nodded in unison. At that moment, the guards on the wall were completely powerless. At such a vast distance, no weapon could reach him. They could only watch helplessly as Ying Yu soared through the clouds. The defending general immediately went to report the situation. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Gai Nie suddenly noticed something moving in the direction of the city. It was suspended at an incredible height in the sky. Spurred by curiosity, Gai Nie quickly made his way toward the city center. As he drew closer, he looked up and saw that the object was actually a man flying. "This aura is incredibly familiar, yet I cannot quite place it. I feel as though I have encountered it somewhere before." Gai Nie began to suspect the identity of the flying figure, sensing a deeply familiar presence radiating from him. Who on earth is this person, and how can they fly? Yet there is definitely a familiar scent to their aura. Gai Nie continued to ponder the identity of the individual in the sky. Gai Nie stared intently, hardly able to believe his eyes. In his understanding of the world, while many possessed superb lightness skills, none were capable of true flight. Moreover, this person was not relying on any tools, nor were they using any mechanical arts. Simultaneously, martial law was declared in Xianying, and a massive influx of soldiers poured into the city streets. For they had no way of knowing what mad acts this airborne intruder might commit, and thus remained highly vigilant. Soon large cohorts of soldiers flooded the streets, keeping their eyes locked onto the figure soaring through the sky. At that moment, the mysterious figure who could fly in the sky had already become the talk of every street and alley. Even Ying Zheng, who was far away in the imperial palace, spotted the enigmatic figure soaring above. "Who is that person capable of flying in the sky?" Ying Zheng inquired. "Your Majesty, this humble minister does not know either," Zhao Gao replied. Ying Zheng kept his gaze fixed on Ying Yu, who was soaring through the air. At that moment, Ying Yu, flying midway through the sky, also noticed Ying Zheng below. Subsequently, Ying Yu came to a halt in midair. Ying Yu was about to call out to his father, but he immediately restrained himself. "I'd better keep my ability to fly a secret for now. Revealing it would only bring harm, not benefit," Ying Yu muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng also noticed the mysterious figure hovering in midair, who had stopped and was gazing toward him. The two locked eyes in that moment. An eerie silence fell over the air as both stood motionless, exchanging silent glances without a word. Ying Zheng furrowed his brow, studying the figure suspended above, sensing an unsettling familiarity. Yet he dared not be certain. "It's too similar," Ying Zheng murmured. Zhao Gao, equally bewildered, leaned in. "Your Majesty, who does he resemble?" Ying Zheng paid no heed to him, his attention never wavering from the figure before him. Witnessing this, Ying Yu realized he couldn't linger. His father would inevitably deduce his identity if he stayed much longer. In the end, Ying Yu swiftly took flight, vanishing from their line of sight. Ying Zheng turned to Zhao Gao. "Send someone to investigate. Find out who this person truly is." "Yes, Your Majesty." As Zhao Gao departed, doubt not at him. Could this mysterious figure be Ying Yu? The possibility seemed absurd. Ying Yu possessed no ability to fly. This had to be some reclusive master of extraordinary prowess. Zhao Gao pondered silently to himself. When Ying Zheng had mentioned the resemblance, Ying Yu was the first name that surfaced in his mind. Yet he convinced himself it couldn't be. The notion defied all logic. At that moment, Gai Nie observed the mysterious figure glancing towards Xianying Palace. A sense of foreboding gripped him, and he immediately made his way in that direction. "I pray they bear no ill intent. Please let nothing come to harm," Gai Nie murmured as he ran. Just as he was halfway there, the mysterious figure took flight once more. Who exactly is this person? Why such secrecy, refusing to reveal their true face? Gai Nie wondered aloud. He pondered the mystery, yet no answer came to mind. Then Gai Nie spotted the figure once more, darting recklessly across the skies above Xianying City. What purpose could drive someone to appear so suddenly overhead? He murmured, brows knitting in concern. Gai Nie's eyes never left Ying Yu. Outside the city, within the military encampment, Meng Tian received word that someone was flying above Xianying. Meng Tian refused to believe it, at first pressing the messenger for confirmation. Yet the report came back with unwavering certainty. "I witnessed it with my own eyes," the man insisted. Meng Tian's frown deepened. On land his soldiers were formidable, but against an adversary commanding the sky, they would be powerless. Regardless of whether the news proved true or false, Meng Tian acted swiftly. Remembering Ying Yu's Songlong squadron stationed at the camp, he ordered, inform Master Gongshu immediately. Have them deploy a detachment to patrol the skies above Xianyang. A soldier entered the tent, received the order, and departed without delay. Meng Tian wasted no time, leading his troops directly toward Xianyang. Having learned from the messenger that the figure's allegiance remained unclear, Meng Tian moved with urgency. Simultaneously, Gongshu Qiu received word and set out for the city with 3 Songlong units. High above Xianyang, Ying Yu soared with unrestrained joy, savoring a sensation entirely new to him. He sporadically increased his speed, reveling in the freedom of the skies. Below, the citizens of Xianyang gazed upward in astonishment at the enigmatic figure weaving through the clouds, their murmurs growing ever more animated. Ying Yu spotted a contingent of soldiers approaching the city gates. His attention fixed on them, he recognized the commander, Meng Tian. I may have pushed this too far. Even General Meng has come in person. Just as he considered descending, he noticed Qin soldiers spread throughout the city's streets and alleys, making any landing impossible. I cannot land here. The open sky makes me too conspicuous. Discovery would be only a matter of time. As Ying Yu weighed his options, his gaze caught several mechanical birds approaching from a distance. Leading them was none other than Gongshu Qiu, and the machines bore the unmistakable design of the Songlong units Ying Yu himself had crafted. A bold scheme took root in Ying Yu's mind. A faint smile touched his lips as he regarded the approaching squadron. The Songlong units closed in rapidly. Ying Yu glanced between the pursuing machines and the civilian crowds below. Recognizing the city as a dangerous place to maneuver, he scanned the distant tree line and mountain ridges. There it settled. Urging forward, Ying Yu flew toward the city's outskirts. The pursuing Songlong units spotted his retreat, and at Gongshu Qiu's command they banked sharply to follow. They tracked him relentlessly. Below, the crowds erupted once more. Is this some battle between man and beast? Xianyang's skies are unusually lively today. Indeed, what were those craft that just appeared? The city buzzed with speculation. Meng Tian, assessing the situation, hurried toward the palace to protect the emperor, confident that Songlong squadron would suffice. His priority was ensuring Ying Zheng's safety. Yet the astonishment extended beyond Xianyang's citizens. Every faction and reclusive master watched with profound disbelief. The mechanical birds bore a striking resemblance to those of the Mahis school, yet upon closer inspection they appeared larger and more agile than any Mahis design. Moments later, Meng Tian arrived before Xianyang Palace. Spotting Ying Zheng at the hall's entrance, he hastened forward. This servant regrets his tardiness in coming to protect your majesty. Forgive this transgression. Rise. Are these mechanical birds the Songlong units crafted by Prince Yu? Ying Zheng inquired. Yes, your majesty. The ones you witnessed were indeed constructed by the crown prince. I never imagined the craftsmanship could be so exquisite. Even from a distance, that Songlong unit's agility is remarkable. Ying Zheng found himself unable to withhold praise for Ying Yu's ingenuity. Have you determined the identity of the figure soaring in the skies? Ying Zheng asked. Your majesty, Meng Tian reported, the individual remains unidentified, most elusive. Ying Zheng's brows furrowed as his gaze remained fixed upon the heavens. Ying Yu had arrived above the outskirts of Xianyang. Watching that Songlong one relentlessly pursuing him, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. The maneuverability of this Songlong one is quite impressive, though I wonder about its offensive capabilities. After glancing back at the pursuing vessel, Ying Yu flew forward for a distance before coming to a halt. Ying Yu surveyed the surroundings and found nothing but dense forest stretching below. He then suspended himself midair, waiting for the 3 Songlong ones to catch up. Gongshu Qiu noticed the figure had stopped and raised his hand in a signal, instructing the 2 Songlong ones behind him to reduce speed. The 3 Songlong ones came to a halt in midair. Ying Yu locked gazes with them as Gongshu Qiu, seated in the lead vessel, studied the mysterious figure before him. This person is flying without any apparatus at all. Truly unbelievable, Gongshu Qiu murmured to himself. He stared intently at the mysterious figure, scanning the area around him, but finding nothing. At first, Gongshu Qiu had suspected the stranger was utilizing some kind of miniature mechanical device to achieve flight. But face to face with the stranger, he could detect no mechanism whatsoever. Might I ask who you are? Would you care to reveal your name? Gongshu Qiu called out. The mysterious figure offered no reply, merely letting out a cold snort before taking flight once more. Gongshu Qiu immediately ordered pursuit and unleashed the crossbow bolts from the Songlong one. As Ying Yu soared through the sky, he periodically glanced behind him and saw a volley of bolts hurtling toward him. Perfect. This will serve as an excellent test of the crossbow's range and power. Ying Yu accelerated and surged forward. Gongshu Qiu responded by pushing the Songlong one to full throttle. Nearby villagers witnessed a figure flying through the sky, pursued by several enormous bird-like machines. Farmers working in the fields were utterly stunned by the sight. Look at that. What is that in the sky? Isn't the leader up there a person? Seems like it. Look behind them. And what are those 3 things back there? Idiot, aren't those birds? Birds? Do birds in your family grow that large? Behind them the Songlong ones continued their relentless pursuit, periodically firing crossbow bolts. The whistling of crossbow bolts streaked past Ying Yu's ears. Hearing them slice through the air so close to him, his heart trembled. I didn't expect such devastating power. A single strike, and one would be dead or crippled for life. Ying Yu dodged continuously as the barrage of bolts pursued him. Watching the relentless waves of bolts behind him, Ying Yu realized he could not continue this indefinitely. If he persisted, he would eventually be struck. Ying Yu suddenly shot higher into the sky. Spotting a massive cloud formation not far away, he darted straight into it. Gong Shuqiu watched the mysterious figure disappear into the clouds and ordered the remaining 2 vessels to continue the chase. All 3 Songlong ones entered the cloud cover. After some time had passed, the 3 Songlong ones emerged from the clouds, yet they could not locate the mysterious figure anywhere. Gong Shuqiu scanned the surroundings. Where did he go? Did any of you see which direction that mysterious person went? No. Panic surged through Gong Shuqiu as an icy chill ran down his spine. Slowly turning his head, Gong Shuqiu saw the mysterious figure hovering behind them. Moments later, the figure approached at an astonishing speed. Gong Shuqiu attempted to turn the Songlong one around, but it was already too late. The mysterious figure closed the distance and engaged them in close combat. The mysterious figure stayed glued to the Songlong one, while Gong Shuqiu struggled to reposition his crossbows, unable to gain a targeting lock. Frowning, Gong Shuqiu muttered, "This is bizarre. This person seems to know that Songlong 1 intimately, always positioning himself in its blind spots." The other 2 vessels reported, "This guy is too agile. We can't get a clear aim." Since Ying Yu remained attached to one Songlong 1, the other 2 dared not fire recklessly. If the 2 rear vessels fired, they risked striking their own lead unit. "I drew these blueprints myself. How could I not know them?" Ying Yu murmured to himself. Gong Shuqiu strained to maneuver the vessel and aim at the mysterious figure, but the stranger evaded every attempt. Realizing he could not sustain this strategy, Gong Shuqiu thought, "I must find a way to break free from him." The 2 accompanying vessels hovered nearby, unable to intervene. Suddenly, Gong Shuqiu conceived a plan. He sharply redirected the Songlong 1 and dove toward the ground. Gong Shuqiu piloted the Songlong 1 downward at breathtaking speed. Ying Yu watched with puzzlement. What is this old man up to? Ying Yu followed closely, maintaining his position alongside the Songlong 1 as they descended rapidly. Below them lay a village. The villagers gazed upward at the 2 objects streaking across the sky, gathering to witness the spectacle. As the Songlong 1 neared the ground, Ying Yu spotted a child playing below. Glancing at the Songlong 1, Ying Yu believed it had lost control and showed no sign of slowing down. Without hesitation, Ying Yu detached from the Songlong 1 and dove downward to protect the child. Gong Shuqiu watched the mysterious figure descend and immediately pulled up sharply. The Songlong 1 climbed back into the sky. That old devil is cunning beyond measure. To use such underhanded tactics. Didn't he see someone below? Ying Yu cursed from the ground. Gong Shuqiu regrouped with the other 2 Songlong 1's midair. Seated in the cockpit, he looked down, and a smug grin spread across his face. With a sinister smile, Gong Shuqiu remarked, "You're no match for me. Go home and train for a few more years." Seeing that smug expression, Ying Yu burned with the desire to tear the man apart on the spot. "Just you wait, you old wretch," Ying Yu muttered. He took a deep breath and composed himself. Though the man before him was detestable, this was not the time to reveal his true identity. With a burst of speed, Ying Yu rocketed toward Gong Shuqiu's Songlong 1. Ying Yu fixed his gaze upon Gong Shuqiu in the cockpit. The moment Gong Shuqiu met that stare, he felt himself sinking into an abyssal darkness. He froze where he stood. Seizing the opening, Ying Yu accelerated once more and vanished from their sight. Gong Shuqiu, witnessing this, did not pursue immediately. The figure was far too agile. Giving chase would yield him no advantage. Subsequently, Gong Shuqiu returned to Xianyang City with the remaining 2 Songlong No. 1 vessels. Meanwhile, Ying Yu landed in a quiet, secluded grove. That old fellow really stops at nothing. Fortunately, this test proved successful. The performance of Songlong No. 1 is quite satisfactory, and its power is impressive. With no other major flaws, our impending assault on the Mahist Mechanical City will undoubtedly be foolproof. Ying Yu muttered to himself. Outside the grand hall of Xianyang Palace, Ying Zheng stood watching the distance as those few Songlong No. 1 vessels flew back. After a short while, the 3 Songlong No. 1 vessels landed on the open ground in front of Xianyang Palace. Once they touched down, an elderly man was seen slowly disembarking. Indeed, this man was none other than Gong Shuqiu. Upon stepping down, he glanced toward the exterior of the Xianyang Palace Hall. Spotting Ying Zheng and Meng Tian standing there, Gong Shuqiu dared not delay and immediately strode forward. "Your Majesty," Ying Zheng inquired, "are these the Songlong No. 1? "Yes, Your Majesty. These vessels before you are indeed the Songlong No. 1, Gong Shuqiu replied. Gazing at the Songlong No. 1 before him, Ying Zheng eagerly stepped forward to caress it. The entourage behind him immediately followed suit. Seeing this, the soldiers stationed inside the Songlong No. 1 quickly disembarked. "Your Majesty." The soldiers saluted in haste upon Ying Zheng's arrival. Ying Zheng approached the Songlong No. 1. Running his hand along its frame, a faint smile graced his face. He exclaimed in great delight, "Such craftsmanship, such power, and such a magnificent stature. Excellent, truly magnificent." Li Si also approached the Songlong No. 1. Looking at the neatly aligned vessels, his heart could not help but tremble slightly. Gently stroking the Songlong No. 1, he mused, "If we had possessed such formidable war machines during the campaign against the Six States, how many soldiers of our great Qin Empire would have been spared from needless death?" Li Si let out a soft sigh, lamenting that such creations had not appeared sooner. Yet he consoled himself that their arrival was not too late, as they would certainly play a crucial role in the upcoming assault on the Mai city. Soon after, Zhao Gao and the others also gathered around, gently touching the Songlong No. 1, unable to hold back their praises. Was this truly created by Ying Yu? Impossible. How could he produce something so exquisite? Zhao Gao pondered silently. Although Meng Tian had seen the Songlong No. 1 before, he had never examined it from such close proximity. At this moment, he ran his hands over the vessel, peering curiously at its internal structure. He soon noticed the crossbow launching mechanisms installed on both sides of its Songlong No. 1. Shaking his head in awe, Meng Tian thought, "The third prince is truly exceptionally brilliant to have engineered such a marvel." Ying Zheng asked calmly, "How many of these vessels do you possess?" Gong Shu Chou replied, "Reporting to your majesty, we currently have 1,000. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gao's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he stared at Gong Shu Chou. 1,000. Surely Master Gong Shu is not jesting. Gong Shu Chou replied impassively, "How would I dare jest before his majesty?" The remaining Songlong No. 1 vessels are currently stationed at the military camp outside Xianyang City, ready for takeoff at a moment's notice. As soon as Gong Shu Chou finished speaking, astonishment swept through everyone present. Meng Tian alone remained remarkably composed, as he had been privy to this information beforehand. Even Ying Zheng found it somewhat hard to believe. After all, a fleet of 1,000 Songlong No. 1 vessels possessed enough power to rival an entire nation. Ying Zheng inquired, "Have the soldiers mastered the controls of the Songlong No. 1? Bowing respectfully, Gong Shu Chou replied, "The 2,000 elite troops are already fully capable of piloting them. No wonder you were confidently assured me that we would conquer the Mahist mechanical city this time." It turns out he possessed such formidable assets, Ying Zheng thought to himself. Indeed, back in the imperial court, even Ying Zheng had harbored doubts about Ying Yu's claims. He was well aware that the Mahist mechanical city was notoriously impregnable, with scarce intelligence available. Even its exact location remained a mystery. One could easily imagine the immense difficulty of capturing such a fortress. With a helpless shake of his head, Ying Zheng could not help but praise Ying Yu. "To think my own son possesses such remarkable capability," Ying Zheng murmured to himself before bursting into hearty laughter. Ying Zheng declared, "With these war machines, the siege of the Mahist mechanical city is guaranteed to succeed. Meng Tian, you must assist the third prince with all your strength when the time comes." "Understood, your majesty," Meng Tian replied. Li Si added, "It is all thanks to your majesty's exemplary guidance that the third prince has blossomed into such an exceptionally gifted and brilliant young man." A faint smile appeared on Ying Zheng's face. Meanwhile, Ying Yu had just returned to his residence. He was still muttering curses at Gong Shu Chou, the recent incident fresh and irritating in his mind. That old geezer is truly exasperating. The recent encounter had left Ying Yu thoroughly incensed. As he stepped further into his estate, a figure approached him. Indeed, it was Desiming. "Young master, did you see that? There was a mysterious figure flying in midair just now." Wasn't that person me?" Ying Yu thought to himself. Aloud he replied, "I saw it." Desiming continued, "At first a single person was flying through the sky. Then several contraptions resembling mechanical birds appeared, relentlessly pursuing that mysterious figure. And then, oi," Ying Yu asked. "Then they vanished from sight, flying toward the outskirts of Xianyang City." "But young master, do you have any idea who that person might be?" Desiming inquired. "Isn't that person exactly me? The handsome and dashing me?" Ying Yu thought to himself. Keeping his composure, he said, "No idea. Don't just stand there. Is dinner ready yet?" Desiming replied, "Please wait a moment, young master. I shall prepare it immediately." At this moment, Ying Yu was still smoldering with resentment. He could not heavily punish Gong Shu Chou just yet, as the old man's expertise was still required for the upcoming assault on the Mahist mechanical city. "Since I cannot severely injure Gong Shu Chou, a minor lesson should suffice," Ying Yu muttered to himself. He then summoned Hou Yi. Bowing respectfully, Hou Yi said, "Chief. Ahem, there is a task I need you to handle," Ying Yu said. Ying Yu said, "What is your command, chief?" Hou Yi asked, "Do you remember Gong Shu Chou?" "Yes, I do." "I want you to teach him a lesson, but do not be too harsh," Ying Yu instructed. Hou Yi looked at Ying Yu with a face full of confusion, remembering how the two had been chatting and laughing together just a short while ago. Why the sudden urge to teach him a lesson now? Nonetheless, Hou Yi nodded in assent. Seeing Hou Yi's nod, a subtle smile curled at the corner of Ying Yu's mouth. That evening, Ying Yu hosted a banquet at his residence. The banquet was only for Meng Tian, Wang Bin, and Gong Shu Chou, because Ying Yu wanted to take this opportunity to discuss with them about attacking the Mahist mechanism city the day after tomorrow. The sky was gradually darkening. All the servants in Ying Yu's mansion began to bustle about. Especially in the kitchen, the maids and cooks were busy preparing dishes. Outside the mansion, Wang Bin, Meng Tian, and Gongshu Chou arrived one after another. Ying Yu stood at the gate to greet each of them. Thus the first to arrive was Meng Tian. Seeing Ying Yu outside the mansion, Meng Tian asked puzzledly, "Your Highness, why did you summon us so late?" Ying Yu smiled slightly. "General, please go inside and sit for a while. You'll know soon." "Alright, I'll go in first." After Meng Tian entered, Wang Bin soon arrived. Similarly, Wang Bin also asked Ying Yu why he had summoned them. Without answering, Ying Yu simply invited him into the mansion. Finally, Ying Yu saw Gongshu Chou arrive. He showed great enthusiasm and hurried forward to greet him. Smiling, Ying Yu said, "Master Gongshu, why are you so late? Please come in quickly." At that moment, Gongshu Chou had just alighted from his carriage and stood there seeing Ying Yu's warmth. He was stunned. Why is this third prince so enthusiastic today? There must be something fishy, Gongshu Chou muttered to himself. He suddenly felt uneasy because Ying Yu had been cold to him before, and now this sudden warmth made him very anxious. In the end, he didn't dwell on it, and walked ahead into the mansion. Behind him, Ying Yu smirked. "You were so arrogant during the day. Just wait until after the meal. I'll show you." Afterwards, Ying Yu led Gongshu Chou into the main hall. "Come everyone, please sit." "Master Gongshu, why are you standing there?" "You sit too," Ying Yu said. At this moment, Meng Tian and Wang Bin, seated on both sides, were also puzzled. "What's wrong with His Highness today?" Frowning slightly, Meng Tian muttered, "Why is he so warm to this Gongshu Chou?" Then Gongshu Chou also found a seat and sat down. Seeing this, Ying Yu quickly ordered the servants serve the dishes. Then he hurriedly sat down. Still bewildered, Wang Bin said, "May I ask what business your highness has for summoning us today?" "Exactly, your highness. If you don't tell us, we won't feel at ease eating this meal," Meng Tian said. Ying Yu smiled slightly. "It's nothing much. I just wanted to discuss with you all. The army will march the day after tomorrow. So soon. Should we prepare a bit more?" Meng Tian said. "Indeed, your highness, isn't it a bit early?" Wang Bin said. "Oh, it's not early. The army has been preparing for so long. If we delay further, the Mahe's side might get wind of it, and then it will be harder to attack." Ying Yu said. Wang Bin and Meng Tian only nodded and said no more. Then the maids brought in the dishes and wine one after another. At this point, Ying Yu looked at the full table and said to them, "Come, everyone has worked hard recently. I've prepared a simple meal. Please don't disdain it." Gongshu Chou flattered, "Your highness, you're too kind. It is our honor to dine at your mansion." Then everyone laughed heartily. Meng Tian said casually, "Your highness, do you know about the mysterious figure flying over Xianyang City during the day?" I heard a little. I was busy at the time and stayed in the study, so I didn't go out to see," Ying Yu said. Then Gongshu Chou interjected, "Your highness, you may not know. Today that mysterious figure flew in the midair of Xianyang City, and no one could do anything about him." Ying Yu asked, "So how was it resolved? Did the mysterious person leave on his own?" At this moment, Ying Yu kept staring at Gongshu Chou, wanting to see what this man would say. Gongshu Chou said solemnly, "Just when everyone was at a loss, I led the 2 Canglong No. 1 units to intercept him. And then, oi. So the 3 Canglong No. 1 units departed from the camp and arrived at the midair of Xianyang City. Using the crossbows on the Canglong No. 1, we kept chasing the mysterious person. We beat him so badly that he cried and wailed, and he fled in utter rout." "Oh, is that so?" Ying Yu said. "Of course, thanks to the Canglong No. 1 built by your highness," Gongshu Chou said. "You old fox, you didn't mention a word about when you were trapped by that mysterious person," Ying Yu thought to himself. At this moment, seeing Ying Yu staring at him, Gongshu Chou continued solemnly. His Majesty was also watching below at the time. "After we finished off the mysterious person, we descended to the open ground of Xianyang Palace." Wang Bin said, "When did this happen?" "I didn't know." Meng Tian replied, "You were out on patrol at that time." "Oh, Master Gongshu, please continue," Ying Yu said. Gongshu Chou said calmly, "After we landed, His Majesty kept praising us, and so did the other ministers. They all praised the craftsmanship of the Canglong No. 1. Ying Yu thought to himself, fine. So you're playing this game. You didn't mention a single word about using innocent civilians to shake me off during the day. Just wait until the banquet ends. I'll deal with you," Ying Yu thought to himself. Then Gongshu Chou kept boasting, his voice sometimes loud, sometimes soft. He kept talking about what happened during the day. About a few hours later, Gongshu Chou finally quieted down and sat down. At this time, Ying Yu saw Meng Tian stand up. "Your highness, it's getting late. We should go back. We need to get up early tomorrow to prepare," Meng Tian said. "Indeed, your highness, will take our leave now," Wang Bin said. "Alright, I won't keep you any longer." Then Ying Yu looked at Gongshu Chou sitting beside him. "Master Gongshu, why don't you stay a little longer? I have something to consult you," Ying Yu said. They all looked at Gongshu Chou. Gongshu Chou glanced at Ying Yu and, feeling embarrassed to refuse, said, "Then I'll follow your highness's wishes and stay a while," Gongshu Chou said. Then Wang Bin and Meng Tian bowed to Ying Yu and turned to leave. Ying Yu watched their departing backs, then looked at Gongshu Chou and said, "Come, let's continue." "Yes, never mind them. Let's continue." They both resumed drinking. After a while, it was already deep into the night. Gongshu Chou was already drunk and dizzy. He looked at the sky outside. "Your highness, it's late. I should go back too." Ying Yu did not stop him. He simply helped him to the outside of the mansion. Gongshu Chou looked around, but saw no carriage. Gongshu cursed loudly. A faint smile couldn't help but appear on Ying Yu's lips. Ying Yu gazed upon the manor's exterior enveloped in profound silence devoid of any movement. A faint smile graced his lips. Really now those servants truly. How could they have left early? Perhaps Mr. Gongshu could stay at my manor tonight. By this point Gongshu Cho had already consumed too much wine. No need, I haven't had too much. I can make the walk back myself, said Gongshu Cho. Ying Yu inquired, then is your residence nearby, Lord Gong's son? Indeed, not far from here. Gongshu Cho replied. No sooner had he finished speaking when with unsteady steps he shook off Ying Yu's support and stumbled forward on his own. Ying Yu watched the figure before him grow ever more distant, fading further and further away until it disappeared entirely from his sight. Then he snapped his fingers summoning Hou Yi. Lord Commander. Wait a moment. Intercept Gongshu Cho and give him a beating, Ying Yu instructed. Hou Yi asked in confusion. Lord Commander, would that not be unwise? What if he recognizes you? He's quite intoxicated and moreover it's deep night. There's not a soul on this road save for himself. Strike and be gone quickly. Remember, aim for his backside only. Do not strike too harshly. Do you understand? Ying Yu commanded. Yes, Lord Commander. Be off then. Return soon, Ying Yu said. Hou Yi nodded and proceeded straight ahead. Observing this, Ying Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, his countenance radiant with delight as he entered the manor. Meanwhile, along the road, Gongshu Cho staggered forward, humming a tune to himself. After some time had passed, suddenly darkness eclipsed his vision. He felt as though something had knocked him down, and immediately clarity returned. Gongshu Cho found himself shrouded in blackness, reaching about to discover he seemed bound by something. Unable to struggle free, he then felt someone striking his backside, interspersed with occasional kicks and blows to his head. Who is it? Who dare strike me? No sooner had Gongshu Cho spoken when he felt the assault intensify. Ouch! At this moment the cries of Gongshu Cho echoed throughout the silent street. Mercy, kind sir, show mercy. After a while Hou Yi observed the man rolling about on the ground, continuing his screaming. Mission accomplished. Time to return and report. Hou Yi thought to himself. Before departing, he delivered one final forceful kick to Gongshu Cho's backside, causing him to writhe in pain upon the ground. Gongshu Cho clutched his buttocks, continuously shouting aloud. After some time Gongshu Cho sensed that no one was striking him anymore. Has everyone left? Slowly he removed the bindings from his body and cautiously poked his head out, discovering the street deserted. He immediately burst into curses. Which bastard dared to ambush me? Just let me get my hands on you. I'll make you regret it. In the quiet street, only one person could be heard cursing loudly. As Gongshu Cho exerted himself, his backside suddenly throbbed with pain, and he instantly reached back to feel the swelling. Ouch! Then his face began to ache as well. Gongshu Cho touched his face and discovered a sizable lump rising. Who does this wretched deed, daring to strike me? Gongshu Cho's previously drunken state cleared instantly. Soon after, blood began trickling from his nose. Upon seeing this, he cursed even more furiously upon the street. After a while he gazed upon the empty street. There was not a single soul in sight. Then limping along, he made his way back toward his manor. Even as he walked, he continued muttering curses, utterly bewildered as to why someone would attack him. I, the patriarch of the illustrious Gongshu family, reduced to such a state by others. Besides, I have no grudges with anyone. With his battered body, Gongshu Cho trudged along the street. Meanwhile, Hou Yi, having completed his task, returned to the manor. Well, how did that old man fare? Ying Yu asked. Hou Yi replied calmly. That old fool merely received a light beating from me. He's currently making his way back to his own residence. Was he badly injured? No. I simply taught him a lesson with a few light strikes, Hou Yi responded. Good. You've worked hard. Go rest. Ying Yu said. Hou Yi nodded and vanished from Ying Yu's sight. Subsequently, Ying Yu stepped out of the room and climbed onto his rooftop. There he lay gazing at the stars and moon above. The stars and moon look especially beautiful tonight, Ying Yu remarked. Hardly had he finished those words when he heard someone respond. Indeed. With stars and moon, what could be missing but fine wine? Desiming said. Upon seeing Desiming arrive beside him carrying 2 jars of wine, Ying Yu asked, Why have you come? I noticed you were alone here feeling bored. I came to keep you company, Desiming replied. She then handed one of the wine jars to Ying Yu. Ying Yu accepted the jar and took a mighty gulp. Observing this, Desiming burst into hearty laughter, then mimicked Ying Yu taking a large drink herself. Do you regret coming to my manor as a servant at your father's request? Ying Yu asked. Not at all. Why? Ying Yu pressed. Because. I won't tell you, Desiming replied. Ying Yu's lips curved into a gentle smile. Moonlight, fine wine, lovely companionship. Truly a delightful evening. By the way, I may need to launch an attack on the Mahist mechanical city in a couple of days. In the meantime, please manage the manor carefully. Ying Yu spoke. So soon. Very well, rest assured. I'll handle things, Desiming replied. The two then lay silently upon the rooftop, admiring the moon and stars together. After a while, Desiming glanced at Ying Yu beside her and noticed he had fallen asleep. She called out to him softly, but he did not stir. Desiming then lay down as well. This period within the manor has been the happiest time of my life. Here, free from the schemes and deceptions of the outside world, there is only busyness and joy. Desiming murmured to herself. I must be cautious during this campaign against the Mahist mechanical city. How I wish time could freeze at this very moment. To be here carefree, gazing upon the moon and stars. Sigh. Early the next morning after the morning court session, Ying Yu immediately arrived at the military camp. Since the attack on the Mahist mechanism city was scheduled for the following day, he intended to conduct a thorough inspection and make preparations today. Subsequently, Wang Bin, Meng Tian, and Ying Yu proceeded to the location where the Songlong No. 1 was parked. Meng Tian asked, "Where's Master Gongshu?" Exactly. Master Gongshu used to be here every day, but today he is nowhere to be seen. Moreover, with the attack on the Mahist mechanism city tomorrow, shouldn't he be extremely busy at this moment? Wang Bin remarked. Indeed, why is Gongshu not here today? Could it be that Hou Yi struck him too hard last night? Ying Yu muttered to himself. At that moment, Meng Tian overheard Ying Yu's words. Struck too hard. What do you mean? Nothing. I was just saying that a cat stole some of my food yesterday, and I hit it too hard. Ying Yu hastily explained, then let out an awkward chuckle. Oh. Ying Yu then addressed Meng Tian and Wang Bin. Generals, how are the preparations for the army? Ready to depart at any moment, Meng Tian replied. Good. Subsequently, Ying Yu led them both to inspect the Songlong No. 1 once more. Because this assault on the Mahist mechanism city required absolute certainty, Ying Yu insisted on leaving no room for error. After completing the inspection of the Songlong No. 1, he went to the camp to review the troops. Early the next morning, the army assembled magnificently at the gates of Xianying city. Rows upon rows of soldiers stood lining both sides of the road. At this moment, Ying Zheng, accompanied by a host of ministers, arrived outside Xianying city. They had all come to see Ying Yu off. A multitude of princes also stood beside Ying Zheng. You must be careful on this journey, Ying Zheng said. Rest assured, father. I will capture the Mahist mechanism city, Ying Yu replied. Good. I await your triumphant return, and I will personally host a banquet for you, Ying Zheng said. Subsequently, Ying Yu turned and led his men away from the outskirts of Xianying city. After marching for a while, Ying Yu said, Wang Bin, you lead a contingent and take the water route. Yes. Meng Tian, follow me along the main road. Ying Yu continued. Meng Tian responded yes. At that moment, Ying Yu cast a glance at Gongshu Qiu. He asked, Master Gongshu, what is the matter with you? I fell off my bed last night while sleeping. At this moment, Gongshu Qiu's face was bruised and swollen, and from time to time, one could hear his pain groans. Meng Tian inquired, Then what about your backside, Master Gongshu? That was also from the fall, Gongshu Qiu replied. You should be more careful in the future, Master Gongshu. Ying Yu said. Everyone burst into laughter. All right, Master Gongshu, you lead the Songlong No. 1 army to the Mahist mechanism city. There's no need to wait for us. Scout the path first and establish a stronghold. Also take the opportunity to observe the Mahist mechanism city and plan the route of attack. We will arrive shortly after, Ying Yu added. Yes, Gongshu Qiu replied. All right, everyone, let us part ways here. Safe travels, and I shall see you at the Mahist mechanism city, Ying Yu said. Afterward, the others nodded and went their separate ways. At this moment, Ying Yu led his contingent of troops along the road. Meng Tian rode his horse up beside Ying Yu. Your Highness, for this attack on the Mahist mechanism city, do we rely solely on the Songlong No. 1? Meng Tian said. General, do not worry. Ying Yu then pointed to a carriage behind them, which was tightly covered. Inside this carriage is a grand gift I have prepared for the Mahist school, Ying Yu said. At that moment, Meng Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Then a smile spread across Meng Tian's face, and he said no more. By the way, send scouts to report their progress at all times. I must know the positions of the 2 other groups. Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, inside the Mahist mechanism city, Xiaozi had hurriedly arrived from Xianying city. In the main hall of the Mahist mechanism city, Su Fuzi led the Mahist members into the hall. Xiaozi followed closely and entered as well. Master, what did you find during your trip to Xianying city? Su Fuzi asked. Yes, how is Xiao Gao? Xuan Nu inquired anxiously. Ever since Gao Jianli had been captured, Xuan Nu had been in low spirits. Xiaozi spoke calmly. I went to Xianying city and found Xiao Gao. He is imprisoned in the dungeon there and is safe for now. Hearing this, the assembled group finally relaxed. Xuan Nu, who had been desperate for an answer, also felt relieved. That's great. Su Fuzi asked, Master, how did your investigation in Xianying city go? Upon arriving in Xianying, I found the address and contact you provided. That person gave me 2 scrolls. Finally, Xiaozi took the 2 scrolls from his bosom and handed them to Su Fuzi. After receiving the scrolls, Su Fuzi studied them intently. Dao Ji said, Why don't we go to Xianying city and rescue Xiao Gao? Impossible. I have been to the depths of that dungeon. The security is extremely tight, and there are many Qin soldiers outside. Going now would be walking into a death trap, Xiaozi said. Then what can we do? We cannot just watch Xiao Gao suffer at the hands of the Qin soldiers in the dungeon, Tietue said. At that moment, Su Fuzi let out a startled exclamation. What? There is no record of their past at all. It only contains recent events. Indeed, after reading the scrolls, I was also greatly surprised. Especially this Hou Yi. He is extremely mysterious with no prior documentation, Xiaozi said. Su Fuzi furrowed his brow. Could it be? By the way, when I first saw Xiao Gao, we chatted for a while. At the end, I felt he wanted to say something, but time was running out. Yozi said. The Tietue asked, then why didn't you hear him out? There was no time. The Qin soldiers outside were already urging me to leave. I was afraid of being exposed, so I quickly departed. But I have a feeling Xiao Gao had something important to tell me, Yozi said. Oh, what could it be? Su Fuzi muttered to himself. By the way, you must tighten security during this period. The Grandmaster and Master Ban are still unconscious. This is the Mahis school's weakest moment. Yozi said. I know. I have already strengthened the defenses. I've even activated mechanisms that are normally kept dormant and added more patrols on the perimeter. Now we chieftains take turns patrolling every night, Su Fuzi said. It has been truly arduous. I will dispatch some disciples from my sect to guard the perimeter in case of any unforeseen events. Yozi said. Thank you so much, Master. Please do not stand on ceremony. At this moment, Gong Shuqiu leads the Canglong No. 1 army at the vanguard. Gong Shuqiu asked, how far are the other main forces from us right now? Master Hui, the team led by the third prince, is the closest to us, while General Wang Bin's troops are the farthest from us. True, I know. You may step down first, Gong Shuqiu said. Then Gong Shuqiu took the map from a nearby soldier and opened it. He found they were not far from Mo Jiajiguan City. The map had no precise coordinates, only a rough one. These spots are the usual haunts of Mo Jia disciples, and they are marked only after their appearances. Thus this area may conceal the Mo Jiajiguan City's hideout. Gong Shuqiu studied the markings on the map. There is still quite a distance left. It would be better for the army to descend and rest for a while than tend to Canglong No. 1. Gong Shuqiu muttered to himself. At this moment, he looked down at a vast open space and thought such a clearing would allow the army to rest and regroup. When all the mechanism birds had descended, Gong Shuqiu slowly stepped down from Canglong No. 1. Behind him, several lieutenants approached. When all the mechanism birds had descended, Gong Shuqiu slowly stepped down from Canglong No. 1. Behind him, several lieutenants approached. Master, why are you lingering here? Come take a look. Then Gong Shuqiu unfolded the map. Young Master Ying Yu and General Wang Bin's troops are currently quite far from us. We'll rest here for a while, wait for them, and then tend to Canglong No. 1. Gong Shuqiu said. Then the lieutenants nodded and said nothing more. At this moment, Gong Shuqiu kept staring at the map, occasionally having the messengers report the positions of the other troops. Linger, go report our current position to Gongzi. Gong Shuqiu said. Yes. Before setting out, you had instructed that for every rest stop a messenger must report their position. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng is on the march as well. At this moment, Ying Zheng leads the Grand Army in a rapid advance. Soon Ying Yu sees a hurried soldier rushing toward them. Young Master, ahead we have spotted at Canglong No. 1. Where is it? Ying Yu asked. Then the soldier pointed to a direction. Then Ying Yu looked up and saw not far ahead, indeed at Canglong No. 1 was closing in on them. To inform the entire army to rest and prepare. Ying Yu said. Yes. Then all the soldiers previously in neat formation dispersed. In front, that Canglong No. 1 slowly descended from the sky. 2 soldiers stepped down. This isn't Gong Shuqiu's messengers. Ying Yu muttered. The 2 soldiers were hurrying toward Ying Yu. Then Ying Yu had Meng Tian bring out the map. A full large map lay spread on the ground. Ying Yu asked, where are your troops right now? The soldier who had just stepped down from Canglong No. 1 hurried to Ying Yu looking at the map. Another soldier quickly pointed to a place. Young Master, our troops are resting in this area now. Ying Yu looked at the place. The soldier pointed to his brow, furrowing slightly. Meng Tian said, why move so quickly? If we go this fast, the other 2 detachments behind won't be able to keep up. Where is General Wang Bin right now? Any news of him? Ying Yu asked. Then a general stood up and said, reporting, Young Master, a pigeon from General Wang Bin just arrived to it, states they are now at this location. Then the deputy pointed in a direction. Why is it so slow? This won't do, the army is too dispersed like this. Ying Yu said. If this continues, by early tomorrow the vanguard might reach the location, then we would reach by the day after tomorrow morning, and the route General Wang Bin leads would be even later. Meng Tian spoke. Ying Yu calmly replied, have we sent a reply? Why is General Wang Bin's route so slow? Yes, Young Master. We have already sent someone to inquire. The explanation from General Wang Bin's side is that there is some wind and waves at sea. They are resting in a harbor. Wind and waves? If they move at this pace, by the time we assault Mo Jiajiguan City, they will come only after we finish. What would they do to sweep the battlefield then? Send people to relay by pigeon, make them move faster, overcome any difficulties. Ying Yu said. Yes, Young Master. Ying Yu looked at the map and furrowed his brow slightly. For now the timing is far from what he planned. Especially the route led by Wang Bin was now so far behind them. Meanwhile, at the dock, Wang Bin, who was in the midst of resupply, received Ying Yu's message. The message urged them to depart quickly and ensure arrival before the scheduled time. Wang Bin looked at the wind and waves on the sea and fell into contemplation. Because before departure, he had someone check predicting that the seas would be calm. Who would have imagined the sea now churned with waves? Finally, Wang Bin grit his teeth and said, make ready quickly, the army will embark soon. A soldier hurried toward Wang Bin and said, General, no. The sea is windy now, setting sail rashly at this moment would surely be dangerous. Then Wang Bin's several lieutenants also kept urging him. They all hoped Wang Bin would wait until the sea was calm before departing. At this moment Wang Bin flung Ying Yu's letter back at them and said soldiers should obey orders. Those who disobey will be killed. If you do not wish to march, stay here. Then Wang Bin boarded the ship first. Seeing this, others began to bustle and prepare to set sail. Wang Bin ordered the runners to issue commands. All units accelerate forward, ensure arrival at the designated location within the scheduled time. All ships increased speed. Ying Yu's army was still resting. A soldier came over. This is a letter from General Wang Bin. Let me see it quickly, Ying Yu said. He took the letter from the soldier and opened it. It read, "We shall complete the mission. The army now sails forth." Ying Yu read it, and then cried out, "Excellent, this is how a general should be, overcome difficulties and never retreat." Then Ying Yu ordered the messengers to stop resting and hasten the advance. Ying Yu looked at the soldiers on Songlong No. 1 and said, "Hurry back to Gongshuchou and tell them to first reach the predetermined position, then report." Yes. At that moment, resting in the clearing, Gongshuchou saw the messenger he had dispatched returning. Report. What did the third prince say on his end? Gongshuchou asked. The third prince requests that you set out immediately, sir, to reach the designated position. They will follow shortly. Gongshuchou inquired. And where are the third prince and his forces now? The soldier looked down at the map, then pointed with his finger. Looking in the direction the soldier indicated on the map, Gongshuchou knit his brows slightly. And where is General Wang Bin now? Gongshuchou asked. Your subordinate does not know, sir. Gongshuchou replied calmly. Very well, I understand. You may dismiss. Afterward, Gongshuchou kept his eyes fixed on the map, staring at the location the soldier had just pointed out. Everything is proceeding according to plan. I only hope the main army can arrive at the designated time. Gongshuchou thought to himself. He then looked at the soldiers who were resting and commanded, "End your rest." All forces set out. Immediately the messengers relayed Gongshuchou's command to the rest of the troops. In an instant the soldiers transitioned from their relaxed state into high combat readiness. They quickly boarded their respective Songlong No. 1 beasts. With that, all that Songlong No. 1 units stood fully prepared, ready to launch at any second. Move out, Gongshuchou commanded. Subsequently, all that Songlong No. 1 units roared to life at the exact same moment. Thus Gongshuchou once again set forth on the road to the Mahist sect. Inside the imperial palace the night had already deepened into midnight. Ying Zheng was still busily reviewing memorials. A look of deep anxiety was etched upon his face. He remained uncertain whether this campaign against the Mahist city of machinery would succeed. Zhao Gao stood quietly by Ying Zheng's side. I wonder where the army has reached by now. Is your majesty concerned about the third prince? Zhao Gao asked. How could I not be? After all, Yuer has never led a campaign, and the target this time is the Mahist city of machinery. It bears the reputation of being the greatest fortress of machinery under heaven. Ying Zheng said, Your Majesty, there is no need for worry. I am confident the third prince will return in triumph with a glorious victory. Zhao Gao said. Hearing this, Ying Zheng burst into a hearty laugh. Excellent. At that very moment, Ying Yu was marching along with the grand army. The night had grown pitch black, so dark that one could not see their own hand before their face. Throughout the ranks of the marching army, soldiers held torches aloft at regular intervals. As they traversed the wide road, they resembled a colossal dragon of fire. Where are we now? Ying Yu inquired. A soldier then pointed toward a certain direction. Meng Tian replied calmly, We should arrive by noon tomorrow. When will Gongshuchou arrive? Ying Yu asked. Gongshuchou should reach the designated position by tomorrow morning, Meng Tian answered. Good. Order the army to pick up the pace. Additionally, urge Wang Bin once more. Tell them they must hasten and reach their assigned position before tomorrow afternoon or face military law. Understood, Meng Tian replied. At this moment, Ying Yu's face was also clouded with worry. Seeing Ying Yu in this state, Meng Tian wanted to step forward to offer comfort and advise him to rest. However, he felt that now was a critical moment of the march, so he refrained. He stared at the third prince before him, finding him somewhat unfamiliar. After all, Meng Tian had interacted with Ying Yu to some extent in the past. But comparing the past Ying Yu to the one standing before him, now he felt the young prince had changed immensely. With a helpless shake of his head, Meng Tian continued to march forward. Early the next morning, Gongshuchou arrived at the designated location. Upon arrival, he first dispatched small scouting units to sweep the vicinity for any Mahist scouts. This was to secure an offensive route and guarantee the safety of the trailing forces. Gongshuchou then deployed the rest of his troops to search for the location of the Mahist city of machinery. Having a profound mastery of mechanics, Gongshuchou surmised that the Mahist city of machinery would undoubtedly be built deep within the mountain ranges. After all, the depths of the mountains offered dense forests and a constant flow of subterranean rivers. Thus, all the mechanical units dispersed to search for the Mahist city of machinery. Gongshuchou remained in the camp to guard the headquarters. As time ticked away, the scouting units began to return one by one. Report, sir. My sector yielded nothing. Mine as well. I discovered a small town nearby, but found no sign of Mahist scouts. One after another, the returning scouts presented their reports to Gongshuchou. Gongshuchou furrowed his brows upon hearing their reports. That is impossible. Given this terrain, it is the prime location for constructing the Mahi's city of machinery. How could there be nothing? Search again. Keep searching, Gong Shucho commanded. No longer able to sit still, he resolved to join the search personally. Just as he was about to step out of the military tent, the final scouting unit returned. By now Gong Shucho did not harbor much hope. He prepared to depart while listening to the report of this last squad. Report. Speak. Just now in the nearby mountains I spotted several individuals patrolling. They appeared to be Mahi's disciples. As soon as the soldier finished speaking, Gong Shucho's eyes widened, his gaze locked onto him. Staring intently at the soldier, Gong Shucho asked, "Where did you find them?" The soldier then pointed toward a direction. "The moment I spotted them, I returned immediately to report. I did not linger, fearing I might expose our presence." "Excellent. You did the right thing. Now lead me to the spot where you discovered them," Gong Shucho said. "Yes, sir." With that, the soldier guided Gong Shucho aboard at Sanglong No. 1, winding their way toward the location the soldier had discovered. After a short while, the soldier pointed to an area below. Right there. Gong Shucho immediately ordered the soldier to pilot that Sanglong No. 1 down to a clearing. Next, Gong Shucho retrieved a compass from his waist and gazed ahead. The needle of the compass, which had been spinning erratically, suddenly locked onto a specific direction. Gong Shucho was overjoyed. "Excellent. It is here. It is truly here." A look of pure delight spread across his face. He gazed at the majestic, towering mountains surrounding them. He grew even more certain that the Mahi's city of machinery was nearby, not far off at all. It was highly likely concealed within these very mountains. Calming down from his excitement, Gong Shucho promptly ordered the soldier to pilot that Sanglong No. 1 back to camp. Calculating the time, he realized that Ying Yu should be arriving soon. Not wishing to alert the enemy prematurely, he was eager to report this discovery to the third prince immediately. At this moment, Ying Yu arrived here, mighty army as well. After Gong Shucho established his camp, sent someone to relay their current Ying Yu. After Ying Yu learned their location, led the great army forward with speed. Thus by noon that day, Ying Yu arrived here. At this moment, Gong Shucho happened to have found the approximate direction of the Mo family mechanism city from outside. "Where is Gong Shucho?" Ying Yu asked. Master Gong Shucho went out with someone to search for the Mo family mechanism city. "Very well," Ying Yu said. He went to the camp Gong Shucho had set up, but he could not find Gong Shucho. Then he questioned a few soldiers. From their accounts, Ying Yu learned that Gong Shucho had gone out to search for the Mo family mechanism city. Then Ying Yu looked at Meng Tian. "Where have Wang Bin and the others gone?" Ying Yu asked. "They should arrive by tonight." Meng Tian spoke. Then Ying Yu brought Meng Tian to the camp tent. After a moment, Gong Shucho drove back in Sanglong No. 1. Just as Gong Shucho landed, a few soldiers hurried to his side. Gong Shucho, seeing this, asked hurriedly, "What happened?" "The young master and General Meng have arrived." "Where are they now?" Then a soldier pointed to a nearby camp tent. Gong Shucho hurriedly jogged toward it, shouting, "Found it, found it." He then entered and found Ying Yu and Meng Tian. At that moment, Ying Yu looked at him with some confusion. "Found what?" Ying Yu asked. After Gong Shucho entered, he quickly picked up a cup of water from the table and drank it down. After finishing the cup, Gong Shucho hurried to the map and traced a circle with his finger. Indeed, this circle marks the approximate location where Mo family hides. Meng Tian, seeing this, couldn't help ask, "What is this?" Gong Shucho, with a gentle smile, said, "This is the approximate direction of the Mo family mechanism city." "Oh, is there anything more specific?" Ying Yu asked. "No, I only know it is in this region. I dare not go deeper, for if I do they might discover us, and it would be like spooking the snake." "Indeed," Gong Shucho said. Meng Tian frowned and said, "We cannot allow the soldiers to search in all directions, otherwise Mo family's mechanism arts will harm them." "That's right. Doing so would cause countless casualties. We might lose a substantial portion before even breaking in." Ying Yu said, "Can we not directly determine the exact location of the Mo family mechanism city?" Meng Tian asked. At this moment, Gong Shucho shook his head helplessly. Ying Yu saw this and understood. If that is the case, then the army should pause to rest and regroup. The marching soldiers had been going non-stop around the clock and were exhausted. Ying Yu knew that if they attacked now, it would greatly affect morale. On one hand, let the marching army rest, on the other wait for Wang Bin's group to arrive. When the army converges, they will surely wipe out Mo family mechanism city. But at this moment, Ying Yu frowned as he studied the map and the little circle Gong Shucho had drawn. He could not help but worry, because relying on this rough location alone could not deduce the direction to Mo family mechanism city. If the soldiers were sent out one by one to scout Mo family's traps nearby, would surely take effect, potentially causing injuries or deaths among the troops. Having flight techniques alone won't suffice, would it? If we fly into the air, Mo family disciples will surely notice, Ying Yu thought to himself. There is also the system. Why not obtain an invisibility technique? Then combine flight invisibility and proceed to scout that area. If we can scout and pinpoint Mo family mechanism city's exact location, the assault will go much more smoothly. Ying Yu's face then broke into a faint smile. Meng Tian and Gong Shucho looked at Ying Yu with smiles, yet puzzled, for the topic they were discussing had reached a dead end. Meng Tian and Gong Shucho both had no good ideas. Yet they saw Ying Yu smile, and could not understand why he smiled at this moment. Young master, do you have any method? Gong Shuqiu asked. Ying Yu did not answer him directly, instead a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Young master, do you have any method? Gong Shuqiu asked. Ying Yu did not answer him directly, instead a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At that moment Gong Shuqiu and Meng Tian were left staring in astonishment. They did not press the matter further. On an empty, desolate clearing, Ying Yu stood there surveying the surroundings. He found no one around, and suddenly a familiar voice rang in his head. It's that familiar voice again. Congratulations, the host has signed in for invisibility skill. Will the host claim it? Claim it. Just as Ying Yu finished speaking, he checked the description of the invisibility skill. He was astonished to find that this invisibility could mask his aura and render him undetectable to everyone around. It was as if no one nearby could sense Ying Yu's presence. But he also discovered that the invisibility lasts for a very short time, only 1 hour at a time, and after each hour you must wait a 6-hour interval before using it again. So short. If only the invisibility lasted longer. Ying Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Forget it. This duration is enough. With invisibility paired with flight, I will surely locate the Mo family mechanism city. After all, Gong Shuqiu has already estimated the approximate position of Mo family mechanism city. It's not precise, but the range is small enough. This made the search not too time-consuming. Why not first test the invisibility's effect? Then Ying Yu activated invisibility and walked into the camp. Thus Ying Yu wandered through the camp, and suddenly he heard a sound. Curious, he moved closer to listen. Ow! My backside. It hurts. Be gentler. Yes, sir. After hearing this, Ying Yu couldn't help but be curious and stepped in. As soon as he went in, he found a soldier tending Gong Shuqiu with medicament. Gong Shuqiu lay on a bed while a soldier was applying medicine to him. The medic's place was the spot where Ying Yu had previously struck Hou Yi. Hiss, that hurts to look at. After saying this, Ying Yu quickly covered his mouth. Meanwhile, Gong Shuqiu turned his head and asked the soldier, "What are you groaning for?" "I'm the one in pain. What are you groaning about?" The soldier hurriedly explained, "I didn't." "Sir." "No. You didn't speak. Have you gone mad in broad daylight?" Gong Shuqiu said. The soldier kept explaining. "All right, you may go out now." Then the soldier saluted and hurried out of the camp tent. Ying Yu seized upon the soldier's momentary lapse in vigilance and quickly approached Gong Shuqiu. Gazing at Gong Shuqiu lying on the bed, he couldn't help but sneer, "Tsk, that must hurt just looking at it." At this moment, moans of agony escaped from Gong Shuqiu's lips. "Who was that bastard who struck me that night? Io. This old man still refuses to repent for his deeds," Ying Yu thought to himself. He won't mention a word about what he did himself, only blaming others. Then Ying Yu glanced at the long spear leaning nearby. A faint smile crept across his lips. He looked from Gong Shuqiu sprawled on the bed to the spear standing by the bedside. A wicked idea began to take root in Ying Yu's mind. Haha. He stealthily approached the spear and gave it a gentle push with his hand. In an instant the spear came crashing down, striking Gong Shuqiu squarely on the buttocks. "Io! Oh my mother!" His anguished cries echoed throughout the entire military camp. Shaken by the brutal impact of the spear, Gong Shuqiu could no longer concern himself with the pain on his body. He immediately sprang to his feet. Then he turned to look at the fallen spear. What in the world is going on today? Am I haunted? His piercing scream reverberated across the entire camp. In no time a large group of soldiers rushed to Gong Shuqiu's side. The soldiers asked, "Master, what happened? Were there intruders?" They then scanned the area but found no suspicious strangers. They then looked at Gong Shuqiu, who was not wearing any trousers. At that moment Gong Shuqiu noticed all the soldiers' gazes fixed upon him. Gong Shuqiu quickly grabbed a blanket from the bed to cover himself. The soldiers, seeing this, immediately covered their eyes. "You fools! There are no assassins here. Who allowed you to barge in?" Gong Shuqiu demanded angrily. "My lords, we heard your cry and feared you were under attack, so we gathered many brothers to come check." "Enough, there are no assassins," Gong Shuqiu said. "As long as there aren't." "Oh, and why are you still standing here? Get out at once." Gong Shuqiu shouted loudly. The soldiers hurriedly, in a flustered manner, withdrew from the room. Standing there, Gong Shuqiu stared blankly for a moment. Looking at the spear lying on the bed, he cursed loudly, "Even you conspire against me." Meanwhile, Ying Yu, standing beside Gong Shuqiu, struggled to suppress his laughter. "Ha ha ha, this old fool. Huh." Ying Yu laughed until his face turned red. Then he quickly slipped away and reached an open space. Checking that no one was around, he deactivated his invisibility enchantment. Ying Yu collapsed heavily onto the ground, laughing uncontrollably. "It killed me. That old man has completely lost face in front of everyone now." That evening, Wang Ben arrived with his army at the predetermined location. He hurried into the military camp to find Meng Tian. Together, Meng Tian and Wang Ben began discussing the attack route. Just then they heard commotion outside. Not only the soldiers, but also Wang Ben and Meng Tian inside the main tent caught sounds of distress. Meng Tian and Wang Ben quickly stepped out of the main tent and went outside. They saw a large crowd of soldiers gathered at one location. Approaching a soldier, they asked, "What happened?" "Reporting to your excellency, I heard a cry from Master Gongshu's tent." Fearing he was under attack, I called many brothers to go inside and investigate. Meng Tian asked curiously, and then, did you discover anything? Nothing. When we entered, we only found Master Gongxu standing there without trousers and a long spear on the bed. Wang Bin listened, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Meng Tian also wanted to laugh, but held it back. Very well, since nothing serious happened, disperse the men. Meng Tian said. Yes. Wang Bin looked at Meng Tian and asked, do you think he was practicing cultivation inside the tent? I don't know, Meng Tian replied. Then Wang Bin burst into hearty laughter again. Shall we go in and take a look? Good, let's go together, Meng Tian agreed. Meng Tian and Wang Bin arrived outside Gongxu Chao's quarters. Meng Tian called out, Master Gongxu, are you there? I'm here, who are you? Although very faint, Meng Tian and Wang Bin both heard pained groans from inside the tent. Earlier I saw many soldiers gathering here. General Wang and I were concerned for your safety and came specifically to check. Is it convenient for us to enter now? Meng Tian asked. Wait a moment, Gongxu Chou replied. Meng Tian glanced at Wang Bin, signaling him not to laugh. Hold on, stop laughing, he whispered. Wang Bin nodded. After a brief, while a voice came from within the tent. Come in. Hearing this, Meng Tian and Wang Bin hurried inside. Master Gongxu, what has happened here? Meng Tian asked. The moment Meng Tian entered, he noticed the entire room was in utter disarray. Indeed, Master Gongxu, what exactly occurred? Wang Bin inquired. As Wang Bin entered the room, he too observed the considerable mess and could not help but ask curiously. Seeing them, Gongxu Chou merely offered an awkward smile. Nothing serious. I never expected a trivial matter would disturb both of you generals. Gongxu Chou endured the lingering pain and pretended to remain composed. Since Master Gongxu is unharmed, we can rest assured, Meng Tian said. Gongxu Chou continued to wear that forced smile. However, Wang Bin fixed his gaze steadily upon him, for he noticed Gongxu Chou's complexion was abnormal. Though smiling, a trace of suffering lingered beneath. Master Gongxu, are you certain you are well? Your appearance does not look quite right, Wang Bin remarked. I am fine, thank you for your concern, generals. I have simply not slept well these past 2 days, hence my haggard look, Gongxu Chou replied. Very well then. Since Master is untroubled, we shall not disturb you further, Meng Tian said. Gongxu Chou nodded. Meng Tian then led Wang Bin away. Once they had departed, Gongxu Chou quietly let out another pained cry. I'll. It truly hurts. He rubbed his buttocks while gazing at the spear lying on the bed. Ghosts during broad daylight. I have never seen anything like this. How could the spear fall on its own? He then stumbled toward the bedside and propped the spear upright. Gongxu Chou refused to accept it, staring intently at the spear. After some time, the spear remained standing firm. It did not fall again. Perhaps that was just an accident earlier. Never mind, let it go. The next morning, Ying Yu calculated the timing. He believed the cooldown for yesterday's invisibility technique had finally expired. This invisibility technique has its merits, though it requires considerable time and the duration is rather brief. Fortunately, its effectiveness is remarkable. Ying Yu muttered to himself. He then arrived outside the military camp. Never mind. It doesn't matter now. The most important thing is to locate the Mahist mechanism city. At this moment, Ying Yu activated his invisibility technique and slowly ascended into the air using his flight arts. Thus, carried by both invisibility and flight, he drifted through the sky. Gradually fading from sight, he hovered above. After a short while, Ying Yu stopped midair and opened his map. This area should be the approximate location of the Mahist stronghold marked by Gongxu Chou. Ying Yu then surveyed his surroundings, finding them completely empty. He turned his gaze forward and saw several massive mountains stretching endlessly in an unbroken range. I'll go take a look ahead, Ying Yu said to himself. He then sped toward those distant mountains at remarkable velocity. Moments later, as Ying Yu approached the mountain, he noticed several figures below patrolling, resembling Mahist disciples. Overcome with curiosity, Ying Yu gradually descended. He approached the Mahist disciples and listened as they discussed something. It's truly bizarre. Why did Leader Su suddenly order us to heighten our vigilance? Indeed, everything was fine before, yet now we patrol several times daily. Our workload has increased dramatically. Enough complaining, brothers. Just focus on your duties. At this, Ying Yu's brows furrowed slightly. Then Ying Yu exclaimed with delight, this must be the place. He continued flying forward. After a short while, Ying Yu arrived between the mountain ranges. Suddenly, he spotted a colossal stone gate below. Overcome with curiosity, he immediately dove downward. As he plummeted at tremendous speed, he suddenly noticed guards stationed near the stone gate. Using his invisibility technique, Ying Yu slowly approached the entrance. Ying Yu saw guards standing on both sides of the massive stone gate, which was surprisingly carved into the mountain itself. Gazing at this imposing gate, he couldn't help but remark, truly worthy of the Mahist mechanism city. This must be the Mahist mechanism city. Given the grandeur of the stone gate before him and the patrolling guards nearby, combined with the surrounding forests and mountains, Ying Yu was now completely certain. Even the most concealed stronghold has been found by me. Ying Yu thought to himself. He then retrieved a map from his waist and marked his current location upon it. Ying Yu sensed his invisibility technique could no longer be sustained for long. He hastily returned to the military camp. Meanwhile, within the camp, Wang Bin and Meng Tian had risen early and begun organizing the troops. They knew they might assault the Mahist Mechanism City that day and needed to prepare in advance. Likewise, upon waking, they had immediately searched for Ying Yu to discuss strategy. But after searching extensively, they could not find him anywhere. Meng Tian and Wang Bin assumed Ying Yu had gone out on some business. They began preparing their forces within the camp. After a short while, they spotted a figure slowly approaching the camp entrance. It was indeed Ying Yu. Having just returned, Ying Yu immediately noticed Wang Bin and Meng Tian upon entering the camp. Ying Yu then spoke calmly. "Generals, you may assemble the army now." Meng Tian asked in confusion, "Lord Ying, are we assembling the forces now? Have you found the exact location of the Mahist Mechanism City?" Ying Yu replied simply, "Yes, generals. Please follow me inside." Meng Tian and Wang Bin then entered the military tent together. Upon entering the tent, Ying Yu retrieved a map from his waist. He slowly spread it open. Wang Bin and Meng Tian fixed their eyes upon it. Seeing this, Ying Yu promptly pointed to a location and declared, "This is the precise position of the Mahist Mechanism City." Wang Bin and Meng Tian stared at Ying Yu in utter disbelief. Yesterday, they had not grasped anything, yet today, after merely disappearing for a short while, he had obtained the Mahist's exact coordinates. "Generals, do not be astonished. Hasten to assemble the army," Ying Yu urged. Wang Bin and Meng Tian nodded. Hardly had they stepped out when Gong Shuqiu entered. "My lord, I noticed them in such a hurry. What are they about?" Gong Shuqiu asked. Ying Yu replied calmly, "Them. They've gone to assemble the army." "Assemble the army? Does this mean we're attacking the Mahist Mechanism City?" Gong Shuqiu inquired. "Yes," Ying Yu responded. Gong Shuqiu regarded him with puzzlement. "Were we not still uncertain about the exact coordinates of the Mahist Mechanism City? Wouldn't attacking now be too risky?" Gong Shuqiu asked. "Who says we haven't found it? Come, master, examine this map." Ying Yu pointed to a coordinate on the map. Gong Shuqiu gazed in astonishment. "You found it so quickly?" he asked. "Is this not the approximate direction I measured yesterday? Could this person truly have found it?" Gong Shuqiu thought silently to himself. "Yes. Very well, master, please also hasten to assemble the mechanized forces," Ying Yu said. Gong Shuqiu continued to regard Ying Yu with utter disbelief. He hastily nodded. He had just witnessed Meng Tian and Wang Bin rushing out of the tent. At this point, Gong Shuqiu no longer cared whether the coordinates were genuine or not. Even if false, they could conduct a thorough search based on the approximate location Gong Shuqiu had measured the day before. A trace of astonishment still lingered on Gong Shuqiu's face. He himself could only determine approximate distances with a compass, yet this person had pinpointed the exact location. This made Gong Shuqiu intensely curious about how Ying Yu had measured the position. At the same time, Gong Shuqiu harbored some skepticism, unable to entirely trust whether these coordinates were genuine. Just as Gong Shuqiu was about to turn and leave the tent, Ying Yu called out to him. "By the way, Master Gongshu, when the time comes, the mechanized forces should coordinate with the ground army." Gong Shuqiu nodded. Ying Yu had little time to deliberate. If the Mahists discovered their military presence here, their leaders would certainly grow suspicious. If they pieced together the truth, they would undoubtedly prepare in advance, making the assault on the Mahist Mechanism City considerably more difficult than it already was. Ying Yu disregarded any need for rest. He immediately led the army toward the coordinates. And so the mechanism units, tightly integrated with the massive army, pressed forward in dense ranks toward the Majia Mechanism City. At this moment, the sky seemed completely shrouded in dark clouds, wherever that Sunglong no. One army marched in endless darkness, enveloped the land below. Of course, taking a cautious approach to this assault on the Majia Mechanism City, Ying Yu refrained from acting recklessly. He first dispatched his capable General Kai, commanding him to lead a vanguard of soldiers ahead. With swift strides, Kai led his soldiers to the very front of the main army. After marching for a short while, Kai sensed something amiss. He spotted a patrol team not far in the distance. Kai immediately raised his hand, signaling the soldiers behind him to halt. He gazed tensely into the distance, waiting in silence as a brief moment passed. A patrol group came into Kai's view, led by a tall, burly man wielding a massive hammer. Indeed, this man was none other than Tietue, one of the leaders of the Majia. "Leader Tietue, I have no idea what Chief Su is thinking making us patrol in shifts like this. Over the past few days, quite a few brothers have been complaining. If you are told to patrol, then patrol. Why all the useless chatter?" Tietue barked. "I'm not the only one with grievances. Look at the brothers behind us. Has any of them had a good night's sleep lately? Exactly, these continuous patrols have left everyone utterly exhausted. All right, stop complaining. Let us take a brief rest right here," Tietue said. From his hiding spot nearby, Kai kept his eyes locked on the group. He observed them chatting before they finally found a spot to sit down and rest. A soldier whispered from behind, "My lord, should we charge and eliminate them?" Instead of replying immediately, Kai carefully scanned their surroundings. He needed to ensure there were no other enemies nearby, but once the battle commenced, any ambush from the flanks would leave them in a highly vulnerable position. After a brief assessment, Kai confirmed the area was clear. He gestured to the soldiers behind him, directing them to flank and encircle the unsuspecting patrol from both sides. Seeing their commanders signal, the Qin soldiers understood his intent and began to close in silently onto Tietue's group from both flanks. Just as everyone reached the optimal striking distance, Kai hurled the blade from his hand, sending it hurtling directly toward Tietue. The moment Kai threw the blade to Tietue and the Majia disciples sensed the incoming threat. Watch out. Danger. Tietue instantly shoved the nearby disciple aside, swiftly pulling his massive hammer from his back to block the strike. With a resounding clash, his iron hammer deflected Kai's flying blade, but the sheer force knocked him back several yards, inflicting a minor internal injury. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Tietue's lips. Leader Tietue. Only then did the Majia disciples snap out of their shock. They glanced at Tietue and immediately drew their blades, falling into a defensive stance. Leader Tietue, are you alright? I am fine, ignore me and watch out for the enemy. Tietue barked. The disciples cast anxious glances at him before scanning their surroundings with panicked eyes. At that very instant, the Qin soldiers ambushing in the underbrush charged forth. Kill. Charge. In an instant, Tietue's group fell into disarray. The deafening battle cries echoed from all directions, disorienting them before they could even pinpoint the approaching Qin soldiers. Within moments, the entire valley reverberated with the thunderous clamor. The Majia disciples quickly drew their swords and formed a tight defensive circle. Terrified by the roaring battle cries of the Qin army, the Majia disciples trembled with fear. Meanwhile, Tietue managed to shake off the impact of the blade that had flown at him earlier. As he watched the Qin soldiers bursting from the surrounding thickets, a surge of fury washed over his face. Tietue bellowed, "Hold your ground. Do not break formation." No sooner had he spoken than a sea of Qin soldiers surged from all sides like grim reapers, charging at them with lethal intent. Seeing this, Tietue swung his massive iron hammer, desperately striking down the encroaching soldiers. In an instant, the entire clearing descended into absolute chaos. As the Majia disciples clashed fiercely with the Qin soldiers, Tietue searched in vain for the hidden expert who had thrown the blade. He scanned the chaotic battlefield, trying to locate his formidable opponent. At that moment, the thrown blade that Tietue had deflected began to quiver slightly, its vibrations growing increasingly violent. A man emerged from the nearby brush, and the fallen blade on the ground flew back into his hand with lightning speed. It must be him. The master who severely injured me just now, Tietue muttered to himself. Kai shifted his stance ever so slightly, causing Tietue's hammer to smash heavily into the empty ground. With a contemptuous smirk on his face, Kai slashed his blade toward Tietue. Kai shifted his stance ever so slightly, causing Tietue's hammer to smash heavily into the empty ground. With a contemptuous smirk on his face, Kai slashed his blade toward Tietue. Not good. Sensing imminent danger, Tietue desperately swung his hammer to block the man's lethal strike. With a deafening crash, the violent impact forced Tietue back several steps, until his body slammed heavily against a massive tree behind him. It was clear that Tietue was utterly outmatched by this man. The Majia disciples watched in stunned silence. Who on earth is this man? How can he be so powerful? Exactly. He severely wounded leader Tietue in an instant. Quick, send a signal. Call for help. Yes, send the distress signal now. We are no match for them. One of the Majia disciples hastily pulled the cord of a signal flare, sending a massive firework bursting into the sky above. Every eye tracked the rising flare. After a few seconds, all gazes turned back to Kai. Looking back and forth between the severely wounded Tietue and Kai, both the Majia disciples and the Qin soldiers wore expressions of sheer disbelief. The Qin soldiers stood dumbfounded, unable to process what they had just witnessed. They knew Tietue's prowess. He was one of the top martial artists within the Majia, and his strength was highly regarded even across the entire Great Qin Empire. Yet this unknown man had severely wounded him in a mere 2 exchanges. Who is this man sent by the third prince? To think he possesses such terrifying strength. Indeed, he seemed quite unremarkable at first glance, but now he looks like a true dragon among men. Where did the third prince find such a formidable master? The sheer power he displayed astonished not only the Majia disciples, but the Qin soldiers as well. Looking down at the severely wounded Tietue, who lay helpless on the ground, a smug smile spread across Kai's face. Surrender, Kai demanded coldly.